Rebirth of the Last Days, the Dark Female Supporting Role. Chapter 1. The sky was very dark, the clouds were dark, and occasionally lightning pierced the darkness. The wind blew on Qin Yu's face like a knife. At this moment, she had no time to take care of the bone-chilling cold, and just stared coldly at the front. Why? He tricked her out in the name of a mission, and when her abilities ran out of absorption when it came to the crystal nucleus, he did not hesitate to use his hands. Wherever Qin Yu looked, no one responded, and yesterday's teammates were all silent today. Although her ability level is not the highest, she has never treated these teammates who were born and died with her badly. After waiting for a while, the crowd parted from behind. Qin Yu naturally recognized these two people. No matter how stupid she was, she would have guessed that what happened today had something to do with them. Bai Weilan and Xia Yuhui walked out of the crowd slowly, probably because they were afraid that she would bite back and stop at a position about 10 meters away from Qin Yu before she was dying. Why? Hee, it's so funny, Qin Yu dash. Bai Weilan put her arms around Xia Yuhui's arm. Her face was still as delicate as when we first met. She pouted and said, "Do you know how miserable you have caused me? When I woke up, isn't it amazing to have a supernatural power? But look, you're not going to die here in the end." Her expression twisted with anger for a moment, and the irony in her words was even more obvious. Qin Yu sneered. How miserable was it for her? Back then, she was also an ordinary person. In order to protect this delicate cousin in the last days, she went out to fight zombies with men every day, and she would always have her share of the food brought back. Even though she kept complaining about the lack of food, she didn't really. Sometimes the food is too little, and she can only lie that she has eaten when she comes back. Even in the most dangerous time, when she was scratched by an ugly zombie, she still grabbed the food in her hand and wanted to leave it to Bai Weilan, and wanted to protect the only relative, but fortunately she survived the painful pain in the residential house. Awakening time, gained a supernatural power. I don't know when her encouragement turned into showing off, her suggestion turned into instigation, and everything she worked hard was advertised as a sneaky existence. She was too stupid to believe that blood is thicker than water, she was too stupid to see her increasingly suspicious eyes clearly, and she was too stupid to end up like this. The wound was still bleeding. Qin Yu sat on the ground in a state of embarrassment. A mocking smile appeared on her mouth. It was self-inflicted. Who would have thought that helping others would become a reason for being accused in the end? Did she hurt her badly? Ah. Bai Weilan was annoyed by Qin Yu's look, as if everything was spread out in front of people to watch. Yuhui, kill her, okay, I hate her. Qin Yu's eyes swept over his former teammates one by one. No people opened their mouths to offer help, and some even showed impatience in their eyes, as if they had a lot of opinions on not being able to solve Qin Yu's matter as soon as possible. Xia Yuhui stroked his lover's hair, pampering, and said, "It's up to you." Then, a thick lightning bolt shot out from his hand, hitting Qin Yu directly. The intense light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Qin Yu jumped to the side, and another bolt of lightning struck directly, and she jumped off the city wall when she couldn't avoid it. Hundreds of rickety monsters gather under the gray city wall. They are rotten and dressed in shabby clothes. From their appearance, it can be vaguely seen that they used to be humans, but at this moment they opened their mouths and roared like beasts to compete for food. That's right, Qin Yu is the delicious piece of meat in their mouths, but this piece of meat is too cunning to eat. Qin Yu's abilities were exhausted in the previous battle, and now she can only rely on instinct to survive surrounded by zombies, although she knows that there is little hope. The thick lightning finally landed on Qin Yu's body, causing her to be paralyzed, and she didn't even feel her flesh and blood being torn apart. In fact, she knew it a long time ago, probably before Bai Weilan set off. She might have said that she would torture her well, otherwise how could she escape repeatedly with the ability of the #1 expert in Xia Yuhui base? Qin Yu could feel that she was surrounded by a group of zombies, but she was powerless to resist, and let these ferocious beasts tear her flesh, chew her tendons, tear and devour her bit by bit. Death was so close. Qin Yu was not afraid anymore. She began to calm down slowly, unwillingly looking at the two neatly dressed people on the city wall, and the hopelessly dark sky behind them. Vision gradually blurred. Qin Yu's short life passed before her eyes. It was too late to regret it. If she could, she really wanted to do it all over again, to see how far Bai Weilan could go without her protection. If she could do it all over again, she, Qin Yu, would never give everything foolishly. It would be great if I could do it all over again. Chapter 2. The morning sun shone in through the screen window, and the person on the bed seemed to be in a nightmare. Qin Yu was sweating profusely and writhed on the bed in panic. After a long time, she suddenly screamed and sat up from the bed. Panting heavily, she looked at the position she was in. The goal she entered was a clean and tidy room with half a cake on the table. Everything looked so familiar. This is her room before the end of the world. Qin Yu is a little unsure. Could it be that after death, people will return to the place she most wants to go? She stood up slowly, looking at the familiar room with tears in her eyes. This is her home. She still remembered that it was her birthday a few days before the end of the world, and she took out that piece of cake because she was hungry in the middle of the night. Qin Yu picked up the cake and took a bite. The soft and sweet smell spread from the tip of her tongue. This is really an incredible dream, even the taste is so real. Wait, real? Qin Yu bit herself hard, and the smell of blood spread from her mouth. She was stunned for a moment, and then she was ecstatic. Is she really going back to the past? Back when it didn't start? Qin Yu immediately turned on the phone, and the date on it showed May 20th. She remembered that the end of the world was May 25th. On that day, Bai Weilan borrowed her residence to hold a dance party. The sky suddenly darkened, and the sun was covered by clouds and gradually dimmed. There was no light between the sky and the earth, and it took a few minutes for it to return to normal. However, this is normal but not what people want. There were unconscious people one after another that night. At first they thought they had the flu, and some classmates helped send the unconscious people to the hospital. I don't know when I passed out, but the world has changed after waking up. Knock, knock, there was a knock on the door, and before knocking a few times, there was the sound of a key turning. Qin Yu, you just got up now, shall we go shopping? Bai Weilan walked in from the outside. Qin Yu remembered that Bai Weilan lived in the school at the beginning, and only after Qin Yu bought the villa did she leave with tears in her eyes. Finally, Qin Yu gave her the key to the villa and asked her to live permanently before accepting it. A look of being bullied. Until he was killed at the end of the day, Qin Yu just thought that the bad relationship between himself and Bai Weilan was due to the environment where they had a bad temper, and they could no longer communicate like little sisters. When is this change? It seems that she suddenly awakened the space power one day, and suddenly changed from an ordinary person to a key protection object in the team of power users. When her eyes touched the jade bead in Bai Weilan's hand, Qin Yu's thoughts suddenly opened up. She had a strange feeling that this jade bead given to Bai Weilan by herself was very important. Otherwise, why would Bai Weilan ask for it repeatedly, until one day suddenly gone? Qin Yu's eyes flashed a gloomy look. At that time, Qin Yu once wondered at the jade pendant and jade pearl Bai Weilan she gave were so precious that they disappeared as soon as they were seen. But at that time, a piece of jade was not as good as a piece of biscuit. Looking at Bai Weilan who was so happy, she naturally couldn't say anything. Qin Yu, what are you thinking? Bai Weilan had a bad premonition in her heart. This premonition told herself that she might lose something important if she didn't leave Qin Yu, but she really wanted the jade pendant she saw yesterday. It's just that the price is too expensive. This Qin Yu should not have a problem with his usual dullness, right? For a moment, Bai Weilan's mind turned back and forth, and finally decided that she must fool Qin Yu into buying her the jade guanyin that she was looking for in the mall, and then dumped him. It's okay, what are you looking for? Qin Yu looked at the table when he spoke, as he usually tidied things up. Although Qin Yu always thought that watching others speak was a sign of respect, but if he met Bai Weilan at this time, Qin Yu was afraid that she would unconsciously show a murderous look, which made Bai Weilan aware of the strangeness early. Go shopping, there must be a lot of interesting things in the shopping mall today, let's go together. Bai Weilan's delicate melon seed face showed a longing look. In the past, every time she did this, Qin Yu would soft-heartedly agree, although Qin Yu she doesn't like shopping, but she can make people do things she doesn't like, which in itself proves whether Bai Weilan's charm is good or not. Qin Yu looked away from her face. Okay, you go outside and wait, I haven't brushed my teeth and washed my face yet. Qin Yu, you've turned bad, you never asked me to wait outside. Bai Weilan scolded coquettishly, walked over indifferently, bypassed Qin Yu, and wanted to sit on the big soft bed, but seeing that it hadn't been tidied up, she felt disgusted by the mess for a while, and turned around to sit by the table on the sofa. Qin Yu couldn't see what she was thinking, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but a trace of sarcasm and quickly retracted it. Don't worry, the account always has to be settled slowly. Bai Weilan doesn't need to pay a lot, as long as he pays back what he owes to himself well, then they have nothing to do with each other. In this life, she will never be so stupid as to provide Bai Weilan with all kinds of conveniences and be taken advantage of and end up as a bad person. Okay, whatever you want, I just had a nightmare, I have to take a shower now. If you are bored, watch TV first. Qin Yu took out the clothes to change from the closet and walked into the bathroom. In fact, she didn't say anything. Wei Lan can also do it by herself, and she doesn't understand politeness at all. Third chapter. The water splashed non-stop. Qin Yu splashed cold water on her face with her hands, she patted her cheeks, and then looked up at herself in the mirror. The person in the mirror still looks a bit childish, her wet bangs are messily pulled to the sides, her face has the paleness after a nightmare and the lingering look of panic and uneasiness, her mid-length hair is not too soft but not lacking in luster scattered behind her back. If it weren't for these eyes that have experienced the vicissitudes of the last days, Qin Yu would probably think that everything is his own illusion. Drops of cold water left along the forehead and dripped into the pool, disrupting the shallow shadows reflected in it. Today in the last life, Bai Weilan came to her shopping very excitedly. It was not so much that Bai Weilan unilaterally dragged Qin Yu to the jade market at the top of the shopping mall. It is estimated that Bai Weilan had taken a fancy to that jade guanyin a long time ago. Only those who are too shy have to recruit someone to be a big pig. It has been like this since she was a child. It didn't take long for her relatives to know what cheap things Bai Weilan bought for Qin Yu, but she never said what Qin Yu bought for Bai Weilan and the benefits Bai Weilan got from Qin Yu. I don't know if she forgot, still take it for granted. If I remember correctly, the jade guanyin is worth 30,000 yuan, which is not expensive among good jades, but Bai Weilan couldn't bear the money in his pocket, so he kept encouraging her to go shopping. It's really a good plan, you don't have to pay anything, and naturally he, a stupid bastard, will come forward to help, heh. While washing quickly, Qin Yu thought about what might happen. No matter whether the jade bead cheated by Bai Weilan was related to her space in the previous life or not, she would get it back in this life. She took her benefits, and finally killed herself in the name of not having enough benefits. Qin Yu felt that she was really stupid and angry. How could Bai Weilan, a woman who only knew how to depend on others, meet Xia Yuhuai if she hadn't been there to protect her all the way in her previous life, and how could she have lived so comfortably without the food she desperately took back? Selling your body by wrapping biscuits. At that time, Bai Weilan never thought that she would be tired, need rest, and need food. Bai Weilan never knew how hard her younger cousin, who was also an ordinary person, had to put in to stand shoulder to shoulder with men, and she never thought about the embarrassing and painful position she was in order to gain a foothold when she complained and lost her temper. Bai Weilan doesn't understand, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, only what you pay for can get you. The ridiculous thing is that she has never thought about giving, and she can't see other people's giving. Such a person viciously kills after blindly asking for it. The more Qin Yu thought about it, the angrier she became, but she knew that this anger was unacceptable, and it didn't help her current situation. Excessive anger would only make her lose her mind and be unable to think seriously. Qin Yu, are you still okay? You are so slow, I can't wait to get out. Bai Weilan's dissatisfied voice sounded outside the door. If the bathroom was locked, she would probably open the door and come in. It will take a while, wait a little longer, it will be ready soon. Qin Yu looked coldly towards the direction of the door. If you are in a hurry, go first, anyway, you know, I am not interested in shopping. Bai Weilan got a little angry when she heard that. If she didn't need you to pay for it, she wouldn't be waiting here. Although Mom gave a lot of money, since she divorced Dad, she had to specify the reasons for each sum in detail. Although her father would also give her money, but because she followed her motherhood since she was a child, she rarely asked her father for anything in order to maintain her image in front of others. It's okay, you wash it, I'll play with my phone for a while. Bai Weilan habitually maintained a smile on her face, but when she thought that the other party couldn't see her at all, her sweet smile suddenly cooled down, and her eyes stared fiercely inside. Really anxious, Qin Yu curled her lips indifferently, hypocrisy. When Qin Yu finished washing and came out, Bai Weilan still looked like a gentle and good sister. She couldn't wait to pick up her bag and walked over. Let's go, I have to go to school tomorrow and go shopping today. Originally, Su Hua and Xiaoye were also coming, but I just want to go shopping with you, see if I treat you well. It's very good, so good that Qin Yu only thinks of her when paying the money. This time I don't want them to come because I don't want people to know that I cherish feathers all the time. The old Bai Weilan would actually ask people for things. Qin Yu scoffed at her flattery. Didn't you say you want to go out? Let's go. Qin Yu picked up her bag and walked out. This time, she must buy jade guanyin and will not give it away foolishly. Chapter 4. The streets are very lively, children are running around with balloons, old people are sitting in tea houses drinking tea and chatting on crutches. Young white-collar workers are rushing by with folders. Most of the girls who are about their age, they chattered through the merchandise. The ice cream over there looks delicious, I'll buy it for you. Bai Weilan said so without moving her footsteps. Qin Yu still couldn't understand what she meant. It was nothing more than giving a sesame seed to take away from her later watermelon. No, I caught a cold yesterday. Ah, what a coincidence, Qin Yu likes ice cream the most. Bai Weilan looked over regretfully, thinking that Qin Yu had changed his sex. If there is any hobby of the old-fashioned Qin Yu, it would be eating and staying at home. He didn't even eat when he came out today. It's okay, I'll buy it next time. Too lazy to deal with Bai Weilan, Qin Yu walked slowly, admiring the buildings on the side of the road and the happy smiles of the crowd. It has been a long time since I saw this prosperous scene. After the end of the world, the whole city fell into panic, leaving people with a natural environment full of holes and endless despair. The fountain in front of the mall spouted crystal water, and a child was holding popcorn and pointing at a balloon not far away. Obviously, when he learned that his mother didn't want to buy it, he wanted to roll around and mess around, but was forcefully taken away by the young mother. Some bold sparrows flew down from the branches on the side of the road to pick up the few popcorn scattered by the children. The weather is so nice, Qin Yu, you need to go out more often. House girls are not popular now. When will you be able to get married when you are facing the computer every day? Well, women need to use some women's things. Bai Weilan pointed, looking at the cosmetic store not far away. Let's go over and see if there are any new products. By the way, my perfume is almost used up recently. She walked forward and said casually. Qin Yu looked at Bai Weilan, who was very excited after entering the mall. If she had said so before, she would have offered to help her choose the perfume and pay for it. Now, Qin Yu lowered her head and sneered, and paid for it herself. She decided not to be hated by others. You have been taken advantage of. Please don't say that you are not enough. If it will be better without Qin Lan, she will vomit. You choose, I'll go to the toilet first. Qin Yu took his arm out of Bai Weilan's hand, and said before the other party said, I'll be back soon. If you want anything, you can choose slowly. Really, Qin Yu, you really spoil the scenery. Okay, go and come back, I will choose it soon, and then we will go shopping for your favorite snacks or something. Sure enough, Bai Weilan was listening. Qin Yu didn't care about what she said. Anyway, after she finished choosing the items, someone would pay for it. Only now did Bai Weilan feel at ease talking with the shopping guide, completely ignoring Qin Yu, who was still standing next to her. Qin Yu didn't care either. She carried her bag and walked towards the toilet. In fact, she turned a corner and walked to the elevator when Bai Weilan couldn't see it. She ignored the dazzling array of goods and went straight to the mall without a pause. The top of. If she remembered correctly, the jade Avalokitesphera was placed in a cabinet on the far right. It was a very ordinary looking but also very strange jade. Its left side was bright white and the right side was light green. Separated in the middle, the boundaries are clear and not abrupt. Qin Yu walked over quickly, and tapped on the one he liked among the densely packed jade stones. I want this jade guanine, can you take it out and have a look? Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter took out the key to open the glass cabinet, and took out the jade that Qin Yu wanted from it. This jade Avalokitesphera is made in Myanmar, it's the best. Qin Yu carefully looked at the jade Avalokitesphera in his hand, and planned to explain it to the beautiful waitress. I know, you don't have to tell me to see it myself. She turned the Avalokitesphera upside down. Come here, that's right, this is the jade guanine with a small flaw on the back. Here, I'll swipe the card. Holding jade guanine, Qin Yu's mood was a little complicated. She took out the credit card from her wallet and handed it over. After receiving the card, the waitress asked, do you need to pack it? No, I'm going to pack it yourself, I feel more thoughtful like this. After the waiter finished swiping the card and took it back, Qin Yu smiled and refused the packing, put away the jade pendant, and picked up the bag. After packing it up, I have a friend who will come with me. I hope the mall can protect the privacy of customers. Yes, we will not divulge any customer information. The waitress who just completed the transaction smiled more enthusiastically. This lady probably knew that her friend wanted it, so she sneaked here by herself and bought it first to surprise them. But it's none of her business. Thinking of the sales and commission this month, she happily thought how great it would be if she could complete such a business every day. Qin Yu nodded, walked out, untied the red rope tied with jade guanine on the spot away from the waiter's sight, and took it up. She took a look in the mirror and checked that there was no sign on the outside before stepping on the elevator. Go down. Chapter 5. Coming out of the toilet, Qin Yu shook off the drops of water on her hands and walked outside. While waiting, Bai Weilan might be in a hurry. Qin Yu was arranging the corners of her clothes while walking, when she heard someone calling her just as she walked out of the toilet aisle. Hey, Qin Yu, over here, we are here. Two young and pretty girls in front of the jewelry store next to the elevator on the first floor walked towards Qin Yu quickly, waving their hands, this way, here, look here. Qin Yu turned her head and saw these two classmates. What a coincidence, isn't this the Su Hua and Xiaoye who Bai Weilan mentioned before going out? In the morning, who were unwilling to go with them? I don't know how Bai Weilan will react when he sees these two people, it should be very interesting. Qin Yu smiled at the two classmates, and walked over as usual. Are you here to go shopping too? Yeah, it's so boring to stay at home on Sunday after all. We just bought 2 clips. Looking at Su Hua, he took out a pink-blue Korean-style clip from the delicate plastic bag at hand. How about it, isn't it beautiful? But unfortunately there is another one that was snatched by my sister. God knows how that guy came to shop. Su Hua complaining depressedly. Xiaoye on the side couldn't see the bottom of her eyes. Didn't you say that there are too few people to go shopping? And it's not fun, so you have to drag your sister out. Why are you looking sluggish now? Who knew that she would run away after taking the things? Hearing that she was being teased, Su Hua immediately jumped up to refute. Xiaoye waved her hand indifferently. If you don't run, you will wait for you to grab the things back. You two have such a good relationship. Qin Yu looked at the noisy couple and felt emotional. In his memory, Su Hua was scratched by a zombie when he was running away. At that time, Qin Yu was fighting the zombie in front of him. It was too late to rescue her, and finally the large army had to abandon her, but Qin Yu didn't understand how Su Hua, who was clearly in the middle, would be squeezed to the outside. A lot of things happened later. The cheerful Xiaoye became more and more withdrawn, and her popularity became worse and worse. During a big escape in the 5th month, she was pushed into the pile of zombies by another jealous young woman who was traveling with her. Although they later accused the woman who came in halfway, they could not and were not qualified to make her prosecute in the last days without legal protection and survival guarantee. Most people just regretted how they should live their lives for a while. After all, living people are worth more than dead people. No one will make trouble for themselves at this time. Where do you have a good relationship with her? Let's go, Qin Yu. Let's go to the 2nd floor to have a look. I heard that there is a batch of new arrivals in Shihui Pavilion. We just want to go and have a look. Su Hua took Qin Yu's hand and was about to leave. Bai Weilan is in front. Why don't we go to see her first and then go to Shihui Pavilion to look at the clothes together? Qin Yu suggested with a smile. Bai Weilan is here too. Didn't she say that she has something to do today? Xiaoye asked puzzled. We called her yesterday, but she didn't agree. Really? Weilan dragged me out of the bed early this morning. I woke up excitedly and wanted to go shopping. I knew we would all come together. As soon as Qin Yu said this, the expressions of Su Hua and Xiaoye suddenly became subtle. Maybe she forgot. The 3 of them walked over. At that time, Bai Weilan was sitting on a chair trimming eyebrows for the beautician. Qin Yu looked at the 2 handbags on the counter, which were full of expensive cosmetics. Bai Weilan, you're really not mean. You said that something happened and you came shopping with Qin Yu. The carefree Su Hua directly pointed out that she was not mean enough. Bai Weilan's complexion changed, and she immediately said, yesterday, my mother asked me to visit my aunt's house. Later, we didn't go because we had something to do. I called Qin Yu because of your suggestion yesterday. I also wondered if I could meet her. Come on, it turned out to be a coincidence. By the way, what did you buy? I didn't buy anything. I was planning to wait for you to go to the 2nd floor to look at the clothes. Xiaoye is not like Su Hua's rough nerves, and Bai Weilan knows it after a little thought. It is insincere. If you really want to call, now that technology is so advanced, you can call someone with just one call, so you need to make a special effort to see if there is a coincidence. Hey, that's not right. Don't you still have a mobile phone? Why don't you call us? Su Hua still accused. Probably I forgot. Let's go, let's get dressed first. Xiaoye persuaded. Stop dawdling, you don't want to go upstairs. Yeah, I didn't expect it at first. Let's go. Also I just want to go and have a look. Bai Weilan picked up her bag and shopping bag, took Qin Yu's hand, and immediately let go when she realized that her hand was still wet. Let's go. Qin Yu stood beside Su Hua and said. Bai Weilan saw people walking out, and hurriedly followed. Hey. Then he didn't know what to say. Could he just call Qin Yu to stop her and she hasn't paid yet? After a second thought, Bai Weilan simply pretended to forget about the fact that she hadn't paid. As expected, they were stopped by the older and dignified female beautician next to her. Wait, this lady forgot to pay. Now, Bai Weilan breathed a sigh of relief, and finally kept her wallet. Chapter 6. Hearing the voice of the beautician, Bai Weilan looked back at the few people in embarrassment, and said to Qin Yu, I forgot. Normally, it would be very easy for people to be watched by a classic beauty like Bai Weilan. Soft-hearted, especially those pair of full eyes, even if it is the same sex, there will be a bit of pity. It's a pity that Qin Yu is no longer interested in this appearance, so she turned her head and chatted with Su Hua indifferently. It's okay, Bai Weilan, hurry up. Xiaoya said understandingly, didn't she just forget to pay, hurry up, maybe the meaning in her eyes was a little noticed by Bai Weilan, but it's not good to ask Bai Weilan to continue. Here, I'll swipe the card. Bai Weilan held the shopping bag tightly in her hand, for fear of revealing her displeasure. What's going on with this Qin Yu? Didn't she always take the initiative to pay the bill like this in the past, thanks to the fact that she bought so many expensive cosmetics today? Thinking about it, the smile on Bai Weilan's face was a little stiff and distorted. She felt that Qin Yu was a different person today. Could it be something that a classmate said in front of Qin Yu recently? Thinking like this, Bai Weilan's eyes slid toward Su Hua and Xiaoya. Before the two of them appeared, everything was fine. These two damn girls must have said bad things about her. The thought was only for a moment, and when the beautician returned the card to Bai Weilan, she had already left this short-term distress to Malaysia. The most important thing at present is to have a good relationship with Qin Yu before she can ask Qin Yu to make up for her loss. Qin Yu, what's the matter with you? You're absent-minded. You don't seem very happy. Tell me something. My cousin will enlighten you today. Bai Weilan approached Qin Yu with a sweet smile. The words pointed out her concern and hinted at Qin Yu who is his own. Qin Yu really wanted to ask Bai Weilan if he could give her back the jade beads in her hand, but he changed his mind again. It's probably not a coincidence that Bai Weilan, who had no skills in the previous life, was able to live well in the last days with super high luck, right? Even when Bai Weilan was an ordinary person, most of the people who opposed her and looked down on her did not end well, even those who supported her all the way were eventually designed to die for various reasons. A general success was achieved by stepping on the bones of countless soldiers, and a Bai Weilan success was also achieved by walking on the heads of many others who were exploited by her. Could this be the so-called darling of heaven? It's okay, it's just that I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm a bit lethargic today. Qin Yu showed a tired face, and yawned at the right time, expressing that he was in a trance and lacked concentration, but he didn't sleep well, and it didn't bother him. Well, why don't I move in and live with you these few days? Bai Weilan suggested slightly relieved. No, I'm afraid of noise recently, and I'm more used to living alone. No need to look at Bai Weilan, Qin Yu also knows what her idea is. It's just to use the site to hold a dance. Bai Weilan, who followed her mother in her previous life, has always wanted to squeeze into the real world. In the upper class of society, it's a pity that people are not as good as heaven, and the end of the world has come before she succeeds. In fact, the Qin family just happened to be at a low point during that time. Miss Bai, who had high eyes and low hands, was afraid that she would be unlucky with a wretch who would drag her along, so she took her daughter away with a tough attitude without doing anything. When she came to Qin's house, it was just that Bai Weilan, who had already learned how to observe words and make small calculations at that time, resolutely abandoned her father's family in order to get all her mother's property, and changed her name and surname to follow her mother. After many years, feng shui has taken turns, the Qin family has risen, the Bai family has fallen, and life is full of surprises. Oh, then you have to take good care of yourself. Really, you are such a grown-up, you don't know how to take care of yourself. Bai Weilan suppressed the matter of borrowing the villa, and complained in a low voice. In the past, she scolded Qin Yu like this. She will be very happy when the time comes, it will be much more convenient to coax her first, and then mention it later. That's right, I'm going to buy something to eat later, do you want to go together? Qin Yu suggested. What are you looking for? I plan to buy a lot of fruit and snacks for my house. I haven't gone out for the past month. It's troublesome. Qin Yu said as before. Anyway, her house is obvious to all. Every month, she buys a few bags of snacks to store at home. Okay, let's go together later. Xiaoya thought about it for a while, but she didn't mind buying some snacks to take home. Bai Weilan felt a little depressed. How much are the snacks worth? How about some beautiful clothes? Do you have a brand name bag? Do you have precious jewelry? I heard that there is a jade exhibition upstairs, let's go after watching it. Chapter 7. Expecting that Bai Weilan would want to go, Qin Yu didn't want to dampen her interest, anyway, she already got the things, right? Looking at the beautiful clothes in front of her, Qin Yu is not interested. These inconvenient clothes can easily cause inconvenience and accidents during strenuous exercise. Sometimes a small mistake can be made up with life. He continued to follow by Wei Lan because he hadn't got the jade beads yet. Although it would be shameful to find a way to get back what he gave away, Qin Yu didn't want to use his own things to make his opponent stronger. It's her luck if Bai Weilan is still strong after losing Qin Yu's protection, but if she uses Qin Yu's things to turn against Qin Yu, she will feel that she is really stupid and hopelessly stupid. Qin Yu, don't you want to buy something? Xiaoya asked after trying on clothes. No, I'm only interested in eating. From the place where she bought clothes to the roof, Qin Yu never knew that she could spend so much time shopping by herself. She used to enjoy it, but now she feels it is extremely tormented. There are still many things that have not been confirmed, and I really don't want to waste time on shopping. There are all kinds of jade in the glass window. Bai Weilan looked over and over again. Miss, do you have Guanin's jade here? Yes, please follow me. The salesman invited. Bai Weilan to another on one side, pointing to a row of jade guanin in the window. Bai Weilan took a look and found that these were not the jade guanin that gave her a special feeling on Saturday. She was a little anxious, as if she had lost something important. I've seen all of these, is there any more? If you are not satisfied, there are still some in the cabinet, please wait a moment. The salesman leaned over and took out some undisplayed jade guanin from the cabinet. Wow, there are so many beautiful jade pendants. Qin Yu, come and take a look. Although Su Hua is not very interested in the jade pendants themselves, this does not hinder her visual appreciation. Keep your voice down, it will disturb others. Xiaoye reminded from the side, it is very rude to make such a loud noise in a public place. Su Hua touched his head and laughed a few times. Isn't this too exciting? Don't worry, I'll keep my voice down. Look first, I have something else to do. I heard that there will be a flu recently. I don't know if it's true or not. When you get home, ask your parents to prepare more food. Really or not? It feels like last time it's not long since the flu passed. Su Hua said. Be prepared. It's a gossip. I heard from a relative of our family who works in the police station that there was a flu in the mountainous area of the neighboring city. It hasn't been reported yet, and we don't know the result yet. Qin Yu took out her phone and checked the time. Look first, I still have something to do. Okay, go get busy first, let's go shopping first. Xiaoye paid attention to Qin Yu's words. If the price rises at that time, it will only affect working-class parents. It is another burden, it is better to prepare early. Looking out of the window through the glass, there was a family walking by holding hands below. Qin Yu's eyes were gloomy. If she hadn't had a bad idea to get back the bracelet she gave to Bai Weilan before, she would have gone home long ago. Now I have to make two-handed preparations. If I can't even rush back, I will live here directly, and then I will meet up with my grandfather at the southern base, but it is also beneficial to do so. The material target is much smaller, and it is not easy to attract the attention of others. Qin Yu found a place far away and stood under the pillar next to the counter with her mobile phone to contact the agency company. They agreed to meet in the afternoon and have a detailed conversation before hanging up the phone. At this time, Bai Weilan's expression became more and more ugly. She was sitting on the chair in front of the cabinet and was still asking the salesperson to change another batch for jade guanin, as if she would not give up until she found the jade she wanted. Time can't be wasted. Although there are still 5 days left, Qin Yu can't guarantee that the courier can be delivered on time without any accidents. She just searched for a lot of Inner Mongolia air-dried beef in a city that is not far away. Smiled and opened his eyes. The stock was sold out at once, and it is rare to meet such a big customer in a year. When Qin Yu searched for rental information on the internet, an ordinary-looking man in gray clothes passed by another noble woman with dyed red hair beside her. Even in a safe period, Qin Yu never relaxed. Be vigilant, there is no doubt that this is a thief. He took the woman's wallet. For a moment, a thought flashed in Qin Yu's mind, and she followed the gray-clothed man without hesitation. Judging from his actions, he is a habitual thief. He looks very natural as a shopper, but he is actually very vigilant. If Qin Yu hadn't cultivated a pair of discerning eyes in the apocalypse for several years, he would have been discovered and lost. Yuan Quan avoided the crowd all the way and walked into the dark alley. Wuxiangzi 9th Street was his territory, and usually no one would come. Thinking of today's harvest, he was secretly happy. He hadn't made a move for a while. If it wasn't for the recent wind that made him feel overwhelmed, he wouldn't have made a move so early. But a fat sheep is a fat sheep, and his fingertips couldn't help but touching the bag on his chest. He felt the thickness of the wallet through the clothes. Stepping up to the empty place, Yuan Quan licked his lips excitedly, and took out an LV wallet from his clothes with his fingers. This is the rhythm of sending it out. Feeling favored by the god of wealth, Yuan Quan opened his wallet with a happy face. His eyes were immediately glued to the cards and banknotes stuffed inside. Today is a really good day, I have made a fortune. The harvest is good, Gong Shi Fa Kai. An abrupt voice rang in Yuan Quan's ear, so frightened that he almost shook his hand and dropped his wallet, ready to run away. Who? Chapter 8. Yuan Quan squeezed his wallet tightly and turned around, only to find that it was a young woman who made the noise. He breathed a sigh of relief, put the wallet in his clothes, and said viciously, "Woman, don't meddle in your own business. When you were stealing just now I took a photo." Qin Yu didn't care about his thoughts at all. Anyway, the end of the world is coming, and if you want revenge, you have to save your life, so let's hit it with a stick first, and then say, "But I have something to help you, you can consider it or not tell me." What's the matter? Yuan Quan looked at Qin Yu vigilantly. God knows how much he wanted to run, but the guy standing in front of him knew it was Lien Jiazi at a glance. His eyes had never seen blood, so he couldn't practice it. When Qin Yu was about to talk, her phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and instinctively didn't want to answer it. Just as she was about to press it, she remembered that the thing was still there, so she couldn't mess up the relationship. "Hey, Qin Yu, run away. Where did you go? We can't find you." As soon as the phone was connected, Bai Weilan asked directly in a bad tone, and could vaguely hear the angry roar of the noble woman who lost money, as if she was scolding the shopkeeper. How is the security system so bad? I have something to do. I'm going home first. It's inconvenient now. Let's talk about it next time we meet. Qin Yu, who wanted to turn his back on him, endured it, but did not sarcastically say, "I'll hang up now." She was accused repeatedly. Anyone would be annoyed when speaking in such a tone, not to mention Qin Yu, who was self-respecting, used to treat her as a relative, and would tolerate no matter how sharp she was. Now, Bai Weilan does whatever she likes. As soon as Yuan Quan, who was thinking about running away, moved his feet, Qin Yu squinted and passed by. Well, the bright bloody warning eyes made him stop thinking. "Grandma, what do you want to do?" "That's what I said, but if this woman really said that the man was covered by her, and now he came here for the wallet, and he wouldn't hand it over." Thinking of this, Yuan Quan's heart settled down slightly, and then he planned to tease the little girl and suddenly raised it up. Again, could it be that she is here to play black and eat black? Okay, is this the rhythm for the uncle to work hard all day and finally become a contribution? Seeing that the face of this person in front of him changed like a palette, although Qin Yu was happy that he was thoughtful, smart and easy to use, but this kind of cunning person also meant that he was difficult to control. "Stop thinking about it, I'm not interested in your wallet." Qin Yu hung up the phone, took out Bai Weilan's photo from the album and handed it over. "I'll give you 2 days, I don't care what method you use, steal it or grab it, whatever you want. I want the jade bead bracelet on her hand. I will pay you 100,000 yuan and destroy the evidence you left in my hands. Remember, don't make bad ideas. I have 2 mobile phones. I don't mind giving them away. One is for the police station. By the way, when I called just now, I heard that the victim was looking for you in the mall." Leave the words aside, Qin Yu is sure that this smart person will know what she means. There are photos of Bai Weilan thanks to her smug beauty. It's okay for me to take pictures, but I also like to take pictures with other people's mobile phones. She was just reborn and didn't have time to delete them before they came in handy. As early as when he saw someone, Qin Yu thought that since it was inconvenient for him to make a move, wouldn't others have no worries? So she began to plan and ponder the feasibility of the matter, first hit a stick and then give a date, believing that this person will do what she wishes. "I'll call you in 2 days, and I wish you success." Seeing that the person was about to leave, Yuan Quan hurriedly said, "Wait, aren't you afraid that if I tell her, or it won't be possible? Do you believe her? Stupid, take a step back, what good will it do you? I can say that the mobile phone used as evidence was lost on the way home. As for you, can you do it? If you doubt your ability, I can't do anything." Qin Yu sneered, "Circles have their rules, and circles have their connections. If one person can't do it, 10 people, I know you understand, it just depends on whether you are willing to share money with others. Then how do I know you will pay?" Yuan Quan asked what he cared most about. Qin Yu took out the bank card and 100 yuan from the wallet, and threw the rest over. "This is the deposit, and I'll give you the rest after I get the bracelet. I know what else you want to say, just ask me to take it. What should you do if you run away after getting the money?" If you run away for this money, I will accept the site and hire other people to arrest you. The rest of the meaning is, if you want to run away, you will run away, and if you run away, I will let you become a joke in the circle and live in peace. Is it worth it for such a small amount of money? One last thing to remind you, her name is Bai Weilan, and she is a third-year student at Imperial University. Qin Yu thought for a while, and then revealed the news of Bai Weilan's residence at the school. Okay, don't worry, I will take care of it for you. Chapter 9. Qin Yu stopped a green car on the side of the road and took a taxi home. She was eager to know if her guess was correct. Hastily opened the door, locked it, and walked into his room before Qin Yu felt relieved, and took out the jade guanyin around his neck to check. Is it this thing? How is it used? Everything about Bai Weilan is just her conjecture, but Qin Yu is sure that Bai Weilan must have a secret, but the hidden secret has not been discovered by her so far. After studying jade guanyin repeatedly, Qin Yu didn't find anything unusual, nor did he discover the particularity of this jade pendant. In short, this is an ordinary jade guanyin with neither mechanism nor value. Thinking of this, Qin Yu is a little bit unwilling. Could it be that her guess was wrong from the beginning? Playing with jade guanyin with one hand, Qin Yu rested her chin to think about it. A few minutes later, her eyes unexpectedly fell on the utility knife inserted in the pen holder in front of the desk. And finally decided to give it a try. If it still didn't work, she wouldn't waste energy, and hurry up to stockpile food. Concentrating on it, Qin Yu got ready, took a utility knife and drew a line on the index finger of her left hand, and suddenly red blood gushed out. She put down the craft knife and picked up guanyin to press the blood on it. The sky and the earth are changing. Qin Yu seems to be in mid-air, surrounded by wind and clouds, as if he has experienced hundreds of millions of light years, and witnessed the scene from the barrenness of the land to the vicissitudes of the sea, the dry sea and the dry stone. Does not actually exist. At this time, Qin Yu was standing on a piece of red desert. There was no one here, or to be precise, there was no living thing except Qin Yu himself, and there was red sand everywhere. There is no sun in the whole area, but it is very bright. The area of the desert is about the size of 5 or 6 sports squares. Qin Yu walked towards the edge and found that people cannot cross the boundary line, as if separated by an invisible but tangible space wall. Qin Yu grabbed a handful of sand and found that he couldn't figure out why. Although he was puzzled, he was more happy. This is probably the legendary space. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help laughing. Thank you for your blessing. After staying in the space for a while, Qin Yu concentrated on going out, and sure enough, the world changed a second later, and she returned to her room. Before Qin Yu could react, he found that the door of his house had been knocked violently. Damn, is this the rhythm of debt collection? Open the door, is anyone at home? A rough and impatient voice sounded from outside, accompanied by the sound of knocking on the door. Qin Yu walked out quickly and opened the door with a sad face. Who is there? Ah. Send the rice, you sign for it. The person wearing a poor-quality uniform outside the door handed it over with a pen and a notebook. This company has been buying rice from the boss for many years. He can't get angry, but his face is not very good looking. Really, I have been waiting at home for so long. I have been waiting for half an hour. Didn't you say it will be delivered at 1 o'clock? Sister, look now, it's almost 2 o'clock. If you are not a regular customer, this time there are too many orders. I left early. Dissatisfied, he took the notebook, sent the rice uncle and called the young man who was traveling with him to get off the car and unload the rice. Where should I put the rice? Qin Yu was surprised by the uncle's words, and she went home. It's only 10 o'clock, and 4 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. After being asked 2 or 3 times, he came back to his senses and said, "Excuse me, please send rice to the basement for me. I originally planned to buy a lot of food to concentrate on exercising myself, but now that I have space, it is even better, so I don't have to worry about being forced to give up food if I can't finish it." After the 2 uncles finished moving a cart of rice, Qin Yu gave them 500 red envelopes each. Although she was a member of the Qin family before, she was always very frugal and never spent money recklessly. Today she will give extra tips. One is that the end of the world is coming and money will become waste paper, and the other is that I am embarrassed to see them sweating profusely after waiting for a long time. Brother, you can use this money to buy something to eat. My relative said that the price of goods will rise in a few days, it will be much more expensive, and the money will depreciate at that time, so it is better to buy rice early and store it up. The uncle who was not very happy before was immediately happy, feeling this child because he heard the rumors about the price increase. I bought a truckload of rice with a big wave of my hand. The children of rich people are really funny, but fortunately, they didn't waste money. They have to eat rice every day. Try it at home. When the price really goes up, you can still make money if you buy it now. Qin Yu knew that he probably wouldn't believe it, but he would still buy some to prepare for home. Okay, hee. The uncle is gone. Next time you want rice, remember to ask uncle, and I will deliver it to you on time. Xiaochen will go. The uncle politely took Xiaogong into the car and left. After seeing them off, Qin Yu planned to go to the basement for a try. When the door closed, the doorbell rang again. Chapter 10. Who is this time? Qin Yu was puzzled, and found out through the cat's eyes that she was not someone she knew. Who is it? Is it Miss Qin? I'm the sales manager of My Real Estate, and I received a call this morning saying that you are planning to sell the house. The person outside the door, tall and thin, he was carrying a briefcase, and his glasses blocked his shrewd eyes, making him look softer. Qin Yu opened the door to let him in. As soon as the man came in, he handed over a business card. My surname is Wu. Miss Qin can come to me if she buys or sells a house in the future. Qin Yu took the business card, looked at it, and put it in the pocketbook pocket. I plan to go abroad, and the documents will come down soon. I am in a hurry to sell the house. It doesn't matter if the price is low. As long as it is fast, it is best to complete it within a week. During this period, I will cooperate with you in any procedures, but if it exceeds I don't plan to buy it within the deadline, and just pass it on to relatives. Okay, can I take a look at the house? His voice is gentle, and his tone is appropriate without making people feel abrupt. Okay, let me show you around. Qin Yu led the people forward. This is the kitchen. I don't know how big it is. I'll show you the ID later. Then the two visited the guest room, bedroom, study room, storage room. After spending about 10 minutes browsing the house, Qin Yu took out relevant documents and talked with manager Wu about the house. The house is very good, everything is fine, we will pick out customers who meet your requirements as soon as possible, please rest assured. After a while, the two reached an initial agreement, and the manager Wu of the intermediary company took a few photos and the contents of the certificate and left. Said that tomorrow will bring a new contract, and they will arrange the house-related matters as soon as possible. Ignoring how busy they would be, Qin Yu felt that she was running out of brains. Fortunately, no one would come over in the afternoon. She locked the door again and went into the basement. With one thought, she put dozens of bags of rice into the space. In order to verify that the space can store things, Qin Yu himself went in. Today's newly arrived rice was piled up on the fiery red desert. This time, Qin Yu didn't dare to stay longer. After confirming that the time flow in the jade pendant space was faster than outside, Qin Yu didn't dare to stay longer, for fear of not being aware of it like last time. After several hours, what was even more deceitful was that I thought I had an extra security, and I could hide in when I was in danger, but it was very difficult to actually implement it. For example, one day she was seriously injured outside and fell into a coma, then when she goes out, it is likely that after a few decades, she has directly changed from a girl with flowers to a white-haired old woman. Such a mistake, she cried back. So Qin Yu decided not to hide in the space unless it was a critical moment of life and death. Her only worry now is whether the food placed in the space and the things she collected in the future will all be scrapped because of this special time flow. Although there are still many things that have not been confirmed and dealt with, Qin Yu is most worried about her family. Although her parents died young, her grandfather who took care of her since she was a child is still very good to her. Qin Yu held the mobile phone and tremblingly dialed the number at home. Hello. Hearing the voice from the other end of the mobile phone, she couldn't help but tremble. How happy it is to hear Grandpa's voice again in her lifetime. One thing. Grandpa, she just opened her mouth and tears came out, her voice choked up. This is the grandfather who loved her the most, the grandfather who still tolerated her like a mountain after she lost her parents. If she hadn't been willful and insisted on moving out back then, she wouldn't have been isolated and helpless when the apocalypse came, and her grandfather, who had worked hard for half his life, would still insist on looking for her when the situation was very unfavorable to the Qin family, and finally stayed in Haikao forever from exhaustion. That dirty place didn't wake up. Grandpa, listen to me. I had a dream. The end of the world was coming. Many people fainted without warning, and when they woke up, they turned into monsters that could eat people. It was so scary. They were everywhere. If you eat people, if you are bitten or scratched, you will become one of them. Grandpa, go prepare something to eat, and tell your relatives not to go out, okay? Qin Yu said anxiously, waiting for her to finish talking about the points that should be paid attention to. It was only later that she noticed the silence on the other end of the phone, which made her feel uneasy. In fact, Qin Yu is not sure whether she had a real and terrible nightmare or was reborn after dying in the last days, but she believes that now that she knows it, she should make the best preparations, whether it is by Weilon's design or the last days. Omen. My dear granddaughter, don't be afraid, Grandpa is here. The old man's steady voice came through the phone. Listening to such a voice seemed to be able to erase all of Qin Yu's anxiety. Even if the sky fell, he would no longer feel fear. Chapter 11. Qin Muyuan hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. My good granddaughter is acting abnormally today. She seems to be frightened, and she seems to be pretending to be frightened on purpose. If it's just a dream, Qin Yu's independent character since she was a child will not show a vulnerable side. She has always been strong in forbearance, and the details and affirmations in her words are not at all like pretending. If it is not a dream, then the matter is much more serious. According to my good granddaughter, although she has no evidence of the end of the world, she has provided some news that will appear in the near future, such as the active volcano. In Country A that has been silent for 600 years there will be an explosion, there will be a huge tsunami in Country R. And the leader of Country L will be ousted by the old party. These are things that haven't happened yet. If it is really predicted by the good granddaughter, then. Qin Muyuan sat on the chair, tapping his fingers on the table unconsciously. After a long time, he picked up the phone and made a call. Boss, pack up and go home for the next 2 days. It's not a good idea to stay outside all the time. Come back and stay with the old man for a month. I'm old, and I don't even have a child by my side. Qin Yuanhao listened to his father's nagging, thinking of his father's loneliness in front of the photo after his mother left, and his life alone all the time. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. These sons are too unfilial, and none of the 5 brothers is by his father's side to take care of him. Okay father, I'll pack it up and book a plane ticket tomorrow. Qin Yuanhao put down the documents and said. You tell the 3rd, 4th, and 5th to come back together. The old man misses you very much recently. When he is old, he always wants to get together as a family. Let them all come back and bring their wives, grandchildren, and grandchildren to the old man. I will take a good look at them. Maybe one day when people leave, we won't be able to see anything. Qin Yuanhao on the other end of the phone heard something wrong. How could this seem to be explaining the funeral? Dad, do you have something to hide from us? It's okay, what can I do? It's not just you who are not filial. You are not at home all year round. Tomorrow, you will all book tickets for me to come back. You will honestly stay in the ancestral house for a month. If anyone does not come back, you will not. I'm back. Qin Muyuan said, staring at the sunset outside the window. I'll hang up first if it's nothing. You all prepare well, you can't miss any of them. Okay, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely call them all. Back, Qin Yuanhao said affirmatively over there. Now, Qin Muyuan felt relieved. All the juniors of the Qin family were in chaos. Those who bought air tickets, and those who asked for leave. They were so busy that they were in chaos. Even the elders were very taboo to infiltrate the younger generation with the news that Mr. Qin might leave at any time, and the source of seniority even made the phone call of the old man's personal doctor explode to see if there was something wrong with the old man's health. As a result, Mr. Qin's personal doctor couldn't explain clearly. The more he said that there was no one, the more he didn't believe it, which triggered rounds of wars of words. After 2 days like this, Qin Muyuan always asked people to guard the computer. Ever since the first news was broadcast, he had faintly believed Qin Yu's words, and now several news Qin Yu said had been confirmed. Qin Muyuan sat on the chair, thinking about the supernatural beings that Qin Yu said, and the 4 major bases in the east, west, north, and south. They are close to the south, and it is naturally the most suitable to seek refuge in the southern base. The rest is the matter of supplies. Qin Muyuan find out the number of the secretary in the phone. Old Lu, you use all the active funds on my card to buy food that can be stored for a long time, especially the staple food. Sister Sue, you call the decoration company to come over today to strengthen the yard or something. I want the best materials. It doesn't matter if it's ugly or not. Safety comes first. Old Xia, aren't you right? Our Qin family's piece of land is very interesting. Well, it's not our Qin family's. We will withdraw from this competition. Don't you have something to do with the army? Open the back door. My youngest son is fascinated by the special forces. Again, a super defensive car. How many can you get? Isn't there no way? Children are debts. Old you, your department store has opened all over the country. Can the supermarkets in Haizhou? Don't worry, I don't want the territory, just let me have the goods. Hey, it's not that brat from the 3rd family. I have to learn how to open a supermarket. I can't let the old man run away. Fortunately, I got it to my side first. Old bye, I have lost contact. Okay, to make a long story short, you have opened a lot of hospitals. Take care of me. Get a batch of medicine. Hey, it's not caused by the younger generation at home. Old Chen, we have been fighting for decades, and we have been fighting for half a lifetime without any results. I will stop playing today. I heard that the sky is about to change. I don't know if it's true or not, you should prepare more things at home, don't go out these days, don't be too curious if something strange happens, now it's the world of young people, let's stay honest. After making dozens of phone calls, Qin Muyuan sat in the rocking chair. He did everything he could do for the family. If he is really confused this time, it will at most affect the development of the family in recent years. Injured at the root, he sat on the rocking chair and shook, hoping that the end of the world was really just a joke. Thinking like this, Qin Muyuan thought back to Qin Yu's words, that girl, she didn't come back immediately even though she knew she was in danger. He said that he would wait and he could handle things well, but how mature she could be as a little girl was really worrying. As the breeze blew across the balcony, Qin Muyuan thought in a daze that it's time to give the servants a holiday in a few days, and let them exercise their own muscles and bones when their son and daughter-in-law come. The setting sun in the distance is gradually setting, and the twilight and twilight are beginning to merge. Chapter 12. Hello, do you know where Qin Yu is? I can't seem to find her. Bai Weilan, who came to Qin Yu's class, looked around and saw no one. Standing at the door, she naturally stopped. A classmate asked. You are? I'm Qin Yu's cousin. I have something to do with her. Bai Weilan hurriedly introduced herself, and the classmate with glasses politely told Bai Weilan that Qin Yu had asked for leave today and didn't come to class. After thanking her, Bai Weilan walked back. This Qin Yu is really real. He wanted to discuss with her about borrowing the villa, but he was not there. Where is she going? There were a few people walking sporadically on the boulevard. Bai Weilan took out her mobile phone and dialed the number directly. Sorry. The user you dialed is temporarily unavailable, please dial later. Sorry. The subscriber you dialed cannot be connected for the moment, please redial later. Bai Weilan hung up the phone angrily. Today is really evil. First of all, I always feel that someone is following her, but I can't find the person I usually find. I think after thinking about it, Bai Weilan quickened her pace and walked towards the dormitory. Yuan Quan took a sip of his drink and waited for the target person not far from the school gate. He was also quite unlucky. After following him all morning and passing by, he found out that he just came out to buy a steamed stuffed bun without a bracelet at all. He was forced to keep following him to see if he had put it in his wallet, but his heart was itchy when he thought of the 100,000 promised by his employer. Although the woman had never been out since entering school, this did not hinder him. A smart IQ figured out a way. Weilan, did you come back so early today? The girl in the same dormitory was about to go out to wash with a change of clothes. Bai Weilan's expression at this time was completely different from the previous displeasure. I'm a little worried that Qin Yu didn't come to class today. It should be fine. How old are you and you need to worry about everything? Don't think too much. Did you call? Yes, but no one answered. Go wash it, I'll try it when I go back to the dormitory. Okay, I'm going out first, don't think too much about it, maybe you might ask for leave and go out to play. After finishing speaking, the girl took her clothes and went out. Sitting on the bed, Bai Weilan always had a bad premonition, and her intuition told her that it would be better to stay in the dormitory today. She picked up the French book, flipped through a few pages and threw it away. At this time the phone rang. Bai Weilan picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID on it. Hey, Dad, what's the matter? Your grandpa is probably sick, you plan to come back with Qin Yu in the next 2 days to see. The voice on the other end of the phone was low and rough, with a little fatigue. Bai Weilan didn't care about this, she was as smart as she could hear. The voice of her father's voice, how could ordinary ailments require her grandchildren to go back? She what cared was that old man Qin was finally leaving. This old man had the greatest prejudice against her. Maybe she could return to her father more easily after he left. Thinking of this, Bai Weilan suddenly felt a little elated, and was very reluctant to go back immediately. Okay, Dad, don't worry, I will bring my sister home. Well, hurry up. Your cousins. And the others this time I will come back too, and when I see people screaming. Hanging up the phone, Bai Weilan immediately thought of something wrong. Qin Yu didn't come to class, and Mr. Qin was ill. Could there be any connection between this? Could it be that Qin Yu knew from the beginning that the stinky old man was sick and didn't come to class? No, Bai Weilan couldn't sit still, she wanted to ask Qin Yu immediately. Weilan, there is your courier at the school gate. Another girl in the dormitory came in with a coffee-cold cake. Bai Weilan was puzzled, she didn't have any courier from online shopping recently, and her father called just now. And didn't mention mailing anything, even though she thought so. Bai Weilan went out, I'll go and see, I haven't been on Tabo recently, maybe my mother sent something here. After thinking about it, Bai Weilan turned around and took out the key of Qin Yu's villa from the drawer, ready to wait and see. Yuan Quan watched the target person come out of the campus and excitedly put out the cigarette butt, patted the smell on his body, and stood not far from the school gate with the courier in a blind spot that could not be seen by the probe. Excuse me, are you a courier? I'm Bai Weilan, I heard that there is my courier. Bai Weilan easily found a person who had been standing still at the school gate where people were coming and going, and she walked towards him. Is it this? Yuan Quan took a look at the person coming, his eyes focused on the wrist, very good, this time she was wearing a bracelet. He took out a box from the big green cloth bag beside him and handed it over. It's my name. Bai Weilan found her name on the box. She reached out to take the pen and the box to sign, but at this moment the courier reached out and grabbed her bracelet and quickly stepped onto the motorcycle next to her. His companion quickly drove out of the car. Chapter 13. Bai Weilan, whose face was blown by the exhaust fumes, followed behind and yelled for robbery, but the motorcycle drove out of her sight after a while. Damn bastard. Bai Weilan stomped her feet and scolded, as if she had just realized it. She opened the box in her hand and found that it contained only 2 magazines and advertisements that were often distributed for free on the street. This was a premeditated robbery. Bai Weilan's face turned green with anger, and the alumni who knew her by the side kept persuading her to open something, but fortunately her wallet was not taken away. Hearing this made her angry. The wallet was robbed, and the money in it was at most a few thousand. It was a little troublesome to reissue the bank card, but it took her a long time to cheat Qin Yu over the jade bead bracelet. At the beginning, she immediately fell in love with the emerald green chain, but Mr. Qin gave it to Qin Yu eccentrically, saying that it was Qin Yu's mother's favorite bracelet when she was young. The Qin family is rich, and the aunt of Qin Erbua's family likes jewelry and other collectibles. When she first got it, Bai Weilan had secretly appraised it in the store. The value was extremely high, but now she was snatched away by a liar who knew the goods. How to tell her not to be angry? The security guard at the school ran over at this moment. Sister, do you want to call the police? A gleam of joy flashed across Bai Weilan's face, then her smile dimmed again. She shook her head. No, it's just a bracelet, not very valuable. She wanted to call the police, but the Qin family still has some contacts in City A. Although she was sentenced to her mother and changed her name and surname since she was a child, she is still half of the Qin family. Once she calls the police, her family will definitely receive a notification. When the time comes, Qin, if everyone asks how Qin Yu's bracelet is in her hand, it will be troublesome. Although it is a pity to lose the bracelet, but compared to the price of getting it back, Bai Weilan has no choice but to give up. Then be careful. I'll go to the broadcasting room and let all the students pay attention to this new type of scam. Seeing that the female student didn't suffer much, the security guard nodded and said, I'll go first, don't be too sad. Okay, yes, I have something to do, so let's go out first. No matter how unhappy Bai Weilan was, the matter was already a foregone conclusion. She touched her pocket and found that the wallet and keys were still there. She walked to the side of the road and stopped a taxi. She told the driver the address and closed the door. Eyes repose. Yesterday Qin Yu tried the storage function of the space. Fortunately, the desolation of the jade space is a bit desolate, and the flow of time is also weird and unimaginable, but fortunately, the storage function is still okay. The food put in that day has always been the same. It has to be said that this is a strange and magical space. Hello. Qin Yu stuffed the remaining useful things in the villa into the space while answering the phone. She didn't have the interest or energy to dismantle the large and flashy cabinets and take them away, and gave them all to the next owner of the villa. Buy one get one free. Miss, I've got the jade bead bracelet you want. When are you going to buy the ticket? Let me tell you, Lao Quan, spent a lot of energy this time. That girl is very slick, you have to. Qin Yu received a call from Yuan Quan unexpectedly. She was a little surprised. It was done so quickly. Could it be said that she deserves to be a smart eye in a habit of stealing? Understood, I'll go over right away. She patted the dust off her body. The light-colored home clothes were a bit dirty, but she didn't have time to take a shower right now, so she patted casually, picked up her bag and planned to go out. Yuan Quan was playing with the jade bead bracelet, feeling depressed in his heart. He thought he was going to make a fortune that day, but when he took out the red notes from his wallet and counted them, he found that few of them were real. Damn, if you smell the pungent smell of the newly acquired LV bag, you don't need to look much to know it's fake. Is this the rhythm of getting rich? This is the rhythm of Thomas struggling to meet his peers. I was so excited that the chain in my hand slipped to the ground. Yuan Quan quickly bent down to pick it up. Hey, my little ancestor, don't break it, at least wait until I get 100,000 yuan. Let's talk when we get it. He wiped it with his rough hands, and then put it down to his lips and blew it with his mouth. After confirming that there was no damage, he settled down and waited for the employer. As for how he knew the employer's other phone number, of course it was thanks to his smart and careful brain. When counting the banknotes last night, a mobile phone number top-up note fell out of the money. Normally, he would have lost it. It just so happened that I had an idea to stay, and it was really a good thing for him to stay, otherwise I would have to wait an extra day to get the money. Wouldn't I be anxious to death? Yuan Quan whistled arrogantly. 100,000 yuan, what a sum of money. He will have a good time later, and by the way, he will treat Moo to a drink, thanks to his help today. Over there, Yuan Quan cheerfully planned how to use the huge sum of money he was about to get. Here, Qin Yu just opened the door and was about to go out when a black shadow flashed over. Chapter 14. Qin Yu stared at it. A black cat came in at the door. It looked at Qin Yu for a while, then paced gracefully to the sofa and lay down lazily on it. I saw its round eyes squinting at Qin Yu calmly and arrogantly, then turned its head leisurely and stretched out its tongue to lick the palm with curled claws. Such a casual and arrogant attitude almost made Qin Yu so angry that he didn't bring it up. No time to care about it, Qin Yu glared at it, until she closed the door. The uninvited guy didn't respond. The nobles generally enjoy being lazy on the sofa, and almost ordered someone to sing, feed the fish, massage their back or something of. Taking a taxi directly to Wuxiang 9th Street, Qin Yu quickly found Yuan Quan. The guy leaned against the electric pole by the side of the road with a cigarette in his mouth, quite at ease. When he saw her coming, he immediately took out the cigarette from his mouth and threw it on the ground, stomped hard a few times, spit out to make sure that the smell of cigarettes on his body was not too heavy, and then ran over like a dog. "Boss, you're here." Yuan Quan's face was full of flattering smiles. "I got what you wanted. Hey, it's that one, are you ready?" That. Hee. The three fingers are curled up, and the thumb and index finger are constantly rubbing against each other. If Qin Yu doesn't understand what this guy means, Qin Yu will be blinded for nothing. "Where is the thing?" Here. Yuan Quan immediately took it out of his pocket. "I just got the jade bracelet that has not been warmed up yet. To be honest, I have seen this jade bracelet from an expert. Although it looks good, it is not worth the price offered by the ant in front of me. A sum of money." Qin Yu saw that Yuan Quan's eyes began to roll around again, knowing that he was disturbed and well-intentioned. Even if he was not thinking of something bad, it was definitely not a good thing, but it was fine if it didn't offend her. She took the jade bead bracelet, checked it carefully, and saw a red dot in the middle of a jade stone, so she no longer had any doubts. This bracelet was not stolen, it was the one that Bai Weilan wanted to leave at the beginning. After collecting the things, Qin Yu took out the rest of the money from the bag and handed it to Yuan Quan. The guy happily weighed the banknotes, with a wretched smile on his face, like an old pervert who had been hungry for a long time came across on the vast grassland. There is a young sheep that has been stripped of its clothes and looks fresh. After receiving the money, Yuan Quan had countless pink bubbles in his head. To a certain extent, the money is his lover. It is lonely to masturbate without a lover. He was counting happily, and when he saw that someone was about to leave, he quickly put away all the rippling fantasies in his mind. Alas, his dear employer forgot a very important thing. "Hey, what's the matter?" Qin Yu frowned and picked up the phone. Yuan Quan almost burst into tears. Why did he call every time he saw the lady employer? Yeah, are you at home? Why can't I find you?" Bai Weilan on the other end of the phone felt something was wrong as soon as she opened the door. Not to mention missing things, she still looked like she was moving and didn't plan to live in the near future. "I'm not at home, I have to hang up now." If it wasn't for preventing someone from calling and causing her to miss important information, Qin Yu would have thrown away the phone long ago, and it would be the turn of this white-eyed wolf to harass her. "Wait, my dad said that Grandpa missed us recently. Let me go back with you. Do you want to go home?" At this time, Bai Weilan couldn't care less about borrowing the villa to hold a party, and she quickly asked the question she wanted to know the most. I won't go back this time. I've already made an agreement with my grandfather. I'll make amends to him next time. I'll hang up. Then you. Bai Weilan's first reaction was to lie, and she just wanted to ask why Qin Yu asked for leave, and regarding the matter of the villa, I realized that Qin Yu on the other end of the phone had already hung up before she finished speaking. Bai Weilan stomped her feet angrily, she didn't believe a word of Qin Yu's words anyway. Boss, you still haven't returned my photo to me. Yuan Quan had already hidden the ticket in his pocket when Qin Yu answered the phone, and immediately went to see someone when he was free. Anyway, there is nothing in your hand. No, it just so happens that my younger brother has time to go back to his hometown recently, so he can show my old mother her handsome son. By the way. Qin Yu was stunned all of a sudden. She squinted at Yuan Quan, the rhythm of, if you really want to leave, please return my photo to me. It's useless to you, I can return it to my mother. What are you doing? Chapter 15. Photos. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to tell you that I don't have that thing at all, and I didn't stare at you on purpose. Who has time to take pictures, so you can rest assured. As for your mother, I heard that there are a lot of epidemics recently, and the price will be lower. If you have nothing to do, buy some food and spend more time with her old man. Qin Yu explained as if suddenly remembering. Yuan Quan suddenly realized that his feelings were played by this violent girl who looked younger than him. These days, he really can't be an honest person. Honest people are always bullied. Yuan Quan really wanted to cry and howl a few times. He came down to express his dissatisfaction and hurt his heart, but after thinking about it, he touched the money in his pocket and found that something was wrong. He made a lot of money anyway, and he was very happy to be played like this every day. Okay, boss, I'm fine, let's go first. He dodged to the side, and said while dodging, by the way, boss, if you want to have such things in the future, come to Wuxiang 9th Street. Just look for me, no one in this street doesn't know me, Yuan Laojiu, and I promise to do a clean and beautiful job for you without any future trouble. After speaking, Yuan Quan was afraid that Qin Yu would regret it and ran away quickly, and he disappeared in a short while. In intricate dark alleys. This person is really, what a pity. It's a pity that such vigor may not be seen after the doomsday, if there really is a doomsday. Qin Yu looked at this strange thief with a broken smile, turned around and walked out of Wuxiangjiu. She took a taxi to the nearest hotel nearby. In fact, she wanted to go home more, but Bai Weilan had obviously noticed her movements. If she went back, she might bump into it. To be on the safe side, she finally decided to go to the hotel for an experiment before going back. Give me a single room. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter at the counter quickly checked the ID card and went through the formalities. Holding the room card, Qin Yu opened room 103. This is a neat single room with air conditioning and a computer. Qin Yu carefully checked whether there were any cameras installed by illegal personnel in the room. Video extortion has already happened in peaceful times. It's not uncommon. It doesn't matter if you get a pornographic bed photo or something. If the jade space is exposed, it's called a stab. The old man Qin may not be able to protect her in front of the country. Qin Yu confirms that there is nothing unusual in the room. Start experimenting with peace of mind. With the previous experience, Qin Yu took out the utility knife in her bag and scratched a scar on her hand, and tried to drip blood directly. At first, the jade bead bracelet did not respond, until Qin Yu took off the jade guanyin from her neck. In doubt, it was only when holding jade guanyin up close for comparison that the jade bead bracelet gave off a glowing halo and a slightly scorching heat. The two attracted each other, and finally merged together to become a new jade pendant. The jade face looks like the original jade Avalokitesphera, and the jade beads have been shrunk several times and are adorned on the rosette. Those who love jade will definitely call Hao Yu here, a rare jade. But Qin Yu is not. She is a practical person. If the society was harmonious and the people were happy, she would be happy for the market value of the jade. Now she only cares about the use of the jade pendant, and that is the basis for her future life. Go in. Qin Yu said silently with her eyes closed. This is the experience and lesson gained from entering the space last time. As long as you close your eyes, you will not see the illusion of space and go directly to the inside of the jade space. As soon as she entered the space, Qin Yu was dumbfounded. This was not the fiery red desert she was familiar with. Although the space was still the same size, the desert turned into land, except for the things she originally collected were piled up in one corner. The ground was empty. There is only a bend of clear spring in front of me, the spring water is crystal clear, the bottom is a layer of pebbles, there is not a single aquatic plant or live fish outside it, not even a small insect can be found. Qin Yu walked around for several times, and finally confirmed that the space was mutated, but it was mutated in a good direction, and she was very happy. Due to the flow rate of the space and the lack of supplies, Qin Yu didn't dare to stay in it for too long, and soon went out meditating silently. After returning to the bed, Qin Yu subconsciously looked at the alarm clock on the table, and found that it was only over. It's been a few minutes. What's going on? This discovery made her boldly guess, could it be because of the completion of the jade space that the speed of that cheating hour was reversed, and it became the same as the time flow outside? Then Qin Yu experimented a few times and found that his guess was correct, so he got up happily to pack up his things and go home. The more Bai Weilan thought about it, the more something went wrong. She simply stood up from the sofa in Qin Yu's living room and walked out. She was sure that Qin Yu was planning to leave her alone and go back to the Qin family's old house to please her grandfather. It was a good idea. She opened the door fiercely and walked out. When the door was slammed shut without paying attention, a black cat slowly walked out from the corner of the room. Meow, it yawned leisurely. Chapter 16. Walking on the road of Jixiang community, Qin Yu rented out the residence on the third floor according to the address given by the landlord. The location of this community is not far from the city center. Fortunately, the staff is relatively stable and can be regarded as a relatively small number of people. The place is suitable for short-term residents. There is another important reason for choosing to live here. In her previous life, she met a girl who came from Guangzhou on the road after rushing out of City A. She was a very shrewd and capable white-collar worker. Originally, she could have fled directly to the southern base, yes, but she resolutely chose to come here for her lonely grandma in City A. Qin Yu remembered that she was not because of how close she was and how filial she was, but because the girl saved her life in a zombie siege. In Zhongqin Yu, she had already forgotten what she looked like and her name, and she didn't know what happened to her later, whether she found her grandmother alive or disappeared in the dark world full of rotting corpses, but Qin Yu remembered her, the grandma who told me lives in Building A of Jixiang community. This time, she was the one to repay the life-saving grace of the girl in the previous life. Although she didn't know who was her grandma in the building, Qin Yu was willing to protect all the grandmas living alone in the building before leaving. When Qin Yu arrived, the landlady was already waiting at the gate of the complex. She didn't look very young, but her whole body was full of warmth. "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay, I'll show you the house now." The landlord smiled enthusiastically, and Qin Yu nodded with a smile. "Okay." The space in the house is not very big, but fortunately, the security facilities are not bad. You can see the whole situation below from the balcony. Qin Yu removes all the places outside the balcony that are easy to crawl, and tries to ensure that the unruly people are safe no matter whether they climb from top to bottom or from bottom to bottom. So easy to navigate. I am very satisfied. If there is no problem, I will move in the afternoon. Qin Yu said to the middle-aged woman beside her. This is a hard-working woman who heard that the child is going to work in other places and plans to move there with her family. Only then did Qin Yu have the opportunity to rent. By the way, I want to change the lock. Auntie won't have any objections, right? Maybe there will be some improvements in terms of security by then. No problem, I've packed everything, and you can move in any time. The landlady handed the key to Qin Yu. In fact, she is a very old-fashioned person, and she has a good impression of this young girl. She is polite and sensible. Will reject the self-protection request of a single female student. While Qin Yu was driving her luggage, My Real Estate called and said that someone was willing to buy a house, although the price was a bit low, but fortunately, the speed was fast enough, and if Qin Yu had no objection, he could send the money right away. Qin Yu had no opinion on the house, and expressed that she was willing to let the real estate agency take full control of it. As the owner of the house, she could see the money quickly. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu turned her head and looked aside helplessly, sleeping in a ball the black cat in the passenger seat. Today she just rented a car home, packed up the rest of the things casually, and then stopped the car and opened the door. This wicked cat jumped out from the outside without saying a word, jumped into the driver's seat, and meowed arrogantly. Elegantly he stepped on the cushion and nestled on the seat next to him. What's the matter with this cat? Qin Yu was puzzled. She patted the black cat's head. Hey, I'm moving now, if you want to go to my new house, you have to be good. Perhaps because Qin Yu was too wordy, the black cat turned its head and meowed with a cry of protest. He lowered his head and fell asleep again. Strange cat, ominous color. If Qin Yu used to hide as far away as possible, but after a lot of experience, she didn't care anymore. No matter how dark this fur is, it can't be as dark as the end of the world, and it can't be as dark as the heart of the world. It's coming soon, who cares about what's available, hurry up and collect things like a hardworking hamster. Before sending a lot of things by express, Chinyu put them all in the space, and bought a lot of food along the way. Among the many foods, she especially prefers dry food and self-heating rice, but it is obviously uneconomical to buy things in the supermarket all the time. Now that she has collected the money, she plans to go to the farmer's wholesale market to buy. In fact, she really wants to rush to the farmer's wholesale market and buy them all, but considering that it will not attract people's attention, she has to buy them in batches. Now the variation of the space made her think of seeds. Maybe the variation space can grow food. Chinyu, who bought a big bag and a small bag, parked the car in front of a seed shop, under the enthusiastic eyes of the boss. Ask the clerk to move the seeds she specifies to the cart. Chinyu, who was tired all day, stretched, and she wished to break it open for 42 hours in the last 24 hours a day. Chinyu, who had just taken a shower and was lying on the bed, remembered that the dog had returned to her new home. A black cat who doesn't know where it went. Repeatedly living the same days, Chinyu waited for the arrival of May 25th with an increasingly heavy heart. She closed the windows, locked the door, and waited for the passage of time. Chapter 17. The weather on this day seems to be no different from usual, the sky is blue and the clouds are white, and the wind is sunny. Chinyu stayed at home obediently. Although she knew that the end of the world would come at night, her negative emotions prevented her from taking any action. The outside world was bright and sunny, and people were busy and happy without knowing that a huge disaster was coming. From the windowsill, you can see a child's balloon flying into the sky in the distance. The old grandmother hugged the child sitting on the ground distressedly. They said something, and the child quickly got up with a smile and followed the old man home. Chinyu went back to the bedroom and sat down at the computer desk, typing and deleting with her fingers on the keyboard, not knowing what to do after typing and deleting, and finally she registered a new account and opened a post on the school's forum. Gossip about what she heard from her relatives about the recent outbreak of an epidemic that would cause food prices to rise. She dared not say more, but said that people who have this epidemic will suddenly pass out and wake up like rabies bite anyone you see, and the person who gets bitten will be directly infected. If you see someone passing out suddenly, remember to tie him up or keep away, so as not to be accidentally injured. Finally, Chinyu pointed out with a red pen that the country has not yet worked out how to deal with it. Vaccines for novel epidemics. The post was quickly answered. Most of them were students who didn't concentrate on listening to the class and played with their mobile phones. Some believed and didn't believe it, and some pointed to Chinyu's name and scolded her for grandstanding. Fortunately, this post was in the form of gossip. What I said was that no one deliberately made it difficult for the poster. Chinyu didn't reply to the comments on the post. She posted the same post on some slightly larger websites and forums. Others dare not do more. After all, the country has regulations, and you will be arrested if you talk nonsense. Chinyu didn't want to draw attention to someone who was in prison, and it would be even more wronged if he was regarded as a disseminator of certain speeches. If you want to read this gossip with the temperament of a Chinese, you will be somewhat prepared. Even if you don't believe it at first, you will subconsciously think of it and avoid it when it happens, especially the language she marked in the back, directly telling the public that there is no cure for being bitten. Doctors, according to the principle of saving their lives, they probably wouldn't approach those mutants rashly. Chinyu never thought of asking everyone to believe that as long as she was a little prepared, many people in her previous life died when they were unprepared at the beginning. If she could, she hoped that more people would survive. On the TV, the hippo opened its mouth wide and swallowed the water plants. Chinyu pressed the remote control to switch to CCTV, which broadcasts national news. This channel is currently advertising. Chinyu didn't watch it, and directly controlled the volume to keep the TV on. Then she turned on the music to soothe her mood. After reading for so many years, Chinyu really didn't have a close friend. She used to think that reading a good book was enough, and she never socialized too much. Because of her excellent grades, there are many people who know her in school, but they are all casual acquaintances, and many Chinyu can't even be called by name. It's just that now knowing that they are in trouble and having no evidence to prove it, she can only selfishly choose to hide. The waiting time was difficult, especially annoying. Chinyu poured himself a cup of coffee and accidentally added a lot of sugar to it. At the beginning, she told her grandfather not to go to the southern base so early because there was a big turmoil in the southern base in her previous life before it started. She didn't pay attention to the specifics at the time. She only heard that it seemed to be a matter of management and power seizure. Anyway, it was first in the southern base. Few of the people staying at the base ended well, but the situation only got better after the base's regulations became more and more perfect. Grandpa Qin even considered that if he stayed directly in a safe place, the juniors of the old Qin family might be completely abolished. When everyone is going through the baptism of blood and fire, they are really taking care of their own supplies to live in peace. Perish, if you haven't experienced what you should experience, you will lose to others, like a retrograde boat, always retreating, not to mention that they who have not grown up are not sure whether they can hold on to supplies, not like children crossing the street holding gold time to make wedding dresses for others. Qin Yu took the map and studied the terrain and routes countless times, imagining all kinds of possible accidents in his mind. It's a pity that the time is too short, otherwise she would really like to modify the vehicle to improve safety. Although it is best for her to collect supplies all the way to the southern base, lest the vicinity of the base will be collected and go to a further place, but it is also very insecure to be alone, Qin Yu made up her mind to collect enough supplies on the way to the base, and then return to Grandpa. Anyway, it is always safer to have relatives by your side, and she will not doubt the whole thing because she encounters a bad bamboo shoot. Piece of bamboo forest. Chapter 18. Yesterday, nothing happened. Qin Yu didn't sleep all night, watching the time pass until the first ray of sunshine arrived in the morning. This inevitably made her wonder if the end of the world in her memory was just her own delusion, so she packed up her things and prepared to go to school with doubts. Before spending some money to get the doctor to open the medical records and take 5 days of sick leave, now the time is up, and the end of the world has not happened, maybe she should go to school step by step, calmly evaluate her lost property as usual, and the most important thing, go see a psychiatrist in the psych room. Well, she admitted that she was too willful this time, and Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a headache thinking about the money she spent, but fortunately, she was conservative and didn't rashly ask for a loan from the bank, otherwise it would be a lot of fun. Picking up the school bag she had thrown in the corner to deceive others, Qin Yu went downstairs to buy some breakfast, and subconsciously didn't want to go to the garage to get the car, and didn't want to remember the embarrassing behavior before, walked onto the road and waved to stop a taxi. Go to school. In fact, Qin Yu's so-called subconscious behavior itself comes from her experience and vigilance of the end times. Even if she doesn't think seriously, her head and body can still react subconsciously. She has never been a blind and secure person. In the last life, when the end of the world first came, the streets were densely packed with man-eating zombies and humans running around in a panic, and the whole scene was a mess. Although many people have cars, it's okay to drive straight out of the city. It's amazing to knock out all the obstacles in front of you, whether they are people or zombies. Of course, if the car is unlucky and gets stuck, yes, it is also on the verge of extinction. It is a very unwise decision to drive around the city. Not to mention the many obstacles, there are more people desperately blocking the car in desperation. If you hit one, there will be another one, until you have to stop and let people get on the car, and once the car stops, it is rare to start again. Either it is chased by the zombies behind, or people keep getting on the car, so that everyone is dragged to death. Considering that the apocalypse is global, that is to say, it doesn't matter where you stay at the beginning, and if you don't plan to leave immediately, then it is a good idea to fight lightly at the beginning, not to mention that Qin Yu has a little force value and no financial burden. It is more convenient and flexible for her actions. The people who entered the destination were all normal. Qin Yu rubbed her sore eyes and walked into the campus. The alumni walked from the school gate to their respective classes with vigor as usual. Chat on the slate. Although she didn't know the reason why Bai Weilan didn't come to her these 2 days, but Qin Yuela was at ease, maybe because of her thinking, she saw people she didn't want to see from a distance. Bai Weilan has been organizing things and applying for a long vacation these days. Imperial University is famous for its rigorous style and efficient management. It is not easy to ask for leave. Those who come with mixed education usually fail to graduate. There is no special situation to ask for a month's leave. Teacher will not be approved. Qin Yu walked quickly to the corner. It was already stupid enough to do stupid things, and she would be in a bad mood all day when she met disgusting people. Entering the class, Qin Yu walked to her seat. There were classmates greeting her, but she was doing her own thing more. Qin Yu didn't need to pretend to be recovering from a serious illness. She is in a very bad state now. She needs time to adjust her mentality. Okay, students, let's turn to page 27 of the book now. The first class is the Chinese teacher's class, and this young female teacher is holding a book and teaching them seriously. Chin played with the pen absently, recalling everything in her previous life. She was sure that it was not a dream, at least the dream would not be so real, as if several years of memories had been added at once. While spinning the pen, she was thinking about something on her mind. "Student, you are distracted, stand up." Chin was startled when he heard the teacher's words in his ear, and almost stood up instinctively. When he turned his head, he realized that the teacher was not calling for him, but about the distance to his left. The classmate who was one step away, that classmate had no energy and looked drowsy. Chin had a bad premonition in his heart. "Student, classmate." The teacher walked over and shook him, "Get up and stand behind." Before the teacher finished speaking, the classmate who stood up from the chair in a trance suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. The teacher's serious expression split instantly, and she stepped forward worriedly to check. Chin suddenly stand up from the chair. "Teacher, don't touch him. Everyone stay away. I heard that there is an epidemic recently. People will suddenly pass out, and after a few minutes, they will wake up with rabies-like symptoms. Bite, you will be infected if you are bitten, and the country has not yet developed a drug." As soon as the words came out, the surrounding students immediately jumped up from their chairs and dispersed, and the female teacher walked a little further away, looking at him with worried expressions. That classmate, squad leader, call the security guards and send him to the hospital immediately. At this time, the panicked voices of the students came from outside, and Chin felt more and more bad in her heart. She walked out of the crowd to the corridor and stuck her head out. "Go, just saw the situation in the opposite classroom, the students over there ran out, there were only 2 people left in the classroom. These 2 people were very conspicuous in the empty classroom, one of them hugged the other's face and bit, blood splattered everywhere. What's going on? I don't know, it seems that the person opposite has a rabies attack. Did you see him biting someone? It's terrible." The students around pointed to discuss in a low voice. While Chin paid attention, it seems that a few people in the scattered crowd on the opposite side were caught or bitten, and they yelled and cursed in the safe zone. Perhaps the movement over there was too loud, which alarmed the students in other classes. The teacher rushed back. Tears streamed down Chin's face. Damn it, it was clearly the rhythm of the end of the world. "Grandpa, help, the earth is going to be in danger." Chapter 19. Everyone go back to the class and sit down, hurry up. The male teacher in another class began to maintain order. "You all, go back to the class and sit down." Before the students who were piled together had time to go back, screams came from all directions one after another. It was heard that more and more students began to panic. They saw the students who were sitting together before, talking and laughing, or chatting suddenly rushed towards the people around them, biting with their mouths. One person still tore off a piece of flesh from another person's neck and bit it in his mouth. After he ate it, he roared excitedly like a beast, and then threw himself on the nearest person. "Help, help." The male student wearing glasses wanted to run, but he was so panicked that he didn't even have the strength to walk. Everyone wanted to help, but unfortunately they were too busy to take care of themselves at this time. "Call the police." A student reacted and was about to dial a number with her mobile phone. At this time, the people next to her kept pushing towards her. This situation caught her attention. When she looked up, a rotten face suddenly it caught my eye. Ah! The phone fell to the ground and was stepped on by a classmate who didn't notice. A girl's scream attracted the attention of the people around her. She was suddenly bitten by a classmate on the arm. The pain made her scream, and she kicked and stepped on the person who suddenly bit her, but that person seemed to be ignorant. Even if he was trampled to pieces, he would not let go. Seeing the terrifying scene in front of them, and hearing screams from all over the place, the fear in everyone's hearts was magnified infinitely. They are eating people. They are eating people. Run. I don't know who in the crowd yelled, and all the people suddenly realized that they ran to the stairs, and the corridor was crowded for a while. The situation on Chin's side is relatively better. As early as when the students walked out of the classroom, she secretly closed the door of the class. The classmate who passed out and mutated wobbled on the window glass and faced the people in the corridor. Roaring. When the students in the 3rd class were running outside, they noticed that the man was sticking to the window like a beast whose whole body was beginning to rot. Now everyone was as frightened as a bird, wishing to leave this area immediately and go to a safe place. There are monsters. Perverted ogres, they are eating people, everyone run. Help, don't step on me. Make way. Ah, don't catch me, help. Everyone, don't worry, run first, let's talk outside the school, the teachers have already called the police, don't worry, pay attention to the students around you, and immediately alert the people around you if you find someone sick. The teachers could no longer maintain the situation. They didn't know what happened, they only knew dangerous. The students ran in front, some of them were on the side, and some were behind to maintain order, so that the students could escape as quickly as possible and prevent the stampede from happening. A few teachers were still helping the wounded. Qin Yu saw some students talking to the teacher from afar. The teachers let go of the injured students with worried faces and pointed in the direction of the classroom, apparently telling them to hide in the classroom by themselves. Qin Yu ran out with the big troops, paying attention to the people around her along the way, in case they suddenly mutated into zombies, and threw herself down. Considering that she had no weapons, she smashed the chairs she took out from other classes passing by against the wall, picked out the largest and best piece of wood is used for self-defense. It was only when they ran down the stairs that they noticed how lucky they were. One of the students at the stairs had mutated. The students in front hadn't escaped yet, and the unsuspecting students behind had been crowded so that the zombies were caught in the middle. Stop hurting people. Several students were caught or bitten, and the most serious one was dying. More and more students began to mutate. When Qin Yu and the others ran to the playground, they could already see sporadic zombies shaking out from every corner. After the initial panic, the students were able to unite well. Although the expressions were still flustered, they didn't run around. Mostly, a few people gathered together and ran all the way out of the school. Ah! A girl running in front fell down. She looked at the swaying zombie in horror. Qin Yu frowned and pulled her up and threw her to the crowd in front. Those who get in touch more, those who are more rational are okay, those who are irrational can't get up and are unwilling to let go, and in the end they often drag the person who rescued her to die together. A stick struck at the zombie, making Qin Yu's hands numb. She had no intention of continuing to entangle with the zombie. She glanced at the crowd and turned around and ran towards the path. The outside world should be similar. Although more people will attract more zombies, the initial situation is that more people feel more secure. If you have to separate people to make people feel disgusted, you may even wipe out the entire army. Qin Yu ran to the path alone, ready to climb over the wall and leave the school gate. Chapter 20. Along the way, Qin Yu chose remote roads. There were many people in the street who were in chaos, and more people hid at home. Qin Yu would pay close attention when passing by various stores, and if there was no one in the store or the owner turned into a zombie, she would go in and take away all the things. At present, she still dare not enter large supermarkets or anything like that. If the power supply is not cut off, she will be very troublesome if she enters hastily and will be photographed by the surveillance cameras. She began to miss the fire ability in her previous life. A fire can burn unsightly dirty things to ashes. It is especially useful when dealing with zombies. It is not necessary to have no awakening ability or even physical fitness like now. Even after changing the weapon just now, his arm was still numb. Speaking of which, when she was escaping, she paid special attention to Bai Weilan, thinking that she could use a handy trick to avenge her past life, but she didn't see anyone at all. The journey was very hard, and there were not many things collected. The unenhanced body could not exert its best physical strength and the inappropriate tools. Qin Yu seemed to be struggling to destroy the facade. In order to prevent being exhausted by zombies surrounded and reduced to a dead body, Qin Yu decisively decided to go home first. Putting away the last batch of seeds with a wave, Qin Yu turned around and walked back. When she entered the store, the owner had already turned into a zombie. He was going to sneak attack her, but she cut off his neck and fell in the corner. Qin Yu, when passing by him, he pulled the tablecloth and spread it on his body, hoping that the deceased could find peace underground. Walk into the auspicious community cautiously, perhaps because people are at work during this period of time, so there are not many zombies really wandering in the community. Hey, sister, you just came back outside, how is it going outside? I heard that they are all monsters that cannibalize, eh? Woman on the first floor saw someone coming back from the balcony, and immediately called out from above in high spirits. Qin Yu frowned and didn't want to pay attention to it. She had already seen a zombie attracted by the scream shaking towards her. Sister, sister, seeing Qin Yu ignoring her, the woman upstairs screamed even more, trying to get her to know something private so that she could gossip with the neighbors. Shut up, if you keep calling these things, I'm going to run to your house. What did this man say? The woman upstairs almost couldn't catch her breath. She wanted to point at him and scold him, but Qin Yu gave her a cold glance. Then look at the bloody axe she was holding in her hand suddenly shrank, and she didn't dare to do it again. Then she saw a strange person appearing at the corner at some point. That person staggered towards the girl, she reminded her intentionally, and found that The girl had noticed it a long time ago, and quickly rushed over to hit that person with an axe on his neck. He split his head and body in 2 or 3 strokes. She paused, took a few deep breaths, and then burst into a terrifying scream, "Help, someone is killing someone. Someone is coming soon, someone killed someone." Qin Yu was impatient with the noise. She quickly put away her axe and ran towards Building A. Judging by the volume of this man's screams, it is estimated that most of the zombies in the community will be attracted. She should withdraw first. Lest you can't run away when you run. Come on, the murderer is about to run away. The women upstairs shouted happily when they saw that Qin Yu was about to run away, and several residents upstairs poked their heads out to check the situation. What murderer? Where is it? Oh, I said you didn't see it. A woman came back just now. She looked fierce with an axe. She chopped anyone she saw. Look over there, that's the one. It's unlucky, the moment we met, someone chopped off his head and separated the family. What a crime. The woman on the first floor described what she had just seen vividly. Hey, it's over there, it's still lying there, it looks really miserable, please call the police. How dangerous is such a dangerous person? In our community. Everyone, look, can you still see that woman? A resident on the left, the older man with a cigarette in his hand, said. Yes, everyone, look for it quickly, or you will be in trouble if you encounter it. Tell the women and children at home to be careful when going out, and don't run into it. Residents in the community echoed. They searched around and saw no murder. However, I saw some strange people staggering over from different angles. A nearby family gasped, pointed outside and said, "Look, what is that? The skin on the face, it's gone." I also have it on my side. That person seems to have broken his hand, and he's wobbling like a living person, said the male head of the household on the second floor, pointing to the right side of the community. I saw it too. Oh my God, is this a monster? The boy on the third floor exclaimed. It's terrible. I watched the news today and found that this disease was broadcast on TV all over the place. Hearing the screams from upstairs, I felt so panicked. The grandmother on the 5th floor said from the balcony, I don't know when the state will send people to arrest these people. Everyone should stay away from going out recently. Yes, that's right, don't go out. I'll call and ask for a few days off immediately. Chapter 21. The neighbors outside were still discussing, so Qin Yu ran directly to the door of his room and took out the key to open the door and enter. When I got home, I found the black cat that had disappeared before standing on the window of her house, looking at this direction coldly with round eyes, and turned around and jumped out of the window after seeing her coming back. Is it because she didn't prepare dried fish? Qin Yu stood at the door in a daze, thinking about it in embarrassment. However, she didn't dwell on it for too long. She put the axe at the door and walked towards the bathroom. While there is electricity and water, hurry up and collect more water. If you have time, it's better to take a bath again. It won't be so good in the future treatment. After washing her hands with soap, Qin Yu quickly took out all the bottles, pots, pans in the house. She filled everything that could hold water for later use. After she finally finished her work, she was so tired that she paralyzed like a pug dog. On the bed. Lying on the bed, Qin Yu recalled her previous life. She remembered that the awakening ability was awakened in a breakout 3 months after the end of the world. At that time, she wanted to protect Bai Weilan, a relative who was connected by blood. Later, she lay in the dilapidated residential house and recalled her short life. At that time, she thought she was going to die, but she still refused to give up. What she thought about most was Bai Weilan, the girl who cared for her when she was young. She was lonely and sensitive when she lost her parents when she was a child. It was Bai Weilan who was always by her side. Although she didn't do it on purpose, she was still very moved. She always remembered the goodness of others. After being scratched by zombies, she could clearly feel the mutation of her body. The pain almost burned all her sanity, but fortunately she did not give up in the end and successfully awakened the fire ability. Qin Yu closed her eyes, concentrating on recalling her mood and feelings at that time. After a while, she really felt a strange energy in her body. Qin Yu tried to communicate with it and wanted to gather all the scattered energy and lead it to the brain. The pain burned up along the veins, and the skin became hotter and hotter, as if it was about to split and burn to ashes at any time. Not long after, the bones also began to become hot, as if being slowly melted in magma. The extreme pain made Qin Yu frown and let out a low cry. He thought that he would not feel so bad after experiencing it, but now the pain is twice as much as it was then, making her so painful that she almost wants to give up. If we used to walk and baptize in the fire, although it was painful, it was still bearable to grit our teeth, but today's awakening is like walking a tightrope on magma, challenging people's body and spirit all the time, making people in a state of collapse at any time. Endless pain, indescribable pain. Qin Yu's flesh showed faint signs of collapse, dark blood flowed out from her body, and it didn't take long for the bed sheet to be covered with dark red blood, which was shockingly red, almost blackened. The black cat who was having fun outside let out a meow, licked its paws, and seemed to run back in response. Although it didn't know why, it just felt that the guy with a strange aura began to overflow with a very comfortable breath. The animal's instinct makes it want to run over and have a look. After several hours of struggle, Qin Yu got up from the bed covered in blood. At this time, Qin Yu hadn't noticed that when she got up, the sheet behind her burned a human-shaped black hole, and even the skin overflowed before. All the bloodshot eyes evaporated silently, leaving behind black dirt. She stretched out her palm, concentrated on mobilizing the supernatural powers in her body, and condensed a fire. God, what is this? Qin Yu gasped, and looked down at the little ball as small as a soybean in her hand. What exactly is this? Wasn't she a fire power in her previous life? How did she turn into a little black bean now? Is this kind of ability that she has never seen before mutated, or is it because she didn't follow the rules and went crazy? Qin Yu wants to cry but has no tears. Grandpa, can she regret it? At any rate, there was a torch in the previous life when the power was first released. It can kill people and set fires for lighting and is necessary for home travel. Now there is only a little black bean, and it is still a little black bean with unknown uses. Qin Yu, who just got the power and was miserable, didn't realize that her body was transformed by this power. She was surprised by the change of the power, and was troubled by this weak appearance. How could this be? Qin Yu hated that iron could not be made into steel, and stared at Xiaodo with big eyes at his own abilities. The black cat that had already run to the top of the opposite building lowered its head as if it had sensed it. Its round eyes were full of comfort and curiosity. After a long time, the breath that made it very comfortable disappeared, and the black cat shook its ears in confusion. I couldn't figure it out, and then happily ran to the rickety zombies in the distance. What a beautiful day, meow. Chapter 22. The sky was gloomy, and the last scene of dusk and night was gloomy and depressing. Qin Yuanhao smoked a cigarette and looked out the window. He knew that the world was in chaos. This reminded him of the situation a few days ago. When he came back with his briefcase and luggage, the Qin family's old house had completely changed, like a prison. Qin Yuanhao was sure that there must be something wrong with his old father, otherwise how could he move the ancestral house if he was so rigid? This is more serious than smashing all the old man's antique calligraphy and paintings. The second brother and the second daughter-in-law went early and did not come. The third brother, Qin Yuansu, is a celibate. He was very rebellious when he was young, but when he grew up, he used this rebellious energy to forcibly make his way in the business world. With a look of disbelief, he yelled to find Dr. Song to settle the score, who told him not to take good care of his father. The fourth child, Qin Yuankai, brought his wife and late-born son over happily, and stood awkwardly by the side of the road, as if he was not sure that this was the ancestral home of their old Qin family. After leaving the fourth child, the two brothers stood in front of the iron gate for a while, evading each other and asking who would come forward first. It is really hard for them to imagine why the ancient grand and luxurious ancestral house in their memory is surrounded by reinforced concrete to form an iron prison in front of them. Is this to prevent aliens from collude with the Earth's houses? In the past few days, my father didn't let them go out, only let them pay attention to the news. Even the servants at home were fired. They had to handle the housework by themselves after living a rich life, and they began to have small complaints in their hearts. Yes, but the old father's authority made them dare not disobey, not to mention that such an old man had a little bit of self-control. It wasn't until yesterday that they understood their father's painstaking efforts. This groundless painstaking effort would have been ignored by them at ordinary times, but now it has become their lifesaver. Qin Yuanhao couldn't help but feel admiration for what he did, and at the same time was slightly puzzled as to why his father knew the news. The cigarette in his hand had already burned out. Qin Yuanhao threw away the cigarette butt and stomped on it a few times, then took out the cigarette in his pocket and lit another. His daughter, who was studying at Imperial University, didn't know what happened. When he received the last call, I heard from her that she has already booked a flight ticket, but now. Brother, go in, it's not good to stay outside for too long. Qin Yuansu came out and called Qin Yuanhao. Qin Yuanhao took a deep puff of the cigarette. You go in first, I'll wait. go in after smoking this cigarette, there may be no chance in the future. Okay, I'll go in first, now the outside world is in chaos, there are monsters everywhere, please call if you have something to do. Qin Yuansu turned around and looked at the dark sky outside the window, feeling uncomfortable thinking about the future. As the third son of Mr. Qin, he specializes in handling the family's finances. At that time, he had always opposed the old father's decision to exchange various resources of the Qin family, especially the deal of the Xia family. As the most favorable competitor, the government just approved the land that came down basically belonged to their family, and my father traded this prime location for a few military vehicles that were not needed at all, how could he be angry? Several shipments from the Yu family not only paid the money, but also posted friendship. He remembered that the cunning old man Yu asked him to help dredge the network in the north the next day. The Bai family is not a good product either. When they shipped a batch of medical supplies, they also sent a sales contract about their medicines under the Qin family. The worst one was old Chen's family, who immediately called to ask if Mr. Qin had already suffered from dementia, recommended several major domestic and foreign hospitals, and sent a special plane to many foreign brain doctors on the same day. Sometimes there was a signal on the TV screen, and sometimes it was snowflakes. Its volume was turned up very low, and there was almost no sound. The youngest child in the living room ran around vigorously after the initial shock. The women sat together and talked about the current situation, and the men sat around to discuss the way out. Qin Muyuan sat on the rocking chair, and his presbyopic glasses were placed on the small wooden table. He became drowsy as the rocking chair rocked. Now everyone in the younger generation of the Qin family thinks that the old man is very powerful, and that he is an old man. Fine, but he knows the truth. Although he believed Qin Yu's words at the beginning, he subconsciously kept a little property for the Qin family, just to prepare for the Qin family to not hurt the fundamentals if the weather didn't change. Now it seems that they should all be replaced with supplies. The streets were chaotic, and the bustling streets seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of death overnight. Except for those zombies who wandered around and wanted to pounce on and bite the living people, there was not a single living person to be seen. On 9th Street of Wuxiang, Yuan Quan, who has been talking about people since he was a child, watched the food of a rented house and burst into tears. God knows how he was obsessed with believing the employer's words and bought a bunch of them with countless lovers. Food, in fact, proved that his decision was right, otherwise no amount of lovers would be able to bring back his life. Chapter 23. After the sudden heavy rain in the middle of the night, the street was washed by the rain and became even more messy. Qin Yu walked on the street with an axe, and zombies wearing torn clothes excitedly wandered out from every corner upon hearing the wind. Qin Yu avoided them carefully, and chopped down the ones that couldn't be avoided with an axe. For her who had just evolved supernatural powers and transformed her body, her strength was much stronger. Unlike before, she had to chop her neck several times, and her arms were still numbness and discomfort for days. Look, brother, come and see, there's a woman over there. A head poked out from a window in the building next door, then retracted, and said to the people in the room. Keep your voice down, don't lure the zombies here, those monsters have good ears, let me see. Another head poked out from the window, he glanced at Qin Yu and quickly put it back, don't cause trouble, I didn't see him carrying an axe, no, it doesn't look like someone to mess with, go in and let me stop worrying about it. Qin Yu just glanced at them and ignored them. Now people's hearts are still in chaos and the order is still there, but after a while for a period of time, human beings are no safer than zombies, or even more dangerous, making people hard to guard against. Maybe they have just escaped zombies, and before they have time to rest, they are accidentally hung up in the hands of restless and kind-hearted fellows. The streets are messy, full of things scattered when people left hastily, everything, like a city after the baptism of war. No one cares about the gorgeously decorated jade jewelry store now. After a gorgeous neon light loses the support of the power supply, the ugly shell is left shaking in mid-air, looking like it will not fall off. The most popular places are supermarkets, restaurants, snack shops and other places where food is available. Walking on the street, you can see that the glass of most shops is broken. The rice and grain shops is especially popular. When you pass by the shops, you can see the ground. The leaked rice grains, when someone wanted to come and leave, they met zombies and ran away in a hurry without having time to sort them out. Qin Yu focused on the grain store where no one had entered. She used her supernatural power to corrode the lock on the door, opened the door, slipped in and closed it from the inside. Although her ability is just a black flame like a small beam now, Qin Yu found that this ability has a particularly strong corrosion ability. This kind of flame can not only burn in low-temperature water, but also has its own corrosion function. Unfortunately, it is too small. Qin Yu sighed. This multi-grain wholesale store is very large, and as soon as you walk in, you can smell the unique plant aroma of peeled rice. Qin Yu walked in carefully. The movements of the zombies are obviously more natural and smooth these days. After a few days of evolution, they are no different from the movements of normal people, and some of them are more flexible. Physiologically disgusting and moving your hands to kill zombies is less dangerous, and now it is even more dangerous. Qin Yu walked in slowly, collecting food with his hands to clear away the obstacles in his vision, and vigilantly observing the situation with an axe. The environment without power supply seemed dark and deep. Bags of rice were neatly piled up on the ground, piled up into many square hills, all the way to the roof. After Qin Yu collected the food outside, the whole warehouse changed from crowded to crowded. Empty. At this time, Qin Yu shifted her gaze to the warehouse inside. She walked over and opened another lock with a supernatural power. The iron of the door was rusted, and there was a creaking sound when it was opened. Qin Yu felt something was wrong as soon as she opened the door. Immediately flashing to the right, a black shadow rushed out at the same time. The black shadow pounced too hard, fell to the ground, rolled around, and then got up. It was obviously not human, even though its movements were already very flexible, it seemed that it still had the ability to think and distinguish. In the dim light, Qin Yu stood on the side of the door. This zombie who looked like a warehouse manager was very excited when he smelled the smell of human flesh, and even let out an uncontrollable roar, but when he came out of the warehouse, he was chaotic and lifeless. Eyes swept around the periphery and became angry. Ho ho ho. It waved its hands and feet and roared at Qin Yu. It was obviously not a species and couldn't understand what alien language it was calling, but Qin Yu had a strange feeling. This guy was asking her angrily, "It's food, babies, where did the food go, where was it stolen by her? I rely on." Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the rhythm of running into the zombie version of Miser Grandet? No, Qin Yu rubbed her nose. Did she meet the rhythm of a low-level intelligent zombie? Chapter 24. Boss, go this way. Let me tell you, this was originally a rice wholesale shop. The small one used to work in it the most familiar, but the boss is too stingy. I didn't do it later, you don't know, that guy. Always we have to pick up every grain of rice that falls on the ground, it's very precious, but I heard that he went on a business trip to discuss business a few days ago. There must be no one in here, we just smash it in. Qin Yu confronted this junior zombie at the time. A young man's voice came from outside, presumably they had the same idea. Qin Yu scoffed at his words. If no one said, where did this zombie come from? The news is not reliable at all. In fact, it can't be blamed on the lack of information from the young man outside. The boss of the zombie was indeed on a business trip, but because he missed his property so much, he hurried back after working overtime. There is a mountain of food, feel it, smell it, and count it like every night before, so that you can lie down on the bed and sleep with peace of mind. So the end came, he turned into a zombie directly after taking a nap in the warehouse, but one thing is certain is that even if he becomes a zombie, it is still a zombie with integrity, property concept and wisdom, and it still has to swear to death as before. Defend your own property and never allow the food-like piece of meat in front of you to move its treasure. The people outside had already walked not far from the warehouse, and Qin Yu knew that he had to quickly get rid of the angry money-keeping zombie in front of him. She squeezed the axe tightly, and slashed at its relatively fragile neck. The zombie obviously possessed a certain amount of wisdom to understand danger and avoidance, and had the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and did not rush over without knowing the good or the bad like ordinary zombies. The zombie dodged to the side, roaring angrily, but instead of attacking rashly, it looked for an opportunity to take advantage of it. The moment just now made it confirm that the food in front of it was not easy to take down and it was a bit dangerous, but it didn't make it flinches. Qin Yu didn't give him any extra time to think, and immediately swung the axe to chop at it after failing to hit it. This time, because of its distraction, he saw one of its arms. The zombie made a counterattack first, but after it failed, it hid by virtue of the terrain, trying to wait for an opportunity to attack. Qin Yu kept vigilant while waving his hands to remove obstacles as before. The zombie, who was hiding well, couldn't hold his breath. There will be such emotions, but this does not prevent it from being angry. As the zombie jumped out again, the space seemed to be slightly distorted, and phantoms appeared. Qin Yu knew that the zombie was probably completely annoyed by her, out of anger, and thus inspired a psychic ability. The possibility of awakening becomes the direct ability to use abilities. Qin Yu said bitterly, what kind of luck is she? She is lucky, she has aroused her ability. She is not lucky, she just aroused her ability and met the first batch of evolved zombies. She has good physical strength, it's hard to handle, not to mention that the other party has supernatural powers. Fortunately, she also has supernatural powers, and her body has been strengthened, which is much better than ordinary people. Otherwise, she would have to explain here today. This is a small illusion, only a little modification has been made on the basis of the original environment. Fortunately, this zombie has just evolved, and the abilities it can use are limited. As long as you observe carefully, you will find something strange sooner or later. It's just that it's okay now, if this zombie is let go, a zombie leader will probably appear in a few months. Qin Yu believes in the policy of holding the enemy in the cradle while the enemy is weak. She concentrates on finding the hiding place of the zombies, and at the same time condenses the power of the little black fire in her hand. Although using the power will speed up the loss of her physical strength, but now obviously there is no better way. Brother, this is here, let's go in. A voice from outside came in, and a person fiddled with the door and shouted, no, little Heisey, why is there a hole here, a lock? No one will open it first. Come on, Grandma, hurry up, brothers, hit me, smash hard, I want to see which little bastard is robbing me, Grandma, I am impatient to live. Ignore them, someone just. Now the moment Qin Yu spoke, he found the location of the zombie. When she appeared, the zombie also found Qin Yu, and turned around to try to escape. Just kidding, if you rob a miser zombie with mental abilities and let it run away, what a hidden danger will be planted in the future. Qin Yu slashed with 100% of his physical strength, and finally found a chance to pop out the black bean ability at the moment the door was broken open. Roar, the zombie burned most of its body with the last roar. What's the sound? There are zombies inside, everyone be careful. People are coming soon. Qin Yu has no time to rest, splits the zombie's head and holds back the nausea, digs out the crystal nucleus from inside, waves the rest of the rice into the space, and then rushes from the other side. A small door goes out. Chapter 25. After collecting the rice, Qin Yu didn't continue to rob the canteen or anything. She only collected it when she passed by one or two. First, her space is not boundless. What kind of mood do those ordinary people face when they arrive at the store after layers of fighting and think that hope is approaching when they face empty houses? She will not do such immoral things that kill people. What the old Qin family values most is contentment and happiness. Being able to be reborn is already her greatest luck, and getting the space is the blessing of her ancestors. She has no idea of helping others, but she also keep the bottom line and know what to do and what not to do. Qin Yu took a small path and walked to the corner of the street. She remembered that when she was shopping, there was a store that bought water. There were many large buckets in it. In the last days, water is as important as food. After nature is polluted, edible water becomes scarce. Even water is more precious than food in many cases. After all, people can survive for a few days without food, but it is difficult for the body to survive a week without moisture. Boom! 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 Gunshots rang out on the street not far from Qin Yu. Gunshots? It's not ordinary people who have guns in the early days of the end of the world, let alone it's only been 2 days since now. Qin Yu had no curiosity, but she had to go forward, because the direction of the gunshots was exactly where she wanted to go, and it would take more time to avoid it, not to mention the increased danger. Run, don't look behind. A car stopped, and 4 men and 3 women ran out of the car. These people probably came out to look for food for the first time. They were inexperienced and did not cooperate very well. The uncle with the gun ran at the end, keeping his gun to protect others. Qin Yu, who saw the direction of their escape, also wanted to run away. Damn. He attracted a bunch of zombies and deal with it by himself, don't harm her who is passing by. Mu Dong, I can't run anymore, help me. The girl in light-colored casual clothes panted and wanted to hold the boy in front of her, without even thinking that the person she called was running to prevent zombies attack the girls running in the middle. Jinger, hold on a little longer, I'll pull you if you can't run anymore. A boy in front turned around and said to Mu Jinger, but his blatant behavior of only protecting one person immediately attracted other people. People's dissatisfaction. I said it's alright, Mu Jinger. Along the way, you called Dongzi and this one called Dongzi that, like the eldest lady. It's impossible for him to carry you on his back now, right? If you look down on adding to the chaos of the situation, you really get angry. People, if you want to enjoy yourself, you have to choose the environment. I remember how I got there. Yu Min is not as straightforward as Song Dandan, that Mu Jing'er doesn't look like a good guy, she specializes in seducing men, but she can't say anything if a man is willing to be seduced by her. Mu Jing'er pulled Mu Dong's clothes and whispered that he hoped he would stand by her side to protect her. This blatant use made Mu Dong's idiot very happy. Don't die, when are you still arguing, get out of the way, don't affect my escape. The red-haired man smashed the zombie's skull with an iron rod. With amazing arm strength, Qin Yu hit on the tree next to the house. Fortunately, all the nearby zombies were attracted by them, so there was no danger. Women are really troublesome, it's so noisy. The man with yellow hair nimbly shuttled through the crowd of zombies, slashing at a single rushing zombie with a knife every now and then. Hurry up, I'm running out of bullets, hurry up and collect some food and let's flee, I've had enough of this damn place. The uncle with the gun quickened his pace to catch up. If you don't move faster, these things the monsters are coming around again. Why do I see that there are more and more of them? It's okay, let's hurry up, we can leave City A before dark, let's go. It seems that the red-haired man is quite popular in the team. With prestige, as soon as he spoke, the team speeded up a lot. After a while, they had led the zombies to the other side. Qin Yu planned to climb down from the tree and go back after finishing his work quickly. She was not very relieved after being out for a long time. Ah, a girl screamed, and Qin Yu turned her head to look over. The 4 men and 3 women over there didn't know what luck they had. There were zombies chasing after them, and zombies kept coming in front of them. The woman who spoke ran unsteadily and bumped into another woman, but she escaped the attack of the zombies, but the woman who was hit fell into the pile of zombies in an instant. Chapter 26. It's only at the beginning of the end of the world that some people have such calculations. No wonder she didn't live long in her previous life. This is probably because poor people must have something to hate. Qin Yu took a last look at those people, and after climbing down the tree, her steps became much firmer. Qin Yu walked along the street to the intended destination. The old shop with the brand of water purifier was relatively intact compared to the almost destroyed breakfast shop next to it. She walked over and pried open the door, and what she saw were many neatly arranged water purifiers. In the quiet space, the storefront without the owner seemed cold. Qin Yu looked inside and walked in silently. She ignored the rows of high-end water purifiers on the counter, and was not interested in those parts, since they couldn't filter anyway. Viruses and bacteria, up to filter layer sand. Passing through the front hall, Qin Yu opened the bead curtain and walked inside. There were a lot of water purifiers piled up in the room inside, but Qin Yu only needed a few large buckets. Qin Yu put them away with a wave of his hand and continued to search. Qin Yu had seen the boss selling water before, so even if there was an accident, it wouldn't mean that she didn't have something she needed. Qin Yu opened the back door, and a zombie was circling in the yard. Hearing the sound, he ran towards Qin Yu excitedly. Qin Yu turned cold and picked up an axe to chop off its head. This kind of low-level zombie that has not yet evolved and has no nourishment from human flesh is easy to deal with now, but Qin Yu did not relax. Who knows when she will be lucky enough to meet another evolutionary zombie, and the zombie will evolve sooner or later. What you have to do is to be prepared for danger in times of peace, constantly strengthen your body, and strengthen your abilities, so that you can better gain a foothold in the end times. The yard is full of empty buckets, some of which have already been filled with water. This big blue bucket with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a radius of more than half a meter is exactly what she needs right now. After collecting all the buckets, Qin Yu rushed home. Jixian community is still the same as when she left. Zombies are roaming around. Residents who have not mutated are hiding in their houses and waiting for the government's rescue. Everyone believes that the army will come sooner or later, as long as they stay at home and wait. Qin Yu walked in, and walked into building safely under the eyes of all the family members. Look, that woman is back again. I don't know what she does every day. Hey, what a nice girl. Shoo, keep your voice down so that she doesn't hear her. This girl is weird. She went out all day when she first moved here. I don't know if she is from some kind of dishonest family. The older man pulled his son away. Don't look at her all day long. She is beautiful. She is not a good girl with an axe. Whoever runs around with an axe all day long, don't worry, find a decent girl to give birth to. Oh, Xiao Wan. You have fallen in love with him. The upstairs resident joked. No, no. The man waved his hands again and again, and now he was ashamed by his old father. Dad, what are you thinking? The world is so chaotic now. What's wrong with it? She came back to be a daughter-in-law. The man was interrupted before he finished speaking, and he hurriedly explained, Dad, I mean, there are so many monsters outside. Now, isn't it surprising that she can come back after going out every day? Besides, our family if the army hasn't arrived by then. As soon as the words came out, the residents who were still gossiping suddenly silenced their voices, and then they all showed worried expressions. A woman sat on the railing. The boss was the first to speak. Yes, there are not many in my family. If the army doesn't come, the baby will be hungry. It's time to run out of food. Yes, hey. When do you think the army will come? If it doesn't come, we will run out of food again. Everyone became silent and finally went back to their houses to rest. Everyone tacitly refrained from telling the worst, as if things would get better. Chin Yu opened the door of the house. In order to prevent pollution, she changed her clothes after cleaning up the dirt all over her body in the bathroom, and then used gloves to throw the clothes stained with zombie blood into the trash can. Taking out a blue plastic bucket, Chin Yu simply cleaned it, filled it with a water pipe, closed the lid and put it away. Then she kept repeating the same thing, taking the bucket, cleaning it, filling it with water, cover and put away. She didn't sit on the chair to rest until the last bucket of water was filled. Only then did she realize that she was sweating profusely again after taking a shower. Chin Yu picked up a towel to wipe off her sweat and washed her face. Only then did she remember that the seeds she had harvested a few days ago hadn't been planted yet. She completely forgot about such a thing. Probably because there are too many things, so that she forgets such an important thing as the experimental space. Okay, Chin Yu beat her head. She admitted that she is not smart. If she forgets, forget it, and don't give herself any more. I'm making excuses. Anyway, her biggest advantage is hard work. She doesn't have a high IQ, she can make up for it with hard work, not to mention that she is a stupid bird who has been flying a lot earlier than others. Chin Yu flashed into the space, and couldn't help but be thankful that the speed of the space had changed. If the speed of the past was so bad, even if the space could be planted, she would not dare to enter it. She went to the place where the seeds were piled up, opened a bag of crop seeds casually, took a few seeds and threw them in the hole dug on the ground, covered them with soil, watered them and went out. Out of the space, Chin Yu picked up the axe next to the door, opened the door and walked out. This time she did not leave the community, but planned to clean up the zombies in building a first. She walked to the gate of the community, closed the door, and ensured that the current zombies can't open it, but people can unlock it by themselves. Chapter 27. Look, she's out again, shouted an ant upstairs, attracting other residents out again, but most of them didn't speak, just stood on their balconies and looked at the woman walking downstairs with an axe. Little girl. Chin Yu ignored them, walked in with an axe and a cold face, and a kind ant quickly ran out from the balcony beside her. Hey, sister, I said that there are so many monsters. Now, you should hide quickly. I heard yesterday, there was a monster who ran to the door of the opposite family and screamed on the door, so scared that people are sick now. Chin Yu raised her head. She had met this enthusiastic man at the gate of the community when she moved. Auntie, she was still holding a ladder at that time, and she was about to hold down a little wild cat that was scared by someone's child and couldn't get down from the tree. Chin Yu smiled. It's okay, Auntie, I'll go back after I clean up the community. By the way, the water may be cut off in a few days, so if you have nothing to do, take some pots and pans and fill them with more water. The ant was stunned, as if she didn't expect the female devil in this community to talk to her, but she had heard about it in the past few days. Oh, this kid has a weird temper. She lives alone and doesn't like to talk to others, and she holds an axe all day long. As for the neighbors who say she kills people, the ant naturally doesn't believe it. A girl can be so bad. Where to go? Most of the neighbors exaggerated the facts to have such rumors. Now that I heard the little girl's words, I feel pretty good. Although I thought a lot in my heart, the ant quickly realized that, yes, her house has not prepared water, and if it really stops, it will be terrible. She has to prepare quickly. Okay, hey, thanks to my sister's reminder, I didn't think of it at all. Hey, let's not talk, Aunt, I will go to fill the water first. Sister, be careful yourself. Okay, I will, you go first, right? Chin Yu nodded and said that she would pay attention to safety, and the other people in the community had already stopped talking when they heard their conversation, and now those with sharp ears turned back to the house silently after hearing the news, probably in a hurry let the water go. Chin Yu was so happy that no one was gossiping. Originally, she just wanted to clean up her own building, but considering that she only wanted to clean up the zombies in her own building, even after cleaning up zombies from other places in the community would come wandering over, rather than being unprepared, it would be better to wipe out all the wandering zombies in the community from the beginning if it was caught with a paw. As for the zombies locked in the house, they won't be able to come out for the time being anyway. An axe split the zombie's head, and black blood splashed out again. Fortunately, Chinyu had already gotten used to it, and calmly avoided the large amount of blood, only a small drop fell on his face. After wiping her face, Chinyu continued to fight the zombies. Occasionally, when she encountered a large number of zombies, she would avoid the sharp edge and choose to run away. After they dispersed, she would deal with them one by one. The whole morning passed quickly. Chinyu went home for a rest, and came out after having lunch. The survivors in the residential building didn't dare to speak much after seeing her kill the zombies. At least Chinyu didn't hear their words about herself when they were face to face. After all the zombies wandering in the neighborhood were settled, Chinyu walked to the first floor of his building, and began to knock on the door of the first house on the left. Is anyone there? If no one is there, I will go in. Knock, knock, knock. There was no sound from inside the door. Chinyu corroded the lock with supernatural powers, walked in. The room was very clean. There was a large wedding photo of a young couple hanging on the wall. It is estimated that the young couple were in the company when the virus broke out. Going to work leads to no one at home. Since she wasn't there, Chinyu didn't hesitate to go straight into the kitchen to find edible food, and then into the bedroom to collect some things. The house on the right side of the first floor was obviously occupied, and probably saw Chinyu breaking in through the security eyes. Chinyu had just walked over, and before knocking on the door, the security door inside the security iron door was suddenly opened. The man who looked like the head of the family quickly put on a smile and said, someone is at home. While speaking, he glanced at the opposite side carefully, looking cautious, for fear that the other party would rob his house regardless of face. Even if Chinyu had no intention of robbing her house, she would feel embarrassed when people looked at her like this, but fortunately, she had a cold face by nature, so no one could see that there was something wrong with her expression. She looked inside, and there was a wife with the same nervous expression standing beside the table a few meters behind the man. A little boy cowered and hid behind his mother, with a pair of small hands grabbing the corner of his mother's clothes and looking at her timidly. Is she being regarded as a mountain king who specializes in robbing people? Chinyu felt extremely embarrassed. Chapter 28. Is there an old man at home? Chinyu asked subconsciously. She was not sure if the old man she was looking for lived alone. Hearing the question, the man quickly shook his head. No, there are only 3 of us in our family. Well, I'll go up first. If nothing, I'll leave first. Chinyu originally wanted to say that if there is nothing to do, go out and collect food. The zombies will become stronger and stronger in the future, but considering that if this man accidentally gets into an accident because of her suggestion, her wife and children will definitely hate her. She doesn't want to walk on the street one day and suddenly pounce on him. A mother and son accused her of killing their husband and father with bitter expressions. Forget it, she should take care of herself first. Bad intentions are nothing to worry about. The 2 families on the second floor were empty, and one of them turned into a zombie. Chinyu still collected her things and left. Chinyu's own house on the 3rd floor naturally didn't need to be knocked. She directly opened the door opposite with her supernatural power, so it must be because she went back and forth these days and never saw any movement from this family. When the door was opened, a rotten smell came out, and the room was in chaos, obviously after a fight. In front of the bedroom door, the corpse of a child was gnawed to pieces. On the other side of the window was a female zombie whose head was blown off. Next to it lay a middle-aged man holding a kitchen knife. His neck was bitten and he was bleeding to death. Too many deaths. Chinyu guessed that he was probably an evolutionary in terms of physical fitness, so there were cases where the body was scratched by zombies but did not mutate. There were pictures of their family of 3 on the TV set in Shanghai. Chinyu couldn't bear to see them die in peace, so he stretched out his hand to condense his powers and burned them all to ashes. On the left side of the 4th floor, there lived a single old lady, but unfortunately she became a zombie on the day of the end of the world. When Chinyu opened the anti-theft door, she heard the unique roar of zombies coming from the bedroom. Obviously 26, the old lady was taking a nap that day, and when the virus hit, she mutated into a zombie in her sleep. That's why it didn't come out when Chinyu opened the door, but was locked in the bedroom. On the right side of the 4th floor is a single woman. When Chinyu first came here, the landlord told her about her. She is a very young woman who is a resident singer in a bar. She usually likes to go out with heavy makeup and fool around with men. Chinyu knocked on the door for a long time and no one answered, so she opened the door and went in. The room is very messy. There are garbage and wine bottles everywhere. When you walk in, you can see a red lace sexy briefs stuffed in the shoe cabinet. There is no one in the room, but there are a few boxes of condoms piled up beside the bed. Chinyu turned around in the kitchen. After collecting a few boxes of instant noodles and ham, there was only a pile of beer left. After thinking about it, she also waved it away. The two families on the 5th floor are still there. One family lives with an old couple, and the other has 4 people. One of them is an old man. Qin Yu inquired carefully and found that it was not the person she was looking for. There was an old man living alone on the left side of the 6th floor. When Qin Yu opened the door, he had turned into a zombie, and the room was knocked into a mess. This also explained why the old man on the 5th floor heard the screams of wild beasts, and they frightened them all night. Dare to sleep. There are 2 surviving residents on the right, a mother and a son. Fortunately, the son has grown up, and the future will not be difficult. I heard that the old lady of their family mutated into a zombie, and the old man and the man in charge of the family were also infected after subduing the zombie. Fortunately, they locked themselves in the room before they mutated. When Qin Yu was at the door, he heard 2 roars of zombies coming from inside, but because the mother and son did not agree to kill the zombies on the spot, he did not go in. This kind of monster is very dangerous, and its strength will become weaker in a few days. They are bigger, wooden doors can't stop them. If you don't want to kill them, you can change the room, don't live here. It's okay, they are our family, I believe the government will have a solution. The woman's face was tense, uneasy. She knew that there was probably no cure for this disease. When her father-in-law and her husband subdued her mother-in-law, she saw how terrifying the scene was. Her mother-in-law even bit off an entire arm of her father-in-law, and she ate it with great relish. There is still a glimmer of hope in my heart, hoping that they can change back. After hearing her words, Qin Yu didn't stay any longer. This woman knew the truth, but she couldn't accept it for a while. I hope she can be decisive for the sake of her son, otherwise they will be the ones who will be in trouble in the end. Wait, you seem to know a lot of things, can you tell me what's going on outside? The young man looked quite organized, although his eyes were still a little uneasy, but after 2 days of getting used to it, his complexion was under control. Qin Yu said, as the news said, there are such monsters all over the country. There are so many of them on the streets. They like to eat human flesh. If they are bitten or caught, they may become such monsters. Qin Yu paused and then said, I've found in the past few days that their movements have become smoother and stronger as time goes by. The young man took a breath when he heard this, and turned his head to look at the inner door worriedly. Qin Yu, knowing that he had probably made up his mind, he picked up the axe and walked towards the 7th floor without further ado. After dealing with the safety issue on the 7th floor, Qin Yu went downstairs and returned to her room. She just opened the door when a black figure quickly jumped in. Chapter 29. Qin Yu took a closer look. Isn't this the black cat that disappeared for a long time? Well, come to the door again. The black cat naturally walked into the room with graceful cat steps. It first looked around the furnishings of the room, and finally jumped onto the more comfortable sofa, lay down lazily on it and washed its face with its paws. Stay quietly by yourself. I'll take a bath and rest. If you want canned fish, come to me. Qin Yu closed the door and said. The black cat meowed and didn't respond. It should be full. Qin Yu nodded. He said he knew it, and didn't continue to pay attention to it. If he didn't make trouble, he could nest wherever he wanted. Qin Yu was a little disappointed that the old man was not found, but she was not discouraged. It was daytime when the end of the world came, and with the temperament of most old ladies who like to visit, maybe she just stayed in someone's house. Qin Yu planned to find all the people in the community. Again, planned to go to the southern base if no one is found. Bump bump. A green taxi was rampaging on the edge of the urban area. After a while, thick black smoke came out from the tail of the vehicle and crashed into the door of a house. Bai Weilan opened the car door, jumped out of the car and ran into a residential house without looking back. She urgently needs to find a place to hide. Help, save me. The door on the driver's seat opened suddenly, and a man covered in blood came out. The passengers had already run away, and the zombies were coming after him from a distance. No one would come to rescue him. He opened his eyes wide, and there were only figures running farther and farther in his field of vision. Help me, save me. He cried eagerly and unwillingly. His voice was filled with the unease and pleading of death, and he put down his outstretched hand in despair until the person was no longer visible. He still remembers that on the day of the end of the world, he drove the car to pick up the passengers as usual. The pure female college student stopped the car with a suitcase of luggage, saying that she was going to the airport. They chatted happily all the way. The girl with long hair and big eyes with an oval face was just as he was about to drive away. The girl who had just got off the car and walked into the airport ran out in a panic and forgot to bring her luggage back. She opened the car door without saying a word, she just kept telling him to go and drive. And he didn't hesitate, and started the vehicle on the spot. Soon, he saw something. He saw a monster. A rotten monster kept swaying on the road. A monster even threw down a pedestrian. He didn't dare to stop when he saw it, so he rushed over quickly. It wasn't until they rushed out of the airport that they realized that the same was true outside. The city had changed, and there were such man-eating monsters everywhere. These 2 days, they had only eaten very little, and while avoiding the monsters, they were preparing to flee outside the city. They saw a lot of these powerful monsters that bit people, and saw many people being dragged by them and never standing up again. "Help me, I don't want to die," he murmured aimlessly in the car. They took a lot of detours due to traffic jams before, and at the same time attracted a lot of monsters. They followed behind tirelessly. More and more, the vehicles skidded due to excessive driving and driving speed, so that they hit the gate without turning in time. The iron block broke his foot. He covered his face with his hands, not knowing what he was laughing at. Maybe he ignored other people's pleas for help before, and now he got retribution. It's his turn soon. He smiled wryly. The group of zombies in his field of vision was getting closer. And closer. He was a little dizzy due to excessive blood loss. He looked at the blood-stained both feet, tried to move unwillingly, but they were still stuck inside and couldn't get out. In peaceful times, there were traffic police to help when there was a traffic accident, but now everyone is too busy to take care of themselves. The roaring sound near his ear was approaching. He could imagine how excited these monsters were, stretched out his hand unwillingly, and slammed the car door. He sat in the car and recalled waiting for death when he was a child. Hurrah! After Bai Weilan ran into the residential building, she chose a room and slammed the door shut. Although she didn't know why the owner didn't lock the door when she left, it was undoubtedly the best shelter for her now. She leaned against the door panel and was overly frightened. After a long time, she patted her chest, and then mustered up the courage to walk to the window panting. The car downstairs attracted a large number of zombies because of the smell of blood. Those zombies surrounded the car layer by layer, densely packed, more greedy and disgusting than hyenas smelling meat on the grassland. A zombie ran over from the opposite side. Knowing that it was going towards the people in the vehicle, Bai Weilan took a step back in fright. She covered her mouth and walked in, for fear that she would cry out in fright and cause the zombies to cry out. Attention! Speaking of which, she was also unlucky. She managed to get an air ticket, and the doomsday happened before returning to Qin's house. Bai Weilan clenched her fists, with a strong hatred exuding from her body. She felt that something was wrong. Things shouldn't be like this. Chapter 30. Entering the space, Qin Yu was surprised to find that the seeds planted earlier had germinated. Besides, the space was slightly different. Qin Yu took a closer look and found that the air in the space was fresher. Could it be because of the seeds planted? Relationship? After rationally planning the land, Qin Yu took out the previous seeds and planted a few more, and then replaced the roots with buds of potatoes. After planting a row, Qin Yu planted the fast-growing vegetables with a short cycle of small rapeseed and harvest cycle for long tomatoes. She diligently dug holes and planted a long row of the seed types she had on hand. It wasn't until the land as large as 2 sports squares was planted that Qin Yu sat on the ground and took a rest out of breath, looking at the planted land with a happy face. After resting for a while, she scooped water from a plastic bucket to water it. The water poured from the watering can moisten the land little by little. After pouring several buckets of water, Qin Yu filled the buckets with water from the outside and put them into the space. When she was free, Qin Yu walked to the center of the space. This is the small spring that suddenly appeared after the space mutated. Qin Yu didn't know what effect it had, whether it could be regenerated, so she didn't move it lightly. Now she has time. Do your research. The length of each spring is about 1.5 meters, and the whole spring pool is circular. When Qin Yu touched the surface of the spring with his hand, a circle of ripples spread out. There should be no problem, right? Try it. Qin Yu muttered to himself. It is impossible for a poisonous spring to appear in the space. Qin Yu did a few simple tests to ensure that the spring water would not kill anyone. After initially confirming the safety results, Qin Yu felt relieved. If it wasn't for the bad situation outside, she really wanted to catch a mouse or something to experiment. Unfortunately, although she didn't know if the animals outside had mutated, she didn't know where they hid even if they didn't mutate. Looking at the crystal clear spring water, Qin Yu picked up a small cup and filled it up, then took it up to observe carefully. The water looked very clear, clean and unpolluted. She took a sip carefully. The water was very sweet and refreshing, very refreshing. Delicious. So Yu drank a whole glass of water. It was even better than the best quality mineral water. She smacked her lips, stood up and prepared to drink another glass to quench her thirst. She was exhausted after working for so long up. When Yu just stood up, she felt relaxed. After drinking the spring water in her stomach, it was like a warm current flowing through her body, and it was like a mint breeze taking away all the fatigue from her body. Yu was happy to recover her physical fitness quickly, and sighed at the spring water. Suddenly, her complexion changed. No, there was a problem. She moved her feet, trying to find space, her eyes dazzled, her vision suddenly became dark, and she fell into the spring pool. Plop, the water splashed out. Yu fell directly from the shore to the bottom of the pool, and hit the pebbles on the bottom of the pool. She waved her hands a few times. Because she fell in sideways, it was difficult to stand up for a while. He couldn't keep his feet on the ground, and couldn't grab anything with his hands, and he swallowed several saliva in his mouth. Pain. Yu opened her eyes but couldn't see anything. She tried her best to stand up in the water. The extreme pain and strong suffocation made her very uncomfortable. The more she struggled, the harder it was to get up. After a long time, when Yu finally groped to the side, she was already dying. She tried her best to grab the edge of the pool and tried to climb up, but she fell down after several attempts. Unable to give up, enduring the pain in her body, Yu gritted her teeth and continued to climb up. She knew that no one could help her. If she really sank, she would never get up again. For a while, this clear the spring pool became the hell that Yu couldn't wait to escape. After an unknown amount of time, Yu exhausted all her strength and finally climbed onto the shore. She collapsed on the shore completely exhausted. She didn't even have the strength to cry out for pain, and could only keep breathing with her mouth wide open. Yu could feel a wave of energy flowing in her body, but she couldn't stop it. After a long time, there was a feeling that her meridians were being beaten and burned. She didn't know whether it was good or bad. The pain took her away too much sanity. Yu lay on the ground, breathing heavily, her belly bulging from drinking too much water rose and fell with her breathing. Enduring the extreme pain, Yu didn't notice that her skin was cracking inch by inch. Perhaps the pain on the surface was not as good as the pain in her bones, so she didn't notice. As the spring water transforms the body, the dark elements are extremely active in the widened tendons. They instinctively expel the substances they don't like out of Yu's body, but they almost caused a catastrophe. After transforming the body, coupled with the nourishment of the spring water, no major accidents occurred, only this situation of destroying and repairing at the same time. Soon, the cracked skin became thinner and thinner, connected like a spider web, bleeding, blackened, and burned to ashes. After enduring the last bit of pain that would make life worse than death, Yu's consciousness was already blurred. Before she passed out, she thought numbly that she survived. What a fucking pain. Chapter 31. When Yu woke up, she found that her whole body was dark, as if she was covered with a layer of ash. In fact, Yu was indeed covered with a layer of ash. She didn't notice this. She stood up and patted the ashes, and rushed out of the space to take a shower. Damn, what kind of spring water is this? It almost killed her. Yu kept complaining in her heart, but she didn't know that the spring water would only have the effect of washing the marrow. When people used it for the first time, and the strength of the effect depended on the amount of water they drank for the first time. Unfortunately, Yu, who didn't know it, became the owner who drank the most spring water at one time in the history of the space, and also the owner who experienced the most tragic experience. After all, the strength of the function of the spring water is directly proportional to the degree of pain, which is not ambiguous at all. After going out of the space and taking a bath for more than an hour, Yu dragged his body limp into a ball of mud and lay down on the bed to sleep. After this sleep, the sky was still dark after opening her eyes. Well, Yu didn't think she couldn't sleep. Given how hungry she was, she probably slept all day, and when she woke up, it was dark. Looking at the alarm clock in front of the table, she found that the hour hand inside hadn't moved. Only then did Yu remember that she had removed the battery because she was afraid that the alarm clock would ring suddenly and cause zombies. On the other hand, she really hated something in a quiet space. The ticking sound over there made people feel too depressing. Putting down the alarm clock, Yu walked into the kitchen. She washed some rice and vegetables. After putting the rice into the rice cooker, she began to put the chopped vegetables, eggs, meat, ham, and mushrooms into the pot and fry them together. Because a lot of oil was poured in, it was very fragrant when fried. Yu swallowed, and waited for the rice to be cooked with hunger. After thinking about it, Yu took out several packs of instant noodles from the space, unpacked them, added some water and threw them in. She would probably be starving when the meal was ready. After a while, the water boiled, Qin opened the lid, and a smell of food spread out. Although it was simple, Qin did not dislike this casually cooked dinner at all. You must know that in the last days, in her previous life, she couldn't eat a steamed bun, so she developed the habit of eating everything in her life. When the noodles were ready, Qin didn't even take the bowl and spoon, but directly picked up the pot and went to the dining table outside to eat. After wolfing down for a while, Qin slowed down. While chewing, she took out the spiritual crystal core she hid earlier from her pocket. She took the crystal core and took a photo under the light. The white crystal core it is beautiful, a little bigger than the general non-attribute crystal nucleus, the color is more pure, and it shines charmingly like a diamond. After looking at it for a while, Qin was about to put it in the space so as not to lose it, when suddenly a burst of energy surged out of her body, which she was familiar with. It was Qin own ability, a kind of dark energy. Although she is not sure what kind of supernatural power this is, she has never heard of it in her previous life, but she doesn't mind. As long as she has supernatural powers, how many women in the last days do things they don't want because they can't protect themselves? This kind of energy communicates with her mind. It is spherical in non-attack state and can corrode anything, but when it enters attack state, it becomes a black flame. Once it is ignited, it will burn the burning object to ashes before it stops. It's a pity that no matter what form her abilities are in, they are all small, only as big as Shadow. Regarding the mutation of supernatural powers, Qin also thought about it, which probably has something to do with her death full of dark resentment in her previous life. When she awakened her powers in her previous life, she thought more about protection, so she inspired the bright fire powers. In this life, when she awakened her powers, she thought more about negative cold thoughts, probably because of this. It is the difference that causes the ability to mutate. The ability in the body surged for a moment, and this dark energy climbed up along Qin hand until the darkness wrapped around the entire crystal nucleus. Qin was surprised to feel that the ability was absorbing the energy in the crystal nucleus. The crystal nucleus became dull and shattered into powder, and the power seemed to be a little bigger. The same black fire gave Qin the illusion that this guy was more energetic. Qin was very surprised. Although it is said that the ability can absorb crystal nuclei, it is limited to no attributes and the crystal nucleus corresponding to the attribute of her own ability, otherwise she will explode and die, but now her ability can independently absorb crystal nuclei of other systems, and she didn't have any discomfort. Could it be that her ability can absorb crystal nuclei of all attributes? Qin made a bold guess. Chapter 32. Qin breathing quickened a little, and she knew best what it meant. Every supernatural user has only one kind of supernatural power, but it is so difficult to get the crystal nucleus corresponding to his supernatural power attribute, which directly leads to the difficulty of upgrading. If someone can absorb the whole system of crystal nucleus, it means that his probability of upgrading it is several times that of others. The current Qin doesn't know that her idea is too good. The stronger the ability, the slower the upgrade, and the more crystal nuclei need to be fed. And her ability happens to be a rare attribute. In other words, her dark ability has a big appetite. If others need 10 crystal cores to upgrade, her ability needs 50 to upgrade. I guess Qin will know in the future. I'm afraid I'm going to cry. Since the awakening of the supernatural power, Qin appetite has increased a lot. There is a lot of noise outside the balcony. Qin hasn't finished his dinner yet, so he doesn't want to pay attention to it. She moved the pot to the window, so that people would not be seen eating to attract hatred, and it was convenient to hear the news. Damn it, what a crime, how could such a thing happen? It was a woman's voice. That's not it, why was the 5th floor on the opposite side suddenly bitten by a monster? The voice of the man in charge of the household on the 1st floor also came over. Hey, I heard that there was no food in that family. The head of the household on the 5th floor was scratched by a monster when he ran to someone else's house to steal something. It was fine at first, but it was only recently that something was wrong. Look at that family member crying, hey. Isn't this impossible? The government army hasn't arrived yet, and the mobile phone signal is intermittent. I'm really worried about my child who is studying in other places. It is said that there are fewer monsters in our community, and they were all caught by that woman. There are more outside. Xiao Chen quietly ran to the iron gate to take a look yesterday, and was frightened. Hey, our food is almost gone now. I don't even know what to do. After understanding about it, she finished eating, so Qin didn't continue listening. She packed up and went back to the room to study the ability. Before leaving, Chinyu didn't notice that when she returned to the house, a group of people hurriedly came from outside the community. "Boss, it's here. We ran a lot of places and found that this is the safest place with the fewest zombies. This is because Guzi and I were chased so hard yesterday that we accidentally ran in and found out. It's strange, in the community there are no zombies wandering around, there must be someone high-spirited living here, let's go in quickly, get in early and feel at ease." A young man with dyed yellow hair and grey clothes said to a man with a square face and a small crew cut in the team. The man listened to the words and trotted from the middle of the team to the gate of Jixiang community. There was an obvious scar on his face. Eagle's sharp eyes looked inside, and finally nodded and waved his hand. "Brother, hurry up, the monsters behind are about to catch up, everyone hurry up, don't delay." After his words fell, these people began to climb over the iron gate in groups of 2. Originally Chinyu was just bolting with the iron gate, people can go out at any time, but the people in the community can't stand the fear. Yesterday, under the instigation of everyone, a person bravely walked to the gate of the community and directly locked the gate with a lock. Su Guohong wiped the sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand. His dirty underwear was torn several times, and there were still many scratches on his body. The tension in his heart eased a little when he watched his brothers climb into the community. Generally speaking, he would not change places hastily, but a very powerful zombie came to the place where they stayed before, and dozens of brothers left in 2 days, which made him have to go out to find a place to hide. Originally, he was also afraid that he would enter the wolf's den after leaving the tiger's den, but when he saw the residents in the community peeping at them from the balcony, Su Guohong knew that he had made the right bet. If this place was also occupied by some powerful monster, if so, then the survivors in this community would not be so peaceful, and they might not even be alive. Now that they can do this, it can only be said that there are really some masters here. "Hurry up, everyone, don't dawdle," Su Guohong urged again. Seeing that the brothers had almost left, a younger brother walked up to Su Guohong and bent down. "Boss, hurry up too." Su Guohong nodded, stepped on his back and climbed up, while those who had already entered tried their best to climb up. "Pull the outsiders in." By the time of the last 2 people, the zombies have already chased them, and they are pulling in faster and faster. "Hurry up, black slave, hurry up, the brother who came in will help you see if you can cut out from the inside, and be careful not to be caught." Guzi was the last to be pulled up. When he finally climbed up, the zombies had already reached his feet, and one even grabbed his shoe viciously. Fortunately, his sneakers were hard enough not to be pierced by the zombies' nails. When he finally pulled them up, he couldn't wait to go jumping in, regardless of whether it will hurt or not, it directly fell to the ground. Seeing that everyone was coming in, Su Guohong waved his hands to tell the brothers to rest on the spot. After running for so long, they had already lost their strength, but there was nothing they could do. Stopping would kill them, and they dared not delay for a moment. "Well done, Heiwa, hurry up and sit down and rest, and I will look for a house." Later. Heiwa, who has always been at the bottom, is rarely treated so kindly by the boss, and he is very happy in his heart. Rest beside Su Guohong. Now, all of Su Guohong's people came in, and the people in the community were uneasy. Why did this group of people have nothing to do in other people's neighborhoods? An anxious ant yelled directly from the balcony, "Hey, where did you come from? People, how can you just break into other people's neighborhoods?" Chapter 33. The first reaction of the residents of Jixiang community to the arrival of outsiders was not to welcome but to guard. They faintly felt that something was being peeped at, and collectively showed an unpleasant expression. "Young people nowadays, why are they like this? Don't you know it's illegal?" an old woman said. Although the residents of the community are usually dirty, they still maintain the common interests, and the arrival of this group of people made them vaguely aware of the safety of their community, which gave them a lot of sense of superiority. "Young man, what are you doing? Are you planning to rob? We are not afraid of you," a male owner in the district said seriously. He was the first to realize that these people probably came to grab the territory with them. Although there is no communication with the outside information now, he has been a community director for so many years and he still responds quickly. Most of these people came because there were no zombies in the community. The residents of Jixiang community didn't wait for the government's army, but they waited for a group of land grabbers. How could they not be angry? Afraid of her, but who doesn't thank her behind her back? Now that such a group of people have come, they have a feeling that something good is about to be known. That's right, it's definitely not a good product to break through someone's door. Be careful. Get out, or we'll call the police. Yes, get out, or we'll call the police. This is illegal intrusion neighborhood. Su Guohong has been on the road for so many years, how could he not know the thoughts of these people? He stood up after resting enough. And said with a pleasant face, brothers just plan to live here for a while, there is no other purpose, and I won't disturb you yes. He paused, seeing the expressions of everyone still unhappy, and then said, you have been in the community, have you never been outside? Brothers are all from outside, know a lot of news. If you want to know you can come to us at any time, but it's getting dark now, we need to find an empty house to live in first. As soon as he said this, the people in the community fell silent. To be honest, it's been so many days since the end of the day. I haven't really gone out before, the only one who will go out is the girl with the axe, but they are not easy to get along with, they have been in a hurry for so many days, and they didn't say a few words to them, now they am really worried about what's going on outside. After a moment of silence, a male owner on the third floor said, then you stay here first, and tell us what's going on outside tomorrow. There are still many vacant houses, you can choose by yourself, but be careful that there are monsters in some houses, don't blame us for not reminding you when we meet. Okay, thank you brother for reminding us, we will be careful. That's what he was waiting for, and Su Guohong happily responded just after he finished speaking. Originally, he didn't care about these people, but he was afraid of offending the high-ranking person in the community who would speak nicely. As early as when he was talking to them, he winked and ordered his brothers to disperse quietly to explore the terrain. Individuals ran back one after another. Boss, there are no zombies in the community, but the screams of zombies can be heard in a few rooms. A younger brother who came back to report said. Boss, there seems to be a building over there that has been cleaned up, but the door lock is broken. Do we want to live there? The other boy was a few steps behind, and hurried forward to tell the story. Boss, it's the same on our side. We didn't find a single zombie on the road, but after entering the corridor, you can hear such monsters screaming in several houses. The third little brother also ran back, and then the people behind came one after another. Continued to report the same news. Let's go, Fungus, you lead the way, go to that building, the one you said the door is broken, if you want to come to the expert to live there, if the door is broken, it's okay, it can be repaired, it's great to hold something against it, the important thing is safety, as long as there is no place safer than the other side. Su Guohong made a decision on the spot and led the brothers to go there. The original residents of Jixian community looked at the direction they were going. The people living in Building A were okay, but the residents of other buildings were inexplicably upset. These bad guys from outside really could choose places, and they picked the best ones as soon as they came. The active-minded residents have also moved their minds, so that maybe more and more people will come in the future. By then, everyone will go to Building A. Will it be unsafe for them to live farther away? He acted resolutely and hurriedly ordered the mother-in-law at home to tidy up his things, hoping to grab a favorable position earlier, so as not to drink the northwest wind in time and be chased around by monsters. Everyone's minds were so active that when Qin Yu went out the next day, she saw that Building A, which was originally empty, was suddenly overcrowded. She rubbed her head, puzzled, where did these people come from? Full of people. Could it be that there is some treasure here? Chapter 34. It was already dawn, and the zombies wandered tirelessly in the streets and alleys. Whenever they smelled the breath of survivors, they would become extremely excited, like beasts that could not wait to pounce upon smelling the smell of flesh and blood. After cutting down a zombie that was rushing towards him, Qin Yu reached out and stirred in its brain, found a crystal nucleus precisely, and took it out. Early this morning, Qin Yu killed a lot of zombies, but only a few crystal nuclei were harvested. Sensing the power that was about to move in her body, Qin Yu decisively put away the crystal nucleus, so as not to be seen by outsiders absorbing the crystal nucleus. She found that as long as the body does not directly touch the crystal nucleus, the supernatural power will not come around without authorization, so she specially prepared a bag for collecting the crystal nucleus. At this time, the sky was bright, and there were already 4 or 5 crystal nucleus in the pocket. Qin Yu took it away. Tight straps secure the bag carefully so it won't get lost. Putting away the bag and adjusting her breathing, Qin Yu picked up the axe and looked at another zombie running over. This zombie made a roaring sound of excitement. The hand can be waved easily like a normal person. As it ran closer, Qin Yu could even smell the rotten stench emanating from it, and the stench became more intense as it ran closer. Enduring the nausea, Qin Yu tightly squeezed the axe in his hand, and swung it down when it ran over. With the cracking sound of the skull, the zombie's body froze and fell down, just at the feet of the previous zombie side. Qin Yu walked over, swung the axe again, and opened the crack in the zombie's skull even more. Ignoring the few drops of brains splashed on the clothes, Chinyu stepped forward, reached out and stirred it into its head for a while. An oval crystal nucleus was pulled out. She was lucky, she took back the crystal nucleus, and when she wanted to hunt another zombie, she found that another zombie came running. Oh, no, if you look carefully, there are 5 or 6 more zombies following. Chinyu walked over quickly, took the axe and quickly killed the first zombie head-on. Then Chinyu didn't want to fight, she turned around and ran away, and she didn't even have time to check the head of the zombie that was dealt with. She knew that with the current physical fitness, there is no way to deal with several dogs at the same time without getting injured. In this era, there is no doctor to help when injured. Ho ho ho. The zombies in the back didn't flinch at all because the leading companion was dealt with. They hadn't yet developed an IQ, had no concept of danger at all, and didn't even know what fear was. They just followed their instinctive hunting and longed for flesh and blood. Considering the terrain, Chinyu ran to the alley as much as possible. Although the initial zombies were strong, they were not very flexible. Chinyu ran out of the alley and ambushed outside an alley that was easy for one person to pass through. Chinyu guarded the outside of the alley. Because of the passage, those zombies came running in a straight line like a bunch of candied haws. When the first zombie appeared in the narrow passageway, Chinyu swung an axe and chopped off its head. It had just fallen to the ground when the second zombie ran over excitedly. Chinyu swung the axe calmly. It wasn't until the last zombie fell to the ground that she opened their heads one by one to look for crystal nuclei. The harvest this time was not very good. There was only one crystal nucleus among the 5 zombies. She walked back slowly, and walked up to the dead zombie. When she found the crystal nucleus from inside, Chinyu thought unkindly, is it because it often eats meat in front of it, so it has crystal nuclei? Next, Chinyu took an axe to change places. On the way, he was very lucky to pick up a few zombies that had been maimed by others. Chinyu was not polite at all, and solved them easily. It's just that such zombies often don't have any crystal nuclei, so it's better than nothing. Chinyu thought optimistically, it's better than having none. Hey, classmate, wait a minute. A young voice came from behind Chinyu. When Chinyu passed the small shop earlier, he knew someone was there, but he ignored it. It's the end of the day. Who has time to meet up a hello, 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 everyone's hello, politeness? What's the matter? Chinyu turned around expressionlessly. She stood in the same place, 1 meter away from the canteen, and didn't intend to go forward. The man didn't dare to open the door too much through the door, as if he was afraid that some zombies would suddenly rush over and bite him, so he only spoke through a small gap by the door. There are many monsters outside. You know the army, when will you come? He was a little trembling when he spoke, probably because of the changes in the past few days that made him still frightened, but when he talked about the army, he suddenly regained his confidence. I don't know, probably won't come. Chinyu looked directly at him and said coldly. In my memory, no army came to City A in my previous life. At that time, people from the military and the government were seizing power, some for selfish reasons, some for the public interest. Anyway, after they discussed the distribution of rights and land, the population would be dense. City A is almost occupied by zombies. Out of practical considerations, the army finally decided not to waste its troops to save the remaining people in City A. It only repeated on the radio that everyone should flee to the nearest survivor base on their own. Hey, don't go, classmate, we have a lot to eat here. Seeing that Chinyu was about to leave, the person who opened the door was anxious, but unfortunately he was dragged in and closed the door before he finished speaking. You're crazy, we don't have enough food here, and you want to drag another person in. A sharp female voice sounded first. Listen to me, I'm just saying this for. He was interrupted before he finished speaking. Chinyu kindly added half a sentence, just to get some news, really think she is stupid. Chinyu pouted and walked forward. Li Jimin, you are not the only one who decides here. The army hasn't arrived yet, who knows how long we can eat these things, can you grow your head? Another female voice who hated iron and steel came out. Okay, stop arguing, everyone should check to see if there is a signal on the mobile phone, there is no way to stay here. A boy who sounded quite prestigious in the room spoke, and the speaker fell silent instantly. Chinyu sneered as she walked. She couldn't be blamed for eavesdropping, since she awakened her supernatural powers, her facial features became much more sensitive, and their quarrel was so loud that it was hard not to hear it. People's hearts, she shook her head and continued to look for zombies. Chapter 35. A strange zombie appeared in the field of vision. The appearance of this zombie seemed no different from other zombies, with weedy hair, a corrupt face, cloudy eyes, a bloody mouth, withered hands, and a torn body. Tattered clothes. Because of the distance, the zombie wandered unconsciously under the eaves, and roared from time to time with its stinky mouth open. Whenever it roared, the other zombies would subconsciously back away a little, not daring to hang around it. This is a zombie with a crystal nucleus. Chinyu touched her face obscenely, and the villain in her heart smiled wickedly. Chinyu counted, there were about 9 zombies around this zombie, so good, it was actually a team of 10 people. This time, he was not as lucky as last time. It was impossible to lure them away one by one. Presumably, as long as Chinyu showed his face, he would attract all the zombies like meat and bones attract dogs. As soon as she thought of it, she stepped out of the place, entered the range of zombies' perception, was discovered by a group of zombies, and then chased like a half-undressed woman by a group of roguelike zombies, and they made excited molesting sounds while chasing. Chinyu couldn't help feeling cold, not to mention that they might invite friends and companions to come and have fun on the way to escape. According to Chinyu's experience in her previous life, she found that the eyesight of zombies is actually not too far away, only about 1 meter. Especially for such junior zombies, they are basically half-blind, but their sense of hearing and smell is very strong, and they look like wild animals. Strength and tireless body. Chinyu took out an alarm clock from the space with his mind, set the time and threw it far away. The alarm clock rang very face-saving, and 3 zombies staggered towards the direction of the alarm clock. Chinyu waited intently. As the zombies approached, the first zombie walked in. It wobbled around the alarm clock and let out an unpleasant growl of dissatisfaction. The other 2 lagging zombies were a step away from it. Keep shaking. Good opportunity. Chinyu condensed the power in his hand. It's up to you, baby. She rushed over with an axe in one hand, and slashed at the last zombie before she could react. Before she could see if it was dead, Chinyu immediately turned around and gave another zombie a small fireball, and then ran away. Going to the zombie that was no longer circling around the alarm clock and running towards her, he also gave it a small fireball. Very well, none of the zombies made the sound of calling their companions, nor did it attract the attention of the remaining zombies over there. Chinyu walked up to the zombie whose neck was about to break, quickly repaired it with an axe, and split open the head to see if there was a crystal nucleus. When she finished checking the zombie, the little black fire had already burned the 2 zombies to ashes, and besides the 2 lumps of black ash, there was a crystal nucleus of a zombie on the ground. Then Chinyu picked up the alarm clock, dialed the time, and implemented the same trick again. This time, 1 more zombie followed, 2 by 2, and Chinyu frowned. If I make a rash move this time, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of other zombies. Seeing that the 2 zombies in the front were approaching the alarm clock, Chinyu once again condensed his powers to attack the last zombie. The second last zombie reacted faster and turned around when he smelled the smell of fresh human flesh, and squeezed away. The zombie in front wanted to run towards Chinyu, but unfortunately its reckless behavior brought it a catastrophe. The little black fire on that zombie spread quickly on it. After a while, the bodies of the 2 zombies were covered with black flames. No time to see how they were doing, Chinyu had already rushed forward with an axe and chopped off a zombie's head. Ho ho ho. Oops, it screamed. Chinyu frowned a little annoyed. Originally she planned to deal with the strongest zombie after absorbing the crystal nucleus after killing the common zombies, but now it seems impossible. She regrets her recklessness, but no matter how much she regrets, she has to pay for her mistakes. With a strong swing of the axe, the zombie fell against the wall. There are 3 zombies left behind, 2 normal types, and 1 suspected T1. As for the awakening ability, it is unknown. Although it was still too late to escape, Chinyu didn't want to back down when thinking about seeking wealth in danger. As for the decision, she looked forward firmly. Clenching the axe tightly, Chinyu quickly killed the zombies running towards her. Fortunately, they didn't arrive at the same time, which gave Chinyu a buffer time. After the first zombie was dealt with, there was still room to deal with the second zombie. It's not that they rushed to kill Chinyu together. Ignoring the black blood splashed on her body, Chinyu calmly wiped away a black spot on her face. When all the zombies around her were wiped out and only the last zombie was left, Chinyu finally took with a wretched smile. He rushed up with an axe without hesitation. Mr. Zombie, it's you. Chapter 36. Bang! There was a loud sound of metal colliding, and the jaws of Chinyu's hands were numb from the shock, because the impact caused the surrounding dust to rise up. Sparks flashed where the axe touched the zombie just now. It turns out that this zombie is not only T1 but also possesses metal abilities. Pit Father, what kind of luck is she these few days, only to meet an intelligent spiritual zombie, and now she has met a metal supernatural zombie, who is despised by the heavens and cannot explain. The originally ordinary zombie had already been metallized all over its body at this time. Its bluish-yellow dry skin became smooth and glowed with a faint metallic luster. As if knowing that Qin Yu had nothing to do with him, the zombie roared joyfully and proudly. It waved its hand and slammed it in Qin Yu's direction. As soon as Qin Yu moved his footsteps, he immediately left the spot, and his metallic hand immediately opened a big hole in the wall, and the surrounding of the hole was still split like a spider's web. Looking at the holed wall, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes dangerously. This zombie cannot be left behind. She vaguely remembered that City A would not fall so quickly in her previous life, but she didn't know if the feng shui here was particularly good. At the same time, 3 supernatural zombies with extremely fast growth and extremely high levels appeared, killing many humans, one of which is the metal ability. The initial zombies were strong, but no matter how big they were, it would be impossible to hit a stone wall several centimeters to achieve such an effect. Qin Yu was sure that this was just one of the bosses of zombies in City A that she had never met in her previous life. Qin Yu took 5 or 6 steps back, took out the bag containing the crystal nucleus from his pocket, and opened it without time. Qin Yu's gaze was fixed on this metal supernatural zombie, and the movements of his hands were unambiguous. The ability burns the bag and absorbs the nuclei. Feeling the energy in his hands pouring into his body little by little, Qin Yu calmed down a little. The little black fireball in the palm of her hand jumped slightly because she sensed the master's fighting intent or because it absorbed the crystal nucleus. Qin Yu's eyes were fixed on the rushing zombies. She didn't have too much the capital, the war of attrition is meaningless to her. This time Qin Yu didn't intend to dodge it, the ability was condensed to the maximum, and he wanted to catch the flaw and send it to the west. Hurry up, the zombies are getting closer, now. Qin Yu's eyes are serious, and she exudes a sense of vigor. The supernatural power in her hand is always ready, just a second later. Be careful. A woman's voice suddenly sounded from behind Qin Yu, and then she felt something is wrong with the air, there is danger. Qin Yu almost immediately gave up on the zombie in front of him and turned sideways to avoid the ice arrow that struck from behind. The ice arrow flew from Qin Yu's shoulder to the zombie, causing it to pause for a second before falling to the ground. Roar! The metal zombie waved its hands and roared. It felt that its authority was repeatedly challenged by the 2 small pieces of food in front of it. It was angry. Without the slightest pause, the metal zombie rushed towards the girl like a wild beast, scaring her to keep shooting ice arrows, but because of the newly awakened ability, she couldn't release it after 2 or 3 arrows. Seeing that the ice arrows had no effect and the zombies were getting closer, she was startled, and immediately let out a scream, "Ah! This woman!" Qin Yu was speechless, dropped the axe, and took advantage of the zombie's attack. Be careful not to be on her body, grab the gap, and hit the zombie with the condensed power in the palm. Suddenly, a black hole was opened behind it near the left shoulder, and rotten and smelly black blood flowed out. As if sensing danger, the metal zombie had no choice but to give up the food that was almost in its mouth. It roared and tore off the flesh and blood of its entire arm and its back. As soon as the arm was thrown to the ground, it was burned by the black fire. Evil black blood spewed out from the wound, and the armless zombie became even more violent. Black blood faintly flowed into its cloudy eyes. Obviously, this zombie became even more difficult to deal with. Qin Yu was on full alert, planning to keep it no matter what. Time seemed to be frozen, passing tensely and slowly. When the angry zombie was about to rush over, a strange sound suddenly sounded in the distance. The sound seemed to press the pause button. After hearing the sound, the metal zombie didn't intend to take care of them but ran away. No, Qin Yu planned to rush over to take advantage of it. Injury takes care of it. As soon as she took a step, the girl next to her held Qin Yu tightly. It's so dangerous, look, it's gone. This momentary pause prevented Qin Yu from catching up with the zombie in time to intercept it, and the child had recovered his original expression at this time. It's really strange, this zombie has a sick head, and he tore off his arm. Hey, I said, why didn't you run away when you were in danger just now? Stand there stupidly, freak out, if I didn't just pass by, you would be finished. My team is right ahead, you don't need to tell them later, and you don't need to thank me too much, I'm just a little effort, don't worry about this little zombie, I won't let it hurt you. Seeing that the zombie ran farther and farther away and almost disappeared, and the person in front of him was still chattering about saving his life, Qin Yu's complexion suddenly turned dark. Chapter 37. Where did a careless person come from? Qin Yu stared blankly at the woman in front of her who couldn't make sense of the situation, and complained silently in her heart. Can she say thanks to her family? If she hadn't been able to hide quickly, the first ice arrow would have penetrated her body instead of facing the zombie. Okay. Yu pushed her hand away without a trace. If your teammates are over there, go back, it's not safe here. After that, she went to pick up the axe that was thrown aside, and the girl seemed to have nothing to do at once, and followed Yu like a good sister. It's okay, they are amazing. By the way, my name is Chi Wei. What is your name? Yu. You have to remember to stay away next time. The zombies are too scary now. We are out looking for things. A lot of people died during that time. Ah. What are you doing? Chi Wei, who had been nagging, let go of Yu and asked screamingly. Abusing the corpse. Yu ignored Chi Wei's mentally ill expression, and reached out to stir the zombie's head. Feeling that his fingers touched something hard, Yu directly grabbed the crystal nucleus wrapped in brains, and clenched his fist. Put it in your pocket while no one is paying attention. Chi Wei pointed at Yu and couldn't say a complete sentence. Under her frightened eyes, Yu calmly opened the heads of a few zombies to check for crystal nuclei one by one. Chi Wei probably couldn't see it, and said loudly, "You are enough, the army will come soon, arrive, it will be fine in time. Don't think too much. How about you come over and be with us, live?" Chi Wei thought it was scary even after thinking about it. She was going to live with a psychotic necromancer. She shook her head. Forget it, it's too scary. Do you want to come and go back with us? Chi Wei tentatively probed, with conflicts in his heart, hoping that the other party would agree, but at the same time fearing that the other party would rely on them. No, I can go back by myself. Yu shook his head and refused. Following such a blind girl, there might be another disturbance on the way back. It's a pity that the energy of the crystal nucleus must be sufficient for the zombie that was let go just now. The most important thing is letting go of AT1 with supernatural powers doesn't know how many things it will cause in the future. This is probably the kind of person who does bad things with good intentions, but Yu knows that he can't blame her entirely, and part of the reason is that his power is too small, even if it is condensed in his hand, it is difficult to detect, which makes Chi Wei think that he is an ordinary person, thus indirectly destroying her plan, but this kind of person is really annoying. After hearing the answer, Chi Wei breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt an indescribable disappointment. Then you have to be careful. Yes, I'm leaving. Yu mentioned that he could no longer see the original color, and his face was covered with stains. The axe with colorful brains and blood walked back under Chi Wei's strange eyes. Unknowingly, the sun rose into the air, and a one-armed zombie in the west corner roared to drive back the low-level zombies that were wandering in front, picking up the shadows and running forward. Originally, it was not afraid of the sun, but now its wounds made it uncomfortable. The underground parking lot of the shopping mall was filled with a thick and unpleasant smell of blood. You can see blood clots and stumps all over the ground with a slight bow. The metal zombies roared at the door and rushed in quickly. The sporadic zombies at the exit heard the sound and consciously dispersed to both sides, making way for a path, and swayed unconsciously after the metal zombies entered. In the parking lot, a zombie was sitting on top of a red car, and below were low-level zombies wandering around. Roar! The one-armed metal supernatural zombie came in from the outside, and easily dealt with a low-level zombie that stood in front of it. It took out its crystal nucleus and mixed it with its brain and ate it into its mouth. It rattled in the quiet space. The sound of chewing crystal nuclei. The zombie sitting on the roof of the car rolled his eyes when he saw this scene, as if he was thinking of some bad idea, but the one-armed zombie couldn't see it, so he grabbed another low-level zombie, opened its head, and took out the inside of it. The crystal nucleus and brain pulp are eaten together. When it wanted to eat the third low-level zombie, it found that there was an obstacle blocking its way. It roared twice and asked its companion what it was going to do. The zombie roared in response, which was the strange sound it made before. The one-armed zombie realized that something was wrong, it let out a louder roar and wanted to back away, only then did it realize that the zombie, which had been juxtaposed with wisdom among them, might do something to it. The roar of the two T1s caused the low-level zombies below to panic, but the short-term panic ended quickly, because the intelligent spirit zombie suppressed the one-armed zombie, and quickly took it out. There are crystal nuclei with metallic luster in the head. In the underground parking lot, the sound of chewing hard glass was heard again. Chapter 38. After leaving Chi Wei, Yu walked towards the community, taking care of the lone zombies along the way. When passing by the residential area, many surviving residents peeked at Yu from the windows, and even a bold yellow-haired boy went to the balcony and waved at Yu and shouted, "Hey, sister, what are you doing, brother?" The food is almost finished, can you bring something up after you have been outside for so long? As soon as he said this, some residents echoed from the window, that's right, little girl, you can bring something over, I'll pay you double. Give it to me first, I'll pay 3 times as much, and there's a tip, as long as there are more things the better. I'll give you 1,000, and I'll count the other things the money. Little girl, give it to me first, my son is an official of the city government, as long as you. Hey, why should I give it to you first, little girl, don't listen to them, my mother told you ah. How do you talk, I tell you, I am the boss of XX, as long as you send me something, little girl, I promise. The voices in the residential building became louder and louder, they were afraid that Qin Yu would listen as if not, one was louder than the other, and the conditions offered by the other were more generous than the other. Qin Yu frowned and walked away quickly. Before leaving, he pointed to the zombies attracted by their screams. Hey, don't go, it's a pity that there are still people who don't understand her actions and can't wait to stop Qin Yu from negotiating the price. Ah! Look below, those monsters are coming again, everyone shouted and shouted, those who closed the windows, and those who closed the doors. After a burst of panic, the residents were quiet, and the zombies were excited. Looking up at the sky, now is a good time to clean up the auspicious community and look for people. Don't worry about losing sight of people or being attacked by zombies. Qin Yu avoided the wandering zombies and turned onto the path. Qin Yu chose this road for a reason. First, this road is a shortcut for her to rush home, and there are few wandering zombies. Second, there are house walls on both sides, no windows, and no one can see her walking do what. Qin Yu walks with an axe in one hand, and puts one hand in the pocket of his clothes to absorb the crystal nucleus. The stronger the foundation in the early stage, the more stable it will be in the later upgrade, and it will not be too exaggerated and cause the supernatural power to go berserk. This is like laying the foundation of a house. Even if the foundation is not good, even if the house has already built 100 floors, when a small earthquake comes, just a bang, and nothing will disappear. The top-ranking masters in the previous life base were all people who had a good foundation in the early stage, but at that time Qin Yu was busy living every day and did not have this opportunity, so he could only upgrade his abilities desperately to ensure the survival rate. Now it is different, she to cherish this opportunity. After walking more than 30 meters, Qin Yu quietly guarded, the surroundings were quiet and there was no zombie in sight, a bad premonition surged in her heart. The population of this city has already exceeded 15 million, and there are countless people who will become zombies when the end of the world comes. It stands to reason that zombies will be found within 10 meters. Now that she has walked for so long and has not found a single zombie, she must be has a problem. What about zombies? They were all eaten. Qin Yu's eyes were fixed, something was wrong. This situation either meant that powerful zombies appeared or large-scale zombies were lured away. Either way, it was not a good thing. Qin Yu quickened his pace and prepared to leave. Boom! 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 There were 3 loud explosions in succession followed by the rapid footsteps of the crowd. Qin Yu looked up and took a breath of air, why don't you carry it like this? Not far in front of Qin Yu, a group of people ran over in a panic. Behind them was a dense group of zombies that had stabbed a hornet's nest. Most of these people had experienced fierce battles, and many of them died. However, ordinary people ran ahead with various tools such as knives and sticks. Damn, how does this make her run? There is a wave of zombies in front, there is a wave of zombies behind, and there are walls on both sides, even with supernatural powers. It is impossible to corrode a door on the wall immediately, thinking in her mind, Qin Yu's footsteps don't stay, the best way now is to run out before the 2 zombies meet. Qin Yu ran faster, swinging the axe in her hand to drive away the zombies in front of her. Shen Sheching led the team and ran ahead. He was exhausted from the previous battles. He originally wanted to run straight to the street, which is more spacious and conducive to the display of abilities, but when he saw the small alley on the left ahead, someone's eyes lit up when they were running. Someone was running, which meant that the road could lead to other places. It was not a dead end, they would not be trapped in it, and the alley was not wide enough to allow them to pass, and it could block them by the way. Behind him was a dense wave of zombies. No matter how bad it is, if you are going to die, it would be good to drag your unlucky back. Thinking of this, Shen Sheching led a group of people into the alley where Qin Yu was. Chapter 39. Shen Sheching was originally a well-known Shaokai in City A. He was dating his girlfriend in a hotel that day. He happened to run into Wang De, who was also a rich second generation, and Xiao Mingxin planned to hold a banquet in his newly opened entertainment city. He was bored for a while. They brought their girlfriends along with them. On that day, the people who came here suddenly fainted. After the security guards they hired carried them out, those people stood up again. First, they bit the security guard, and then rushed to the dance floor to mess bite. The wine glass fell to the ground and shattered into shards of glass, the snacks on the automatic feeding table were overturned, screaming in panic, chewing strangely, everything was messed up. In the chaos, he protected his girlfriend and ran outside with the crowd. After finally running outside, he found that there were more people suffering from the disease on the street. He hurriedly opened the car door and pushed his girlfriend in. She started the car, but that bitch drove away by herself when she saw that he was about to be bitten by a monster. Fortunately, when the car rushed out, it knocked down the monster in front of him, and the red car, the sports car, crashed into the security room of the entertainment city due to the driver's technical problems, causing a big explosion. For the next few days, he kept hiding in Tibet until he awakened the Earth-type ability in a dangerous situation. The change in his body made him extremely happy. There is no unparalleled road. Does this mean that he can open a new world in troubled times? Situation, even becoming king. Thinking of these, he was a little excited and couldn't help himself. Relying on his ability, he acted with less scruples, and the ugly monsters outside couldn't even approach him, until he met 5 young people who also had abilities during the search for food, joined them, and with the merchant family he was born with an excellent mind and soon became the leader of this group of people. Only after hearing the broadcast did he realize that the catastrophe was spread all over the world. The monsters that can eat people are called zombies. He doesn't take it seriously, it's just a little zombie, he is not afraid of having supernatural powers, and can even use the supernatural powers in his hand to benefit himself. It's just that his good luck seems to be running out. He originally planned to open a warehouse to get food, but who knew that because of a team member's mistake, zombies were attracted, and when they fled, new zombies continued to join, and finally it snowballed. The zombie team rolled bigger and bigger, so they didn't dare to look back at all. There were more than 300 people in the team when he came, and now most of the ordinary people are dead, and the abilities of the supernatural beings are almost exhausted. He looked back at the rest of the people and found that an ordinary person who was running at the end of the team had been dragged in by zombies. The wave of zombies didn't even scream this time, they were directly bitten by the neck and dragged away. Shen Shiqing's eyes darkened, with so many zombies following behind him. He began to consider whether he would leave this group of people behind and run away alone after running through the alley, after all. The boss's life can only be enjoyed if he is alive, let alone gone. He would be the boss of this group of people in any other place. People are selfish. When a disaster is imminent, there is no reason for him to accompany this group of people to die together. Wang Qiming, who looks simple and honest, is a metal supernatural power user. He is extremely strong, and he is even more invulnerable when using supernatural powers. Before the end of the world, he was a weightlifter, so his physical strength was very good. He followed Tian Wei, who was also a supernatural user, and although he kept running, his brain did not stop working. Originally, he planned to take the opportunity of going out this time to keep Shen Shiqing outside forever. It would be better to die in the mouth of the zombies so that he could feel at ease. It's a pity that his subordinates are too stupid to do little things well. Originally, he just wanted them to attract a small group of zombies. On the way to fight against the zombies, he just happened to be able to assassinate Shen Shiqing so that he would never be able to jump again. Who would have thought that they would attract a group of zombies alone because of their own selfishness, which was beyond what they could fight against, so that everyone had to escape together. They are really a bunch of idiots. Fortunately, they have already reaped the consequences, otherwise he would have to do it himself in case things are brought to light. Wang Qiming, who was running, gave Shen Shiqing a vicious look. He had no chance now, so he had to wait until he ran across the alley and encountered other zombies before taking the opportunity to make him look good. Chen Jisheng, a college student with small eyes, ran in the middle of the crowd. This kind of seat, which is neither forward nor backward, is as cautious as his character. He can advance, break through, retreat, or defend. He doesn't care how many ordinary people behind him are captured by zombies, and he doesn't care about the front. How many supernatural beings can survive? For him, the whole world needs to be full of malice, battles and disputes. It would not be so beautiful without darkness and blood, right? The too comfortable. Life made him tired, so he took advantage of Wang Qiming's hatred of the rich to let him design Shen Shiqing, and made use of Wang Wei's timidity and lust to add fire to him at the right time. A few words caused these people to have their own ghosts. This doomsday really came too timely, haha. Chen Jisheng raised his lips and smiled silently. What he has to do now is to run through this alley and hide in a safe place to watch the show. A group of people had their own ghosts, but they didn't notice that the roar of the zombie wave behind them almost attracted all the zombies around the community. They only thought about what happened after they left the alley, completely unaware that there was another wave of zombies being attracted to them. In this uneven last days, another bloodbath was about to break out. Qin Yu, who had safely returned to the auspicious community, was exuding a stench. Looking at the zombie brains still dripping from her body, she tossed her clothes speechlessly, walked into the bathroom, and when she pressed the light switch, she realized that the community had lost power. She turned on the faucet. There is a thin stream of water flowing out of the water pipe, but it is not very clear, and the bottom of the water is yellow with sandy soil. In such a situation, it is estimated that the community will completely cut off water in a short time. After scrubbing casually, Qin Yu ate a bag of biscuits and went out again. This time she didn't plan to go out. The evolution of zombies made her realize her own shortcomings. The upgrade of human abilities is obviously much slower. She needs to leave the community quickly, lest the zombies are too strong to get out. Before leaving, she needs to confirm whether the old grandma is still alive. Hey, she came out again. Guzi said while hiding in the door. After hearing this, Su Guohong, who was sitting on the sofa watching his brother count the supplies, took out the cigarette from his mouth, walked quickly to the door and looked out through the peephole. The expression on her face is always as cold as ice, and she holds the axe correctly. The whole person feels like a sharp sword polished after going through wind and frost. Kill Quartet. What a girl. Su Guohong held his cigarette butt and praised. I think that Su Guohong disliked delicate and weak women the most in his life, and women who are strong, spicy, and wild are enough. He didn't believe it when he heard that the person guarding the community was a woman. No matter how powerful a woman is, she can't stand shoulder to shoulder with their elders. Besides, killing zombies is hard work. I've never heard that women are stronger than men. She's not a muscular girl, but she's pretty enough. It's a pity. Su Guohong shook his head. It's impossible for this kind of woman to marry him as his wife. Just by looking at her steps, you can tell that she is no worse than a special soldier. It's a pity, well, if Master Hong was 17 or 18 years younger, he would definitely try his best to catch this woman. Thinking about one thought for too long, Su Guohong didn't notice that the few cigarettes left in his hand were almost burned out, and he didn't wake up until the fire burned his hand. Cigarette stepped on the ground and moved around before waving for someone to clean it up. Now that the zombies are getting more and more powerful, it is rare for him to sneak a cigarette. He put his hand into his chest pocket, thought about it, and decided not to smoke. And was harmed. Su Guohong waved to Guzi, you don't have to go out with everyone to collect supplies from now on, just keep an eye on her, and report to me immediately if there is anything wrong. He had a premonition that following this woman might save his life. Yes, boss. Guzi replied seriously. The other brothers in the room are very envious of him getting a good job. Not to mention the safety, there is a beautiful woman to see every day. Although that woman is the boss's favorite, it is better than them fighting with zombies. Not to mention the danger, even if it is from behind. If you fantasize about seeing a zombie as a beautiful woman, you will also be unable to eat because of the rotten face when it turns around. Congratulations rang out all of a sudden. Guzi in the crowd was fine. Su Guohong's inexplicable old face blushed. Heck, what are these brats thinking? Is he like that old Su? Does he really look like that? The kind of person who can't move when he meets a beautiful girl? Does he look like it? Looks like. Qin Yu in the corridor was puzzled by the large number of people in the community. The more he walked, the more he found that the number of people in Jixiang community had increased a lot in the past few days. In fact, this is indeed the case. The huge city is full of zombies. Anyone who has been to the vicinity will find that this is a treasured land of geomantic omen. I don't know what happened in the house, but as long as you are in the community, you can't find a place if you look around. Only zombies. As a result, many desperate people moved in one after another, and some people even would rather sleep on the stairs of the community than live outside. A gust of wind blew through, lifted the garbage on the ground and returned to its original state. Qin Yu walked in the community, asking door to door. Fortunately, there are many people in the community, which directly solved Qin Yu's problem of finding people. In view of the fact that there are no zombies in the community and the safety is guaranteed, everyone is not worried about being attacked when they open the door, and they are also very tolerant of the girls who come to knock on the door. Although the attitude is defensive, there is no negative emotion such as dissatisfaction or malice. It took an hour for Qin Yu to knock on all the doors in the community. Although she also met an old man during the period, it was not the one she was looking for. It seems that the old lady she was looking for really passed away on the day of the end of the world. Qin Yu turned to the gate of the community, and swiftly dealt with the zombies wandering around the iron gate. After returning to the house, Qin Yu didn't plan to stay any longer. She still had a lot of things to do and was going to leave the Jixian community immediately. After thinking for a while, she took out another large piece of paper from the desk, wrote 2 messages and put them in a transparent sealed bag, then took out the car from the garage, stopped when it was about to leave the community, and wrapped it in a transparent bag. The glue was firmly attached to the wooden door of the security room at the gate of the community. Chapter 40. Boss, it's not good, that girl is gone. Erguzi ran in a panic, and Su Guohong, who was eating instant noodles, was choked by the startled guy. Cough, dog damn. What girl is gone? Don't know what to say if you have something to say. The younger brother, who always knows how to read words and expressions, immediately poured a glass of water and handed it over. Su Guohong took a sip, but before he could speak, Erguzi hurried forward and said, Boss, you want the girl I'm optimistic about to leave and probably won't come back. What? Su Guohong almost couldn't hold the cup in his hand. What did you say? Say it again. Boss, really, I saw the girl drove away, and she seemed to have pasted a piece of paper at the gate of the community before she left. Erguzi was afraid that the boss would not believe it, so he repeated, Really, I'm gone, and I won't be coming back. Are you sure? Su Guohong, with an answer vaguely in his mind, he handed the cup to the table, before he could care about the water spilling from it due to too much strength, and even the weapon was too late to hold Erguzi. Go and have a look. When a group of them reached the gate of the community, Qin Yu had already left. Su Guohong walked to the gate of the security room, and sure enough, he saw a piece of paper wrapped in a transparent sealed bag with 2 messages written on it. Roughly, it's the zombies that are getting stronger, and they want to leave City A and go to the survivors' base in the south as soon as possible. The other one was written to a certain girl, to the effect that the grandma she was looking for had left on the day of the end of the world. She is such a clever girl, she kindly favored everyone at once, even if it was something she wanted to do, just based on the first piece of kindness, even if the girl didn't come to the community and didn't see the note. As long as she meets someone who is now inauspicious people who live in the community, everyone will tell Qin Yu for their love. Boss? Erguzi yelled tremblingly, seeing that the boss was so engrossed in his thoughts. He was really afraid that the boss would kill him because he didn't like him. What are you doing? Su Guohong replied bluntly. Why didn't the girl leave without saying a word? Erguzi complained softly while looking at the note. Say it. Say goodbye. Su Guohong looked at Erguzi with a gloomy expression, stopped being dragged by a group of irrelevant people and escorted all the way to the southern base. Cut, you can go now. It's time to clean up the zombies outside the door, and pay attention not to let them come in and hurt people. It's enough to be humane. These people in the community are not under her protection. If you really know that this girl wants to leave and people want to live, nothing can be done. Erguzi thought about the scene for a while, and suddenly felt a chill. First, he was surrounded by a group of people begging and swearing at him, and then he was dragged along by a group of people he didn't know in the entire community. When I meet a relative or friend again, it becomes a situation where relatives connect with relatives, and friends connect with friends. If there are some conflicts or something along the way, it's too scary. It's still the girl's high IQ, which is what the boss likes. However, she is gone. What should the boss do now? Erguzi looked at Su Guohong, and suddenly changed. Su Guohong turned his head inadvertently, and happened to catch Erguzi's strange eyes. Damn it, he just wanted to save some safety for his brothers. What's the matter with the resentful eyes of his boss who has been abandoned? Su Guohong's back was numb from Erguzi's sight, and he slapped Erguzi away with his big palm. Hurry up and pack up, we won't be here for long, and we'll be leaving tomorrow morning. He paused, then went on said, by the way, tell the people in the community not to tear this paper. She deliberately pasted it in a conspicuous place in the security room, and wrapped it in a plastic bag just to let people see it, but she didn't want people to destroy it. Yes, boss, all those who went out to collect supplies before 6 o'clock in the evening will come back, and I will notify everyone at that time. Erguzi immediately seized this opportunity to make amends and replied. Okay, brothers, hurry up and go back to rest. You need to tidy up and tidy up. I won't have a chance to come back and get them. Su Guohong took the lead and walked back, his brows were tightly frowned. Danger? It seems that it's time to study the safety route tonight, and I hope to meet that girl when I go south. After Qin Yu left the Jixian community by car, she deliberately chose the opposite road from when she came back. I believe that going out at this time is the safest, and the zombies attracted by that group of people will not come back for a while. Passing by a pharmacy on the road, Qin Yu drove the car a little farther, got out of the car and went back. The days to come are still long, and there is no guarantee that she will not be injured. It will not be worthwhile if she does not die in the mouth of a zombie, but loses her life because there is no medicine to treat the wound. What's more, no one wants the medicine in the early stage, and the price of the base in the later stage is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Someone was quarreling in front of them. Qin Yu silently reflected on her speed. She had only walked so little, and when she turned around, a group of them appeared. "Sister, let's go, if the zombies come back, we won't be able to leave." Lu Qianqian walked up to the leader with a barrel of gasoline and said. "LV Qianqian, you are afraid, right? Look at your timid look. I don't know why Wang Qiming likes you. Why didn't you say leave when you got benefits from Wang Qiming before? Now it's time to do your best. Who will show the immortal appearance?" Originally, Shihua was tremblingly following another male member in the team, and the horror of the zombies made her terrified, but when she saw Lu Qianqian's weak face, she immediately shuddered. Out of breath, he jumped out and choked. These two people were about to quarrel again. A male member of the team who was carrying heavy objects shook his head. He couldn't tell what time it was. "I heard that they were still classmates at the same school, and they also escaped from the class together when the end of the world came." After coming to the team, Shihua fell in love with Wang Qiming, the supernatural being, and Wang Qiming fell in love with Lu Qianqian. They took off their clothes and went into battle shirtless. Hearing the voice, the woman in the lead squinted at Lu Qianqian. "Brother Wang is so kind to you, you never thought of avenging him? Isn't that what a white-eyed wolf does?" After speaking, the woman with fiery red wavy hair turning around and urging the others, hurry up, what are you dawdling about? One by one, work hard for me, or when the zombies come back, all of you will stay and be buried with them." Qin Yu glanced at their movements and found that this group of people, except some of them are guarding the perimeter to prevent individual zombies from hurting people, most of them are moving heavy objects to block the exits of the street, and a small number of people are preparing fuel. Is this going to set fire to the zombies? The flames in a small area are not very lethal, but there are many hidden dangers. She shook her head, not knowing whether to say that this group of people are bold people with high skills, or are they reckless. Avoiding the crowd, Qin Yu quickened her pace and walked towards the drugstore. The door of the store was not closed, and at a glance, 2 rows of shelves could be seen inside. During the opening period, she became a zombie and followed her instinct to go out to look for food. It was really cheap for her. You must know that the supplies are more difficult to find in the later stage, and it is almost impossible to get things without any effort. With a wave of her hand, Qin Yu received all the medicines into the space, opened the back door and went upstairs. The room on the second floor was densely packed with various medicines, and frequently used medicines were piled up on the ground in boxes. She was not polite. Regardless of the medicines she knew or didn't know, they ransacked them in one go. When she reached the stairs, Qin Yu instinctively sensed a dangerous aura. She turned her head and avoided it. A black shadow shot out from behind her, bounced to the wall, and landed on the ground again. Opened. What is this? Qin Yu's eyes suddenly became serious, and the axe seemed inflexible to deal with such a light thing. She took out a kitchen knife from the space and walked down slowly in a posture of facing the enemy. Soon, as expected by Qin Yu, the sneak attack came again. This time, Qin Yu could see clearly that it was a half-mutated mouse. One eye was the scarlet color of a wild beast, and the other was a normal mouse. Black, even the skin is a rotting blood clot in normal flesh and blood, and the gray-black fur hangs on his body so that it will not fall off. Qin Yu swung his knife down and cut off its entire tail. If it weren't for the speed of this half-mutated zombie rat, Qin Yu might have left the entire back half of his body. The tail was broken on the ground, and the mouse squeaked several times in pain, and ran outside while yelling. Before Qin Yu could catch up, she heard the unique screams of rats. When she came out, she found a black cat was holding the short-tailed mouse. Seeing her, it walked over with the mouse in its mouth, put it on the ground, and let out a meow. Are you inviting her to dinner? Qin Yu looked down at the half-rotten mouse, and shook his head firmly. Eat it yourself, I have something to go. The black cat walked around Qin Yu's feet a few times, not showing any sign of moving. He put the mouse closer to Qin Yu again, looked at her suspiciously with big eyes, meow. Chinyu squatted down, touched its head, shook her head again and repeated not to eat. The black cat squinted its eyes in an unusually docile way and let her pet it. It opened its eyes only after the stroking on its head stopped. It looked at Chinyu in puzzlement. After seeing someone waving at it and walking out, it quickly picked up the mouse and followed it quickly. Walking to the door of the store, Chinyu looked at the sky, waved his hand and issued a supernatural power. The black fire ignited the signboard of the pharmacy, and burned it clean in the blink of an eye, so that later people would not be misled by the signboard and enter the store to look for medicine. Save unnecessary trouble and go directly to other homes. All moves faster, time is running out, speed. When Chinyu came back, he heard the leading woman speaking sharply, and the group of people moved faster after hearing the voice. She glanced from a distance, and could still see them working hard to create flammable obstacles. Looking at the cans of gasoline at their feet, Chinyu really wanted to rob them. With so much gasoline, how long can she drive in the car? Seeing that they were still busy, Chinyu went back to his car without saying anything, and started the engine after the black cat jumped into the car with the mouse in its mouth. In the end of the world, normal people see that there are not many zombies on the street and think of grabbing supplies. Ambitious people plan to kill zombies to dominate one side or something. Of course, there are dark-minded people who want to kill all human beings. Are you trying to kill yourself? Chapter 41. No, something is wrong. Chinyu's gaze swept across the street. Except for the pharmacy she just entered, there are all flammable stores selling clothes and quilts. They plan to lure the zombies back later, trap them, and then set them on fire. This street. Crazy. Let's not talk about the manpower lost when besieging the zombies, just the residents on the street who don't know the situation will suffer a lot. It is very likely that they will have to flee from their residences when they find the fire, and there will inevitably be people in the process of escaping. Attract new zombies, attract the ignited zombies first, and may ignite new flammable objects because of running around, then there will be fires, zombies, humans everywhere, such a vicious circle. For selfishness, this is. Are all the residents on the street buried with them? Chinyu looked out through the car window, wondering if this group of people knew what they were doing. The car was about to start. Chinyu looked at the zombies swaying from a distance, and saw that the group of people had brought several vats from nowhere. When they opened them, they saw a pile of blood, flesh and internal organs. They pushed down the vats. Dirty things flowed out, and the smell of blood spread around. Damn, do they even know what they are doing? Chinyu cursed secretly. No matter what, Chinyu turned the key and started the car. She drove a few steps and then slammed on the brakes. She opened the car door and walked out with her bag, and slammed the door hard. When she was in the car just now, Chinyu took out a bag of fireworks from the space. This kind of big boxy fireworks was swept in when she went to the small shop before. Before she had time to sort the garbage and throw it away, she will use it now up. Let's do everything according to God's will. No one has to be responsible to anyone, how much they can survive depends on themselves. Chinyu put 4 or 5 large fireworks on the ground, lit the core with a lighter, and drove away quickly. The fireworks flew into the sky after making noise in a corner of this not-so-lively city. One after another, the sky burst into dots of light, and the people who set off the fireworks had already left in their cars. Look, someone is setting off fireworks over there. A man carrying a vat said, patting his companion on the shoulder. Where? Who is setting off the fireworks at this time? Isn't it because they are full and have nothing to do? He subconsciously turned his head and asked, his eyes were already subconsciously searching. At the same time, the sound of fireworks attracted the attention of many people. Over there, I don't know who set off fireworks in broad daylight. No, the sound will attract zombies. What should we do? The man who spoke suddenly said in a panic. Work hard, no one is allowed to be lazy for me. The leading woman noticed the situation over there after she finished speaking. No, this is someone warning the people in the residential building. It was too late to stop, she ordered decisively. What's the name? Hurry up, and follow the plan in a minute. What happened? Is the army here? I don't know, let me see. So noisy. Residents on both sides of the street poked their heads out as early as they heard the sound. They first noticed the fireworks in the sky, and then lowered their heads along the trajectory of the fireworks rising, looking for a place to set off the fireworks. What are people doing? Hey, what the hell are you doing? A bearded man upstairs sensed that something was wrong. This group of people was besieging and bleeding blood clots at the door of his house. It must not be a good thing. You motherfuckers, who are you trying to kill? Another family scolded. It's been so many days in the last days, and who doesn't know that zombies like to eat meat and drink blood? The purpose of these bastards is not to kill them. Residents on the side. 1 or 2 zombies are not afraid, even a group of zombies can't stand the iron door smashed by them. Oh, hell, why is there so much blood? The ant on the second floor smelled a strong smell of blood as soon as she poked her head out. When she lowered her head, what she saw almost made her want to faint. Hurry up, mother-in-law, come out immediately, don't ask for anything, leave now, if you stay any longer, you will die. Seeing this situation, the head of a household on the second floor immediately thought that his floor was low, and he was most likely surrounded by zombies. The iron gate couldn't last long, so he decisively called his wife, didn't ask for anything, took a kitchen knife, opened the door and ran out. There was the sound of hurried footsteps on the corridors, and there were 2 or 3 households in one household. Everyone ran out one after another, trying to get out of this area before the smell of blood spread. Some people ran out, and naturally there were also timid people who hid at home, listening to the footsteps upstairs and downstairs, huddled behind the sofa trembling and praying anxiously. The zombies rushed over from a distance excitedly smelling the smell of blood. Some rushed to the place where the blood clots were concentrated, some rushed to the fleeing humans, and some who couldn't squeeze forward followed the smell and walked into the corridor to photograph the survivors. The gate. All kinds of sounds sounded all of a sudden, the hoarse roars of zombies, the screams and wails of humans, the sound of weapons splitting flesh, and the sound of slamming on the door. Everything was messed up. On the highway, a black car was driving on a dangerous journey, and Chin-Yu looked at the road in the distance through the glass. The apocalypse itself is a knockout match, and only those who are alert enough can live longer. As the sun was setting, Chin-Yu parked the car in the yard of a 2-story house. Chin-Yu opened the car door and got out of the car, dragged out a bag of food, picked up the axe and walked towards the hut. Chin-Yu knew that there was someone in the house. When she parked the car before, she saw someone peeking at her from a window on the second floor with a corner of the curtain lifted. But this building is the safest in the vicinity, and if she drives further, she will deviate from her plan, and she will have to turn back to get to the gas station on the map. Chin-Yu walked to the door and knocked. I'm passing by, I want to stay overnight, and I'll leave tomorrow morning. She knocked for a while, but there was no response from the room, and then said, if you don't open the door, I'll open it and go in. Yes, I will count to 3, and I will do what I say. 3, 2, 1. The room was still quiet, without a single sound. Chin-Yu put his shoulder bag on his shoulders, picked up the back of the axe and struck twice, and was about to strike a 3rd time, when there was a rattling sound in the room. After a few seconds, the door opened from the inside with a bang, and a young man in a cap glared at her angrily. This is my home, you are not welcome. Get out. Chin-Yu shrugged indifferently. I said, it's too dark, stay overnight. I also said, no way. Turning around, it's okay to stay here, just give me all the food in your car. Impossible. Chin-Yu took out a pack of instant noodles from his backpack and threw it over. This is the accommodation fee for tonight. The young man took the thrown instant noodles, put them under his nose and smelled them. It's not enough, if you don't give me food, it's fine, just give me your car. Chin-Yu walked in by himself, glanced at him, it depends on your ability. In fact, there is another situation. She approached the young man with immature skin and arrogant expression dangerously, and whispered in his ear, if I kill you, the whole house will be mine, right? Probably he has never seen such a person who turned his back on him. The young man stared in astonishment at the pretty woman in front of him, smiling and threatening. He pointed at Chin-Yu, speechless. Even if he wanted to talk, no one paid any attention to her. Chin-Yu walked upstairs to choose a room on his own after finishing speaking. Hey, why are you like this? He said angrily, but unfortunately the woman who was going upstairs ignored him, and seemed to dislike him for talking too much nonsense, so she gave him a warning look while turning around. There's something interesting about this woman. Chu Ling put away his expression, and his smile was a bit ruffian. He closed the door, put his hands in his pockets, and staggered up the stairs with a casual posture. Chin-Yu chose a room by the window so that she could observe the situation below at any time. If there is any emergency, besides the door, she can also choose to jump out of the window to escape. Even if something invades from the outside, the cracking sound of the glass is enough for her to react. It is better than being trapped in a place surrounded by walls when danger comes. Good. She checked the room carefully, and after confirming that there was no problem, she put the backpack and axe at the place closest to her by the bed. Qin Yu rested on the bed with her head resting on her hands, thinking about the weird boy below in her mind. Although the boy downstairs looked only in his teens, he gave her a very dangerous feeling. Although he had been making trouble for no reason, the indifference in his eyes inadvertently revealed his indifference. The sound of walking up the stairs came from her ear, and Qin Yu looked in the direction of the door. Although the door was closed, it could be judged from the sound that this person stood outside her door for a few seconds before leaving. She got up from the bed, walked over, opened the door to check it, and then closed it again. After a while, there was the sound of a car running downstairs. Qin Yu walked to the window and saw a red car coming from the road, followed by a few zombies staggeringly. It was an ordinary situation, but Qin Yu noticed the abnormality. These zombies avoided the car on purpose or not. Although I didn't seem to be afraid of anything when I opened this house, I really didn't get close to the yard. Could it be that there is something in this yard? Qin Yu squinted her eyes and looked at the courtyard below, thinking. Quick, let's get rid of them, or we will attract more zombies. A burly man came out of the open car door with a thick iron rod. Zombie heads. This is when the other people in the car also got off, and seeing a familiar one, Qin Yu remembered that she had seen this team before. If I remember correctly, what is the name of that woman, Jinger? Really good for her. It was a very vivid survival lesson. Qin Yu stood in front of the window and looked at them playfully. Qin Yu lit a candle in the room, and the candle light flickered slightly in the room, casting the shadow of the person on the wall. Qin Yu has long been used to the days without power supply. She went to the window sill and drew the curtains to prevent others from seeing the light, and then half leaned on the bed to rest, with the axe in her hand. At this time, except for the couple next door who hadn't rested yet, there was no sound in the whole house, and it was basically quite quiet. After the strange black cat ate the mice in her car, it fell asleep for a while, woke up when she parked the car, jumped out of the car with its round eyes meowing, and went out. To play again, she went to see it later once. There was an open can of small fish in the car without any trace of being tampered with, so I don't know what it was doing now. In the dim light, Qin Yu's face softened a lot. She leaned against the head of the bed, closed her eyes. Her expression was indescribably peaceful, but it looked like a relaxed posture, but in fact her body was always on guard. As long as there is a sign of trouble, it can respond immediately. More than half of the night passed silently, and the wind pushed the clouds to slowly cover the moon. Someone was walking around the room, but the people next door didn't respond, as if they were sound asleep. There was a moment of silence after the first slight door opening sound, and then footsteps sounded again, and then the second door opening sound sounded, and like last time, footsteps sounded again after a while. This time the footsteps were walking towards her here. There was no wind, and the candles in the house went out automatically after a drop of wax water, and the room was completely dark. Gotcha. The slight sound of the door opening, Qin Yu opened her eyes. In the darkness, her eyes were as cold as ice, and she stared in the direction of the door without a trace of emotion. In the darkness, a person walked in. He didn't approach quickly, but waited cautiously for a while before entering the room. The moment he opened the door, Qin Yu picked up the axe and swung it over. Chu Ling, who was originally full of confidence, opened the door with a smirk, but just as he took a step, he felt a dangerous aura piercing through the air and coming directly into the room, and the smile on his face froze immediately. Lie on the lips, damn, so alert, is this still a woman? Although Chu Ling was surprised, he didn't hesitate to use his ability to avoid it. In an instant, Chu Ling's figure suddenly disappeared, and the axe flew straight through the door and landed on the wall outside. This is, the field. Qin Yu stood up from the bed, waved her hand, took out an axe from the space, and slowly walked out of the room. She looked at the dark corridor and said, Chu Ling. The person hiding in the darkness was startled. Woman, he never told her his name. Chu Ling looked at the person standing by the door with gloomy eyes. In the dim light of the room, her silhouette did not show any anxiety, but instead carried a strange calmness, as if she herself was born in the darkness, grew up in the darkness, and merged with the darkness together. He can even feel that this person is not afraid of his abilities, as if he already understood it. Tisk, that's amazing. Chu Ling came out from the darkness. Should I applaud? It's really him, and that's right, who else can use domains besides Chu Ling? However, Qin Yu is not worried. Although Chu Ling was very powerful in his previous life and knocked down countless supernatural beings with one move in the field, he is probably not yet at the first level, unable to do whatever he wants in the field, even in the field. There is no ability to cross obstacles in the field, so it is not scary. She doesn't know much about Chu Ling, and most of what she hears is rumors, but one thing is for sure, the #1 master of the eastern base is dark and cold. He was regarded as a child prostitute by his male-loving stepfather. After the apocalypse, he successfully awakened his domain abilities. After strangling his stepfather, he settled in the eastern base. Later, because of his beauty, he was framed again and died in Nanling County. Speaking of which, this man's life can be described as rough, and his short 20-odd years of life, like a broom traveling through the stars, amazed everyone's eyes, and then he was buried with people from a whole city. Thinking about it, she entered the other party's domain from the very beginning, and he used the convenience of the ability to blur his face so that she would not be able to see the appearance of the deity clearly, but it was necessary to use the ability for such a long time in the early stage. It is said that this is a real genius, but it is a pity that the genius is short-lived. Why, did I say something wrong? Chu Ling tilted his head. Although he still wears a duckbill cap and cannot see his face clearly, he has an indescribable charm even in the dark. The ability of people to fly moths to a flame. No need to applaud. Qin Yu walked out of the door and unloaded the axe from the wall. If you have nothing to do, please don't break into other people's rooms casually, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. You mean, lonely men and widows? Chu Ling's figure suddenly appeared beside Qin Yu, and he leaned his head towards him. We are in the same room, is it difficult for you? Seeing an axe. Swinging towards him again, Chu Ling quickly dodges, and waited until it was safe looking at the few hairs scattered on the ground. I dare not be presumptuous anymore. If he hadn't flashed so fast just now, it wouldn't have been as simple as a few hairs. Chu Ling rubbed his neck. What a scary woman. There was a cat meowing outside the window. Qin Yu went back to the house, picked up the backpack and stuffed an axe and went out. It is about 2 hours before dawn. If you drive, you will be able to arrive at the gas station after dawn. It's better to do serious things earlier than worrying about evildoers' calculations. Hey, you left so soon. Chu Ling stood behind her with a playful smile, completely ignoring the noble and glamorous tone of the later period. Otherwise? Stay here to see what you did to them. Qin Yu replied bluntly. She didn't want to know what Chu Ling wanted to do when he brought down those 2 men and 1 woman. Even though he hasn't arrived yet, she is a cold-blooded pervert in the later stage, but she believes that perversion is not developed in a day, and it can give her a dangerous feeling. I am afraid that there are all kinds of dark thoughts behind this hippie smile. That's terrible. Chu Ling smiled in the dark. Why don't you stay and play with me? No time. If you have time to play, why not think about how to prevent people from seeing your appearance during the day? Qin Yu opened the door and said with a blank expression, appearance is sometimes a scourge. Chu Ling was silent. After a while, he suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yu. He removed his ability and took off the duckbill cap on his head. Qin Yu frowned and raised his head to look at the obstacle in front of her. A picturesque young man immediately amazed her all eyes. How about it, isn't it pretty enough? Chapter 43. Qin Yu was driving on the side of the road, and he had to say that Chu Ling was really a guy who didn't play by the rules. According to the legend, Chu Ling is ruthless, has an abnormal aversion to other people's touch, has serious mental cleanliness and countless evil thoughts, but now Chu Ling is still like a half-grown child, although his personality has changed. It's getting darker, but it's not as serious as blackening. But this damn brat is really beautiful as a pink-purple poppy in the late autumn sun, serene and seductive, making people want to get close and unable to refuse. Although it is still a budding bud, but it can't stop the beauty and enchanting demeanor. No wonder everyone wants to get him. As if thinking of something suddenly, Qin Yu's face twisted suddenly, and he drove the car very fast. See you next time, cruel woman. Chu Ling sat by the window, looking at the black car driving into the distance, with an intriguing smile on his face. Successful and satisfied. He touched his face, and there was a slight scar on it, where he kissed Qin Yu just now when Qin Yu was amazed. Really, he just kissed on the cheek to express his gratitude. This woman is actually another. The axe swung over. If he hadn't flashed so fast, he would have already been beheaded by the axe that is inlaid on the door. Cut. Chu Ling curled his lips. What's the big deal? One day he will surpass her. Inside the house, the 3 people who were tied to the ground looked at the boy on the windowsill in horror. Chen Hongdong was fine. He was wearing the same clothes as when he came, but the other 2 were more miserable. They were still naked when they were dragged out. Not to mention the year, Mu Jinger, a delicate little girl, is also treated equally, tied up naked and piled up with 2 big men. Please, let us go, Mu Jinger said softly pleading. The rope tied around her white body has a strangely abusive beauty in the dim light, but unfortunately the person she wanted to attract attention didn't look at her at all, but instead gave a sharp warning with disgust. Mu Jing'er, don't be too clever to spoil his interest. There are not many zombies on the road, but they are a little more flexible than during the day. Qin Yu drives the vehicle carefully, and occasionally when there are more zombies, he will get out of the car to clean up the zombies and look for crystal nuclei. Qin Yu has a strange feeling that her ability needs more crystal cores to upgrade, but fortunately, even if it has not reached the first level, its power should not be underestimated. After stopping the car again, there were more than a dozen zombies in front of her. After these few days of training and strengthening her abilities, Qin Yu was no longer afraid of these zombies. Even if they rushed up at the same time, she was confident that she would not injure it. On the side of the road, the zombies became commotion after hearing the sound of a car approaching. The zombies wandering around in the middle of the car suddenly smelled the smell of humans. They suddenly became excited, their bodies stopped swaying, their stiff behavior became faster, and they roared like beasts and gathered towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't wait for them all to come, and first swung an axe and chopped off the head of the zombie closest to her. Ho ho ho, the zombies in front fell down, and the zombies behind kept rushing forward. They only had food in their eyes, and they ate the food naked. They didn't know what danger was, and they just rushed forward, as if who was the first. Whoever ran there would have meat to eat. The normal situation is like this, but these zombies don't know, the situation that whoever runs first will get the meat is only based on the condition that the opponent is weaker than them, and now they are running forward one by one. It is like giving Qin Yu crystal nuclear does not explain. After solving the zombies blocking the front, Qin Yu collected the crystal cores and walked forward a few steps. When she found that some cars were still usable, she took back the space. After unloading the gasoline in the car, Qin Yu directly corroded them with supernatural powers to clear the road. Back in her own car, Qin Yu continued to drive forward. The car drove faster. She would not stop when she encountered a single zombie. She would only hold an axe when she encountered a number of zombies comparable to her own strength. Get off. Along the way, Qin Yu encountered a large number of zombies 5 or 6 times, and she got out of the car to deal with them one by one. After eliminating a small group of zombies again, Qin Yu picked up the collected crystal nucleus and sat in the car to absorb the crystal nucleus with supernatural power. She had a feeling that as long as all the crystal nucleus on her hand was absorbed, the supernatural power would be able to upgrade now. It was too late to find a safe place, not to mention that there is no absolutely safe place in the last days. Qin Yu directly drove the car to a remote and unobtrusive place, and slipped into the space. She hadn't been to the space for a while, and many cucumbers grew where the seeds were first planted. Each of them was juicy and green, and looked very delicious. It was just that they were scattered on the ground, each one looked strange, so Qin Yu simply went to the place where the supplies were collected and found a few sticks as supports to make the growth of these cucumbers look normal. After checking the other crops one by one, Qin Yu felt relieved after finding that they were all growing well. Looking around, the vegetable field in the space is lush green, and even the tomatoes that have already grown are still green. Qin Yu also erected brackets on the sides of the tomatoes so that they can grow better. Touching the green vegetables, Qin Yu satisfiedly walked towards the center of the space, which is currently the largest place. Sitting on the ground, Qin Yu took out a bag of crystal nuclei, and one accidentally rolled into the pool when pouring it out. Qin Yu stood up and reached out to fish it in. When she found that she couldn't reach it, she gave up and returned to the place to absorb it. A crystal nucleus was formed. Seeing the beautiful crystal nuclei wrapped in layers of black mist, after a while, the crystal nuclei shattered into powder. Qin Yu picked up another one and continued to absorb until all the crystal nuclei were absorbed. Qin Yu opened her eyes regretfully. I can feel that it is still a little bit close, and she broke through to the first level a little bit. Qin Yu's eyes turned to the spring pool. Instead of going out to fight zombies, it's better to try to catch this one. Anyway, as long as you don't drink the water into your mouth, there should be no problem. Thinking about it this way, Qin Yu decisively took off her clothes and jumped into the spring pool to pick up the falling crystal nucleus. After getting the crystal nucleus, she just put her head out of the water, and the ability spontaneously absorbed the crystal nucleus. Feeling the purer energy flowing into her body than before, Qin Yu let out a sigh of satisfaction, but after a while, a huge energy gathered, which made her very uncomfortable. Qin Yu knew it was the natural reaction of the ability when it broke through to the first level. She endured the uncomfortable feeling to guide the ability to move forward. Just when Qin Yu was about to break through, the spring water all over his body suddenly surged up, washing the tendons and strengthening the body in accordance with the frequency of the advancement of the supernatural power. After a long time, Chinyu finally opened his eyes, let out a mouthful of foul air, and finally upgraded. Originally, I thought that the effect of the spring pool would be effective only if I drank it. I didn't expect that staying in the spring pool would also have the effect of assisting the upgrade of abilities and purifying the crystal nucleus. After absorbing this time, Chinyu clearly felt that the one that fell into the spring water, the energy of the crystal nucleus, is more pure. If it is said that when she absorbed the energy of the crystal nucleus before, she could only absorb 60% of it. The last purified crystal nucleus can obviously absorb 90% or even more energy, which really surprised her. Chinyu opened her palm and condensed the power. She found that the feeling of condensing the power was smoother this time. The small black spots that were only the size of soybeans were now the size of peanuts, and the power became more solidified. Such a change made Chinyu very happy, which meant that her survival was more secure. After tidying up her mood, Chinyu used her thoughts to leave the space. The car drove on the road for a while, and at dawn, Chinyu could already see the gas station, but the road was blocked by densely packed vehicles, so she had to pick up her weapon and get out of the car. Opening the car door, Chinyu put away the car and stared at the zombies scattered everywhere. She calculated in her heart how many crystal nuclei she could dig out with so many zombies. The more she calculated, the more her blood boiled. I felt an inexhaustible force pouring out of my body. Although she said she didn't subconsciously avoid zombies when collecting supplies before, she still insisted on saving effort as much as she could, choosing some stores with fewer zombies and easy-to-escape locations, for fear of accidentally killing her own life. Now the old Chinyu wished to meet a few more zombies, so as to increase the number of crystal nuclei for her. Ho-ho, the zombie closest to Chinyu found its prey, and was calling its companions with excited roars. While summoning it, it ran towards Chinyu's direction, and was split open by Chinyu before the third call was made. The crystal nucleus in the brain was taken out of the head. The zombies spinning around heard the sound and rushed towards this direction in twos and threes. They staggered and ran. Their rotting bodies looked shaky or even unstable, but their speed was not slow. Another zombie rushed in front of Chinyu. It opened its mouth and roared like a triumphant demonstration of a victor. A pair of blood-stained claws stretched out towards Chinyu. In less than a second, that rotten hand was severed by an axe. It fell to the ground, followed by the sound of a sharp weapon breaking the head, and another crystal nucleus was taken out. Then Chinyu didn't feel so relaxed. 5 zombies rushed from the front, their teeth and claws bared, and they looked extremely ferocious. She leaned against the abandoned vehicle to ensure that the zombies would not attack from behind, and burned them to death with supernatural powers. Of the 3 zombies, the last 2 smashed their heads with an axe. The bluish-yellow liquid splashed onto his body. Before Chinyu could wipe it off, he took the axe and chopped off the neck of a staggering zombie. Immediately, black blood also splashed out, and the headless zombie fell to the ground. At first, Chinyu walked slowly to hit the zombies, but later she didn't have to walk at all, and just stopped at the same place, and zombies came running towards her one after another. Half an hour later, Chinyu had to change places. There were so many corpses and black ashes around her that she had almost no place to set foot, so Chinyu began to move forward. A zombie escaped from Chinyu's axe. Chinyu carefully looked up at its escaping trajectory. It seemed that it had lured the zombies out of the gas station. No wonder she heard the clanging sound earlier. It turned out that the barriers in the gas station had been destroyed. This should only be a speed zombie. Chinyu was dealing with the rushing ordinary zombies, but he didn't let go of this guy who could sneak attack at any time. This zombie has obviously evolved for a while. Chinyu watched it standing on the roof of the car in the distance and made a sharp provocative sound calmly. It is easy to produce AT-1 in a place with a lot of zombies, but it is not so simple to give birth to AT-1 with supernatural powers. Chinyu watched its movement trajectory, and paid special attention to its claws. The blackened object, it can be imagined that it was probably the injured person hiding in the gas station at first, and then the virus broke out and turned into a zombie, eating all the people in the gas station. Slashing at the zombies around him, Chinyu pretended not to notice the speed zombie's actions, and after a while it really lost its composure and sneaked up. Chinyu fought against it a few times, and every time he deliberately exposed its flaws and lured it into a sneak attack. After a few times, he discovered the inherent frequency of this zombie's actions, and although it was a bit clever, it was not too difficult to deal with. While wielding the axe, Chinyu quietly condensed the supernatural power in his hands. When the zombie attacked again, he suddenly turned around and hit the black fire on its head, and the black fire burned its whole body. It was burned to ashes, leaving only a shining crystal nucleus on the ground. After dealing with the zombie in front of him, Qin Yu picked up the crystal nucleus of this speed zombie and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. After getting all the crystal cores, before Qin Yu had time to laugh, she saw another wave of zombies rushing from a distance. She looked at the rushing zombies with glowing eyes, as if seeing a long-lost relative, and couldn't help but think about it. Pick up the axe and say hello to express her deep love for them. Zombie brother, come here quickly. Chapter 44. Quickly put the crystal nucleus into the space, and directly threw it into the spring water with her mind. Qin Yu was sharpening her knife with an axe and was ready to rush up to kill the zombies, when she suddenly saw a few points in front of the zombie tide that she ignored. Isn't that human? Qin Yu was ashamed of her slowness, and decisively turned her footsteps in a different direction, walked into the gas station, and killed zombies for so long. The result could not be cheaper for others. Qin Yu walked into the gas station. The inside was very messy, there was still dried dark red blood on the wall, and there were traces of battles in some places, but it was a pity that no one escaped from the scene at that time. There were many gnawed bones scattered on the ground, as well as zombies whose heads had been cut open. After confirming the safety, Qin Yu didn't look any further. After all, people cannot be resurrected after death. Qin Yu took away most of the oil with a wave of her hand, and took away all that could be taken away, but she didn't touch the oil outside, leaving the rest for those passing by who wanted to refuel. The road was basically blocked, and the zombies were cleaned up by her. Qin Yu didn't feel that she was too good at what she did. Naturally, she had to be paid after paying the price. She couldn't be asked to work hard in the front and leave the results to those who get something for nothing will pick it up. There was the sound of wheels approaching outside, but the road ahead was blocked, and soon, there was the sound of brakes and the hurried steps of humans. Qin Yu corroded the lock of the warehouse with supernatural powers, and walked in directly. There were a lot of oil barrels piled up inside, probably because the end of the world happened not long after they were shipped. The oil barrels here have hardly been used, and the rows are neat piled up. With a wave of Qin Yu's hand, all of them were collected into the space. The gasoline here was enough for her to use for a long time. Brother, look, the road ahead is blocked. Ah, look, all the zombies here have been killed. A girl's voice came in from outside. It's the same on my side. I wondered what happened just now. It's so quiet, and all my emotions have been killed. An exaggerated male voice and footsteps sounded together. Wow, who is so awesome, please bless me, Ma Dan's zombies, go to death, go to death. Another slightly younger man said half nervously and half jokingly. Okay, stop making noise, run faster, let's go to the gas station first. A strong male voice sounded, matched with the heavy footsteps, probably injured. Qin Yu found a plastic peking opera mask from the space. Now she had to sigh that the small shop had all kinds of strange things. After she took it, she checked to make sure there was no special mark on her body before she took a very common mask. The iron rod goes out. Who? Come out, or we won't be polite. There were 5 people outside, 4 men and 1 woman. When Qin Yu came out, no one else noticed, but the injured man with the stubble came to his senses first. Obviously, he was the strongest among the group of people. Qin Yu checked his wound and found that it was not caused by zombies, but a man-made knife wound. Mu Tai protected his sister behind him and held a weapon to look at the strange woman who appeared suddenly. Although there was no expression on his face, he was secretly surprised that someone could escape his ears, and he didn't find out until she came out. But now he doesn't like any human beings, especially after Zhang Xiong betrayed and plotted against him. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, he really wanted to take his sister away by himself instead of going with others. Passing by, I won't disturb you, let's go right away. Qin Yu deliberately lowered her voice, walked out quickly, and slipped out before the last young man who came in hadn't closed the door. Hey, there are zombies outside, don't go out, it's dangerous. But the young girl saw that Qin Yu had gone out, and couldn't help. Reminding her that although the end of the world had passed, she still maintained her life because of her brother's good protection. She has a kind heart and doesn't quite understand what it means to be sinister. Even if she was plotted against because of unequal benefits this time, she doesn't think everyone has become like this. Thank you. Qin Yu nodded towards her, still striding out, taking out a motorcycle they picked up when they were sweeping the city before taking out the blind corner of the wall they couldn't see, making a loud noise on purpose to help them attract them away a group of zombies. Brother, that's sister. It's okay, she is not easy to deal with, let's take a rest first, the car can't drive here, and we have to gather enough energy to kill zombies in the afternoon and then divert. Mu Tai comforted his sister, took out a little food from the backpack and distributed it to several people. Brother Tai, do you think she is the mysterious person who killed the zombies? The man in worn-out jeans took a bite of the bread and couldn't help asking. Impossible. Although she is a woman, it would be impossible for all of us big men to kill so many zombies. Another person retorted nonchalantly. Then why do you say that a woman wears a mask if she hasn't done anything shady? Isn't that a ghost? He thought his judgment was right, and wanted to continue, but was interrupted by his drinking companion. Now in this world, you have seen those women on the road. Maybe they are afraid that we will be attracted by sex. Look at that figure, she must be a stunner. You can be considered a smart person if you find something to cover yourself, otherwise. His words did not. After finishing speaking, the men present couldn't hear it. Okay, what happens to others is her own business. What to do with so much gossip? Even if there is something, it can't be related to us. We may be gone when we are gone. I don't know if we can live through tomorrow. Wooden Tai sat on the ground and handed the water to the girl. That girl is really strong, but she lacks a little experience, and she made such a loud noise when she just left. Before I came in, I looked at the zombies, and they were all shot with sharp weapons. The wound she just held was an iron rod, and there were no traces of fighting on it, so it probably wasn't her, but it just came in before us. We don't have much to eat, so we still think about how to solve the next thing. After leaving the gas station after driving the motorcycle for a certain distance, Chin Yu made a U-turn and stopped. She put away the iron rod and replaced it with a more labor-saving axe, staring at the staggering zombies, showing a strange smile. On the road in the wilderness, a woman with an axe and a funny smile, a man's motorcycle, and a group of beast-like zombies. After a period of fighting, there were corpses and limbs all over the ground, and Chin Yu took out the crystal nucleus from the corpses with satisfaction. After she was done, she took out the car from the space and sat in it to rest. Although motorcycles are more flexible, cars are relatively safer. After all, this big guy is covered with iron sheets on all sides, which is very helpful in preventing emergencies. Damn it, that bitch Xiao Hong actually knocked out Xiaoxi and ran away. Cheng Dayo cursed, I must catch her back today, and I will give her a good training at night, so that she knows how to know grandpa. Let's see if she dares to be so arrogant. Boss, don't worry, the brothers have already searched separately, and news will come soon. That woman can't run far. A younger brother leaned forward said. Cheng Dayo nodded appreciatively, waved his hand and led a dozen of his subordinates to search nearby. Just now he heard a report from one of his subordinates that someone saw a woman fleeing in the direction of the road in the morning, and immediately led his subordinates cursing rushed over. Speaking of Cheng Dayo, Shirley Village is quite famous. After the end of the world, capable people all set aside land to become their own kings. He is one of them. Some people, although there are women throwing themselves into his arms from time to time, but he is not interested in these delicate and frightening women. He only likes a woman named Xiao Hong who he just caught a few days ago. Spicy enough. It's a beautiful thing for two people to be consensual, but the girl doesn't want to. No, one escapes and the other chases. The sun rose in midair. Xiao Hong licked her chapped mouth with her tongue. She hadn't drank water for 2 days, and now she was hiding in the wild for a long time. Her head was a little dizzy. In the morning, she tricked a woman who was fleeing with her, and told her to run in the direction of the road. She didn't know what was going on now. Xiao Hong didn't care at all whether the woman was taken back, but just now she saw a car coming this way from a distance, and she was determined to fight. Xiao Hong, who was hiding in the tree, knew that she would not be able to survive without a vehicle and food, not to mention that Cheng Dayo, who regarded her as a plaything, wanted to take her back. Even these zombies wandering around the world are not vegetarians. Without good weapons, without food, and without a safe place, Xiao Hong was not sure how long she could last. Gathering his mind, Xiao Hong slid down from the tree, and only halfway through the slide, he noticed Cheng Dayo and others who were searching from a distance. Xiao Hong was startled, and accelerated the speed of the descent, and Cheng Dayo over there obviously also found Xiao Hong's trace. Grandma, let's see you run, I'll catch you if I catch you. Cheng Dayo snorted, and ordered his brothers to go and arrest Xiao Hong who was fleeing. He caught a woman earlier, not Xiao Hong. Cheng Dayo thought he was going to return in vain, but he was lucky. On the way back, he ran into Xiao Hong who was automatically exposed. Grandma, let's see how she runs this time. A woman's physical strength is rarely comparable to a man's. Fortunately, Xiao Hong herself is not very close to them, which makes it easier for her to escape. Xiao Hong ran forward with firm eyes, and didn't even pick up one of her shoes when it got caught in the weeds on the ground. She ran towards the road with one bare foot. Not daring to relax, there is another possibility that if the owner does not stop, she knows exactly what will happen to her. Zhao Hong gritted her teeth and made up her mind to stop the black car no matter what. Damn it, this woman can run quite well. Brothers, catch her and I, Master Cheng, will serve you some meat and vegetables tonight. Cheng Dayo ran in front of a group of people, and he yelled angrily. Hurry up, brothers, Brother Cheng is going to add food tonight. A clever little brother quickly responded to Cheng Dayo's call. He picked up his weapon and quickened his pace, thinking in his heart that catching a woman would be much easier than beating a zombie. Okay, brothers, let's capture this woman and present it to Brother Cheng. Brother Cheng, you rest first, it's just a woman, we'll catch it for you right away. Zhao Hong listened to the loud voices of a group of men behind her. Conversation ran faster, and was about to run to the road, and the black car could already be seen. She waved her arms and shouted desperately, help! 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 Qin Yu, who was driving the car seriously, heard the sound of the car. She doesn't care about the shouts of women outside. In the last days, there are many women who stop cars. If they call for help, she will stop and pay. What's more, it is not uncommon to use women to rob. Good. Qin Yu concentrated on driving the car without any intention of stopping. Suddenly, a woman with messy clothes and disheveled hair rushed out of the road and stood in front of the car. Chapter 45. Help! Help! Zhao Hong gritted her teeth and blocked the way of the car, but did not move away. She kept waving her hands, followed by a few cursing men. It seemed that if Qin Yu didn't stop, she would rather be hit to death than go back. In such a confrontation between the two, Zhao Hong was unwilling to let go. Qin Yu cursed in a low voice, and did not want to let people get into the car at all. The time seemed to pass very slowly, but in fact it only took a few seconds. Zhao Hong watched the car drive by with the belief that she must die. If she didn't stop, she would die. Soon, Qin Yu in the car was defeated first. She frowned, braked, and stopped, gritted her teeth and said, "Get in the car." Zhao Hong quickly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, closing the door. Quickly then he urged Qin Yu to drive quickly. Cheng Dayo, who was 4 or 5 steps late, continued to follow a few steps with curses, and even grabbed the iron rod from the younger brother's hand and threw it at the car to vent his anger. With a click, the iron rod hit the rear of the car and rolled to the ground. Cheng Dayo watched angrily as the black car spewed exhaust and drove towards the other side of the road. Damn, why are you meddling in my own business and spoiling my good deeds? That's right, next time we meet, I want him to look good. Brother, don't be angry, a bitch, it's not worth your body if you get angry. Let's go back. Cheng Dayo said angrily. Here, Cheng Dayo had to recognize the reality and go back, while Zhao Hong, who was rescued there, was playing the emotional card sadly. Thank you for saving my life, little sister, otherwise I would. After being safe, Zhao Hong looked at Qin Yu sadly and said, Fortunately, you are here, big sister, I really don't know what to say. Qin Yu was driving the car, listening to Zhao Hong's self-report. The story was very simple. After the end of the world, Zhao Hong and a few colleagues escaped from their office building and went south all the way. Cheng Dayo fell in love with him, but was betrayed by his companions, and escaped after 3 days of living a life that would have been worse than death. Regarding how those 3 days were spent, Zhao Hong's expression was ferocious, and her words were vague. If she didn't explain clearly, Qin Yu could probably guess something, but after all, it was none of her business, so she didn't say much. Cross the bridge ahead and get off the car. There is a village over there. Cheng Dayo will not chase him so far. Qin Yu turned the steering wheel and stopped near the stone bridge. Sister, big sister, I'm afraid, can you? Zhao Hong was trembling and speechless, looking at Qin Yu pleadingly, hoping that she could change her mind. No, I don't need to take you with me all the time. Qin Yu refused decisively. Please, don't put me down. Zhao Hong made the last effort, I don't eat much, but I can do many things. Stop, I said get off. Qin Yu parked the car on the side of the road, get out of the car, no matter what you say, I won't change my mind. Okay, Zhao Hong seemed to be in despair, she finally looked at Qin Yu, and found that they didn't mean to change their minds, and moved their fingers slightly where Qin Yu couldn't see. Qin Yu waited for 2 seconds. Seeing that the person had no intention of getting out of the car, she was about to open her mouth to drive her away again. Suddenly, a dagger lay across her neck, and Zhao Hong's face showed a fierce look, everything here is it's mine, get out of the car, or die. Without speaking, Qin Yu raised her hand obediently, slowly opened the car door, and slowly retreated towards Zhao Hong. Following her retreat, Zhao Hong moved forward little by little until Qin Yu exited the car and stood on the ground. There was finally a trace of relaxed joy on her face. Before she could hold the steering wheel, a gust of wind hit her and she was kicked against the car door. "Now you get out of the car." Qin Yu retracted her foot expressionlessly and warned coldly. Zhao Hong looked at this person in surprise, and was surprised that she had lost her sight. She thought it was a local tyrant who had escaped from somewhere. "Okay, I'll get off." Zhao Hong is very self-aware and knows that staying any longer is meaningless. She can't deal with her three-legged cat skills. This person didn't send her directly to the pile of zombies for those rotting corpses. Companionship is already very polite. After closing the car door, Qin Yu started the car again. She noticed the dagger when Zhao Hong got in the car. The reason why she stopped was not out of kindness, but admiration. That's right, in fact, Qin Yu knew about this woman. In her previous life, she was a famous big sister, cruel and ruthless, especially merciless to men. When she became famous, she was still a young man, and she met him from a distance. Later, Wucheng was besieged by zombies and soon broke the city. It was she who brought a few supernatural beings under her command to win the last time for the people in the city to escape until they were gnawed away by the zombies. I didn't expect to meet her so early in this life, and it was still when she hadn't awakened her abilities. With a smile on her face, Qin Yu reversed the car and headed for the canning factory marked on the hand-painted map. Zhao Hong kicked a stone hard on the side of the road. During this period of time, her luck was really utterly ignorant. First, Wang Shuewei and the others in order to stay in the small village and betray her to Qingdao, he finally designed the woman locked up. Together to distract Qingdao's attention, so that he could take the opportunity to stay on the side of the road and wait for vehicles to pass by. Unexpectedly, a car drove up on Qingdao's way back, so she had no choice but to expose it. Zhao Hong stared in the direction of Shirley Village with gloomy eyes. One day, she will repay the suffering she has suffered. Those people deserve to die. While she was thinking wildly, Zhao Hong suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle. She turned around and found that it was the woman's car from before. Is she going back? This woman with the same cold face and heart as her actually made a detour just for her. Zhao Hong's heart suddenly softened. After a long time, she looked at the passing vehicle and walked towards the small village with firm eyes. It's good to survive, and you can't live up to the good intentions of others. The cool sun shone on the ground, and the breeze blew up an old plastic bag on the ground. The surrounding area was unbelievably quiet. There were no people or zombies here, only dilapidated houses. In the deathly silent village, there is an eerie tranquility everywhere. Qin Yu drove the vehicle carefully. It was obvious that there was something weird here. She planned to leave this place quickly when something changed to avoid any accidents. There was thick black smoke rising in the distance. Qin Yu only glanced at it, then looked away calmly and continued to drive. Her destination was the cannery in front of her, and she would not stop for indifferent curiosity, not to mention, in the end of the world 100 lives are not enough for someone who is too curious. Chapter 46. In the process of fleeing, Qin Yu released the supernatural ability. From time to time and threw it back. The initial effect was obvious. Once it was burned, a large area was connected, but soon, the group of black spiders dispersed, covering the ground, walls, machines, etc. The platform and the roof are full of this kind of creatures. They have begun to know how to evacuate to avoid the flames. Although the overall look is still terrifying, it is no longer densely packed with frightening black. Like before. They crawled very fast, and suddenly the entire computer room was full of spiders with red hourglass-shaped patterns on their black abdomens. Now Qin Yu had to move forward, otherwise the exit would be blocked by these black spiders up. Meow. The black cat was the first to jump out of the gate, but it didn't run too far. It snarled outside with its tail up and its fur all over its body. Qin Yu's eyelids twitched. When he looked forward, he couldn't help but burst out, "Damn it, where did so many black spiders come from?" Looking around, the entire large yard was densely crawling with small black spiders. This group of mutated spiders surrounded Qin Yu and the black cat, probably because they were afraid of Qin Yu's black fire, but left them with a small place to stay. Qin Yu moved his fingers. and took out a barrel of gasoline from the space. The group of black spiders showed an impetuous state because of this sudden object. They kept crawling on the ground, but did not attack rashly. After the lid poured the gasoline on the ground, it was unknown whether it was Qin Yu's own actions or the pungent smell of gasoline that stimulated the group of black spiders. They seemed to have received a signal to attack and rushed towards Qin Yu. This kind of species that can easily wipe out even zombies, Qin Yu didn't dare to compete with them and let their terrible teeth make intimate contact with him. Seeing that they were about to crawl over, Qin Yu took out a lighter and instantly lit the oil that was poured on the ground. Soon, the black spiders were burnt to pieces by the fire, and the rest spread their 8 legs and retreated in a panic. In the light of the fire, Qin Yu found a different black spider. It looked a little bigger than ordinary black spiders, and its movements were more flexible. Other spiders came to confuse Qin Yu's vision. What a clever spider. If Qin Yu remembers correctly, this black spider was scientifically called the black widow spider before it mutated in the last days. It is a large spider with a strong neurotoxin that is widely distributed. It is found in tropical and temperate regions. Now, appearing here, someone must have brought them here as pets before the end of the world. However, there are a large group of them as soon as they appear. Could it be that their owner was a black widow spider vendor before the end of the world? Instead of believing in this possibility, Qin Yu believed that it was the result of their rapid reproduction. If the guess is correct, the direction of mutation must not be far from their own characteristics. From the current point of view, it is obvious that the known personalities of this group of spiders are more ferocious and aggressive, and they may also have extremely strong toxicity. After all, their toxicity was already famous all over the world before they mutated. The spider has already retreated into the spider group. Qin Yu didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it. She instinctively felt that this was the king of the spider group. If she caught it, all problems would be fine. Chinese people have played very well since ancient times. Condensing the power in his hand, Qin Yu threw it around the black spider to prevent it from leaning towards other spiders. At first, the black spider was running around, trying to get back to the spider swarm, but when it failed, it began to gather its companions to guard it, but at this moment it found that the flames had panicked the spiders who had obeyed it in the past. They dare not go forward at all, let alone guard it. The black fireball flying again instantly aroused its viciousness. After it found that it could no longer command its companions and the human in front of it would not let it go back, it waved its forelimbs to threaten Qin Yu. You're welcome. The black fire flew towards it again, and the black spider rushed towards Qin Yu, full of anger. Without the threat of other spiders, Qin Yu kindly wanted to play with it. For some reason, she actually felt a kindness energy from this black widow spider that showed its small fangs and ran towards her. This time Qin Yu condensed out a small black ball, and she threw it towards the black spider. The supernatural power immediately hit its 2 hind legs, and even corroded a small part of its body. Don't want. There was a sharp cry in her head, and Qin Yu was slightly stunned, feeling an incredible feeling instantly. In the previous life, there was a profession called animal trainer. They communicated with some special species through spiritual power, and then used them for them. Few ordinary people can find those species with strong spiritual power as their fighting partners. But have never heard that a spider's mental power can be strong enough to directly express its wishes to humans. Qin Yu approached with her supernatural power, and every time she took a step, the black spider took a step back, as if she was terrified of the black ball in her hand. Be good, don't move, I won't hit you with a black ball, what do you think? After finishing speaking, Qin Yu stared at the black widow spider, which seemed to hesitate for a moment, and finally moved its feet did not leave. Let your little friends leave, I'm going to collect the canned food in the factory and let you go. At this time, the fire was about to be extinguished, and the black spiders weakly moved their forelimbs, and a large group of black spiders backed away. After a while, Chinyu held the Black Widow and walked into the factory, and came out after receiving a carload of cans, and put the leader spider on the ground. "Thank you, I'm leaving." The black spider started. It was very weak and huddled together, with all its legs shrunk. When it heard Chinyu say that it was going to leave, it moved its feet suddenly, trying to crawl in front of Chinyu, but it was injured and crawled very slowly. "What's the matter with you?" Chinyu took a step back. To be honest, although she didn't feel bad, she still had to guard against the spider's sudden bite. As if sensing Chinyu's resistance, the spider sent out a vague signal telling Chinyu not to leave. "You want to follow me?" Chinyu asked suspiciously. Hearing this, the black spider nodded immediately. Its black eyes were tearful. It could feel that the power of this human being came from the same source as it. If it didn't leave with her, it would be too weak to command other spiders. When it is time, they will treat its body as the most delicious dinner. "It's fine if you want to leave, but you have to listen to me, and you can't hurt anyone casually." As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, the black spider nodded immediately, fearing that Chinyu would repent, and climbed into Chinyu's hand, and shrank into a ball obediently. Chinyu put it in a box with napkins in the car, and then drove away. After driving toward an hour, gunshots sounded from a distance. Chinyu turned his gaze to see a group of troops guarding the people and walking this way. Obviously, this is a team that has just experienced a battle. They are orderly. Walking in 2 rows, the people were well protected in the middle. The one at the front was an officer, and beside him stood a man who nodded and bowed. Chinyu took a closer look, and found that this little brother looked familiar. Chinyu didn't drive the car away. She stopped at the spot and waited for this group of people to come. Obviously, this was a group of troops preparing to return to the southern base, and it would always be safer to be with them. After waiting for a while, a group of young officers and soldiers appeared in front of Chinyu. Even after going through fierce battles and hardships along the way, this group of young soldiers still stood firm on their posts with guns in their hands. Even though they were exhausted, none of them delayed the team, but were protected by them. Individual thorns always talk about the people of the country, hoping to occupy a better position and get more benefits. Chinyu stood beside the car. The black cat was very repulsed to be alone with the spider. When she figured it out, Chinyu threw it in the back seat. Now that the food crisis has emerged, she doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble because of the black cat's appearance. The leading officer quickly found Chinyu. He turned around and called a soldier to say a few words. The soldier turned around and ran towards Chinyu with a gun on his back. "Hello, we are Unit 125 of the South China Army. Miss, are you here? Alone?" "Yes." Chinyu just finished answering, when he saw the younger brother, who nodded and bowed to the officer running over. "Isn't this Yuan Quan in 9 alleys of Wujie? It's really a fate. I didn't expect him to be quite capable. He escaped from City A and got a ride with the army." "Big sister, it's really you. I thought my eyes were blurred just now." Yuan Quan ran over with a backpack on his back, and said to Chinyu, "Big sister, just call me if you have any orders. I am familiar with this area, and I will never embarrass you." Chinyu smiled, and said to the soldiers beside him, "Are you planning to go to the southern base?" "Yes." The young soldier had a serious expression on his suntanned face. Even when he was talking to a beautiful young woman, he didn't show any sympathy for her. "Can I go with the army?" Chinyu asked. "I need to go back and report. Please wait a moment." The soldier hesitated for a moment. His eyes swept over Chinyu's body. Chinyu immediately said knowingly, "Don't worry, I'm not injured." Then, "Please wait a moment." The young man, the soldier, quickly turned around with his gun on his back and ran back. "Okay." Chinyu waited on the spot for a while, and the soldier trot Back to talk to the leading officer for a while, the older-looking officer looked towards Qin Yu, and then nodded to the soldier after a few words. The young soldier trotted back. The officer said yes, but you have to follow behind the team first. After the 6-hour safety time has passed, if you have nothing to do, you can go to the middle of the team and be protected by us. The soldier with the gun said. Okay, thank you sir for me. Qin Yu understands their approach very well. If anyone who comes here can get their protection immediately, then she really has to think about how long this team can exist. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that she is with a good army. What a coincidence. Did you send the photo to your mother? Qin Yu teased Yuan Quan after getting the army's permission to follow. Come on, Lao Quan, am an orphan, and I don't know who my parents are. Yuan Quan didn't care at all that he was being laughed at, but instead calmly revealed his old background. If it wasn't for the fear that you wouldn't return the photo, I need to say these things, but in the end, I was given one by you, big sister. Afterwards, Qin Yu said some polite words to Yuan Quan and was about to return to the car and rest. What is Yuan Quan? He was fine. He soon realized that this newly released eldest sister didn't want to talk too much, adhering to the principle that a good younger brother can beat zombies and please the boss. Yuan Quan said cheerfully, sister, if you are tired, go to rest first, and I will take a rest. Follow from the side. If you have something to do, just open a window and poke your head out to call. Qin Yu nodded, and after Yuan Quan left, he drove the car calmly and followed at the end of the line. Obviously, this person has not been completely blackened by the out of order world, and his smile always reveals his yearning for the future life. However, if he intends to get more benefits from her, then she can only say sorry. Although the experience in the previous life has not changed her appearance much, but her heart is essentially cold and does not trust anyone. Death taught her a truth. Whether it is relatives, friends or strangers, when you give too much beyond the limit, people will not remember your kindness, they will only feel that you should, and when you give normally, you will become an unkind existence. Qin Yu thought of a sentence that teachers often chanted in their mouths when they were studying, learning is endless. Now it seems that learning is endless, not only the knowledge in books, but also the worldly skills and survival skills. A group of people walked on the road for a day. Although they encountered zombies, they were not many in number. After finishing the 5th wave of zombies, Qin Yu finally heard the news from the front that he could rest in place. Big sister, you, thirsty? Come, drink some water. Yuan Quan handed over a bottle of water from the window. Qin Yu shook his head, thanked him and said no, now both water and food are very precious. No matter what he thinks, she has taken her heart. As for things, she won't touch them. After all, everyone uses less and less things now. Unless they don't plan to live, otherwise they don't protect them like treasures. Then elder sister, would you like to get out of the car and take a rest? Inquired. The army is probably going to camp here tonight. By the way, the things in the car must be guarded. It's clean, and now that things are gone, there is no reason to reason. Yuan Quan said a lot, and then suddenly remembered that he was also a thief before the end of the world. He stopped in embarrassment, worried that Qin Yu would think of the previous things and thus look down on him. It's okay, no, thank you. Qin Yu didn't seem to notice his embarrassment, and patted him on the shoulder to express his gratitude. This action immediately healed the old boy Yuan Quan's heart, and he instantly raised his head like a chicken. Blood. He stood around the car with his chest up high and vigorously, in order to prevent anyone who was not good-looking from hitting his boss's mind. As a single woman, especially a young single woman, Qin Yu naturally saw many people looking at her, especially a few of them with malicious intent. Qin Yu knows that there are many people who want to benefit from her. Yuan Quan's suggestion seems to be concerned about her body, but there is actually a metaphor. As long as she gets out of the car and stays with Yuan Quan for a while, it will naturally make People misunderstand that they are together. In this way, it can dispel some people's minds. I have to say that this Yuan Quan is really talented. And he is as careful as a hare and observes the details. Qin Yu got out of the car and stretched his body under Yuan Quan's passionate eyes. When Yuan Quan saw the black cat in the back seat of the car during a courtship, his eyes became brighter when he looked at Qin Yu. Caught a live creature when no one else thought of it, and I can eat fresh meat at any time. The black cat that was playing in the back seat suddenly raised its head vigilantly. When it saw Yuan Xuan's fiery eyes staring at the food, the arrogant kitten became angry immediately. It stretched out its paws and blew all its fur and stared vigilantly at it. Yuan Quan let out a threatening cry. When Qin Yu heard the voice of the black cat, her body instinctively became alert for a moment, thinking that something had happened, but when she turned her head and saw Yuan Quan's blunt and straightforward eyes, she understood everything. After peeling the skin and removing the bones, it will not be nice to talk and be gentle and cute after cooking and eating. After comforting the little black cat, Qin Yu saw someone walking towards him with sharp eyes. "Miss, we want to discuss something with you," the leading young man said kindly. "No need, she has nothing to discuss with you. If you need something, you can come to me. I'm her elder brother." Yuan Quan, who could see that the person was not kind, naturally stood in front of Qin Yu early. Seriously, he lost his usual playful smile. "Who has a certain charm? You. Don't be joking, if it's really the big brother, why wouldn't you let you get in the car, fuck off." The young man laughed mercilessly. Yuan Quan's face turned pale immediately, and he roared, "Damn. Can't do it if quarrel with my sister, still need you to take care of it. Brother Chetzi doesn't like it, just take some food and drink to honor these brothers of my brother." The young man was a gangster before. And he was quite clever, knowing that it would not last long to be alone. So he charged some interest first, and pretended to be a gangster. Squeeze out people's ideas a little bit. Fart, let me tell you. Yuan Quan hadn't finished speaking when he saw Qin Yu behind him open the car door. At first, he admired the elder sister for being alert despite her young age. He drove to hide in the army before he knew what was going on. Unexpectedly, before he finished sighing, he found out that his eldest sister had no intention of leaving at all. "What's the matter?" Qin Yu calmly took out an arm-thick iron rod from the car, and waved it around a few times as if exercising, then twisted it easily into a ball in dissatisfaction, and threw it on the it hit the ground and made a not-so-shallow hole. "Brother, this." The young man who was about to talk to someone who could talk about business came out, and the young man immediately stopped his progress, his face changed, and they exchanged in a low voice on the spot. In the end, the leading gangster shook his head and scattered away, and some people who were waiting and watching also instantly extinguished their bad thoughts. The only one who dared to stay after seeing this scene was Yuan Quan, with shining star eyes. "Wow, this is the rhythm of explosive force value, is there any?" Chapter 47. Something was wrong in the distance. A soldier walked quickly through the crowd and gave orders to the soldiers below. Qin Yu keenly caught the flash of anxiety in his eyes. She sat in the car and watched the busy figures of the soldiers subconsciously be on guard. Up. Not long after, news came from the front, saying that a large group of zombies came from behind. The crowd in the open space was no longer as leisurely as before, and returned to their positions with a slightly flustered expression. Only a few minutes later, the crowd behind the large army, then the gunshots rang out. After the first gunshot, the gunshots kept ringing continuously, and Qin Yu judged from the gunshots that there should be a lot of zombies this time. She looked at this group of familiar and unfamiliar soldiers skillfully. The common people stood in the middle of the team, and the young soldiers themselves stood in various dangerous places to resist possible emergencies. Roar! Ho ho ho! A large group of zombies was approaching, and the army responded quickly. They were well trained and returned to where they should be. The car in front had already started. Qin Yu noticed that all the soldiers except the soldiers who stayed to protect the people had picked up their guns and charged. At the rear, a line of defense was erected for those fleeing in front. Boom! 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 The battle between humans and zombies was fierce. The first batch of soldiers held up their guns and shot at the zombies, and the roar of the zombies was accompanied by the bullets breaking through the wind. Looking at the densely packed area in the distance, Chinyu fell into silence. The number of zombies this time is a bit strange. Chinyu didn't drive and followed the crowd to leave. She parked the car on the side of the road and calmly looked for differences among the group of zombies. Seeing that Chinyu didn't care about it, the black cat on the seat jumped out of the car with a meowing sound, its pointed ears trembling, and it meowed wildly in one direction. Chinyu followed the black cat's line of sight to look over there, and sure enough, he found a distinctive zombie in the middle and rear of the zombie tide. This is a T1, and it can be seen from its proficiency in commanding zombies that it is likely to advance to T2 soon, and it needs a lot of flesh and blood to get the idea of an army. However, how did it summon so many zombies? Chinyu thought about it seriously. In fact, she didn't know that everything was just a coincidence. Originally, this T1 was hunting junior zombies on its own territory, but it turned out that there was something wrong with other zombies on the road. Did this mighty one come to grab the territory? It thought for a while with the little brain capacity left, and hurriedly summoned its younger brothers to fight, but found that this group of outsider zombies had no boss at all, and they didn't come here to grab the territory, but there was a large group of fat meat in front of them. So it, as the newly appointed zombie boss, decisively led the merged group of younger brothers to chase after the meat. Ho ho ho. The zombie hiding in the tide of zombies obviously noticed Chinyu's gaze, and it made a provocative sound like a wild animal. With a sneer, Chinyu pulled out the axe from the car, closed the door, and walked towards it step by step. Small sample, make you crazy, my sister will let you know that being crazy will not end well. Chinyu approached it with malicious intentions, both of them were immersed in the emotion of meat coming. Sir, it's not good. A woman ran into the zombie tide. A soldier hurriedly reported to Suda after discovering the situation. What? Is she looking for death? Suda, who was commanding the soldiers, was furious when he heard this. Give me the binoculars. Suda was full of anger. The troublemaker, damn it, she thought they were her parents, just wipe her ass if it's okay, she doesn't know what the time is. The field of vision was full of zombies. After Suda took over the binoculars, he easily found the ignorant woman. He found that things didn't seem to be what he thought. He was looking for something in the tide of zombies. His intuition from being a soldier for many years made him immediately give an order. The first row will not change, and the second row will fully cooperate with her, try to cover her progress, and kill the other zombies next to her. Yes. After the gunshot sounded again, Chinyu keenly noticed that the surrounding zombies were not so dense. The soldiers seemed to help her stop the zombies on purpose. She looked back and found that the battle over there was already very dangerous. The soldier who ran out of ammunition had no time to refill the ammunition, so he directly drew out the knife at his waist and slashed at the neck of the zombie. Chinyu concentrated his attention and quickened his pace. This zombie was very cunning, he kept scurrying around in a tide of corpses, and directed other zombies to rush towards Chinyu. Seizing the opportunity again, Chinyu struck the zombie's head with an axe. It disappeared. Chinyu looked at the empty eyes in astonishment, and then slashed at the junior zombies who attacked her with an axe. What kind of monster is this? Suda gasped. Apparently he also saw the scene of the zombie disappearing just now, which made him wonder, if the woman in the zombie tide didn't find that this zombie was different, and how long will it take for them to realize that under this kind of zombie attack similar to the space technique, the whole army may have been wiped out by the time they realize it. Chinyu chopped off 3 or 4 zombies that were attacking her and found the one that used the space technique. The zombie with the teleportation ability of the space system, Su is very confident in his ability. This zombie who suddenly appeared behind Chinyu and planned to sneak attack roared wildly and rushed towards her. Chinyu's eyes turned cold, and Black Hua fought back fiercely. Roar. The zombie let out an angry roar as it watched its burned broken palm. Because of its roar, all the nearby zombies attracted by the instinct of appetite rushed towards Chinyu, and Chinyu's pressure increased a lot in an instant. Suda was anxious over there. He had a premonition that if this woman died, they would have to spend a lot of money to take down this zombie. None of his soldiers were treasures. It would be too useless to die in the hands of a zombie like this. Su-de-ko, he shouted at the soldier, give me the gun. After that, he took the lead and shot in Chinyu's direction, hoping to help her break through. Of course, Chinyu would not agree to being besieged by zombies in such a way of fighting with wheels. She condensed her abilities to the maximum and used them to carve out a path along the way. In fact, it stands to reason that Qin Yu's ability could not last so long at all. When she was surrounded by zombies, she had already summoned several crystal nuclei from the space for absorption and utilization. After spending a long time, this space-type zombie was finally taken down by Qin Yu's tricks. Qin Yu picked up the crystal nucleus from the ground, quickly rushed out of the zombie tide, and found a safe place to rest. After the sporadic zombies following Qin Yu were killed with guns by Suda, who had been paying attention to the situation here, Suda also breathed a sigh of relief, but instead of resting, he turned around and directed the battle elsewhere. The large group of people who left first couldn't run fast at all, especially those people without cars. If the group of zombies were not dealt with, the people in front would be in danger. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the zombie wave without the leader's command was much easier to deal with than before. After the crisis was resolved, the leading officer began to call the subordinate team leaders to count the number of people. After a battle, except for the group of soldiers who faced the zombies at the front, they did not come back, and many soldiers were injured. Looking at the wounded soldiers in front of him, Qin Yu recalled the memories from a long time ago. In her previous life, when she was an ordinary person, she was escorted by the army to reach the southern base. At that time, she lived in panic every day, fearing that the army would abandon them and run away. There were only 30 left, and the hundreds of ordinary people protected by them basically escaped back. In my memory, young soldiers disappear every day. When Qin Yu walked on the road paved with flesh and blood, he once looked back. Those young faces stayed on the way forever with determination and unyielding. The soldiers who led the team to leave, they never came back. When they were born, others were unknown, and they didn't even know what happened to their mothers, wives, children and other relatives, and they were even more unknown when they died. Qin Yu didn't like the senior officials in the base, but he sincerely admired these low-level soldiers. They have no abilities, only guns. Most of them draw their knives and fight the zombies when the bullets run out, and even use their flesh and blood to resist the zombies when they run out of bullets. People fight for time to escape. Qin Yu's group of survivors were protected by these soldiers time and time again with their lives. All the wounded come out. The leading officer in the team said in a low voice, and Qin Yu could even hear a trace of reluctance and sadness. Soon, more than a dozen soldiers who were caught or bitten walked out from every corner. They silently left their guns to their uninjured companions, lined up, and stared sadly ahead. Report the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 11, 12, 13. 16, 17, 18, report to the chief, a total of 18 people. Okay, well done, you are all well done. Brothers, go well, we will serve the country together in the next life. The officer took out a knife, which sent away too many brothers on the way. Suda stared sadly for a while, then handed the knife to the soldier on the far left. The first soldier on the left is Xiaomu, who just turned 18 years old, but his arm was cut by a zombie. He remembered that when this boy came out of the base, he said with a smile that he would surprise his parents when he came back, let them see how good his own son is. The second person on the left is Zhang Huai. His mother was dismembered by the zombies because the rescue was not in time, and his elderly father followed soon after. There was only his newlywed wife and a child who was just waiting to be fed. The third one on the left is called Baisu. They often call him White Mouse. He is indeed as timid as a mouse, but every time a wave of zombies strikes, he always rushes to the front. The running child was bitten by the zombies. The fourth one on the left is Qin Bin, an old man in the family. Suda looked at these soldiers one by one. They are still young and will stay on this land forever. He turned around silently and raised his hand, start. Wait a minute. Qin Yu called out involuntarily. The scene in front of me is too familiar, and it was the same in the previous life. The wounded soldiers who didn't die in the mouth of the zombies ended their lives with knives again and again. They didn't even dare to use bullets to have a good time, because every bullet must be used in the most critical protect the people at all times. The battle was over, and the scene was bleak. Qin Yu couldn't bear to make unnecessary sacrifices. I heard that not all zombies who are scratched or bitten by zombies will turn into zombies. Some people with strong willpower may be immune to zombie viruses, and even awaken their abilities. Suda was shocked when he heard this. He raised his head, walked quickly to Qin Yu, grabbed her shoulders and asked, "Is what you said true?" Before I came, a companion was bitten by a zombie. We were afraid of being hurt by him and killed him. He was tied to a chair, but at that time he didn't turn into a zombie, but instead awakened the power of fire. Qin Yu knew that he was too excited, so he wasn't angry, but moved his body slightly, but fortunately Suda didn't not the overexcited type. He yelled at the other soldiers, "Come here, take the rope and tie them up one by one. No one wants to die if they can. Live." Hearing that he still had the hope of being alive, they looked at Qin Yu gratefully. Su Deli straightened his body and gave a military salute to Qin Yu and said, "I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers. I also thank you on behalf of all the people." Qin Yu said embarrassedly. 5 or 6 soldiers came over with the rope very actively. For them, there is nothing happier than the life of their companions being guaranteed. After the wounded soldiers were tied up, Qin Yu took out the half-drunk mineral water from her backpack, and poured half a bottle of space spring water into it when no one was paying attention. A group of soldiers walked away. "Come and drink some water, it will be a little uncomfortable later, and you won't become a zombie after you get through it." Qin Yu fed each of them a little spring water, and got into the car to rest. In fact, she had considered the issue of exposure before taking out the spring water, but fortunately, the efficacy of the spring water is as painful as the corpse transformation of zombies. Not to mention those who can't survive, no one would expect to get news from a zombie. Besides, her previous news was not fake. Even if most of these soldiers survived, people would only think that they were strong-willed. After all, the proportion of the army that survived the zombie virus is indeed higher than that of ordinary people. Qin Yu leaned on the seat and closed her eyes for a nap. Suddenly there was a sound of knocking on the glass. She opened her eyes and saw a soldier saluting by her car window and said, "Miss Qin, our officer said that this area is not safe." "It's safe, please come back with us." "Thank you, tell you sir, I'll follow up later, I still have something to do." Qin Yu said politely. "Okay." The soldier walked back, but he came back soon, and said to Qin Yu, "Miss Qin, our officer said that if you need help, please don't be polite." Qin Yu thought for a while, smiled and said, "All right, if it's convenient, please help me pile up those zombies." "Please wait a moment, I'll go back and report right away." After the soldier finished speaking, he ran back quickly. Not long after, Qin Yu saw a car carrying the wounded leave, and the uninjured soldiers lifted the corpses of the zombies well. Qin Yu smiled and thanked the soldiers who came again. The soldiers in front of the car window were busy back and forth. Qin Yu watched the group of soldiers quietly. 1 or 2 of them worked together to carry the corpses. She went to one of the piles and released the power. Spread it quickly and set the whole pile of corpses on fire. During this period, several soldiers looked at this side in surprise, but none of them asked any questions, and continued to do what they were doing quietly. Suda was surprised to see Qin Yu release the supernatural power. He was a little excited. Where did this superpower like making a movie come from? However, the self-control cultivated by serving in the army for many years did not make him show any inappropriate expressions. He put down the gun in his hand, rubbed his hands, walked over to Qin Yu and asked, "Miss Qin, this is what you're talking about?" Qin Yu congealed a supernatural power in his hands, walked to another pile of corpses and put them on top. Yes, this is it. Could it be, Miss Qin?" Suda guessed that what Qin Yu said before when he was bitten and turned into a Superman, he thought it was to comfort his soldiers, it would be good to be immune, where do you expect supernatural powers? Now it seems that it may not be fake. He was thinking, seeing Qin Yu's good attitude and no shyness, he nodded quickly, for fear that he would regret it if he was too late. This is a supernatural ability. As I said before, after being bitten or scratched by a zombie, there is a certain chance of awakening the supernatural ability. There is also a kind of awakening in a critical situation. Qin Yu said, collecting the crystal nuclei on the ground. Although Suda is a soldier, it doesn't mean that he doesn't understand the world at all. Seeing Qin Yu speak out what he knows so openly, he immediately liked it. "Miss Qin, thank you so much." "It's okay. It should." Qin Yu picked up the crystal nucleus on the ground and said, "I guess, you still want to ask about this crystal nucleus?" Suda, who was told his thoughts, smiled embarrassedly, and said to Qin Yu, "If Miss Qin doesn't mind, hee. Actually, it's nothing. This kind of crystal nucleus exists in the heads of zombies, but not every zombie has it. It's useless to ordinary people. It can be replenished when it is almost used up, just like a gun can be fired longer if there are enough bullets after it is used up." This time Qin Yu didn't finish talking, and the matter that the crystal core can be used to upgrade is still waiting for them to find out, otherwise it would be too strange for an ordinary person to know so much. Soon, all the corpses were burned up by Qin Yu, and she didn't even need to do it directly. Naturally, someone pulled out the crystal nuclei from the black ash and carefully selected them and brought them to her. Holding a big bag full of crystal nuclei, Qin Yu smiled and rolled her eyes. Fighting monsters and upgrading or something, I love it the most. Chapter 48. Throwing the crystal nucleus into the space spring, Qin Yu fished out the previously collected crystal nucleus and began to absorb it. On the surface of the rippling spring, a girl with black hair and black eyes stood quietly in it. She was holding a shiny object like a small piece of glass, with a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth. After a while, her figure swayed slightly and appeared in the outside of space. Sitting on the seat of the car, Qin Yu took out the crystal nucleus and began to absorb it. The black cat stared curiously at Qin Yu's ability when he absorbed the crystal core, and his eyes widened. He leaned his head over and almost stuck to the dark ability in Qin Yu's hand that was absorbing the crystal core, with innocent amber eyes. He sniffed lightly with his eyes and nose, licked his mouth, and yawned boredly. Then he walked over to Qin Yu's feet obediently with his little feet, and nestled on them to sleep. This is the first time that a black cat has shown its intimacy unsuspectingly. Qin Yu looked at the cat nestled in a ball on his thigh in surprise, and touched its head and chin. It is convenient for Qin Yu to touch. It didn't take long for Qin Yu to absorb the crystal nucleus in her hand without any pressure. Looking at the black fire jumping in her palm, she took out the crystal nucleus harvested today from the space. Qin Yu was the first to take out the highest grade T1 crystal nucleus. The oval-shaped crystal nucleus reflected Qin Yu's white fingers shining brightly in the sun, and the black supernatural silk thread was wrapped around it, giving people a strange and clean beauty. She didn't absorb this crystal nucleus first, but put it aside, planning to use the ordinary crystal nucleus to appetize first. When Qin Yu absorbed 2 or 3 crystal cores and planned to use high-level crystal cores, the black cat suddenly raised its head. Swallowed the dark power in Qin Yu's palm, then continued to sleep with its eyes closed, leaving Qin Yu alone in astonishment look at it. After waiting for a while, Qin Yu realized that he was too nervous. The supernatural power didn't do anything to the black cat. This guy still looked carefree. Probably annoyed by Qin Yu's tossing and turning, the black cat withdrew its caught little foot and meowed in dissatisfaction. Qin Yu couldn't figure it out, so Qin Yu didn't think about it anymore. She picked up the crystal core and continued to absorb energy. Feeling that sufficient energy is constantly pouring into the body, this high-level crystal nucleus is much more useful than ordinary crystal nucleus, Qin Yu watched. The crystal nucleus in her palm slowly turned white, and finally turned into powder, and then she kept taking out the crystal nucleus to evolve through the spring water. The absorbed crystal nuclei were absorbed one by one, and when it felt almost the same, they flashed into the space. The previous army had already left, and she drove the car to a remote place. Qin Yu was very assured that no one would see her. Even if she was really unlucky, she would put a quilt on the back seat, so you couldn't see the inside from the rear window. If you look at the front window, it's easy to think that you are too tired to sleep. The vegetables and fruits in the space were more than half ripe. Qin Yu went to the field to work. The green cucumbers were hanging on the brackets, the plump grapes were hanging down in bunches, and the green and tender cabbages were crowded together. The leaves are squeezed and spread out in all directions, the bright purple eggplants are plump and lovely, there are also thick white radishes pulled out from the ground, large sweet potatoes, taro, the happy harvest of the ground. After the vegetables and fruits, Qin Yu sowed seeds on the ground again, this time less, because most of the vegetables and fruits have roots and do not need to be replanted. After doing these things, Qin Yu walked into the spring pool in the space. She felt that her body had enough energy before, and she could not continue to absorb the crystal nucleus after she could sprint to the second level. After a period of hard work, she believed that her body had fully adapted to it. Only with the newly absorbed energy did he plan to advance again. Qin Yu picked up the crystal nucleus and absorbed it in the water. Recently, she had an obvious feeling that the crystal nucleus without a grade would be useless to her. If it wasn't for the large number and the purification of the spring water, it would be difficult for her to upgrade this time. It seems that we will find a way to collect T1 crystal nuclei in the future. Fortunately, the evolution of zombies is fast enough, and the crystal nuclei are not too worrying. When the last crystal nucleus was absorbed, Qin Yu obviously felt that the barrier in his body was broken. Feeling the surge of abundant energy, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Finally promoted to the second level, why did she feel dazzled after the upgrade? Look at it again, the black dot is darker, and it seems to be wrapped in another small black dot. Qin Yu watched carefully, and found that the small black spot in the palm of his hand was slowly splitting, and it didn't take Long before he saw a black fire the size of a small soybean on the palm of his hand next to the black fire the size of a quail egg. Is this the rhythm of supernatural beings conceiving and giving birth? Qin Yu stared at the two small groups of black dots on her hands, and her head was full of black lines. She remembered that her previous fire ability would only become bigger and more refined, and said, "What is the situation now?" Qin Yu, who was driving the car, would occasionally turn his head to look at the black cat, and every time it caught sight of it, he would turn his head and meow innocently at her. The scenery on the side of the road is constantly receding. At this speed, it will probably catch up with the army soon. However, since the black cat swallowed her ability, Qin Yu has a strange feeling, as if the connection between them even more intimate, she could easily discern the guy's emotions and the reason for his actions. More than half of the time passed between Qin Yu's guess and the black cat wagging its tail contentedly, and soon the shadow of the army in front could be seen. It was very noisy there. When the car approached, I realized that several people were domineering because of the guns in their hands. They insisted on grabbing the best position in the middle. Qin Yu looked at the leader, and the man was thick and strong. Looking fiercely, presumably it was because of his appearance and style that the people who occupied the position did not dare to notify the army for fear of retaliation afterwards. "Hurry up, uncle is in a bad mood, be careful that the gun goes off," the bald man said with half disdain and half threat. "This is our position, you can't do this, there is no law in your eyes." The short young man tried to reason with others. "Law, huh, have you seen that thing?" The bald man sneered, and continued, "Hurry up, sir, we have to rest, don't get in the way. You can't do this, this is robbery." Before he finished speaking, he was pushed out of his original position by the group. He yelled for a while unwillingly, but unfortunately, there was no one in the group. Just ignore him, no matter how loud he is, he won't move at all, and he dare not directly notify the army to resolve the dispute. Qin Yu originally planned to go around, but after seeing this scene, he suddenly remembered that guns are not very useful in dealing with zombies, but they can play a very good deterrent effect in dealing with bad people of the same kind. People dare not act rashly. She didn't have a chance before the end of the world, but now no one has time to care about it. She remembered that there was a hidden arsenal nearby, and she didn't know if it was still there. The arsenal was discovered by a group of supernatural beings who were chased by zombies in their previous lives. I heard that it caused disputes when they discovered it. The uneven distribution of benefits caused them to directly fight among themselves. In this way, our own people killed many of our own people and destroyed most of the arsenal. Qin Yu had a sneer on his lips. Although he didn't know how many steamed buns a caddy of morality could be exchanged for, she wanted this arsenal. After thinking about it, Qin Yu immediately turned the car and drove away. She remembered that the danger over there was not that great, and there was nothing particularly dangerous to be worth noting. From their own greed. Good wine is popular with people, and money touches people's hearts, interests are often able to test people's nature and expose their ugly souls. After getting out of the car, Qin Yu took a few sips of mineral water and threw the bottle back into the car. She took out the axe, checked her lower body to see if there was anything wrong with her, and then set off for an ordinary-looking neighborhood not far away. The sky was gray, the neighborhood was deadly silent, and there was an unpleasant smell of rotting objects in the air. Qin Yu walked in without changing his face, and there was still dried blood on the ground. It seemed that he could still smell it amidst the large amount of red solids. There was a faint smell of blood, and there were gnawed skeletons discarded under a building, and two zombies were walking unsteadily. Qin Yu clenched the axe in her hand and rushed over. This small road leading to the northwest was the place she must pass through. She wanted to go around the flower garden here to reach the last quilt warehouse, and then unlock the basement of the warehouse. Just go to the ground floor. Swinging down the axe to chop off the two oncoming zombies, Qin Yu quickened her pace and walked in after seeing the terrain. A strange bird on a branch watched her enter the community with scarlet eyes, and flew away with a strange cry. Up! Jiegu Jiegu! Qin Yu heard the voice and raised her head to look, and happened to see it fluttering its wings to take off. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. This bird has obviously mutated. Look, come on, not only the evolution of zombies is fast, but even the mutation speed of animals is not slow. The smell of blood in the air was getting stronger, and the roar of zombies in the residential building became more and more obvious. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with suspicion. Could it be that there are still survivors here? Not minding his own business, Qin Yu hurriedly walked around the flower garden, and when he was about to reach the warehouse, a zombie suddenly rushed from the shadow beside him. Seeing its rotting face up close, smelling the pungent smell of blood, and the dirty hands stretched out, Qin suddenly became angry, and a special ability went over to turn it into ashes. After using the power, Qin realized that probably because of the two black dots, the burning speed of the little black fire was obviously accelerated this time, and the time it took to burn a whole zombie was reduced by a half of the previous time. But relatively, her ability output has also increased. Although her ability reserve has doubled after the upgrade, it is obviously not worthwhile if a zombie uses up so much energy in the future. Maybe she should try practice splitting the power to attack two zombies at the same time. But the most important thing now is to get the weapons and equipment. After corrupting the door lock, Qin sneaked into the warehouse. Chapter 49. The warehouse was full of cotton and quilts, and Qin collected them all unceremoniously. She remembered that after the apocalypse, it was easy to experience extreme cold and extreme heat. Qin scanned the warehouse. A secret door was found in a corner. I really don't know how unlucky those people in the previous life were to find such a hidden place without deliberately looking for it. If she hadn't been sure that there was something in the warehouse, she might have been deceived by the illusion. Opening the secret door, Qin walked in. There were many wooden boxes piled up in the dark room. She used an axe to pry open one box, which was full of pistols. After searching for a few different seats, Qin opened several boxes. The wooden boxes were filled with grenades, automatic rifles, and assault rifles. A roomful of boxes are all hand-filled into the space. Although I don't know who the original owner is, it is hers now. Anyway, the person who smuggled and hoarded so many arms before the end of the world may not be a good person. After packing all the things, Qin exited the dark room, and when he reached the warehouse, he heard the sound of running and the roar of zombies outside. Qin was silent. It can't be so. Unlucky, right? As soon as she does something bad, the thief will come to take her. Qin walked out quickly with an axe in hand, trying to get out before the zombies found and surrounded the place. Brother, I can't run anymore, the monster behind is so scary, a girl said out of breath. Hey, run faster, I saw someone coming in front of me, as long as we get in the car. The young man said while leading his sister while running. But when can we get rid of these monsters, brother? Look, she's over there. There was a hint of crying in the girl's frustrated voice, but she immediately pointed in a direction in surprise. Where? Qin looked in the direction his sister was pointing at. It was the woman they saw at the window before. Originally, they wanted to steal the car and run away while she was away, but they didn't know that as soon as they opened the door, the younger sister was frightened and screamed by the zombies, which attracted many zombies. In order to avoid being surrounded by the attracted zombies, they had to follow along running along the path where zombies appeared. No, maybe it can't be said that there were no zombies, but the previous zombies were all eliminated. Looking at the dilapidated zombies lying on the side of the road, they either had missing arms or severed heads. Mo could only hold back his nausea and dragged his sister forward all the way. The zombies on the road were no more terrifying than those that could move. With no choice, they could only run non-stop, so as to avoid being torn apart and reduced to a meal on the plate. Seeing Qin coming out, Mo's eyes flashed a hint of surprise. With this person, they will definitely be able to go out safely. After thinking about it, Mo led his sister and ran towards the warehouse. He waved his hands and shouted, "Hey, we are here, help us." Qin glanced at them coldly, ignoring them, dragging a group of zombies who were not relatives. This is to ask her to meet relatives and make friends woolen cloth? Or is he going to drag her along to feed the long line of zombies waiting to be fed? Or let her do her best to fend off the zombies in the whole neighborhood so that they can escape first? Don't be kidding, big brother. Qin turned his face coldly, and ran outside. Hey, wait for us, why are you like this? The girl was in a hurry, and almost wanted to yell. If she hadn't come to the community, they wouldn't have gone downstairs. How can people be so heartless that they don't even know how to help others? Mo knew his sister's character best. He said before her sister said, "Sister, wait, let's run away together." Mo led his sister for a while and found that the people in front had no intention of talking to him at all. Not to mention stopping to help, he was in a hurry, and he and his sister wouldn't last long if this went on. Seeing that the zombies behind were getting closer and closer, Mo's eyes flashed a hint of sternness, and he took out a bag of things in his pocket, which was the blood of the family's pet dog Wanwan that they released before they came out, and used it before running here. I bought 2 bags, and now it's up to the person in front to help them lure the zombies. There is a malicious smile on his mouth. People don't want to kill the world for themselves. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Axe, who has no sympathy. When they ran to the fork in the road, Chi-Mo and his sister looked at each other, and the latter understood what he meant, let go of his clenched hands, and stepped back a little to facilitate him to throw the blood bag. Chi-Mo signaled his sister to be careful of the zombies, and he threw the blood bag towards Chi-Yu who was running in front. He could already imagine that this woman was hit by a plastic bag, spilled blood all over her body, and led away all the zombies finally became the fate of rations. After throwing away the blood bag, Chi-Mo held his younger sister's hand again and ran to another side path without any guilt. While running, he gloated and said with a gleeful smile, "Sister Axe, do you know that you dragged your family like this?" Hey! Chi-Yu who was running heard that the voice in the wind was wrong, and there was faint blood coming from her. She turned her head and saw a plastic bag wrapped in liquid flying towards her, and the two people behind were flying towards her. Run down the path. So many people borrow blood to kill people, causing trouble to come to the east. Chi-Yu's face turned cold instantly, she suppressed the murderous intent bursting out of her eyes, and controlled her strength to grab the flying bag without breaking it. After seeing the contents clearly, Chi-Yu raised her eyebrows coldly. She stared at the two brothers and sisters running to the other road, with a cruel smile on her lips. It's not rude to come and go, just enjoy the fruits of your labor, and she won't accompany you. Raising her hand, Chi-Yu accurately threw the blood bag back in her hand, put away her sharp eyes like arrows for a run-up, and then climbed over the low wall and went out. Seeing the joy flashing across Chi-Chi's face after her brother threw the blood bag, she looked back as she ran, wanting to see how that self-righteous woman was running away in embarrassment while being chased by zombies covered in blood, but when she turned around, she saw the blood bag that was supposed to be sprinkled on the woman flew back. She didn't have time to think about anything. She instinctively avoided the blood bag that was about to hit her, and watched helplessly as the blood bag hit her brother the back. "Brother," she let go of Chi-Mo's hand abruptly, and cried out in surprise. After feeling a chill on his back, Chi-Mo turned his head and saw his sister's shocked face. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be? He touched his hand back, and when he looked again, his hand was already covered with red. Chi-Mo only felt a bang in his head, as if a cloud of fog had exploded, and the zombies behind were already running towards this side with more excitement. Chi quickly put away his weak expression after a short moment of astonishment, leaving him and ran to the other side. What to do? No, he doesn't want to die. Chi-Mo seemed to wake up suddenly, and ruthlessly pulled off his clothes. He didn't even have time to think about his sister's betrayal, and hurriedly wiped off the blood on his body. The zombies behind were already very close. Excited to run faster, Chi-Mo glanced at the direction in which his sister was running, and finally ran over worryingly, even though he was followed by a group of zombies. After running out of the community, Chi-Yu easily found her parking place, and she ran quickly past by, opened the door, started the engine and drove away. Chi-Yu drove the car very fast, and hardly stopped to rest except for refueling once in the middle. While turning the steering wheel, she calculated the speed of the army after the advance in her mind, and finally concluded that if she drove at the fastest speed probably I only need to drive for another hour to catch up. The black cat lying on the seat meowed in dissatisfaction, and jumped up to prevent it from being thrown to the bottom by the bumpy car. Chi-Yu's driving skills can only be said to be fast, but not stable. The safety of her technology is guaranteed, let alone the comfort. After driving for a while, Chi-Yu slowed down a little, and stopped racing like crazy. Chi-Yu took out food from the backpack, opened a bag of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, trying to eat something to replenish his strength. Although she was distracted while driving, Chi-Yu's gaze was still focused on the front and was not affected by eating. When passing by the house, occasionally someone waved and asked to stop for assistance, but she ignored them one by one. After finally catching up with the army, it took another 3 or 4 hours for the whole team to stop. At this time, the sun had already set to the west, and it would be dangerous to go down and camp in the wilderness. Chi-Yu looked at the map, and it was not too far from the base, and it would take another 5 or 6 days to get there. She took out some food from her backpack and used it directly for dinner, and she didn't intend to get out of the car to start a fire to cook. Knock knock knock. Just put away the map, Chi-Yu heard the sound of someone knocking on the window, looked up, it was a young soldier with an unstoppable smile on his face. Chi-Yu lowered the glass of the car window and asked, "What's the matter?" "Thank you so much, sir, for letting me deliver these foods. The brothers are all well and have not turned into zombies, and 3 of them have awakened. It turns out that there really is a supernatural power, it's amazing." He was a little incoherent at the end of his speech, but this did not prevent him from being happy for the safety of his comrades in arms, and his happiness was overflowing. The willpower of a soldier is indeed higher than that of ordinary people. When he finally finished speaking, Qin Yu praised the situation. I accept the things, thank you sir for me. Okay, Qin. You miss, if you have anything to do, call me later, and I will help you with it. The young soldier obviously regarded Qin Yu as a benefactor, and he wanted to express his gratitude to Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at this soldier named Xiaolu with amused look at how he was reluctant to leave after putting the food into the trunk. Those who didn't know would definitely think that he lingered because he didn't want his wife to send him farewell. Go back quickly. Well, I think you soldiers should not be so free. Yes, Lu Zi will leave immediately. Hearing Qin Yu speak again, Xiao Lu Zi's eyes suddenly brightened, like a cat being stroked by its master. The docile golden retriever dog immediately walked back energetically. It's great that the idol finally noticed him. Little Six walked back with a mean smile on his face. He seemed to be able to see the jealous faces of his comrades. It was not in vain for him to try hard to curry favor with the officer. Look, now the good job fell to him. Although I was stumbled and beaten several times by my comrades when I came here, it was worth it to meet my idol. Chapter 50. Where the army passed by, as long as there were survivors, they would rush over one after another. Even if the team did not deliberately recruit people, the number of people was still considerable. With the increase of survivors, there are more and more problems. Small conflicts in daily life continue, conflicts are common, and conflicts are becoming more and more acute. The main reason for conflicts between the army and the people is the lack of food. In the past, when there were few people, it was okay. Some people who had no food could ask for food from the army first, or borrow it from people they knew around them. In the end of the world, people still pay attention to affection, but not many people would refuse, but as time goes by as more and more people began to realize that they could not live without surplus food, most of the survivors turned their attention to the army. Shouldn't you soldiers protect us? Why, you usually eat our taxpayers' money for free, and you will starve us all to death at critical moments, right? A man full of ruffian pushed him roughly to stop him. The soldier who robbed women of food. Give us food if you can. Who would be unhappy if everyone has something to eat? The man opened his mouth and said, in fact, he doesn't care who steals who, he just wants to know whether the army will give them food through this matter. Now there are zombies outside, he doesn't want to die outside one day. Brother, why don't you tell the officer if it's okay, my baby hasn't eaten for 2 days. A sallow-faced woman in the crowd said sadly while holding her baby. Even if we are hungry again, if there is one, there will be two. For a while, everyone talked about their own difficulties. Xiao Bing's face became serious, and an air of inviolability of soldiers dissipated in an instant. He repeated his previous words seriously, there is not enough food in the team, please stop messing around, or we will have nothing to do. The right to expel you from the army. Oh, we're so scared, the man smiled exaggeratedly, his hands and feet trembling as if he had encountered something extremely funny. And then he immediately said with contempt, you hurry up, I'm just a soldier, my grandpa is still a colonel, I advise you. Don't meddle in your own business. He pointed his fingers at the soldier's chest while speaking, with an extremely aggressive and provocative expression. You are. Faced with such a 3-generation assassin who doesn't care about people at all, the little soldier was angry, but he endured it and did not violate military regulations to clash with the people. Without authorization, but patiently still loudly repeating the rules of the team in a simple and deep voice, I repeat, if anyone in the team violates discipline, we will expel him from the team. Qin Yu didn't speak, and sat in the car watching the situation quietly. In one scene, there was no wave in the black eyes. She could say that she saw the scene from the beginning to the end, including the back movement of the husband who was robbed by the robbed woman who was helped by the soldiers and rushed over to inquire about the situation, and the people around her. Faced with the unusual silence and subsequent supplication. I don't care about your bullshit rules. I only know that people are iron rice or steel. If we don't eat a meal, we will be hungry. In short, we want to eat. If we don't give it, we will make a fuss. See if you can control it once or twice, Grandpa once again, we will take out all our food if we can, none of us want to starve to death. Everyone looked at the soldier silently, acquiescing to the man's question, as if asking why the army didn't give them food. This was a silent protest, and the people surrounding here had no idea that the soldiers went into battle on an empty stomach without breakfast half a day ago, and they had no idea what kind of danger they had encountered. Qin Yu leaned her head on the seat, closed her eyes and rested, and it was meaningless to read any more. A group of soldiers came out of the crowd, Suda walked out from the army, and said to the crowd with a cold face, since everyone Has difficulties, we will not leave today, we will rest where we are, and those who need food will go to the vicinity to find them. Gather before. Before he finished speaking, some people wanted to protest, but they were swept away by Suda's deep and sharp eyes, and his voice suddenly fell silent. Su will never stop it. Everyone looked at this tall and straight middle-aged man who walked out of the army, and then looked at his neat and handsome green military uniform. People with winking eyes recognized that this was the leader of the team, and the officers of all the soldiers. Look at his hawk-eyed, non-angry pretentious posture, and immediately extinguished the desire to make trouble. After all, no one is a fool. Although following the army is not good food and drink, but at any rate, life is safe, and if something happens with them leading the way, who would be stupid enough to go on their own? In this world, even if they are kicked out before they are safe, they will die in the army. It's okay, we're just joking around. Hearing these words, the mean-spirited man immediately put away his malicious and contemptuous attitude. When he saw Suda's cold eyes sweeping over him, he immediately laughed twice and hastened, "Tighten your tail and be a man, brother, it's okay, I'll leave right away, I'll leave right away." Before he finished speaking, he had already run away. Suda withdrew his disdainful eyes, turned around and walked to Chin Yu's car window. "Miss Chin, long time no see." "Long time no see." Chin Yu smiled through the window. "I collected it this morning. I left some of it for you." Suda took out a small bag from his bosom, and Chin Yu knew what was in it and where the part he kept went. Going, she shook her head and said, "I can't accept this. I heard that supernatural beings have awakened in the team. You can leave it to them. After all, the more powerful they are, the safer we will be. Accept it, this is a soldier. A little thought from you." Suda insisted not to take back the crystal nucleus, and a smile suddenly appeared on his majestic face, and he said angrily and amusedly, "Now these soldiers under my old Su are about to kill you. Now that I am the boss, I admire you very much. The day before yesterday, there were 2 or 3 little bastards who were not doing anything and stared at me, because they were afraid that I would not do you any favors." Hearing what old Su said, Chin Yu instantly remembered the person who came to deliver things before little Six. "I'm afraid he is one of these 3 people. These soldiers are really simple and cute. They only know that if they help them, they must help them back." Many people were preparing to go to the nearby towns to find food one after another. It was not obvious when a few people went out at first, but it didn't take long for people to go out with weapons, for fear that if they took a slow step, the good things would be taken by others first. Of course, if some people go out, others choose to stay. Those people are either timid and afraid of danger, or they don't need to go out temporarily because they have enough food. In any case, the huge camp suddenly vacated a lot of space. The army also sent people out. Suda probably planned to send out all the 3 supernatural beings to train their hands. When he left, he told Chin Yu that if she wanted to go out, she could follow their team and they would be responsible for finding something. Help bring it back. Chin Yu thought about it and agreed, but she didn't go out with the army, but was going to drive into the town alone to find the supplies she wanted. Some time ago when Chin Yu was collecting supplies, she accidentally threw some gold, silver, jewelry, jade, etc. into the space. Later, she found a slight change in the space. I don't know if her premonition is true. She wants to try it out. After bidding farewell to this group of enthusiastic soldiers, Chin Yu drove to his destination. The air on the side of the road is not very good. The smell of blood and rot is getting stronger the further you go in. The potted plants planted on the balconies of the residence have already withered away, but the green trees on both sides of the downstairs still have a little vitality and have not completely withered. A thick layer of fallen leaves covering the ground was blown away by the wind, making a cracking sound when people walked on it. The roar of the zombies in the distance is like an unchanging call to death, which is especially strange and ominous to the human ear. Cuckoo, a bird of unknown species, flew into the sky from the telegraph pole. No one cared about the jewelry store Chin Yu was looking for, so there was no one around her. Everyone was busy rushing to the store with food, and sometimes they fought over who would arrive first. It doesn't matter how everyone is, anyway, no one is with her. It is convenient for her to use the space to store things, so that the secrets will not be exposed. Looking up at the big ornate signboard, Chin Yu saw that the door of the store was not closed, so she walked directly into the jewelry store. The shop was in a mess. Glass shards were scattered all over the floor, most of the gold jewelry on the counter was gone, probably. Because when the people in the small town were fleeing at first, someone thought it would be more cost-effective to take away the gold. However, the end of the world has been around for so long, and no one would think that 100 grams of gold is more important than a piece of bread. Qin Yu put away all the remaining things on the counter, and searched through the cabinet and all the places where gold, silver, and jewelry might be placed. She didn't blindly sweep the things into the space, but put them in a bag. After leaving the shop, I found a hidden place and threw the jewelry into the space. Places like jewelry stores have the most probes. Who knows if there will be high-tech still in operation. When passing by the bank, Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Everyone knows that the bank has the most money, and the most indispensable thing in the last days is money. She just remembered that the bank stores gold in addition to money. It's a pity that such a small bank there is no gold reserve. Regret flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, but next time she passed by a big city, she would remember that the unscrupulous girl silently planned the feasibility of robbing the bank in her heart. Then Qin Yu found several jewelry stores, and occasionally went in to get something when passing by the supermarket, but he never went to the small store. Small stores are the first choice of people in the early days of the end of the world. After so long, there won't be many things left. As for restaurants and so on, there are naturally many zombies due to the number of people. After collecting a lot of things one after another, Qin Yu found a place to fight zombies. She valued strength more than food. Now most people don't know the function of the crystal nucleus. When they arrive at the base, with Suda's decent style, I'm afraid everyone will know. However, Qin Yu didn't regret revealing the news about the crystal nucleus. The discovery of the crystal nucleus was an inevitable result. She didn't need to publicize or conceal it, just let it happen. A faint smell of blood and rancidity penetrated into the tip of her nose, and Qin Yu squatted in front of the zombie whose head had just been chopped off in half, and took out the crystal nucleus inside. After walking a few steps, 2 zombies came running in front of him. Qin Yu condensed the power in his hand to shoot 2 small black fires at them respectively, and then calmly picked up crystal nuclei from the 2 ashes. Sure enough, supernatural powers are more useful. Qin Yu looked at the crystal nucleus in her hand and showed a smile. It was not in vain for her to train the supernatural powers every day, and the effect was good. Putting away the crystal nucleus and moving forward, Qin Yu suddenly heard the roar of zombies. Qin Yu looked up, and the scene in front of her suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and the fine hairs all over her body stood on end. Damn it, when did it come over? Chapter 51. Roar. A person and a zombie face each other with 4 eyes facing each other, a pair of hazy and rotten eyes, a pair of horrified eyes. Qin Yu didn't even dare to blink, until he saw that the other party's sticky saliva had never been closed tightly. The water dripped from his mouth and corroded a small piece of the ground before he took a breath of air. The sound was not loud, but it broke the calm situation like a stone thrown into the water. Phew, the green shadow flashed. With the rotten stench blowing towards her face, Qin Yu stepped back quickly, sideways avoiding the attack of the zombies. Fortunately, she usually exercises, otherwise she really couldn't dodge such a short distance. The zombie passed by Qin Yu with their unique smell, and soon there was the sound of an object hitting the wall. After a burst of crackling, it climbed up from the garbage dump again. Shaking his head, he stood up and planned to attack Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked over vigilantly, and his body was in a defensive state. This is a mutant zombie, and the most dangerous thing is its teeth and claws. Seeing the zombie rushing towards him, before he had time to think about it, Qin Yu condensed his supernatural powers and smashed at it, just hitting it in the face, and a small crackling sound came from the burning flame. The zombie let out a scream with its bloody mouth open. Oh, then it turned over and rolled on the ground a few times, and then tore the flesh under its face. After a tooth-piercing tearing sound, the zombie discarded the flesh in its hand, opened its fangs and rushed towards Qin Yu. The foul wind hit again, and Qin Yu stood there without changing his expression. The more dangerous the situation was, the more calm Qin Yu became. Her eyes were cold and her whole body was on guard, preventing her from taking any chances. The zombie couldn't go straight and flicked its tail, while roaring angrily. It's getting faster and faster. Qin Yu carefully observed the surroundings to judge its possible attack direction, and when the green-skinned zombie attacked Qin Yu again, she quickly seized the opportunity to kick the body away, and slash down with an axe. Unfortunately, the zombie's speed was too fast, and it was too late to save its second half, so it only cut off a section of its tail. Cold, rancid blood sprayed out from the severed tail, just splashing on Qin Yu's face. She didn't have time to wipe it off, so she swung the axe and looked at the zombie's head, and was dodged by it. The zombie that lost its tail was obviously not that flexible, and when it dodged, its position was obviously deviated from where it wanted to land. Qin Yu threw an axe at it before it got used to the body without a tail, and immediately took out a new axe from the space and rushed up. With strength, he chopped straight at the zombie's head. Hiss, this time the zombie's escape speed was a bit slow, and it was directly slashed by Chinyu. With the sound of the sharp blade piercing the flesh, the zombie kept shaking its head, but Chinyu didn't stop exerting force, and soon there was a sound of bone shattering. Crack. The zombie howled and tried to pounce on Chinyu. Chinyu planted a fireball on its paw, then backed away sideways, and took out an axe from the space to stand ready. The green-skinned mutated zombie roared with the axe sunk deep into the flesh on its head, dark red blood continuously flowed out from the wound, and as it swung, the viscous, rancid blood was covered all over its body. Yes. Chinyu calculated its speed and remaining strength, unceremoniously rushed up with the axe in his hand and slashed for a while, and looked at the gap to use the ability, and soon the green-skinned zombie was beaten helplessly. Force fell to the ground. After breaking open its head, Chinyu took out the crystal nucleus inside, wiped it casually and threw it into the space. When she stood up, she realized that her arm was bruised when she was avoiding zombies, but she didn't care, she just shook it casually, and went out after confirming that there was no serious problem. There was still no one in this place, and the wind blew away the strong smell of blood on the ground with a hint of coolness. On the way back, Chinyuelu ran into 3 or 5 scattered zombies one after another. Before the zombies howled and pounced on them, she unceremoniously dug their heads to collect the crystal cores. Time flies like a white horse, and the surroundings are silent. The orange light fell on the dim road, and tall buildings cast a shadow on one side. The girl on the ground was facing the sun and swinging the axe in her hand. The monster fell to the ground in response, allowing her to break her head and stir her brain to play. Quack. At dusk, the crows spread their wings and flew across the sky. Their rough and hoarse voices made people feel a little sad and a little uneasy. The world was as silent as a huge cemetery, revealing an ominous atmosphere everywhere. It was not too early or too late for Chinyu to return to the camp. The people who came back early were already collecting firewood and cooking. Most of them looked sideways when Chinyu came back. Seeing that she had brought nothing back, they turned around and were busy. It's my own business. Take out the canned food from the army from the back compartment. Anyway, everyone knows that the army sends food. It is better to eat it openly than to hide it, so as not to be missed by those with malicious intentions. Chinyu didn't care about people's eyes on her, opened a can and simply ate with mineral water. During the period, Yuanquan came once, to the effect that next time, don't go out alone, lest she have an accident and no one will take care of her. Chinyu responded indiscriminately, but didn't take it seriously in her heart. There are many benefits because there are many people, but relatively, the place behind can only be reserved for people she really trusts, otherwise, if she is betrayed, she can only say that she is blind, no wonder others. After eating the can, Chinyu found a place to throw it away. The child who had been staring at her since she started eating quickly picked up the empty can from the ground, probably seeing that Chinyu ate too cleanly. He was a little disappointed, but he still reached into the jar with his fingers and buckled it, trying to scrape off a layer of oil and water. He brought the empty can to his mouth and smelled it, then stuck out his tongue and licked his index finger, turned his head and looked at Chinyu with innocent eyes, but unfortunately, this woman did not give him food as he wished, knowing that the other party couldn't be soft-hearted, so he put away the jar and left. Overwhelmed love or something, forget it, if she still has this thing, she may have to die several times. Besides, there are poorer children everywhere, at least his parents are still around. Chinyu turned around and walked out. The wind blew her hair away, making her look slightly cold and difficult to get along with others. Where the sun sinks, there is a faint golden line, and the whole world is like an oil painting with a dark tone and evil style, with a desolate and magnificent dark beauty. Chinyu stood on a high place overlooking the dusk of the town, and people came back one after another in the distance. When most people came back, the people in the camp had some small movements. Those who returned safely were naturally very happy to wait for their family members to return. Even if some people did not bring back food, they were just worried and thought about it soon. However, those who couldn't wait for their relatives to come back seemed anxious, and those who got the bad news were even more crying, so desolate. After another hour, the people who went out were almost back, and those who didn't come back probably never came back. Night fell quietly, darkness enveloped the land, and the fire on the campsite made subtle crackling sounds from time to time. Chinyu opened his eyes, looked around, and used his mind to enter the space after confirming that there was no one there. The change of the space is not obvious, but as its owner, Chinyu can easily see the difference. First, the space has become a little bigger, and second, the soil has become more fertile. She guessed that the change in the space was related to the jade, probably because some substance in the jade was absorbed by the space, and I don't know if the change in the soil is related to the gold. Since human beings can extract what they need from nature, then it is impossible not to be absorbed back to nature. The vegetation in the space grows very luxuriantly, and every plant is green and juicy, very energetic. Qin Yu walked on the path in the field, collecting ripe fruits and vegetables from time to time. As for the newly expanded 1-meter space, Qin Yu didn't waste it, and decisively took out a few seeds from fruit trees and planted them. Although there are not many jades collected today, what better news than space can evolve? After finishing all this, Qin Yu went to the edge of the spring to fish out the crystal nuclei inside, and then absorbed it in the spring water. Now the low-level crystal nuclei are of little use to her, so it's better than nothing. More quantity can make up for the quality, it's better than nothing. However, the high-level crystal nuclei collected in the past few days are very useful to her. Unfortunately, there are only a few of them that are really useful. Not to mention whether you will encounter them in the future, the danger is still very high, but in this world, except for those life is particularly good, who doesn't tie his head to the waistband of his trousers to make a living. It was still dark when Qin Yu came out of the space, and she lay down on the back seat again and closed her eyes to meditate. When the early morning sun shone on the distant hills, everyone in the camp had already woken up, and everyone knew that they would start their journey in a few minutes. In the dark sky, the adults carefully packed their luggage and items, for fear of missing something, and the children who were not fully awake stayed beside their parents and relatives with their eyes open and sensible, not daring to run around. In the past few days, most people have lost the habit of eating breakfast. In order to save food, many people only eat 2 meals, or even less. There were no entertainment activities in the morning, and everyone exchanged different information with the people nearby in a low voice. After a while, the news came from the front, and the soldiers started to move. Everyone hurried to catch up, afraid of missing a good position. After traveling for several days, they finally arrived at the southern base. The southern base is very large, and the outer wall looks relatively thick. Soldiers stand on the top of the wall and point their guns at all directions to prevent zombies from raiding. Breaking into or suddenly turning into a zombie will be mercilessly shot and solved on the spot. Qin Yu looked up and saw a long queue outside the gate. Most of the people were in a state of distress, but there was a hint of hope for life in their anxious and numb eyes. The speed of the team is very slow, the inspection is very strict, and there is a rigid rule that if you don't have special talents, you must hand in 5 bags of rice before you can enter, or you can exchange equivalent grain. 2 hours later, Qin Yu arrived in line. She took the form handed over by the guard and filled it out with a pen. Although she looked very serious, except for the fact that her name was completely correct, she even had a special ability. They didn't fill it in completely and concealed something, not to mention that there was no truth in the other nonsense. After finally completing a series of inspections and exempting from the requirement of staying in the observation room for 3 days because of Suda, Qin Yu was relieved, but just as she stepped into the gate of the base, a 7 or 8 the 2-year-old child rushed out from inside, hugged Qin Yu's thigh and shouted excitedly, "Mom!" Chapter 52. Enduring the throbbing veins, Qin Yu clenched his fists and took a deep breath before saying in a stiff voice, "Let go." The blue-haired boy blinked his big watery eyes, as if he had just realized it later. His face was full of disbelief, his slightly pouting mouth opened, as if he was about to cry from fright, for a long time. Then he said resignedly, "Mom, don't want me, I will be very obedient." Like all good children who have done something wrong, he half cast his eyes, lowered his head slightly, with a good attitude look. "I said let go." Qin Yu couldn't bear it any longer. What the hell is the meaning of a big man hugging her thigh? Qin Yu glared at him fiercely. Seeing that he was still obsessed with obsession, she couldn't help but reached out and lifted his back collar and threw it out. "I thought he would land on his own, but I didn't expect this guy to be thrown out without any resistance." Seeing his small body being thrown against the door and then sliding down, Qin Yu's eyes flashed a trace of unbearable, but thinking of this guy's bad temper, the slight guilt was eaten by the dog in an instant. She felt that this guy was a bit pitiful only because she was crazy looking for it. Qin Yu picked up the mood she shouldn't have, and started to walk in. "Mom, you don't want me anymore." A childish voice full of grievances came from behind Qin Yu, and the veins on Qin Yu's forehead burst out again. "This guy is addicted to playing, isn't he?" She turned around and stared angrily. At this time, everyone was looking at this side, pointing, or discussing loudly or quietly. "Look at them," I said, "there must be a problem." "What's the problem?" "In this world, I don't know if it's my own son. Even if my own son can't afford it, I still have to throw it away." "No, let's continue watching." Listening to the discussion, the blue-haired boy seemed to have no change. In fact, his aura became smaller and weaker. Mom, I'm very obedient and will be very obedient. Hey, you boy, my eldest sister has been with me all the time, and I have never heard that she has a, bah, it is impossible for her to have a son as old as you at her age, so what should you do? Don't you're making trouble for someone. Yuan Quan saw the other party's intentions at a glance, and complained in his heart, thinking about relying on his boss. No way, isn't this grabbing business and competing for favor? Well, when he is dead, the old nine is dead. The blue-haired boy crossed his hands uneasily, glanced at Yuan Quan cautiously, and called pitifully, Uncle. It is undeniable that this guy has a pair of beautiful eyes, like a holy and clean lake, which is easy to see. Unconsciously satisfying his wish, but who is Yuan Quan, who was brought up by cheating and abducting since he was a child? This number is too low for him. Bah, who is your uncle? Yuan Quan said with a look of disgust, and when he was about to speak again, he was interrupted by the guide at the base. Okay, can you go, or if you don't, we will. Go, don't worry whispering. The guide at the base saw that Yuan Quan was getting impatient. He brought this new batch of people who were about to enter the observation room and just came over. Don't go, please, he is very busy. Hey, I'll leave right away. Yuan Quan smiled flatteringly at him, seeing people's resolute attitude, he had no choice but to keep up. But he threatened the child as he walked and waited for him to come out to make him look good. The blue-haired child lowered his head halfway, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. When he raised his head again, he looked innocent again. Qin Yu sighed. Xueche was mischievous again. In fact, she really wanted to know what this pretty innocent-looking ice and snow mischievous handsome boy wanted to do. If she hadn't known in her previous life that there was a supernatural master who would never grow up in the base, watching his vivid performance, maybe she really thought that this was her illegitimate child living outside. Damn, who in the previous life didn't know that the supernatural being Aoki's parents were scientists? This guy never learned well at an early age. He took some illegal drugs by mistake and his body never developed again. He will always maintain this childish face and short height stature. However, no one underestimates him even if he has always been a child. The awakened ability of this guy is extremely perverted. It is something called nothingness. Do not offend this person. She was lucky enough to meet this guy once. When she was Xia Yuhuai's follower, she entered a meeting room of supernatural beings. This guy was wearing a children's denim outfit, exaggerated children's sunglasses and a cartoon duckbill cap, and he was sitting on the big table dedicated to meetings, shaking his feet every now and then. A big man with metal abilities saw his inexplicable displeasure, but just scolded him. At that time, the brat laughed all kinds of cold, bloody and insolent. He directly pulled out the knife he was carrying, and pressed his palm on the table chopped down. From then on, Qin Yu never dared to underestimate children, especially children who were not considered children. Although Qin Yu hadn't heard of this guy's recovery in her previous life until she died, she would not remember it wrongly. At that time, this brat was already a real adult. Calculated according to time, this guy is at least 15 or 16 years old now. Right? Thinking of being hugged and called mother by a 15 or 16-year-old boy, Qin Yu felt chills all over his body. Young Xueche, do you dare to trick me a little more? Stop making trouble, find someone else to play with you. Qin Yu pushed away the hand he held up again. Can't you hide from her if you can't provoke her? After she finished speaking, she moved away, walked away from the gate of the base quickly, and kept walking towards the information room in the distance at a constant speed. Seeing people leaving, Xueche just patted the dust on his clothes with no expression on his face, and the people around gradually dispersed when they saw that there was no excitement. You can take a look at the excitement. After all, they have come to base. It has been a while since I came to the base, and the daily routine is too monotonous. After coming out of the newsroom, Qin Yu learned that Grandpa didn't come to the southern base. For some special reasons, they went to another large base that was closer to here. He also deliberately asked someone to leave a message. If he came to the southern base, he should not run around, and wait for them obediently in the base, so as to save the whole family from worrying about her. With nothing to do, Qin Yu asked Little Six to help her release the task of collecting crystal nuclei in the mission hall. Now almost every zombie has crystal nuclei condensed in their heads, which is a good time to collect them. On the way back, Su De gave her a lot of crystal nuclei. Through the evolution of spring water, she had a faint feeling that if she worked harder, she could reach level 3. Although most of the supernatural beings in the base are now at the first level, they level up faster than her. Besides, she only has information that others do not have because of her rebirth, not that she is particularly good. It is not unreasonable for the stupid bird to fly first if it loses to others. Sister Chin, where are you going now? Little Six rubbed his hands excitedly. He just happened to pass by here and unexpectedly met his idol. This is really delightful. Find the house. Chin Yu replied. The base is divided into 4 areas, and the most central one is Area A. All the people living in Area A are high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Area B is home to people with supernatural powers. Unfortunately, the monthly fee is not cheap. Common people, Area D is an exchange area, which provides a place for buying and selling. The only places she can live are B and C. People with supernatural abilities can live in C for free, but the environment is dirty and messy, and fire prevention and theft prevention must be taken care of at all times. It was a waste of time. Chin Yu shook her head, and planned to go to Area B to have a look. After all, not only safety is guaranteed there, but also star. Sister Chin, I know a good place. I'll show you there. When I came, the officer said, if you have any trouble, you must help. It just so happens that it is a relative's house in our army. Later, it was confiscated, hee. Xiaoluzi was talking positively, but just after he finished speaking, another soldier came to him to go back to work. As a last resort, he could only bitterly leave the address and let Chin Yu go first. Go and have a look. According to the direction provided by Xiaoluzi, Chin Yu walked over, and when she passed a small road, she heard a strange humming sound. She turned her head and found a boy with blue hair and autumn eyes lying on the haystack. He was lying in the haystack by the side of the road, his bangs were sticking to his face wetly, his whole body was hot, his whole body seemed to be drenched in sweat, even his skin was strangely red. Chin Yu narrowed her eyes. Why does this guy look familiar? Hearing the sound, Xueche, who was full of vigilance, opened his eyes with difficulty. Now he can only lie powerlessly on the ground, and his head feels very heavy. Probably a random child can send him to heaven. There was a self-deprecating smile on Xueche's mouth, but he didn't know how taboo and temptation his tired and lazy look looked like. You really look like a brat, you can't be his brother. Chin Yu half joked, God knows how unbelievable the speculation in her heart is now. Xueche's eyes as clear as autumn water flashed dangerous colors in an instant. At this moment, he had already seen clearly that the person in front of him was the woman he wanted to use before. Unfortunately, she was too cautious and did not bring him back as he wished. Home, so that he had no way to hide from the drug effect halfway and fell here. Squinting his eyes dangerously, he raised a puzzled smile and said provocatively, Why, did you fancy me? No, you are too narcissistic. Chin Yu replied. Really, it's a pity, I thought you fell in love with me, but I fell in love with you, what do you think should I do? Xueche smiled, his face revealed a clean and pure taste, extremely beautiful. There was a look of regret in his eyes. He paused, then smiled again, as gentle as the spring breeze melting the earth. Why don't you take me home? Are you avoiding someone? Chin Yu asked bluntly. Xueche's smile froze for a moment. What are you talking about? Am I saying that you are avoiding someone? Otherwise, why do you want me to take you home again and again? Chin Yu spread his hands helplessly and said, Let me tell you first, I don't know where I live. Don't even think about it. Xueche was silent. This woman really wanted to chop her up. But I guess you don't have to rely on me, but you came out penniless, and you couldn't go back to the original place because you were avoiding someone. Or something. Chin Yu looked over and lay on the ground. Xueche said directly, You owe me a favor, shall I send you to a hotel for a few days? He thought about it, and found that the request was not too much, and said, Okay, but it must be within a reasonable range. Well, by the way, how can I find you then? Chin Yu asked. A district, the one in the single building at number 103, you will know it when you go there. Xueche thought that she already knew his identity, and replied angrily. Chin Yu, who was about to go out to find someone to lift her, staggered. No one knew that Area 102 was the center of the earth-shattering collapse that year, and the owner of the 102 house was the one who caused the disaster. The dust was flying everywhere in Area B. Chin Yu was silent. He wanted to sell favors to his relatives, but he didn't expect to sell them to his real self. The author has something to say. Thank you Egyo for still mine. I thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect to take it seriously. Thank you 77 for mine. Thank you Feng Shuaing for your landmines and long comments. Chapter 53. After dealing with Xueche's matter, Chin Yu had time to go back and look at the house. This is a single house with no neighbors or vegetation around, but it solves the safety and security issues that Chin Yu was worried about. As for the price, Xiaoluzi has already negotiated for her. It only costs 5 caddies of rice a month, probably because of the army. For the sake of half rent and half free, it can't be more favorable. Okay, that's all. Qin Yu said, she was very satisfied with this house. Okay, please come with me, register the information, and pay 1 month's rent in advance, it will be fine soon. The girl with the student's haircut said to Qin Yu. When following the girl who was in charge of renting a house to register at the base, Qin Yu was surprised to find that the base had already started to lack water, but the problem was not too serious. If the estimate is not wrong, this momentum will become more and more serious, and it will not be relieved until the research institute has developed a way to purify water quality. The next day, Qin Yu didn't go out in a hurry, but stayed to renovate the house, sealed off the place that should be sealed, and repaired the place that should be repaired. Although these can't play a very good defensive role for the supernatural users in the middle and late stages, they are more than enough for ordinary people. She needs a place where she can feel safe as a place to stay. Xueche was lying on the bed in the hotel, angrily tearing the sheets to vent his anger. The damned woman actually used resistance. Although he said that she didn't need to bother others, she didn't need to use resistance. After all, she was still a woman, he just needed to, it's just a person to help. Thinking about the scene when Xueche came here, his lungs were about to explode with anger, but when he thought of the ambiguous laughter of the proprietress when he first entered the hotel, his fair face couldn't help but flush. Before he could think too much, there was a knock on the door. Xueche frowned. When he came, he had told the boss that as long as the food was delivered on time during the 3 days, there was no need to bother him at other times. Could it be that group of people came over? Who? Master, it's me. A man's deep voice came from outside the door. Xueche heaved a sigh of relief when he recognized that the person was his servant Disorder. It would be too uneconomical to be captured by those bastards who specialize in studying weird things at this time. Come in. Xueche said, at the same time he used his mind to emptiness, and the door opened automatically. The person who came was a 1.8 meter tall, dark-skinned strong man with a shaved crew-cut head. Although he looked very ordinary, he had an aura that could not be ignored. A bayonet ready for battle. Disorder first glanced at his young master worriedly, and after confirming that he was fine, he pleaded guilty. Master, Disorder is late. Disorder bent his waist and lowered his head, without any excuse. In his eyes, right is right and wrong is wrong. It was his dereliction of duty for not protecting the young master well and causing the young master to be attacked as soon as he arrived at the base. Besides, as a good servant, he was not by his side when the young master's medicine took effect, and that alone was enough to damn him. Get up, this time it happened too suddenly, it has nothing to do with you. Xueche was lying on the bed, his blue hair was messily scattered around his cheeks, his complexion was morbidly pale after the effect of the medicine, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised and he smiled. Gentle and kind, as if with the warmth that melted the whole world, the eyes that are as quiet and charming as autumn water are as thorough and cold as snow. That group of people really live too carefree, you go to take care of it these few days, I don't want to see those bastards dangling in front of my eyes again. Yes. Disorder responded immediately, even if the young master didn't order him, he would personally take care of these ignorant people. If a woman surnamed Qin comes to 102 to find me, you must notify me immediately. Xueche ordered. Yes. He replied immediately. You go out first, I'll rest for a while and then go back. After saying that, Xueche lay on the bed and ignored him again. Yes. Disorder nodded, walked out lightly, closed the door carefully, and stood outside the door waiting. After the person left, Xueche turned his gaze to the window. The weather outside was clear, and a few sparrows stayed outside the glass of the window sill, and flew away after a while. It was probably because the weather was so good that he couldn't help but want to play a prank for a while. Xueche smiled slightly. He remembered that on a whim, he threw the woman down while she was putting him on the bed. Of course, the price was that this incomprehensible woman didn't know what shyness was. He was punched hard in the stomach. Oh, this kind of woman, how should she marry in the future? Xueche shook his head, and suddenly thought of forgetting it. In this world, it would be better to have fun with him if she finds someone to marry, it's amazing that he has been protecting her all the time. Thinking of this, he suddenly found that his mood was much better, and he felt a sense of satisfaction from receiving a gift when he was a child. Perhaps, he should really cure the damn medicine and try to throw her down. In a quiet room, the sunlight shone on the glass of the window sill. The blue-haired boy was half lying on the head of the bed, smiling very docilely and treacherously. Yuan Quan, who left Qin Yu, was taken to a small room. He was first asked to take off his clothes for inspection, and after confirming that there were no wounds on his body, he was allowed to follow the army to number 3 observation room. He looked around, it was a relatively confined space, and there were 4 guns on the windows in 4 directions. As soon as I entered Yuanquan, I found that there was a seat inside. There were many people sitting in front of it. Normally, people entering the observation room would not be in any danger, but everyone still kept a distance and sat in their respective places, for fear that someone who was infected would sneak into this place without being detected. In fact, people's worries are not unreasonable. A man who suddenly turned into a zombie was shot dead here the day before. No one noticed that he stood up and bit a woman next to him. However, as soon as the accident happened, he was shot dead on the spot by the machine gun on the wall. There's another batch of newcomers here. It's really unlucky. I don't know if there are still ones who haven't been checked. A middle-aged man said with a bad face after seeing this batch of newcomers. Come on, this is the base. You thought you were the only one who wanted to come in. Now there is a line outside every day. If you can come in, even if it is a prison, everyone will have to squeeze their heads to grab it. A big man sitting under the window of the mechanism immediately turned back, and then he pointed at the new group of people. You, that's right, that is to say, you newcomers, sit farther away and get closer to me. Don't blame me for not having eyes with my fists. Treat you all as brothers, even if this fist doesn't recognize people, I can't do anything. Some of the newcomers have a bad temper. Everyone came to the base in a hurry, and they were treated like this before they had a rest. Everyone was annoyed, so someone rushed out. What are you hanging on? Damn, really, why are you still sitting here, brother? I have no other specialties since I was young, but fighting is okay. Why don't you draw the road and let's learn from each other? Okay, come, don't beg grandpa to tell grandma later, I won't take this kind of thing. Sitting under the window, the Khan threw his coat away, stood up and was ready to fight. Coincidentally, young master, I don't like this, I just come here, how do I know who is afraid of whom if I don't fight? The newcomer pushed aside a companion who was holding him and told him not to cause trouble, Mada, who was bullied by zombies outside. After finally coming to the base and being bullied by others, it is necessary to live. I told you to stop arguing, you really can go out and fight zombies, and see who fights more, whoever will be, A young woman was caught by an older man sitting next to her before she finished speaking. The woman covered her mouth, her wrinkled face was full of disapproval. Hey, my aunt, when will you stop causing trouble? Then, she turned her head and said to the 2 angry people, children are ignorant, childish talk, don't take offense, old lady, I will teach her a lesson. It's okay to keep your mouth shut, or, heh. The big man didn't finish his sentence, but the older woman understood what he meant, and nodded quickly. Don't blame adults, children are ignorant. TCH, what are you competing with a woman for? The newcomer looked at the big man who threatened the woman with contempt. What did you say? Say it again if you have the courage. The big man suddenly became furious, and his voice was so loud that there was an echo in the room. Bang bang bang, what's the noise? Please be quiet, whoever makes trouble get out of the base, don't stay inside. Probably the loud noise of the 2 quarreling alarmed the administrator outside, and he beat the base with an iron rod. Opening the door, the words were full of impatience. There was no sound in the room, the big man and the newcomer who challenged each other glared at each other, and then sat back in their seats. Yuan Quan knew that these 2 people were endless, so he found a seat far away from them and sat down, so as not to be implicated by innocent people. Now is not a good time to pretend to be a hero, so let these 2 idiots make trouble. Auntie, why are you stopping me? Seeing that the situation subsided, the young woman immediately tore off her hand covering her mouth, complaining dissatisfiedly. My aunt, please keep your voice down. Have you seen those women on the road? If it weren't for your father, we wouldn't be here. The older woman stopped, carefully looked around, and confirmed when no one looked at them. He continued, we will live in the base in the future. How can we live without a man's protection and offend someone? Now that we offend someone, one day we bump into him, and he casually takes what if you drag it into the alley, or trouble us every day. Aunt, you think too much. Where is the base? It's safe. It's fine. The young woman didn't believe what her aunt said at all. Being pampered is too naive. Yuan Quan lay not far from the 2 of them, and turned around with a sneer. It wasn't that he wanted to listen to such a boring conversation, but that as a habitual thief, the first condition was to have good hearing and eyesight, and his voice was so loud. I can't hear it. It's better to be a woman like his eldest sister, don't worry about raising her, and it's very safe to be with her. The author has something to say, thank you King Benjiaren for the grenades and 77 mines. In fact, when I first wrote the text, I wrote it for fun, and I even made preparations for no one to read it, and one day I suddenly fell silently. Then Wenwen met the author He before he had AV, and later, Zio Johansson, Elians, I**, and Cotton were willing to throw landmines under a Wenwen who had no V. And there was a murderous look under his crotch cover provided. At that time, I felt that this article should be finished even if I don't have time in the future. Then King Benjiaren, Cotton, and 77 voted for a lot of Overlord votes. In fact, I remember all your Overlord votes. If you really like Wenwen, just vote once. I will be very satisfied if I have time to leave a message. I know that there are still people watching. Wenwen didn't write bang, you can still use the money left over from Bawang tickets to watch many favorite Wenwen, don't waste it. Thank you, my dears. Chapter 54. When Qin Yu came here, she was notified by the little six sons that there was a test for supernatural beings in the base. Speaking of which, the small effort at the beginning won her a lot of goodwill from the soldiers. If there was anything, she would like to do the same for her. Yo yo yo, quick, kill him. Hit hard, make him proud. Fight back, oops, I'm so anxious, I bet you to win. Qin Lao San, you may be mistaken this time, it's still my choice. There are many houses in the testing place, and there are several people standing outside each house. The most attractive thing is a square outside the door, surrounded by a group of people, and in the middle are two people with the same supernatural ability who are fighting. When Qin Yu looked over, she happened to see a man being beaten to the ground, and the passers-by beside her immediately wailed regretfully, "Oh, I lost, my steamed bun." People standing in a circle in front blocked the way to the low house. Qin Yu pushed aside the crowd and walked forward. It happened that the game over there was over, and a man walked up from one side of the crowd. That man has a power-type ability, and he performed the ability as soon as he entered the stage. He pierced a 5-centimeter thick steel plate with his fist in an instant, and the onlookers who watched the steel plate discarded on the ground gave out bursts of cheers enthusiastically. Not bad, I'll bet on you, you must win. Amazing, look at the hole, if the zombies would have turned into mud. Good job, whoever wins this round, whoever wins, hurry up, don't keep us waiting. Yo, hurry up. I'm so anxious. Standing in the square, the power user was enjoying the applause and support of the crowd. Suddenly, he noticed a discordant scene. What happened to that woman? Didn't you see Lao Tzu's performance? He snorted and called out, "Hey, you have good courage. Are you going to compete with me?" After finishing speaking, he glanced at Qin Yu contemptuously, "Yo, is it a woman? Wow, here's a woman. Is this for the brothers to have fun?" Just as a man off the field finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter around him. Come on, this girl probably went to the wrong place. If there is no place to live, my house is still empty. I don't mind if there are many people crowded together. Sister, don't listen to them, come to me, my brother's arms are so warm, I promise you won't want to leave. Seeing that the jokes around were getting more and more excessive, and the men in front trapped her intentionally or unintentionally, Qin Yu frowned, and said to the big man in the middle of the venue, "Passing by." Passing by. The big man glanced around, pointed at the short house and said, "You don't want to take part in the supernatural test, do you? Just let you go there," he said as he walked towards Qin Yu. "Can I leave after 2 moves?" Qin Yu raised her head, her eyes were cold, as if she was not the one who was embarrassed. "That's right, let's play 2 tricks, and let you go after passing." The big man was obviously surprised that this woman didn't beg for mercy but directly challenged her. Could it be that this world has made women less like women? However, he didn't have any doubts before he had to come back to his senses, because Qin Yu had already walked towards him. That steady pace and that defensive posture without dead ends were not something ordinary people could do. He, Old Chen, has nothing else, but he still has this vision. This woman is not simple. Thinking about it this way, he suddenly regained his energy, and really had the desire to make gestures. Chen Dingxin took a good posture and waited for it. Qin Yu rushed to his right side and grabbed his arm. With a clever force, he was thrown to the ground. Chen Dingxin didn't realize until his face touched the ground, and he was knocked down by a woman. Up. No way, Brother Chen, you are too weak, so you can't let the water go like this. Woman, I can't tell, strong. Do it all over again, we don't agree to shuiqing like this. The spectators shouted in dissatisfaction and strongly demanded to start again. Only Chen Dingxin knew that he had hit a hard bone this time, so he immediately got up from the ground. Come again. Flash, I flew up by myself again. What a fool, can I prepare myself a little bit? Boom. In the dust, Chen Dingxin got up from the pile of dust with a few ba. He just raised his head, and saw Qin Yu's figure. Flashed, and he was about to come over to kick him again, and quickly surrendered. Hey, stop, old Chen, I admit defeat. Wow. The crowd outside was in an uproar, and they all said, Brother Chen, stop joking. Chen Dingxin is suffering in his heart. Damn it, whoever raises such a perverted girl in her family, she will raise her as soon as she raises her and let her out to harm others. It's rare for him, old Chen, to have a vanity to show off, can't he? He stood up and yelled fiercely, shut up, whoever refuses to accept me. Come up, I am not a fool, old Chen, this girl looks like a practicing family, whoever refuses to accept you go to him, I will accept old Chen. A master can know the details of the opponent with one move, not to mention that he has suffered so many times, others only think that he was kicked by the bright side. In fact, if he hadn't used the supernatural protection at the last moment, I'm afraid it would have been broken by now. Bones is lying in the training room, moaning and whimpering. Today's women are really cruel. Chen Dingxin looked at Qin Yu's back and thought silently, after his son gets married, he must never find such a wife who can beat his father to the ground. Qin Yu, who has completed the certification of supernatural beings, got a red badge. Now there are not many supernatural beings in the base, and there are various types of supernatural beings. The red star-shaped badges are uniformly used to represent supernatural beings. The sky is blue, the sun is soft, and the people in the base are busy living in their respective places. A man was walking on the trading street of the base with two subordinates. He just came back from a mission yesterday, and he happened to bring his two subordinates out for lunch today. I heard that a restaurant opened recently on the street, which is a relative of a senior official of the base. Yes, it's not bad to meet a familiar face. The woman in red who was new to work on the side of the road looked at him shyly, and looked away embarrassedly. Seeing that no one noticed, she knocked the work in her hand, and then straightened her hair and clothes while looking forward to him. Passed. It's a pity that she only took one look at her, then turned her head and left. She regrettably put away the things in her hands and arranged them. There are too few people who can still dress so clean and tidy nowadays. The person who just saw it was the kind of person who has ambitions and plans to climb up and is now living. A very good person, who is many times stronger than the boyfriend she met a while ago. Chapter 55. Go. Xia Yuhuai quickly cast a look at the person behind him, and the person immediately understood, nodded and quietly followed Qin Yu. Qin Yu, who was walking in front, didn't know that she was being followed by a little mouse. She maintained the same frequency and continued walking as if she didn't know it. She suddenly accelerated at a corner. Damn, what are you doing running so fast? Dongzi mumbled and hurriedly followed, but when he turned the corner, he only saw passers-by coming and going, and the frosty girl he was looking for had completely disappeared. He was surprised, said, Where are people? Are you running too fast? After losing a woman, Dongzi only felt that his face turned red, which was very embarrassing. Reluctantly, he searched the neighborhood again, and asked 3 or 5 passers-by, but no one saw the woman he was talking about. Seeing that he had failed the task, Dongzi could only go back disappointed. Qin Yu jumped down from the wall, patted the dust off his body, and looked over there expressionlessly. What a coincidence, damn it, in the previous life they teamed up to play to death, in this life she wants to see if some people's lives are really that good. It is said that a cheap person has her own destiny, she was accepted in her previous life, but in this life God will always play with someone else, right? After watching for a few seconds, Qin Yu looked away. She still had something to go to the mission hall of the base. First, she wanted to see how the missions released before were going. Second, she also wanted to find out if there were any suitable missions to take over. Although the base is good, a life that is too comfortable can easily make people not think about making progress, and those who do not think about making progress will sooner or later trap themselves. Okay, you go slowly, I'll sit with you when I'm free. Xia Yuhuai maintained his demeanor and was courteous with the patrol captain. When the man was satisfied, he smiled and said, I'll just wait for your words. Brother, I'm going first, don't forget when the time comes. Okay, I must remember. Xia Yuhuai, who had just finished warming up here, raised his eyebrows when he saw Dongzi coming back, and then realized something was wrong. This kid probably he messed things up, otherwise why would he come back so soon? Brother. Dongzi scratched his head, thinking about how to explain. Needless to say, it's fine, let's go first. Xia Yuhui didn't show his unhappiness, he waved his hand, and left first with his usual suave manner. On the noisy street, Xia Yuhui only took 2 steps before he realized that something was wrong with his body. He raised his hands and rubbed his temples, trying to relieve the bursts of tiredness. What happened? Oops, I was plotted against. The abnormal reaction of his body quickly made him realize that he had been tricked by others. He thought that he would be fine all day, but his body was not right at this time. His first instinct was to suspect the old woman who bumped into him before. This time he really miscalculated. Was overshadowed by the opponent. Brother, what's the matter with you? Dongzi stepped forward and said courteously. It's okay, let's go back first, hurry up. Xia Yuhui quickened his pace and walked back. After walking a few steps, his eyes darkened and he fainted on the ground. Jin Ming was sitting at a roadside stall drinking water. He watched Xia Yuhui coldly after falling to the ground before standing up and leisurely packing up his things and preparing to leave. Humph, the surname Xia made you arrogant. The boss has invited you several times but you still haven't come. Bah, I made you proud. Jin Ming spat on the ground contemptuously, hummed a little tune, picked up his bag and walked in the other direction. The boss is still waiting for him to report the results. It's a pity that the good medicine this time, he was not stingy at all and asked people to take several times the amount, which was enough for him to sleep for several days. Young people, don't be so crazy. Jin Ming squinted his eyes in a comfortable mood, looked at the sky and went back. Hello, I'm the publisher of Mission 197, and I'm here to check the completion status of the mission. Qin Yu said after taking out his ID card. Okay, please wait a moment. The front desk lady took out her notebook and rummaged through the task tags, quickly confirmed the identity information and handed the things to Qin Yu. In view of the fact that all the deposits have been handed in before, Qin Yu does not need to refill the food. She takes the crystal core and puts it in the bag that she carries, because the base has not officially disclosed the use of the crystal core. When people go out on missions, they will take crystal cores and exchange them here, but the amount in these 2 days is obviously less than the previous few days. Qin Yu weighed the bag in his hand, probably the base will disclose the usefulness of the crystal nucleus in a day or 2. Finding a place where no one was around, Qin Yu threw things into the space, then she walked to the mission hall, went through some formalities and looked through the existing missions. There are not many tasks suitable for supernatural beings in the early stage. Compared with this kind of supernatural beings who can only use them a few times and have to rest for a while to replenish their energy, the professionally trained army that can fight for a long time has an advantage. Qin Yu is more interested in 2 A-level missions. One is to cooperate with the army to collect medicines from a pharmaceutical factory in the east. Because there are too many zombies, a lot of people need to be organized. The other is a team composed of supernatural beings. A large granary, because there are too many zombies, there are also a lot of supernatural beings invited. Being with the army is too demanding. Although the team of supernatural beings is scattered, it is good for her to act alone. Qin Yu is more inclined to the second task in her heart. It is said that the initiator of this task is Shao Kai, who has awakened the ability of the spiritual system, and the granary is a subsidiary business of his family before the end of the world. Are you sure? If the task initiator has already made a list, you can't quit halfway. The front desk lady wrote down Qin Yu's name, ability type, level and contact information in the register. I understand. Qin Yu nodded. When accepting the task, the people over there told Qin Yu very carefully that in order to prevent fleeing the task, there will be a roll call at every time period of the task. If the person is not present, he will not be able to receive the reward. Qin Yu didn't care, and her intention was not to get paid. She had carefully studied the terrain, and if she was lucky, she could stop by the nearby shops to collect some things. Root, come quickly. An old man shouted from the street. Qin Yu looked up and saw 2 people running in front of him. It looked like the thin middle-aged man had robbed a bag of things. The old man chased after him with great effort. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The thin middle-aged man ran in front, waving his hands fiercely to intimidate everyone. People who didn't want to cause trouble made way for these 2 people and watched from both sides. This kind of thing happens several times a day, there is nothing to worry about. Qin Yu looks back, ready to go back. She needs to go back and absorb the ability of the crystal nucleus. It would be even better if she can advance before the task starts tomorrow. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground made Qin Yu turn around. It was the man from before who was trapped by an invisible force and fell to the ground like a wriggling caterpillar. With just one glance, Qin Yu could tell that this was the restraint technique used by the second-level ability of the wind system. There is no doubt that this is a master. There was a smile on the corner of Ying's mouth. He shook his fiery red feather fan, and walked out from a stall on the corner of the street. Oh, it's not good to steal things from the old man. I came down and picked up the bag and handed it to the old man. Thank you, you are really a good person. The old man thanked with tears in his eyes. This is food for his family for several days. If it is lost, he really can't imagine how he will live. Young face, skillful ability, strange dress, warm heart. Where did this strange person come from? Being able to use the ability so proficiently in a short period of time, why had she never heard of his name in her previous life? Qin Yu looked at this young man carefully. He was wearing a clean tang suit, and his silver-white long hair was tied with a red thread behind his head. He had evil and cynical eyes, and the red feather fan in his hand was as dull as blood. Qin Yu, who had been thinking for a long time, didn't think of such a person in her memory. She shook her head and wanted to turn around and leave. The world is so big, and she doesn't know everyone. It may be some unborn master who has never heard of it. The name is not surprising at all. Ha! This is... Just as Qin Yu was about to turn around, he caught a glimpse of the young man's wrist, which was painted with a black bat with 3 eyes. The bat opened its mouth wide and showed its fangs, as if it was ready to bite at any time. Her pupils dilated a lot in an instant. This is... Dark Gold Bat. Damn it, it's actually that notorious money-sucking gang. Qin Yu squinted her eyes. She remembered that the year when the Dark Gold Bat officially became famous was 3 years later. 5 members of the whole regiment sneaked into the northern base and slaughtered most of the supernatural beings in one fell swoop. Then they disappeared. After a short period of cultivation after that, he caused harm everywhere. There is no reason, they are extremely fond of crime and enjoying the double pleasure brought by material things. As long as someone can provide enough benefits, they can risk their lives to do things for you. No, maybe they are not afraid of death at all, and even enjoy this kind of pleasure, the feeling of hanging your life on a tightrope. In her previous life, Qin Yu had never dealt with this group of people, and knew that most of the people who had dealt with them died, even their employers. They are like evil bats lurking in the dark night, ready to sneak up on the unsuspecting people in their sleep at any time. The outflow of this mark was discovered when the 4 major bases besieged the 5 people at that time. It is a pity that such a tragic battle at that time only resulted in such a news that can be erased at any time. 500 elite superpowers and 100 senior officers, all lost the news overnight. Only the dilapidated buildings left after the battle in Luoqing explained the situation at that time. They are real criminals, born criminals. In the last days when there is no law and strong force to restrain them, no one can do anything to this group of wanton villains. Turning his eyes back, Qin Ming turned around and walked back. It seems that criminal gangs did not develop in a day. She needs to be more careful in order to live a long life. Chapter 56. In the early morning, Qin Yu simply tidied up and went out. The crystal nucleus she received yesterday allowed her to successfully break through the 3rd level. Now she can instantly condense 3 small fire points, and at the same time, the output of abilities is decreasing. It means that with the same ability storage capacity, the number of abilities she can issue is 3 times that of others. This discovery made Qin Yu a little excited, but then she felt a little sluggish when she thought that the energy of the crystal nucleus she needed to advance was 10 times or even dozens of times that of others. Come, take a look, the newly brought pots and pans. I have the latest clothes here, come and take a look, all 20% off, 20% off. Knives, what there are knives, don't miss them when you pass by. The hawkers on the street kept yelling, if it weren't for the shopkeepers' outfits and the environment they were in, it would really feel like they had returned to the end of the world. Qin Yu took the marker card and walked towards the city gate. Today's mission meeting point is a small square over there. Hey, girl, I seem to have seen you somewhere. Once I see these charming eyes, I can't forget them. Guan Qi approached Qin Yu affectionately while humming a love song. He noticed it when he came. And with his vicious eyes that had seen countless people, he could tell at a glance that this was a stunner who hadn't been picked by anyone yet. Immediately, Guan Qi felt as if he was beating chicken blood, and approached Qin Yu excitedly. His grandma was so excited. He was originally an otaku. The promising young man who has caught up with the end of the world without even touching a finger of his sister. How hard he is. Since the end of the world, he has watched all kinds of goddesses degenerate in the past every day. At the end of the day, when he wanted to find a decent girl to marry, he found that there was no pure girl around him who had not been used by others. As an old fashion technical geek, isn't this embarrassing for him? After finally finding a pure white flower on the road, after a few days of protecting it, she shyly asked the rich second generation of the base to take her home. Fortunately, God has never forsaken her, and now she has found a suitable daughter-in-law for him up. Daughter-in-law, wait for. Brother will be here soon. Roll. Chin Yu frowned, looked at the man who was getting closer, couldn't help pinching his fingers, wondering where this man with shining golden eyes came from. Sister, don't be angry. Guan Chi raised his hands and smiled in apologetic way, while avoiding Chin Yu's fist with his head turned sideways. What a fierce girl, but it's good to be fierce, and it's good to be fierce. Let's see which dishonest one dares to take advantage of his wife. In the future, anyone who dares to violate his wife should be beaten to death. Sister, listen to me. Brother, my surname is Guan, and my single name is Chi. Guan Chi smiled and approached with a shy face. When Chin Yu pointed an axe over, he settled down and did not dare to approach again. If you have something to say, talk it out. Say. It's like this, my brother is of the blood of a beast and has the power of Xuanwu. Not to mention pulling mountains and rivers, I alone can't be broken. Come on, and the last thing you have to worry about when you marry me, sister, is being a widow. Brother will live a long Fei. Guan Chi on one side spoke eloquently, while Chin Yu's brows on the other side frowned more and more tightly. Well, no matter how gods are not beasts, is it an awesome thing to have beast blood? Besides, it's one thing to live a long life. Don't forget that there is such a word as accident in this world. What's more, in the current world, accidents are the most indispensable thing. If it annoys her, she doesn't mind creating such an accident by herself. He was too late to die at the end of his life and died immediately. Really, what's so weird? Chin Yu wanted to leave as soon as he lifted his foot. Transformation system. Giant turtle. Wait, isn't it the one who can shamelessly say that he has the blood of a beast in his previous life? Chin Yu suddenly realized that in his previous life, there seemed to be a guy with a virginity who abducted girls everywhere, and one day he suddenly robbed a girl in Area A. The granddaughter of a military tycoon caused people to chase him all over the city. Chin Yu didn't know what happened in the end, but this person really became popular for a while during that time. I said, don't follow me again. Chin Yu glanced at his lower body and then said viciously, you can't use it even if you find a girl. With just one glance, Guan Chi closed his feet and trembled. It was so scary. Is it really okay for such a tough girl to marry home? Could it be that one day when he wakes up from a nap, he suddenly finds that the little brother under him waved at him and broke up? Broken? Guan Chi covered his face with his hand sadly, not daring to imagine the future with so much love. Chin Yu took advantage of Guan Chi's daze and walked past him without disturbing him. When she arrived, most of the people had already arrived. There were a lot of people, 70 or 80 of them. They were standing with familiar people, and 5 or 6 of them were standing alone like Chin Yu. Since not all the people were present, everyone chatted in 2s and 3s to exchange information in their hands. Of course, many people were purely bragging. The time passed leisurely, until a handsome young man with black hair and glasses came, and Chin Yu was startled. It was another man with a drawing of a bat. She looked around, and sure enough, she saw the boy in Tang suit who appeared on the other side at some point. Didn't it mean that the person who issued the mission was Shao Kai, who had awakened the ability of the spiritual system? Chin Yu can't laugh or cry, what kind of good luck is it that allows her to meet the legendary criminal gang again and again? She simply cleared up her mood and turned the data in her mind quickly. Obviously, because of the participation of this group of people, this simple task has become a bit complicated. Don't tell her that this group of people is suddenly ready to love peace and defend the security of the base. From then on, she didn't like to kill. She didn't believe even a single Chinese letter. Qin Yu is on guard quietly here, while Xia Yuhuai is rushing towards the road. Since he fainted that day and woke up, he has been weak all over, but he has tried a lot of methods and finally relieved the effect of the medicine. This large-scale gathering of supernatural beings is a good time for him to show his strength and get to know other supernatural beings, and he will not give up easily. As for the person who drugged him, he would find out sooner or later. Hi, what a coincidence. Do I know you? Qin. You looked up at Xia Yuhuai, then lowered her head and hugged her backpack in a daze. From the appearance, she looked like any ordinary lonely girl we met yesterday. Xia Yuhuai explained with a dry smile. And he stretched out his right hand. Hello, I'm Xia Yuhuai, a lightning type supernatural being. Oh. Qin Yu responded, and didn't plan to hold the hand he extended. If you have nothing to do, please don't bother me, I'm very busy. Despise, if you like beautiful girls, you should do your best. Get ready, don't hinder my mother's plan to escape. Qin Yu put one hand in the backpack and silently absorbed the crystal nucleus, and looked at Xia Yuhuai expressionlessly, until she felt embarrassed and walked away. Then she looked away. In her previous life, she didn't know Xia Yuhuai very well. She only knew that he met by Weilon when he was still a middle-level supernatural being and not a master. Later, his level flew up all the way. Now thinking about it, it should be due to the space spring water. After all, as one of the most aggressive abilities, the lightning ability is also very slow to upgrade. It is not so easy to rush to the throne of the top master of the base without any obstacles among many masters. Heh, there is no space, let me see. How crazy and evil you are in this life, especially this mission is so weird. If you don't die, you should still dream and go crazy. After waiting for another 5 minutes, more than a dozen people came one after another, and no one came. The last 3 people who came were a bit special. They held guns in their hands, and seemed to be vigilant about this mission. 2 days ago, there was news that there was very little food left in the base. Qin Yu suspected that they were people from the army who came to investigate the situation. After all, only those who have been trained by the army for many years will keep fighting after awakening their abilities. The love of guns. The young man wearing glasses made an overall plan of the number of people, and then asked them to get on the car and prepare to go to the destination. There are 2 more opportunities to check the number of people. One is when they arrive at the destination, and the other is when the task is over. Time, but Qin Yu estimated that there should be no need to roll the roll. When the task is over, after all, only this group of people will know what will happen then. Putting away his backpack, Qin Yu prepared to drive his own car. Fortunately, the task did not force them to do so. There were many people walking towards the parking lot like Qin Yu on the road. Obviously they also considered the issue of escape. If they are in their own car, if some accident happens at a critical moment, they will never have to come back to drive their own car in this life, so most people who own a car will not be stingy with that bit of gasoline just to take advantage of it. The crowd gradually left, and Ing, who was leaning on the gray city wall, gracefully shook the fiery red feather fan on his right hand. Seeing the supernatural beings summoned ahead were about to go to their destination, he stuck out his tongue excitedly. He licked his lips lightly. And a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There are so many people, don't know if there is enough for the little ones to enjoy, he. Many cars drove out from the base, and the scenery along the way was almost the same as before Qin Yu arrived at the base. Crazy growth. Dilapidated houses empty. When approaching the destination, everyone was asked to get off the car and walk there. Qin Yu was worried, and quietly released the black cat and spider while people were not paying attention, allowing them to move freely. Following the crowd, the further Qin Yu walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet here, making one's heart palpitate for no reason. Ah! There was a scream, and Qin Yu smelled the strong smell of rancidity. And a slight smell of blood in the wind, and his eyes showed a dignified expression. She stood in the crowd, frowning slightly, and glanced at the people around her. Due to the suddenness of the incident, most people hadn't reacted yet. Everyone looked back with weapons in their hands, wondering what happened. Suddenly, a bunch of zombies appeared out of nowhere, and they greedily rushed over from all directions with their bloody mouths open. The unprepared supernatural beings who got close were instantly surrounded and became their food. Zombies scrambled for fresh human flesh. All of a sudden, there were many torn pieces of flesh on the ground, bloody. The smell became stronger and stronger, and more zombies rushed over one after another, smelling the smell of flesh and blood. Don't be afraid, brother protects you. The hippie smile on. Guan Chi's face disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. He held a knife and carefully protected Qin Yu behind him. Having no time to pay attention to this bastard who pestered her all the way, Qin Yu subconsciously looked for the young man wearing glasses and the boy in Tang's suit in the crowd, and found that she couldn't find anyone in any direction. Clearly looking away, these people probably want to use them as bait, don't know if there is another trick. It's not that they haven't thought about escaping halfway. But with the characteristics of that group of people, if they escape halfway, they must be the first to escape. It was done silently. There's something wrong here, be careful yourself. Hearing his wife's words, Guan Chi's face that could still be seen suddenly burst into a smile. It really is his own wife, although he also struggled with her being too tough. It seems that he is not in charge of the family, but he has thought about it carefully, and there is nothing wrong with a strong wife. Now the weak and weak group are everyone's daughter-in-law, but his daughter-in-law will be his own after marrying home. Although he prefers softer ones. But people have to keep pace with the times, not to mention what age it is now. Guan Chi smirked and became more and more ecstatic, but even in the celibate state, he did not forget to protect Qin Yu well. Hey, this idiot. Qin Yu sighed, and didn't force herself to stand out. She stayed peacefully in the crowd behind Guan Chi, neither outstanding nor lagging behind, like everyone around her who was struggling to kill zombies. There was nothing particularly worthy of attention. Due to too many zombies, many people with supernatural powers were accidentally dragged away after their powers were exhausted, and the rest of them evacuated to the granary while beating them. The ones in the front, run to open the door first, and we will push back first. Don't be afraid, everyone, we are all supernatural beings, let's use our supernatural powers to kill all these zombies. Someone come and help me, there are too many zombies, help. The voices of the crowd sounded from everywhere, some commanding, some calling for help, some wailing, and of course some like Xia Yuhuai who thought they were heroes, and no one seemed to notice that the zombies here were better than those elsewhere is much stronger. Qin Yu chopped off the zombie's head with an axe, kicked its body away sideways, and hit the other zombie coming hard. Before it fell to the ground, Qin Yu chopped off the zombie again its head. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the corner. Qin Yu instinctively felt the danger. She turned to the side, and the black shadow went straight past her and grabbed a superhuman being next to Qin Yu. When his screams sounded, Qin Yu realized that this was a fully evolved crawler. If there was no such group of people, Qin Yu would definitely try this creeper that she has coveted for a long time. With her current level, she is not afraid of a creeper at all, and now she can only look at the creeper that is close at hand. Imagine not only not being able to move forward, but also hiding behind. Crawler, crawler, everyone, run. A man was obviously irritated by the scene in front of him. He covered his head and ran away, completely forgetting what kind of environment he was in and how different he was from himself. Capable fact. Soon, that person never came out again after accidentally running into the crowd of zombies. What should I do? Hurry up in front. There are a lot of zombies on my side too. Damn it, I'm quitting. A power-type superhuman screamed dissatisfied after smashing the head of a zombie. There are so many zombies here, and the food is only so little, isn't that a lie? After the man threw a fireball to the zombie, he said, is the one in front still okay? Hurry up, everyone cover again, a few brothers have passed by just now, and the door can be opened immediately, everyone hold on, wait next, we can rely on the cover of the warehouse to fight zombies. A young man in front responded quickly. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the sound of the door opening came from the front, but the gold-type supernatural being who opened the door first was torn in half by a black shadow before he could say the good news. Roar. The black shadow made a protesting sound, and the few people who were closer to the door did not escape the end of death. Before they even had time to scream, they were dealt with by other black shadows. What thing? Everyone, retreat. People began to shout in panic, and the entire team instantly became shapeless, and the supernatural beings were routed. Feng Ming, who was in the middle of the line and heard the roar, looked up and was dumbfounded. Damn it, are those people professional reptile breeders? Chapter 57. Seeing creepers crawling out of the granary one after another, Qin Yu immediately decided to care about the presence of those people, and if she didn't run away, she would be dismembered by the creepers before they calculated her death. God, where are there so many creepers? Qin Yu was not the only one with discerning eyes present, many people started to flee in groups. If the previous zombies could barely deal with them together, then there are so many crawlers now, it is estimated that only God has the ability to change all this. There were 4 or 5 people traveling with Qin Yu, only 2 of them were left after running all the way down, and the other 3 were captured by zombies on the way. With a thud, lightning knocked down a zombie that was trying to get its hands on Xia Yuhuai. The other 2 zombies continued to step forward on their companion's corpse without fear. Xia Yuhuai triumphantly released 2 more bolts of lightning to split the skull of one zombie, and the other zombie also fell down with lightning flashing all over its body go down. Didn't hear the expected compliment, Xia Yuhuai took the time to look around. This look, it's terrible, the supernatural beings who were relatively united and fled in all directions. He immediately realized something was wrong, just happened to see the woman in black ran to the side, and he analyzed the terrain and decisively ran towards Qin Yu with a few supernatural beings he had just met who were willing to lead him. When Xia Yuhuai was running to the side, the place where he was standing before jumped off the roof and saw the crawler. The crawler shook his head, stuck out his tongue and sniffed, spread his limbs and quickly chased in Xia Yuhuai's direction. Qin Yu didn't forget to observe the surroundings when she was running away. When she saw a large group behind her, she became angry immediately. Damn it, my sister ran well. A long list, the worst thing is that there are crawlers and a bunch of zombies at the end. Is this the rhythm of dying all the way? Qin Yu looked at the sky speechlessly, but before she finished her grief, a scream brought her back to reality. Daughter-in-law, help. The yelling was quite loud, and everyone's ears were deafened for 2 or 3 seconds. Qin Yu subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and almost got his nose twisted. Damn it, she really wanted to know something. How on earth does a huge, heavy turtle turn itself over and still keep sticking its head out and shouting to her for help? Guan Qi was very unlucky, he slapped all the zombies around him and was planning to ask his wife for credit, but just turned around and found that his daughter-in-law had escaped by herself. Enduring the tears that were about to come out of his eyes, Guan Qi comforted himself, it's okay, as long as his wife is safe. Just as he was about to catch up with his wife, he turned around and found that there were several more creepers around him. After finally avoiding the simultaneous attacks of the 3 creepers, he found himself overturned before showing his might. My body, can't get up. He dare not remove the ability now, knowing that there are 3 creepers and countless zombies staring at him. Once he removes the ability, it will be like a piece of tender and unprotected meat, which can be instantly killed by this group of people who are worse than hyenas. The hungry zombies are divided. But he didn't dare not to dispel the ability all the time. Once the ability was exhausted, he would face the terrible end even if he lost his strength. Woo-woo, daughter-in-law, you can't leave your old relative and leave by yourself, or you'll really be a widow. Guan Qi completely forgot the fact that she never wanted to be his daughter-in-law, so he tried his best to Look at Qin Yu tearfully with his pitiful little round eyes, until the latter couldn't help chopping off his neck and then vent your anger. Grandmas, if I don't kill you, your reputation will fall on you sooner or later. Although reputation is not worth a piece of biscuit, it is still my sister's own thing, how can you allow others to defile it? With all kinds of cruel thoughts flashing in his mind, Qin Yu ran close with an axe in his sullen face. Seeing this cold little appearance, Guan Chi's whole body trembled. Kill your husband in a hurry? However, when Qin Yu ran close to Guan Chi, she held back her evil thoughts. She avoided the attack of a creeper, and took advantage of the opportunity to kick Guan Chi into the sky, causing him to turn over and lie flat on his back. The tortoise turned into a side-lying tortoise, and another kick made him roll. Life and death are up to you, it's up to you whether you can escape the catastrophe. Qin Yu sideways to avoid the crawler's attack and run back. If he hadn't been protecting her wholeheartedly just now, Qin Yu wouldn't have thought about it have a finger in the pie. Glancing at the three crawlers following behind, Qin Yu stared at Xia Yuhuai piercingly. My sister has been upset with you for a long time, so I'll give you some snacks first. Don't see by Wei Lan at that time and resent my sister for not being able to do it. As a human being, I don't understand the principle of reciprocity. Of course, Qin Yu didn't think about letting them see anything when she saw the word, so much does not conform to her current aesthetics, Qin Yu thought gloomily. Pay back the money you owe, pay your life for your life. Xia Yuhuai knew it was not good when he saw Qin Yu leading the creeper to this side. He shouted at Qin Yu with a livid face, what are you doing, don't come here. Qin Yu shook his head with the feeling of being molested by Yi Bawang, with a panicked expression on his face, help, help. The four people who followed Xia Yuhuai immediately ran to other places after crossing eyes. Oh my god, this crazy woman was obviously scared out of her wits and planned to make Xia Yuhuai a hero. They are innocent, and they must not be dragged into the water to die for no reason because of a woman or someone else's woman. They ran fast, wishing their parents would grow 2 legs to make them use them. Looking at these ruthless brothers, Xia Yuhuai turned pale with anger, but no matter how angry he was, he really became a lonely man now. Seeing Qin Yu running closer and closer, Xia Yuhuai's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and a thunder and lightning ability condensed in his hand, and he threw it at Qin Yu without any explanation. He can find beautiful women again. If he is surrounded by creepers now, it will be really ineffective every day, so, go to hell. The blue thunder and lightning flashed with cracked thunder flowers. Xia Yuhuai waved his hand, and attacked Qin Yu like a thunder snake. Really bad. Qin Yu pursed her lips and turned sideways to avoid it. It happened that a creeper also rushed over to bite her. As Qin Yu avoided it, lightning naturally fell on its head, and the creeper was scorched by electricity. An angry growl sounded from behind the skin. It flicked its tail, turned its beast-like eyes around, and found Xia Yuhuai's location accurately, and immediately threw away Qin Yu and rushed towards him. Heh, this is the first one, let you know that beasts can hold grudges. Qin Yu realized the ambiguity in the words as soon as she finished thinking about it. Could it be that she is the biggest animal if her hatred has been remembered for 2 lifetimes? Ah bah, whatever, the enemy's enemy is your friend, Mr. Crawler, don't worry, my sister will let your remaining brothers accompany you to fight against the enemy. After a thunderbolt, the surrounding houses and ground will always leave traces of scorched black and damaged after the flash of lightning. Qin Yu watched Xia Yuhuai being entangled by the crawlers indifferently, and used the same method to attract one for him. Xia Yuhuai went from being flustered at the beginning to calmly responding to the attacks of the 2 crawlers at the same time. As expected of the man Bai Weilan fell in love with in his previous life, even if he had no space to help him, he still had his own excellent side. It's a pity that he is destined to perish here today. Although Qin Yu had a sly smile on his face, there was still a lot of love in his eyes. It was still as cold as ice, and he thought in his heart that even if he didn't die, he would have to shed a layer of skin. The smelly wind from the side of the ear hit again. Qin Yu avoided it instinctively. The last one seemed to have a higher IQ than the other 2 creepers. No matter how Qin Yu guided him, he couldn't make it give up on himself and turned to deal with it. Xia Yuhuai, probably because it thinks that good meat should be enjoyed by itself, or because it thinks that Qin Yu is weaker, so she can compete with other brothers for food after eating. In short, the last one, Qin Yu, really couldn't help it. With a cold look, she led the creeper that had been entangled with her into the room. When Qin Yu was about to kill it to get the crystal nucleus, Xia Yuhuai felt uneasy. Kindly follow me. Sisters have lured the creepers here, isn't it kind to not accompany Yuhuai? Xia Yuhuai is not stupid. If he was careless at the beginning, then the subsequent succession would not be considered vicious. Anyway, from the beginning when he released the thunder and lightning, the resentment was over, and there was no reason to let the person go and deal with the creeper by himself. 1 room, 3 creepers, 2 people. Honestness is something I'm not blessed to endure, so please yourself. Qin Yu's eyes were slightly cold, and she was standing in the shadow of the room with an axe in hand. From this angle, Xia Yuhuai couldn't see her expression, but her body, the bursts of coldness exuded are shocking. Did I offend you? Xia Yuhuai asked while avoiding a creeper's claw. Roar. A creeper got angry after slapping its paws again. It turned around fiercely, its tail crackled the wall and the dust fell down. After 3 or 4 strokes, it jumped towards Xia Yu. Huai rushed over. Qin Yu swiped her right leg to the ground, and directly overturned a 2-meter-long wooden plank in the room. The plank flew in the air and flew towards Xia Yuhuai. Xia Yuhuai's eyes lit up, and he took advantage of the wooden board to back off, avoiding the creeper's sharp arrow-like tongue, but he hadn't adjusted his posture yet, and suddenly froze his body. It turned out that Qin Yu was kicking the wooden board away finally, fighting against the danger of being bitten by the creepers. He used 3 fireballs to seal the 3 places where Xia Yuhuai might appear. Go and ask Lord Yan. This was Qin Yu's last answer. Xia Yuhuai was still immersed in the inconceivability of being attacked, but it was this second of hesitation that caused him to be bitten by the crawler and taken out. The one-eyed creeper who was injured by Qin Yu smelled the smell of flesh and blood, and immediately turned around and followed. Before the creeper with Xia Yuhuai in its mouth jumped out of the gate, it bit Xia Yuhuai's mouth first. The thigh was torn off. Ignoring the screams in her ears, Qin Yu watched Xia Yuhuai's blood splattered coldly. Let's experience this heart-piercing pain. In her previous life, she was also forced to deliver snacks to zombies. She was torn apart bit by bit, eaten bit by bit. Qin Yu looked away, and acted soon after the 2 creepers went out. She knew that they would come back after eating Xia Yuhuai. A greedy thing that won't give up until it eats all the food. Unlocking the power, the black fire was jumping happily in the bloody air. Qin Yu didn't entangle with the creeper anymore, but directly attacked with the power quickly, directly hitting the creeper with a sweep of his tail. It's a pity that Qin Yu would let go of the crystal nucleus he got. Ignoring the creeper's threatening roar, she fired 3 supernatural abilities in quick succession, causing the creeper who lost a leg to scream, and finally ended her life with Qin Yu's axe. Qin Yu skillfully dug up the crawler's head and took out the crystal nucleus from it. Just as she stood still, the voice of the bat group was heard outside, and Qin Yu's heart trembled. She really couldn't run if she didn't run in this situation. At that moment, she didn't have time to worry about anything. A thought flashed into the space, and before entering the space, she faintly saw 2 people walking towards this side. 2 cleanly dressed people walked in from the gate, and one of them looked at the creeper lying on the ground with a surprised expression. Huh? Ing made a puzzled voice. What's the matter? The young man with glasses looked over. What did you find? There is a small crawler missing here. Ing pointed to the crawler's corpse on the ground and said, the crystal nucleus has also been taken out. Chapter 58. Fai looked at the environment. There was heavy blood stains in the room, and there were traces of attacks by different abilities on the crawler. He pushed his glasses and analyzed. It's okay, it should be that 2 people besieged the crawler and then were attacked by other crawlers. After finishing eating the flesh and blood, the creeper went to other places to hunt. But, I'm really unhappy, the little crawler that I worked so hard to raise for so long was killed by someone. In putting the feather fan in front of her chest, she pouted slightly, her eyes were cold. I'm not happy that I didn't chop that person up. Don't worry about this one. Fuyi smiled slightly and said, just treat it as if you paid for these people. A little crawler is not a loss. Let's go. If you don't clear the field, your little crawler will run away. A lot of them fell. Qin Yu, who was in the space, didn't know that she was almost exposed, but Xia Yuhuai's blood outside made Fuyi mistakenly think that the person who killed the creeper had been crawled by another crawler with the crystal nucleus. Those who ate it. When she came out of the space, there were only a few scattered zombies left outside. As for how many supernatural beings survived, Qin Yu didn't know. When she walked to the place where she parked, the car broke down as expected. The scene of the battle spread too widely, but judging from the traces on the ground, a group of supernatural beings still escaped. After Qin Yu took out the car from the space and drove forward for a while, she found her pet black cat suddenly sprinting out from the side of the road. Qin Yu looked at the spider lying on its head and laughed, but she was still worried they were in danger, and in the end they hunted zombies and ate crystal nuclei happily, and they ate only the plump ones. That's right, ever since Qin Yu found out that these 2 were eating crystal nuclei, she kept feeding them with crystal nuclei, but these 2 seldom bothered her. Most of them went out to hunt by themselves, and Chinyu accidentally discovered their abilities as they get stronger and stronger. They don't care about the disappearance of these two. Probably because they went out more times, the two gradually became familiar with each other from the initial hostile state, and they often hunted zombies together in gangsters. After a while, now they can be regarded as killing zombies together and eating crystal nuclei together. Good partner. Chinyu opened the car window, and the black cat immediately jumped in from the outside, meowed, and lay down on the seat to rest. The Black Widow moved her feet and quickly climbed off its head, trying to get back to her lair after a rest. It realized that this place was different from the place it had stayed before after going around a few times, so it chose a new place to spin silk. Before the car had time to drive, the sound of an object approaching made Chinyu's body tense up. Could it be that the group of people hadn't gone far? Instinctively, she took out an axe and threw it out the window, opened the door and quickly got out of the car to prepare for the battle, in case she stayed in the car and ended up in a car crash. Chinyu focused on the supernatural power in her hand, planning to act first if something went wrong, and she looked coldly in the direction of the sound. "Daughter-in-law, you are finally back." Guan Chi suddenly rushed up from the side of the road. Ever since he was kicked by Chinyu and rolled all the way to the distance, he was worried about him, a little daughter-in-law who hadn't been married before, and finally bumped into him. After getting on the obstacle, he has already rolled a long distance, but he is not the kind of person who would abandon his wife in a critical moment. Right now, he returned to his human body and came to find his wife without any treatment for his wound. Although he rolled a little far, it didn't stop him from looking for his wife's heart. Guan Chi looked at Chinyu sadly, wondering why his daughter-in-law didn't want to see him at all, and just gave him an axe. It was too ruthless. Okay, he knew that his daughter-in-law didn't. It was he who came, and it was common to give a stranger an axe, but he said it sadly. Yep, it's him again. Chinyu was defeated by this man's luck. Cheng was able to live and dance in the last days without being slaughtered and stewed turtle soup. She pulled the axe thrown out earlier from the grass, and then turned to Guan Chi and said, "Your ability is to turn into a turtle?" Yes. Yes, does the wife think it's very powerful? Chi nodded hurriedly, and before he finished ordering, Chinyu held an axe around his neck. He looked at the sharp blade of the axe and said softly, daughter-in-law, be careful, this thing is not fun." "Shut up, let me hear the word daughter-in-law next time, and your fate will not be worse than this." Chinyu swung his hand holding the axe to the side, and the axe came out, directly cutting off the roadside. A dwarf tree flew towards the distance, and Guan Chi was so frightened that he quickly shut his mouth and didn't dare to say any more. "You, transform right now." At this time, Guan Chi didn't have anything else to say, and he directly turned into a girl in front of Chinyu. After picking up a huge tortoise that looked honest, Chinyu walked over, crossed his arms and looked at it for a while, feeling quite satisfied, then looked at the road conditions, turned around and kicked the tortoise away, just let it turn into a wheel rolling away. Guan Chi in midair burst into tears. His instinct is a fart. Why does he instinctively shrink his head and limbs when he is kicked into the sky? Isn't it just convenient for his wife to kick him away? In other words, the strength of the wife is too great. After the transformation, he weighs at least a few hundred caddies. No, the wife has already stopped him from calling her daughter-in-law, so what will he call her daughter-in-law in the future? Guan Chi was thinking with a headache while rolling. By the time Chinyu returned to the base, the news that there were a large number of zombies in City C had already spread. Due to the heavy losses of the superhumans, the base quickly announced the news that the newly researched crystal nucleus can promote the upgrading of superhumans. Chinyu returned to her hut, and took out the crystal nucleus evolved by spring water from the space. After she absorbed it, she suddenly found that the black fire in her hand had grown bigger again, from the size of an egg to the size of a green apple. Big. Is this quantitative change causing qualitative change? The black fire kept flickering, as if silently responding to Chinyu's question. As soon as Xue heard that the woman was going to perform the mission of the supernatural being, she knew that something was wrong, but unfortunately he got the news too late. Disorder has been guarded by Xue at the gate of the base, and he must be informed of the woman's news as soon as possible. He didn't know what he was anxious about. He was always inexplicably wanting to get angry, and finally brought back the news that the dead woman had returned safely, and he was relieved. It's a pity that others have finished playing. Guan Chi only felt dizzy when he hit an obstacle again. This feeling of stars on his forehead made him wonder if his soul was going to separate from his body and fly into the sky. When he shook his head and woke up, he found that this place was near the base and couldn't help laughing again. His wife was kind to him, and he couldn't bear him to come back, although the method was a little rough. After being frightened for a whole day, well, whether there is any frightening or not, Qin Yu still decided to reward herself. She scooped out 2 spoons of rice from the rice tank, washed them, put them in the rice cooker and cooked them, and took out potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants and other fresh vegetables and meat from the space, washed them all, chopped them into pieces and added salt, put MSG, soy sauce and other seasonings into the pot and fry until cooked. When the food is ready, she puts the 2 together and directly makes Qin's rice bowl. Although the finished product is not very good looking, the taste is not bad, and the nutrition is relatively comprehensive. Qin Yu was quite satisfied eating the food in her hands. While chewing the diced beef, she thought, when she encounters mutant beasts one day, she must slaughter them and drag a few of them into the space. Otherwise she will soon have no meat to eat, and the mutation beast meat is not only delicious but also has the energy to strengthen the body. As a loyal supporter of carnivorism, she absolutely hopes that she can eat meat every day. When Qin Yu's thoughts turned to what happened today, her face quickly calmed down. No matter how strong a single person's fighting power is, she can't compare to a team. Maybe she should consider finding some more reliable people as teammates. Granted, she wouldn't be a good leader, but joining someone else's team wasn't what she wanted to do either. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu still decided to go to the mission center to submit the mission later, and then go to the team hall to see if there is any suitable candidate. Thinking of this mission, Qin Yu really wanted to spit out his old blood, and hoped that he would never encounter this group of people again. After tidying up the kitchen, when Qin Yu opened the door, she accidentally saw the childlike Xue sitting on Disorder's shoulders, swinging his legs boredly, waiting for her in the yard. "Why are you here?" Qin Yu asked. "Let's see if you come back with missing arms and legs." Xue blue hair was blown away by the wind, and he smiled viciously on his slightly childish face. Sitting on Disorder's shoulders, he said with a careless expression, "I always feel that this matter is not easy. As long as I can come back safely, a family of women wants to join in the fun with a group of big men, I'm not ashamed." Listening to Qin Yu's words, she felt that her forehead was covered by a thick black mist. She pinched her itchy hand. "This damn child, his mouth is really poisonous, he will die if he speaks well. If it's okay, let's do this first. I'm going out now." "You want to go out? Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Xue suddenly became interested when he heard that, since he was idle anyway. Seeing Xue eyes bent with a smile, Qin Yu thought of his temperament of fearing that the world would not be chaotic, and silently thought in his heart, "Let's forget it. I'm going to submit the task, it's nothing fun. Let's go together." Xue patted Disorder's head, motioning him to follow. Qin Yu sighed, this guy doesn't listen to what others are saying at all. She raised her forehead, and suddenly thought that this guy is still very strong. She said, "I want to form a team by myself in a few days. Are you interested in coming?" She had thought that Xue would really come over, but just after she finished speaking, Xue nodded seriously and said, "Okay." Now it's Qin Yu's turn to be stunned. Xue never teamed up with others' team. Modified? Seeing Qin Yu's unbelievable expression, Xue approached him with a smile on his face. "Is there any reward for being so obedient?" Qin Yu slapped his face, straight to the side. "No." Qin Yu said with a dangerous smile, "For your personal safety, it's best not to approach me casually." "Tch." Xue said with disdain against the child's face, "Don't worry, I'm a small body damn, can I throw you down?" Although he was conceited, he never imagined that he could throw down and eat a dark and violent dragon with such a posture. The two kept bickering, and soon reached their destination. Chapter 59. Waking up from the dream, Chu Lingyi wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead with a wave of his hand. Outside the window, there was lightning and thunder, and after a bang, a bright light flashed across the dark night sky, and the lightning stretched in all directions like strange lines, cutting the black sky to pieces. Chu Ling was panting heavily on the bed, his light red hair was enchanting, almost evil in the dim light, and the indomitable cold light shining in his brown eyes made people want to get close for no reason. He supported the head of the bed with his hands, and his whole body was not stained with fireworks, but he had an indescribable attraction. Thunder roared among the thick clouds, and a bolt of lightning struck thrillingly in the night and then disappeared in an instant. Chu Ling got out of bed and stood up. He walked to the window, looked at the dark night sky, and watched the strong wind blowing the trees in the distance. Occasionally, an electric light illuminated the darkness of the room, and soon it fell silent again. This young man stood lonely in front of the dark window. Just a vague outline had a kind of charm that made people fly to the flame. In the dream, he went all the way east, relying on his supernatural ability to successfully take root in the base, because he was young and frivolous. Even if he saw what others saw clearly, he didn't care about it. He knew that his appearance had a charm that could easily make people crazy. Defeated by his self-confidence, Chu Ling squeezed his hands. He still remembered the madness in the dream, the anger after being deceived, and the many lives he took by himself. The heavy rain fell from the sky, as if it wanted to wash the world full of filth. Crash, the rain hit the glass, and Chu Ling stood by the window all night. Beauty has never brought him happiness, and he didn't even want to recall the dirty life in the past. How have you been treated? In the darkness, Chu Ling lowered his eyes and smiled lightly, but there was an incomparably lonely look in his clear eyes. After a long time, he walked slowly to the next room, and the sound of opening the door awakened the two people inside. They huddled together in horror, for fear that whoever got close would be dragged out by this person and destroyed wantonly. No, don't come, please don't come. Lai Jingxian, who had been tortured so much, wanted to die at this time. If he hadn't had bad intentions in the first place, how could he have provoked this demon? He never wanted to learn about his methods. He didn't dare to bully such a weak-looking person anymore. Please, we were wrong, never dare again. Liu Hao looked at the young man at the door in horror, lost his composure, kept repeating that he was wrong, never dared again. It's really noisy. Chu Ling rubbed his ears, and said in disgust, shut up. Lai Zhengxian and Liu Hao quickly shut their mouths, watching Chu Ling get closer and closer in horror. Compared with the known cruel punishment, they are more afraid of this young man's unreasonable play of cards, doing whatever he thinks. This kind of unknown torture is more frightening than death, and the mental torture it brings is even more terrifying. Painful. Fear did not give them any comfort. Although they were tied up and thrown in the room, their bodies still wriggled and wanted to back away from this devilish boy. Chu Ling glanced at them indifferently, opened his hands silently, and the domain instantly expanded to the entire room. As if he didn't hear the screams in the field, Chu Ling sat by the window and watched the rainy night outside, his eyes blurred. The smell of blood gradually wafted out of the air. He took a deep breath, and seemed to be dissatisfied. He frowned, and more blood gushed out from the two people in the field. Once or twice like this, after Chu Ling had played enough, the two of them were lying on the ground dying and unable to move. Abandoning the two of them boredly, he felt better after seeing the blood. Chu Ling watched the sky brighten little by little, and the violent wind and rain last night disappeared. In the twilight of the morning, Chu Ling had a sinister sneer on his lips. He turned around, picked up the duckbill cap on the table and put it on his head. Does he look good? He will never make such a mistake again in his life. I heard that the southern base is good, maybe he should go over there. Thinking about it this way, Chu Ling opened the door of the room and walked out. Maybe he will run into that woman again then. After bidding farewell to Xue Che that day, Qin Yu has been unable to figure out what kind of game this young man, who is as cold as snow and autumn water, plans to play. Qin Yu drove out of the city, but there were still many survivors gathered outside the city who couldn't enter the base. They set up tents outside. The law and order here is very poor, but people still have a little satisfaction on their faces, but their eyes are still full of longing when they look at the base in the city. There is no safe place in this world anymore, every corner is occupied by zombies, but the base is a rare paradise for the survivors. Driving towards the town, Qin Yu found a place to park when he was about to see the town, got out of the car with an axe in hand. Probably because of the last mission, there are not many zombies in this small town. Qin Yu smashed a jade shop, put away the things inside, and came out when he heard a discordant parking sound. Yo, there are chicks here. The person who came was a gold-type power user, and the golden Light attached to his hand had not completely dissipated. Qin Yu didn't want to cause trouble to waste time, so he turned around and walked to the side, but this person continued to block the way with no winks, his body tilted, blocking Qin Yu's way, and then he said with a smirk. Young girl, I'm going where? Get out of the way. Qin Yu said coldly. Hey, brother, why don't I let it go? This person flirted with Qin Yu, confidently relying on his identity as a supernatural being, only to see him grinning grinningly, his face turned hard, and threatened, don't give shame to me. Today my brothers have taken a fancy to you, either obediently go back with us to cook and warm the bed, or, zombies. Eat met. As he said this, several people got off the car one after another, seeing Qin Yu, they all gave out wretched smiles. Hey, your youngest's eyes are still bright, this thing is pretty. A man who came down first whistled, and said, come here obediently, and you won't be honest until you don't get itchy. I said, you guys be kind and cherish the beauty, don't frighten the little girl, how boring the bed is. The two people who came down from behind glanced lewdly at Qin Yu's chest and below, and then let out a hey laugh. Being so embarrassing, Qin Yu's gaze turned cold, and he said unhurriedly, are you sure you want me to stay today? Was hit on the chin with a fist by Qin Yu, and blood flowed out of his mouth immediately. Qin Yu. It's his grandma's. If you don't give me some flair, you won't know how powerful you are. The muscular man held up a big knife and was about to slash at Qin Yu. Kicked him straight to the wall. The person behind him saw his companion was hit to the point of bleeding, he let out a cry, and savagely swung the iron rod in his hand towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu grabbed the iron rod and pulled it out with all his strength. They hit him on the head until his eyes were bleeding and he fell down. Go to hell. Damn bitch. After spitting out 2 teeth, the man with the metal ability threw a punch at Qin Yu. Qin Yu jumped up on the wall and let him punch him. Kong, swept back in mid-air again, hit him directly on the head, causing him to deviate from the ground, and then smashed hard at his head with the back of the axe in his hand. After killing 5 people in a row, the ground was filled with mourning. Qin Yu walked to the door of the big truck and said coldly, now, this truck belongs to me. After she finished speaking, her eyes stared directly at the bottom of the truck. It wasn't until a man shivered and crawled out of it that he looked back with satisfaction. There are a lot of supplies in this car, and you can tell at a glance that they have just been harvested. It is rare to be a robber, and it is worthwhile to be able to rob so much. So, under their flinching eyes, Qin Yu stepped into the driver's seat of the big truck and left with a whole truck full of supplies. I didn't care about how this group of people wanted to go back. It's better to have fewer people who make trouble everywhere as soon as they have the power. After taking back his car halfway, Qin Yu picked up some things he used on the truck and drove the car to the east of the base. When she drove out earlier, she passed an area where most of the old people, children, and disabled people had their limbs confirmed. This group of people is called weeds by people outside the base, which means that no matter how difficult the environment is, they can still live like weeds. Qin Yu parked the car outside a tent, where several skinny children gathered to help an old man who had lost a leg. This is not so much a tent as it is a space made up of many discarded items. They are doing their own things in it, without complaining at all. Qin Yu opened the car door and got out of the car. The old man with cloudy eyes smiled kindly at her when he saw the car outside the door. Then he waved to a child, and after a few words, the older child ran out. Sister, what's the matter? The child raised his face and said to Qin Yu, grandfather asked me to ask if you need any help. In fact, he didn't want to come out the last time he parked his car and the people at their door beat up my brother and asked them to run errands for him, threatening to beat him and the others together if he didn't do it. He didn't leave until his companion brought him gasoline. Yes, help me call out all the people here, and line up to help me with some things, Qin Yu said. In fact, as soon as she came, the children and old people around looked at Qin Yu. From various places. They knew there was something in the car, but they didn't think about rushing to grab it, but looked at the car with hot eyes. In fact, every day when a car passes by, they always show such longing and anticipating eyes, and spend day after day in reverie again and again. As soon as Chin Yu finished speaking, a child rushed out from the corner of the room, obediently lined up in front of her. Their eyes were clean and eager. Chin Yu opened the back door of the truck, and took out a box from inside. This box was biscuits, and she gave each of these children a bag. Photon originally thought that this person was joking, and he was joking about people in the weedy area, but he didn't know what she said was true, so he ran out immediately and shouted excitedly, "Come on, everyone." Everyone came out to line up, and a kind person came to distribute things to everyone. Come on, everyone, everyone came out to line up, and a kind person came to distribute things to everyone. Every time he shouted, many people came out from various places, and Guangxi continued to run far away while shouting, come on, everyone came out to line up, and a good-hearted person came to distribute things to everyone. Where? A teenager with a missing thigh came out leaning on a piece of wood, and seeing that it was Photon, he said, Photon, don't be joking. No, everyone, hurry up, it's right in front. It turned out that Guangxi had already run too far while shouting in one breath, and the people here couldn't see the scene in Dongtu, but this didn't affect their judgment. Li stepped out and rushed towards the direction Photon pointed. The line on Chin Yu's side was very long, and the people in the front were all children. No one was fighting for it, and some even retreated humbly, letting those who had a more difficult life than their own go first, while those behind stood consciously waiting for Chin Yu to distribute things in the seat. Looking at pairs of joyful and excited eyes, looking at these skinny children and skinny old people, Feng Ming knew that most of these people were relatives who had died. There were many vulnerable groups like this outside the base, composed of children without parents and the disabled. They gathered in this area from all over to encourage and support each other. In the last days, where there is darkness, there is light. In this place, there is still a little light of humanity. Chapter 60. I said, where is the girl with such a good heart? A frivolous young man in ragged jeans walked over from one side with a smirk on his face. He took it from the box next to Chin Yu as soon as he stood still. I ordered a piece of bread, unpacked it and just took a bite. He chewed the food in his mouth and let out a sound of satisfaction. It's not bad. As his voice fell, the eyes of the people in the queue behind him brightened up for no reason, and the joy on their faces became even greater. Chin Yu knows why. There are not so many good people in this world. They are eager for food, but they are also afraid that some idle upper-class person will give them a nest with poison and inedible things, so that this area is less intrusive, so it's time to wait anxiously for the food distribution while looking forward to it. Earlier, she also saw that the food of the children who got the food first was snatched away by the slightly older people. They tried to take a bite before returning the food to the children, and after touching their heads, they turned to the people behind, nodding silently. As long as you like it. Chin Yu replied simply. The young man didn't care about Chin Yu's indifference. He moved something and sat beside him carelessly. Originally, I was going to rest today. Seeing the commotion here from a distance, I thought something happened and rushed over, but unexpectedly encountered this scene. In fact, to be honest, his first thought was definitely not to have good intention. Someone came, but it belonged to Tama. Someone broke ground on Tai Sui's head, and made a conspiracy to get to the head of the wheat area. Seeing Chin Yu opening boxes after boxes of things, the young man said, Sister, where did you get all these things? It's unlikely that such a quiet girl would be able to get back the supplies. Man, wouldn't it be awkward to transport all the things at home? I snatched it. Chin Yu handed the instant noodles to an old man and said, This car is for you, do you dare to accept it? Sensing Chin Yu's seriousness, the young man was taken aback when he heard the words, and suddenly laughed loudly. It's the end of the day. Why don't you dare to take things away? Who is afraid of whom? Okay, you can deal with the rest. I have to go back first. Chin Yu glanced at the car and there was half a car full of food. Don't want to waste any more time. Me? The young man exaggeratedly pointed at himself and said, Aren't you afraid that I will swallow it? You won't. Chin Yu said affirmatively. There are no strong people in this place at all, and they are much weaker than the people in other gathering areas. It stands to reason that this group of disadvantaged groups would not be able to survive at all. Fortunately, a capable person named Qing Luo appeared here. There are no other advantages, but he is famous for caring for the weak. No one in his territory dares to steal things from the elderly and children. Of course, I heard that he will never give them the food he gets, but only within a certain range. Ensure that this group of people will not encounter the same kind of oppression. If I didn't guess wrong, the person in front of me was probably Qing Luo, and I couldn't be wrong looking at people's attitude towards him. Oh, I really think highly of me. The young man patted the car and said cheerfully, okay, you can go at ease, and I will send the rest. Qing Yu nodded, walked out, and now it takes 20 minutes to walk to the base, so it's better to go back early. The young people looked at the back of Qing Yu leaving, and muttered, damn, I really left, so simply. The old people who received the food staggered forward, touching the big truck like a baby, with tears in their eyes said, now it's all right, you use the car during the day, and you can let the children in at night, so that the situation like Zhao will not happen again. The weather is changing a lot now, and Zhao group of children just couldn't survive it. It was the cold wind at night that caused the high fever to go away. Mentioning Zhao Qingluo's mood suddenly turned bad. He kicked the empty box under his feet and said, okay, after dividing the things, ask a few people to dismantle them and distribute them directly to the children. They don't need it, and it is estimated that the harvest of all the people in this area can't fill up half of the car, not to mention that gasoline is expensive now, and they can't afford it at all. Instead of wasting it and waiting for someone to grab it, it's better to dismantle the car first. Yes, waste utilization, in case there is something to do in the future, it can be assembled and reused. No one can tell what happened today. Don't worry, Uncle Qing Luo, we're not stupid. A child approached with a biscuit smiling. She put the biscuit under her nose from time to time and sniffed it, but was reluctant to eat it. We know it, if we tell it, there will be a lot of bad guys coming to snatch our things. Xiao Noa won't give them the biscuits. Qin Yu, who had just returned to the base and entered the house not long ago, keenly sensed the aura of the supernatural being outside the house. Her eyes froze and she felt that there was danger outside. Qin Yu pulled up her clothes and opened the door. Contrary to expectations, it wasn't the same group of people who came to make trouble. In the yard outside the door stood a young man with a gentle and peaceful smile on his face. This boy's skin is fair and delicate, and his black hair has a light luster like black jade. When his eyes look over, the person he is watching will have the illusion of being treated gently. He was wearing a white shirt that was common before the end of the world. Even if he was standing in the deserted yard of Qin Yu's house, he still had a kind of charm that could not be surprised. This enchanting young man like a cherry blossom does not give people an overly stunning feeling, but makes people feel a little comfortable, like a harmless elf in a fairy tale. Who are you? Qin Yu asked lightly, for this kind of person who doesn't know what it means to be polite and breaks into other people's yards without authorization, Qin Yu will not give him a good face no matter how good-looking he is. The young man smiled slightly at Qin Yu, and said, hi, I'm Baiming's younger brother, thank you for saving my brother. Such politeness made people feel a spring breeze blowing on his face. Baiming? Qin Yu thought for a while and said, who is it? I don't know him. You forgot, Suda led the team that day, and my brother was in his team. At that time, he was scratched by a zombie. They tied it up, otherwise my brother. Bai Yan's eyes darkened when he was sad, and then he smiled and said, thank you very much. It's just a matter of the way, you don't have to take it to heart. Qin Yu said face-to-face said expressionlessly, in fact, it is indeed the case. When she proposed it, she didn't think about getting any benefits from them, and naturally she won't take credit for it now. I'm here to thank you. There was a smile on Bai Yan's face, gentle and gentle. It was easy to think of cherry blossom petals falling in early spring, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off. However, Qin Yu didn't seem to appreciate this kind of beauty. She still had the same cold look, and said indifferently, if you have nothing to do, you can go back. Facing such a frosty woman, Bai Yan for the first time doubting his invincible charm, he quietly looked at this woman who seemed quite calm at all times. Did I make you unhappy? His voice was soft and kind, with a touch of disappointment like a breeze and drizzle. You think too much. Qin Yu glanced at him coldly, and was about to walk in when she withdrew her gaze, but Bai Yan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her and said, I have admired you for a long time. Hearing this, Qin Yu's face darkened on the spot. This kid didn't know what he was talking about. Qin Yu glanced coldly at Bai Yan, seeing the latter smiling unnaturally. Really? Thank you so much. She glanced at the hand being held, and said coldly, let go. Bei. Yen patted his head annoyed. What he actually wanted to say was that he admired her, he admired her for a long time, and wanted to become a colleague with her. Let's have a fight by the way, to see if she was as powerful as the rumor said. That's not what I meant. Thank you. Yu gritted his teeth and said, where is he crazy? I heard from my brother that you are very powerful. Bei Yen still said in a gentle manner. Shit, your brother didn't even see your sister playing hooligans against zombies, okay? Yu looked at him suspiciously and said, are you sure? Bei Yen immediately realized that he had said something wrong. Suda is my godbrother. Fart, bastard, do you think she has a low IQ? Roll. Don't be so rough. Bei Yen raised his hand, with a faint smile on his delicate and soft face. Just when the two were in a stalemate and Yu wanted to solve it violently, he saw a group of people probing their heads in the distance, and Yu easily recognized the little six among them. As clever as Yu, she quickly realized that the appearance of this group of people had something to do with the person in front of her. Her eyes turned and fell on Bei Yen. This guy is not simple. If they were just ordinary people, little six and the others would not fail to come over. Looking at their expressions, they were obviously worried that they dared not come over. It only showed that this person had a higher status than them. His status is higher than them, and he is from the military department. Could it be that he is the second generation of the military? After all, such a young senior officer, Yu, had never been seen before. Then, his purpose. After figuring out what happened, Yu suddenly had the feeling of being splashed on the face by his aunt who had accumulated a copper basin, and Bei, who didn't know that his vest had fallen off. Yen continued to lobby. I think we should have a good talk. Suda walked back and forth anxiously in the study. If it wasn't for his quick talk, the treasured demon king of the officer's house would not have gone to find Yu's troubles. He is now. I just hope there won't be any conflict between the two of you. Suda kept going around the house, wanting to go out to see the latest situation, but he was ordered not to leave by the officer, but little six and the others knew how to look, so they left early, presumably to inquire about the situation. It's just that he didn't get the news for a second. He was uneasy for a second. How about it? Do you want to come to the military department? That's a good place. Mentioning the astonishing enthusiasm that flashed across Bei Yen's face in the military department, he looked at Yu confidently, as if he was sure that no one would refuse this offer. Proposal. Well, after talking for a long time, it's not the rhythm of fooling her into the army. Thinking where did the insanity come from, Yu looked at Bei Yen calmly and disdainfully. Hey, big brother, don't just put on a vest and stop doing business. Chapter 61v. It's fine if you stay there, it's none of my business. Yu said lightly, and Bei Yen was about to answer when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. His smile froze, and he said, what's the matter? Stop pretending, brother. Yu patted him on the shoulder, turned around and walked in, and closed it with a snap when Bei Yen wanted to follow in. Door. Bei Yen, whose nose was almost hit, stood at the door and touched his hair, as if he didn't understand where he was showing his secrets. When Yu returned to the house, she found that the two cats that were often seen in the past were there. The black cat was lying on the floor in the living room. When Yu came back, she didn't get up. After seeing Yu, she immediately crawled over, looking very anxious. Yu realized something was wrong, and she hurried forward to check what happened. The black cat turned its head and stuck out its tongue to lick Yu's outstretched hand, then let out a listless meow in a very small voice. Yu checked and found no trauma. What's going on here? Have you eaten something bad? Yu frowned. Meow, the black cat rubbed its head against Yu's hand, and kept staring at it with its round eyes. Yu was stunned, and immediately thought of the scene where it swallowed up the dark power before. Yu condensed out the dark element with no attack power from the palm of his hand, and tried to lean in the direction of the black cat. At first, he wasn't very sure, but when the black cat approached with bright eyes, Yu understood that the feeling guy had really eat badly, and was held up by the crystal nuclei in his belly. When Yu helped it sort out the energy in its body, the black cat jumped away instantly. At a distance of 1 meter from Yu, the whole body of the black cat was covered in black mist. Slowly, the mist became thicker and thicker, enveloping the whole black cat, and then continued to expand. This is a variation. Yu thought about it in surprise, and soon felt relieved. The possibility of such an animal that understands human nature not mutating is too small. After about half an hour, the black mist gradually dissipated, and a creature that was more than 1 meter long and looked like a black saber-toothed tiger appeared in front of Chinyu. Roar. As soon as this guy mutated, he let out a high-pitched roar. He shook his hair vigorously, and jumped to sit in front of Chinyu. Such obedience made Chinyu involuntarily reach out and stroke its shiny black fur. It looks good. Chinyu smiled, and then said, be careful when you go out, don't be slaughtered and eat meat. When Chinyu said this, the rather humane black saber-toothed tiger instantly opened up. It closed its eyes, as if in disbelief, then flicked its long tail, and let out a disdainful growl, as if to say, whoever dares to eat the uncle will eat it first. Since you have evolved, it's not good for old cats and cats to call you in the future, so let's call you Ahu. Chinyu said. Roar. The black saber-toothed tiger originally thought that Chinyu was going to give it a very domineering name, so half of its passionate roar got stuck in its throat. Ahu? It blinked, could this woman be a little more frustrating in choosing her name? Regardless of Ahu's depression, the Black Widow enviously climbed up the black saber-toothed tiger's vigorous and powerful thighs, and climbed to the top of its head in 2 or 3 strokes, and lay down on top of its head. It was obvious that you was planning some bad idea. You're a clever little guy. Chinyu flicked one finger over and sent the Black Widow flying, don't hit me with bad ideas. The moment the Black Widow flew up, she spit out spider silk and stuck it to the head of the saber-toothed tiger on the ground. It swayed with the spider's silk for an arc and then landed safely. It raised its 2 front feet and threatened Chinyu. No. No. Don't. Well, this little guy probably wanted the benefits of seeing the black cat's mutation. Chinyu spread his hands and said, whatever you want, I don't know how spiders evolve. It wouldn't be good if you fiddled around and blew yourself up. She stopped talking, and suddenly said to the Black Widow, do you know what detonation is? It's just that the energy is not sure, like this, bang, the body suddenly exploded, and there was nothing left. Chinyu said that he was scaring the Black Widow by crushing a porcelain cup beside him. After hearing this, the little guy really calmed down and didn't dare to try again. After hearing Chinyu's words, the saber-toothed tiger growled in a low voice, as if responding. In fact, it knew that if Chinyu hadn't helped sort out the energy in time this time, it would really go back to the west to see its ancestors. After this, the Black Widow finally became honest, and waved her little feet vigorously to show that she would not mess around. Chinyu, who took the mission and came out with Xueche, still felt a little baffled. He thought it was just a casual talk, but he didn't expect this guy to take it seriously. He came to her within 2 days and said to go out to practice together to improve the tacit understanding. Uneasy about leaving the saber-toothed tiger at home, Chinyu repeatedly told the two to stay safe and not cause trouble for her after closing the doors and windows. Accidentally injured and slaughtered for meat. After the two expressed sincerely that they would be honest, Chinyu went out with peace of mind. There were 2 teams of people arguing furiously on the trail, unaware of the lane being blocked by their arguing. Chinyu honked the horn a few times and found that they ignored them at all. She glanced at Xueche's little friend sitting in the back of the car, who seemed to have nothing to do with her. Chinyu could only sigh and get out of the car. Damn, if you don't say 1, 2, 3 today, my old party won't let you go. Why, we were the first to discover the supplies last time, and you forget about it later and snatched 3 copies, one of them. Now they are always looking for us to settle accounts. Yi Liang scolded these bastards in his heart, but he didn't dare to make extra movements with his hands, for fear that if he couldn't handle it well, the 2 sides would fight in this wilderness. If it weren't for your delay, we could at least get half of it. I said, should you give us an explanation today, said a man with a rascal face. Hey, you guys are still shameless. Before Gao Yang finished speaking, he was interrupted by a cold voice next to his ear, go to the side and get out of the way. The voice came. From what came from behind him, Gao Yang was startled, and turned his head quickly. Who could approach him without a sound, and he didn't notice it until he made a sound. If this is someone who is hostile to him, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. It was a woman. The first thing Gao Liang saw was not her face, but the cold and murderous aura exuding from her whole body. She was holding an axe in her hand and a gun in her waist. At first glance, she knew that she was a practitioner who often walked outside. Son. He looked at her face. In fact, she was quite beautiful, with black hair and black eyes, but she showed a tough aura that was not inferior to a man's. It was easy to overlook her appearance. If she could not, it's so cold, it would be better if you don't hold an axe in your hand. Qin Yu waited for a while, and saw that the person in front of him stayed silent for a long time, frowned, and was about to solve it violently, when the person suddenly reacted and said, "Sister, don't worry, let's get out of the way." Ma Ping was not happy. He took 2 steps and waved away the younger brother in front of him, saying, "Why, let me go if you say so, you are the one who opened the way. The one just won't let me go." He looked at Qin Yu for a while, then said with a smirk, "Of course, if you can accompany master, everything is easy to talk about, everything is easy to talk about." What a shame. Qin Yu's axe was tilted, and a trace of blood flowed from Ma Ping's neck. "Stop talking nonsense, let's all get out of the way." As she said this, the people around stepped aside one after another, partly because she didn't want to provoke disputes on the one hand, it is because the boss is staying under the axe. Qin Yu hijacked Ma Ping into the car and drove out on the road out of the way. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't tie his hands, Ma Ping in the car thought he was a novice, and was about to fight back to let her taste the strength of the uncle. Qin Yu's eyes slanted, and he fell on the chair before he jumped up. Xueche snorted coldly, then dangled his feet to play, "I'm really overwhelmed." Qin Yu didn't answer, and drove 100 meters straight to a stop. Xueche quickly opened the car door, kicked the dazed hostage off, let him roll, and got stuck under a tree on the roadside slope. Looking ahead, Qin Yu drove the car with a blank face. She has basically figured out this guy's abilities. It is probably the invisible hand type, and maybe there will be invisible ears after upgrading. Who you know, it's good if you're not an enemy anyway. What's the matter with you? Qin Yu is not a person who doesn't agree with what he says. If she has any questions, she will naturally go back and ask. It doesn't matter whether others answer or not. She will forget the matter if she asks or does not answer. "You're talking about height?" Xueche said with a face full of indifference. "It's nothing, I just accidentally ate something, and I didn't grow taller, but it was an unfinished product, which caused the medicine to fail from time to time. Return to the original body shape. Do you know the time code when the drug's effect is out of control?" "I don't know." Xueche said calmly, "If I had known that day, I wouldn't have gone out. At the side of the road, I have to endure the stretching of my body. It's not a pleasant feeling to grow up, not to mention that there are still a few bastards who are against him who are ready to trouble him at any time, but fortunately, they have all been dealt with now." "Oh." Qin Yu replied without continuing. Xueche was sitting on the back seat with a smile on his lips. When he was not talking, even though he looked like a child, he was not to be underestimated. His thinking was always clear, and his eyes shone with confidence and shrewdness. "She made him feel funny," Xueche smiled, "but just being funny is not enough. He wants to see if she has enough ability to survive in this world. After all, if she can't survive, it's useless, isn't it?" In the quiet car, the two people each have their own ideas. The only thing in common is that they are examining each other's strength in order to make a reasonable plan for the next step. "Here we are." Qin Yu stopped the car. There are no people in the wild here, and there is only a factory in the distance. The roar of zombies cannot be heard in the wind, and the surroundings are eerily quiet, which instinctively makes people feel dangerous. Qin Ming looked at the guy next to him who was laughing heartlessly, and frowned. What kind of mission did this guy take to drag her out with him? Chapter 62v. Sensing Qin Yu's eyes, Xueche spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know, the documents say that you can just go into the office and take out the documents in the safe." Of course, before he came, he asked Disorder to answer task, and he specifically pointed out that the more dangerous, the better, but he will not say this. Xueche put his hands above his eyes and looked into the distance. "It looks quite dangerous. This guy." Qin Yu endured it, and did not attack Xueche after all. "Let's go in and have a look." She walked away first, in case she couldn't bear to strangle this future elite in the cradle. In the silent and dark space, with the sound of opening the door, a pair of cruel yellow eyes with large vertical pupils suddenly opened in the darkness. A tall black figure stood up slowly from the ground. In the few lights, it could be seen that this guy's skin had rotted and almost fell off. Its front paws were shorter than its hind feet, but there were long claws growing on them. The long claws are very sharp. Its head was large, its sharp teeth were exposed, and a barbed tongue flicked in the air before retracting into its mouth. Qin Yu, who had just stepped into the factory building, was keenly aware of the subtle changes in the air. She lowered her head, stared at the ground for a while, and found that the sand on the ground was beating slightly. Something is coming, Qin Yu said coldly. Xue Che had already noticed the unusualness here, and he looked around seriously, staring intently at the dark place. Bang dash. The door of the innermost room suddenly exploded, a claw stretched out from inside, and then a strong and huge figure walked out slowly. Every step of it was heavy, and would bring a slight vibration to the floor. This is the evolution of the creeper, the licker. It was easy for Qin Yu to judge the danger of this monster from the breath it gave off. She stepped back. It was really not worthwhile to fuck a licker in a small enclosed place. Let's go out first. Okay. Xue Che nodded earnestly. The danger this time exceeded his expectations. If he accidentally did something to the person he brought, he really couldn't afford to lose this person. The two watched the licker retreat slowly. The licker had already spotted the prey outside, so how could he let him go so easily? They only saw it growl and rushed towards Qin Yu and the others. After all, Qin Yu was a third-level power user. Although he had lingering fears, he didn't panic. After releasing a fireball, he pulled Xue Che and ran outside. Not long after they ran out of the gate, they heard the sound of the iron gate shattering. Such a strong force. Qin Yu and Xue Che stood separately on both sides. After the licker broke through the gate, it shattered the wall with a flick of its tail. It walked out of the dust like a king who was patrolling the territory and met a weak one. Enemies that can be killed with claws are generally not afraid of people running away. Probably because Qin Yu attacked the licker first, its eyes turned between the two of them, and finally locked on Qin Yu's body, and the huge figure quickly rushed over. Qin Yu quickly dodged to the side, the dust rose up, and the sharp claws of the licker left 5 deep paw prints on the ground. Qin Yu glanced at the scratch marks on the ground and estimated the strength of the licker in his mind. If he accidentally got caught by it, Itis estimated that a first-level metallized ability user would be crippled. She thought that the strength of her body was no stronger than the metallized body of a metal-type supernatural being. Qin Yu's eyes darkened, and she defended more seriously. Seeing the licker rushing over again, Qin Yu quickly condensed 3 black fireballs around her body. This is a skill she developed after she rose to the 3rd level. It can condense black fireballs in any range of the body, and can directly use the mind to control their positions, and they can attack or defend. The licker was getting closer and closer. Qin Yu threw a black fireball with a cold face, and was avoided by it. She then threw 2 more, this time one black fireball missed, and the other hit the brain of the eater. It let out a painful roar, shook its head frantically and slapped its claws directly on the head. After burning and beating like this, the carrion on its head will almost fall off, revealing a dark and terrifying white skull. After the black fire was extinguished, the licker flicked his tail angrily, his eyes gleamed fiercely. He threw his head back and bared his teeth. You don't intend to watch the excitement all the time, do you? Qin Yu asked Xue Che. How come? Xue Che's eyes moved, the corners of his mouth raised slightly playfully, his hands moved, and the licker's limbs froze. Immediately, look, I can't do much with my small arms and legs, so don't want it, do it carelessly. Fuck you. That's what he said, but at the moment when he saw the licker's movements began to be inflexible, Qin Yu almost reflexively bent his legs and jumped into the air. When the licker rushed over slowly, the whole person pressed on its back, combined the 3 black fires condensed around the body, grabbed the black fire with one hand, held it vigorously and pressed it towards the licker's head down. Roar. The pain caused the licker to shake violently. Qin Yu took advantage of the frequency of its shaking and threw herself out. After landing, she stood up, took out the gun at her waist, and aimed at the licker's eyes. He fired several shots. Bang bang bang. Bullets kept firing from the muzzle of the gun, and one eye of the licker was quickly blown out, but it didn't give Qin Yu a chance to blow out its other eye. Like a sudden awakening before death, it gave up roaring, jumped up and swung its paw at Qin Yu. The wall behind Qin Yu quickly collapsed under the sharp claws. No matter how fast Qin Yu ran, he would inevitably be splashed by some gravel. She looked toward Xueqie, who quickly understood what Qin Yu meant and turned towards her. Nodded. Just like before, Xueqie was in charge of blocking the liquor's actions. Again, and Qin Yu was in charge of attacking. The roar of suppressing the pain came again. This time the liquor did not have the luck to throw Qin Yu off his body, but was directly burned off the skull by Qin Yu's black fire. It struggled a lot, and finally. Suddenly it fell to the ground with a bang and remained motionless. Qin Yu put his hand into its head coldly, and took out the crystal nucleus. How do you divide this? You killed the liquor, so let me give it to you. Xueqie looked at this very interestingly and stretched out his hand without changing his face. The woman who took out the crystal nucleus from the liquor's head still dripped a white paste-like solid mixed with red silk, but her always cold eyes were full of love for the crystal nucleus. This violent woman, Xueqie guessed unscrupulously, whoever wants to marry her in the future will probably first send a box of crystal nuclei as a dowry gift. However, as a partner, she is obviously qualified. Xueqie smiled with satisfaction, not abandoning her partner when danger comes shows that her character has passed the test, and being able to kill a liquor shows that her ability is strong enough, and only those who meet both requirements will be qualified. Will be considered as a companion. Obviously she qualifies. Thank you. Qin Yu quickly shook his hand, took away the crystal nucleus, and said, I won't be polite to you. It's the end of the world. Can you return the crystal nucleus for politeness? Well, such a generous person is a good partner after the cliff. Qin Yu rubbed his hands with the sand beside him. You go in first, there should be no danger inside, I'll clean it up. Okay. Xueqie, who has a slight obsession with cleanliness, apparently he didn't want to stay here any longer, so he walked towards the inside of the factory. After a few minutes, after a crackling sound, Xueqie took out a safe that was about the same height as him. Qin Yu looked at the little Xueqie in children's clothing, holding a safe that was as tall as others, and suddenly felt like bullying the child. But she quickly shook her head. The child is a fart, who has a child like him. What are you thinking about? Xueqie put the safe on the ground, splashing a layer of dust. It's okay, just wait here, I'll drive over. Qin Yu said. Okay. The two cooperated very well. After Qin Yu drove over, Xueqie opened the rear compartment and stuffed the safe in. He clapped his little hands, opened the car door and sat on the co-pilot's seat. Let's go. Along the way the scenery is still so boring, Qin Yu is driving the car seriously. And the roar of zombies is gradually heard on the road, thinking that after the liquor is wiped out, its territory will soon have a new owner. The cooperation is good this time. Think we can try to form a team? Xueqie said. I think so too. A rare smile appeared on Qin Yu's mouth, hoping that you would be so generous every time. Halfway through the journey, the road in front was suddenly blocked by many trees. Qin Yu frowned, and suddenly thought that apart from the group he met earlier, no one would be able to set up roadblocks in such a place when they were full. As Qin Yu stopped the car, Xueqie obviously noticed the obstacles in front of him. When Qin Yu got out of the car, he found the three people above who were going to ambush him. With a movement of his hand, several transparent hands appeared in the void towards they attacked. And the three people fell to the ground in a strange posture without even a chance to resist. Hearing the screams, Qin Yu knew without raising her head that it was Xueqie's masterpiece. She released a black fire, which burned all the obstacles on the road in an instant, opened the car door and got in. It will probably take another hour to drive. I can go back to the base. Just right, I'll take a nap in the afternoon. Xueqie yawned boredly. And Qin Yu nodded, whatever he wanted. On the desolate road, a black car was driving fast, and gradually people began to pass by nearby. They were survivors who also came out of the base or did missions or collected daily necessities and food. Bai Weilan moved her finger, and a stream of ice crystals condensed from her fingertips. thinking of the angry old man Qin talking about his granddaughter. Qin knew, her face couldn't help but contorted. Could it be that she, Bai Weilan, was not his granddaughter? Looking at the face in the mirror, Bai Weilan quickly calmed down and returned to her usual gentle and elegant appearance. That day, she was chased into the building by the zombies, and she was hungry for 2 days without daring to go out. She was rescued only after running into a team led by young Shi'is from the same city. She followed the team for a month before bumping into the Qin family's convoy. She thought she could go home and be safe, but she didn't know that Mr. Qin kept being biased. It would be better to go back to the Tiger Guard city base with young Shi'is. They already when we arrived at the gate of the base, we actually had to detour to the southern base just because Qin Yu was there. If she hadn't used means to convince her father to stay here for a while, they would have left long ago, so why would she care how Bai Weilan stayed in Huey City? It's really hateful, how could that rigid Qin Yu be better than her? With those materials, the Qin family stayed in Huey City, and when she took down young Shi'is, everyone would have a better life. You must know that the Yang family's status in Huey City is first class 1, and young Shi'is is the grandson of the leader of the base. With these conditions, no one would look far away, but there is an old man who is not enlightened. Bai Weilan took a deep breath, smiled at the mirror, squeezed her hands hard, ice crystals covered the whole mirror, she adjusted her facial expression before opening the bathroom door. She was going to go hunting with Shi'is and the others later, the crystal nucleus of the mutant tiger. This time she wants to prove to them that she, Bai Weilan, is the best. Come out. The red-haired girl sitting on the bed asked Bai Weilan with a smile. Yeah. Bai Weilan nodded and said, how's the news? It's okay, Mu Bailing tracked down the animal running to the south. But we've been chasing it for so many days and we don't think it will run far this time. The red-haired girl said nonchalantly, if it weren't for the preciousness of this crystal nucleus, they wouldn't have followed for so long. Let's go. Bai Weilan said, it should be almost ready over there. Okay. Chapter 63. Hearing the familiar roar, Qin Yu stopped the car and got out of the car. What's wrong? Xueche opened his eyes and asked. It's okay, you continue to sleep. Qin Yu closed the car door and walked out. The voice just now was unmistakable. It was the guy her family had raised for a long time. Could it be that it ran over? With doubts, Qin Yu quickly saw the two fighting at the bottom of the slope. The one that was facing Ah Hu was also a mutant beast. The mutant beast was nearly twice as big as Ah Hu, about 2 meters long. It looks quite strong and mighty. Its coat color changes gradually from yellow to red from north to south, with black and slender stripes in the yellow coat. It seemed that this was a mutant tiger. At the moment it was covered with scars, staring at Ah Hu vigilantly, panting with its tongue out. Qin Yu looked to the side. There were still a few people standing there, apparently out of the idea of the crane and the clam competing for the fisherman's profit. Qin Yu looked at the terrain, returned to the car and drove over. The battle over there was coming to an end, and Qin Yu guessed that Ah Hu would be able to solve it by himself in a few minutes. In fact, just as Qin Yu expected, when the mutated tiger on the opposite side jumped up and bit the saber-toothed tiger, the saber-toothed tiger jumped sideways and bit back towards the mutated tiger's neck, biting it immediately. His trachea was bitten off. Bai Weilan was the first to notice a car approaching. She pulled Yang Shi'is and reminded him to be careful not to be picked up by others. Yang Shi'is nodded, and secretly ordered the team members to be alert. Qin Yu parked the car not far from them, and when she got closer, she saw that there was someone in the group that she really didn't want to see. She narrowed her eyes dangerously, and then opened the car door and got out of the car. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger roared excitedly when it smelled something it liked. It flicked its tail leisurely, and pulled out a red crystal nucleus from the mutant tiger's head with one paw. That's right, this is a fire-type mutant tiger, which was originally a very powerful existence, but when it met a saber-toothed tiger, its abilities were buffed out abruptly, and it became a meal on the plate. If this mutated tiger is still alive, it will really shed a few caddies of tears because of its grievances. The group of humans followed it for half a month and didn't do anything to it. Mouth. Bai Weilan and Yang Shi'is watched Qin Yu warily, and the other 5 stood in different positions to prevent the saber-toothed tiger from taking the crystal core and running away. Although they couldn't beat this saber-toothed tiger that rushed out halfway to snatch its prey, they wanted to give it a go against the 2 shiny high-level mutant nuclei. Hurry up, everyone, don't let this tiger run away. After Mu Bailing finished speaking, an Earth-type supernatural user controlled the soil to form a cage to trap the saber-toothed tiger, but the saber-toothed tiger scattered it instantly. Qin Yu leaned on the car and looked at it leisurely. Only this group of first and second level guys still wanted to kill the saber-toothed tiger. They really slept too long last night and their heads were confused. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't intend to make a move, Bai Weilan didn't go there at the moment, but released the frostbolt in coordination with his teammates' attacks. Qin Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise. In her previous life, Bai Weilan had not awakened any supernatural powers, but in this life she has awakened ice supernatural powers. Sure enough, luck can't stop her. Watching the battle over there, Qin Yu really realized that the future has changed. However, this time she will live a long life, and she will do whatever it takes to live better and longer. Avoid. The captain's voice sounded in his ears. Kong Lanqing, an Earth-type supernatural being, didn't have time to judge the situation. He only knew the danger. He bent over and rolled on the ground in embarrassment. There was a lot of blood, he let out a muffled snort, and retreated from the dangerous area under the cover of Bai Weilan. Lu Quan, I'll distract the saber-toothed tiger, you go up and deal with it. Bai Weilan said. Okay. Lu Quan replied. When the 2 people were talking, they didn't notice the look of contempt in the eyes of the saber-toothed tiger. It attacked the guys who were trying to snatch food from it, while pretending to be attracted. Good chance. Yang Shiai's issued a thunder and lightning ability at the side, while Lu Quan took advantage of the fact that the saber-toothed tiger didn't notice him, and rushed over with a knife metallized all over his body. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger suddenly gave up on the several people who attacked it, turned around and bit Lu Quan's shoulder, blood flowed out in a large area. Lu Quan's eyes widened in surprise. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the bite just now would have bitten him on his neck. Even so, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to shake his head in disgust and threw him away without struggling. Lu Quan wished that the saber-toothed tiger would let go immediately. After getting up from the ground, he faced the saber-toothed tiger and slowly retreated towards his teammates, covering the wound near his neck. What kind of monster has changed? Isn't it too smart? The red-haired woman was obviously frightened by the ferocity of the saber-toothed tiger and dared not approach. Zhang Huai, another metal-type supernatural being next to her who was planning to rush over, backed away without a trace. Originally, he planned to meet Lu Quan, but the saber-toothed tiger seemed to have seen through their plan. He came to warn him fiercely. Aware of everyone's thoughts, the saber-toothed tiger triumphantly moved its claws away, took out the crystal nucleus that had been pressed under its feet in order to bite people, and looked at them majestically. Stand back. This saber-toothed tiger is too powerful, and in just a few minutes, someone has already been injured. Bai Weilan soon realized that the saber-toothed tiger could not be taken down by just a few of them. She turned to Qin Yu and said, "Yaya, come and help us, let's take it down together." I feel really good about myself, Qin. Yu shook her head and said, "You guys do it yourself." It sounds nice. How do you divide the crystal nucleus after she did it? There are 7 opponents, but she only has 1. Even if she wins, she will just give her some elementary crystal nucleus or food as compensation. How can you do this? Let me do you a favor. We have been tracking that mutant tiger for a long time. Bai Weilan said while watching the saber-toothed tiger, "Hurry up, just treat it as my debt to you." "Oh, yours favors are very valuable." Qin Yu said with a smile, "This saber-toothed tiger is too powerful, you can do it yourself." Being mocked by Qin Yu in front of his teammates, Bai Weilan's face flashed ugly for a while, but he heard the saber-toothed tiger roaring excitedly. With this cry, the crystal nucleus in its mouth fell on the ground with a snap. It was on the ground, and Mu Bailing, a mutant supernatural being, took the opportunity to reach out to pick it up, but was slapped on the head by the saber-toothed tiger and pressed to the ground. The saber-toothed tiger stepped on the body of this mutant supernatural being, and then the whole tiger sat up facing the crowd, with a look of safe contempt in its eyes. Hiss. Now everyone can clearly see that this mutated saber-toothed tiger has obviously become a spirit. Looking at the group of people who were obviously timid, the saber-toothed tiger stood up from the man who was bored, raised his head and chest with a proud expression, and walked towards Qin Yu with the crystal nucleus in his mouth. So many pairs of eyes looking at the saber-toothed tiger didn't care. He stretched out his head and leaned towards Qin Yu's hand, rubbed against it, and opened his mouth to offer the red crystal nucleus. Compared with the aggressive appearance just now, the saber-toothed tiger is obviously a docile house cat that can be overthrown. Bai Weilan's eyes lit up, and she said to Qin Yu, "Yeah, you raised this?" Pretending not to see the joyful look on Bai Weilan's face, Qin Yu took out the mutated tiger crystal core from Ah Hu's mouth and put it away. "Not really, stay at my house temporarily." "Yeah, isn't this the one you raised?" Bai Weilan said with a reproachful look on her face, "Why didn't you say it earlier? Really, it's too capricious. How many of us have been hurt?" Qin Yu gave Bai Weilan a sideways look, but didn't speak. A bad premonition flashed in Bai Weilan's heart, but she continued, "Can you give me that red crystal core? We can exchange it with you with supplies." "I don't lack supplies." Qin Yu refused bluntly. Yeah. Bai Weilan was in a hurry. No matter if this crystal nucleus was given to her or Yang Shiai's, they would be able to upgrade to a higher level. "You were not like this before." Qin Yu looked at Bai Weilan with a crazy look on his face. "If it's okay, I'll go first." "Don't go." The red-haired woman shouted, "Leave the crystal nucleus, or you won't even think about leaving. Now you think you can beat the two of us?" A trace of black fire condensed on her fingertips, and she flicked it, and the black fire burned off a hair of the red-haired woman in the blink of an eye. "Ah!" the woman screamed while covering her bald head. Qin Yu took a warning look at Bai Weilan, who was about to speak, and opened the rear door to let the saber-toothed tiger in. "Ah, who has had enough fun, I'll leave first if there's nothing else to do." After that, she drove away, looking at the ugly Bai Weilan through the mirror in front of the car. Qin Yu snorted coldly and didn't plan to talk to her anymore. "Don't you know her?" Yang Shiais asked. Just now when he wanted to do something forcefully, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura swaying around his neck, as if he would be wiped out if he tried to do it, so he watched the man drive away in a grieved manner. Bai Weilan watched the car leave unwillingly, but she didn't dare to stop her. She's not very familiar with her, just a normal relationship. She swallowed the word sister that she blurted out, and Bai Weilan subconsciously didn't want to let her go. Everyone knows about Qin Yu's existence, especially if the news cannot reach the Qin family. The journey went smoothly, and when they got to the base, Qin Yu didn't need to call. Xue Che, who had been sleeping after watching a good show, woke up from his seat. "You're back." The soldier guarding the gate smiled friendlily at Qin Yu. "Well, I just finished the task." Qin Yu smiled back and handed over the base's proof card. The man let it go after a casual glance. It wasn't that he was sloppy, but that they knew Qin Yu well, so they didn't need to look at him at all. People with supernatural powers like them basically wouldn't be infected and couldn't pay taxes. It is necessary to tamper with the proof card. "Okay, let's go in," the gatekeeper said. "This is for you." Qin Yu handed out a bottle of mineral water from the car window. "No, I can't accept this." A flattered expression appeared on the soldier's face. He licked his dry and chapped lips, and resolutely moved his eyes away from the clear mineral water bottle shining in the sun. "Is the base very short of water now?" Qin Yu frowned. Did he even take out the soldiers? "Well, the amount of drinking water that can be drunk has been greatly reduced since last week. The base is calling on people with water abilities to create water, but the effect is not great. The price of drinking water is still very high. This kind of mineral water without peculiar smell is almost expensive. The price is sky-high," said the gate guard soldiers. They were the first group to be asked to save water, and they were very clear about this. Now many soldiers are taking care of their homes, saving the water that is not much for their families to use first. "Oh, I'll go in first, you are busy." Qin Ming threw the mineral water into his arms accurately, and said with a smile, "I am not short of water, you can take this. If you don't want it, just throw it away, I'm leaving." After being at a loss for a while, the soldiers solemnly gave a military salute to Qin Mingyuan's car. The Black Widow crawled out half of her body from a bag of crystal nuclei in front of the car. While gnawing on the energy in the crystal nuclei, she waved a front leg, trying to express that she would give it to Qin Yu when she had the crystal nuclei. Mean. Qin Yu was immediately amused by these two. She smiled and said, "Okay, I will wait for your crystal nucleus later." Originally, they were just casual companions, but they did not expect to get along with them. Qin Yu thought to himself that might be good, at least not alone. Parking the car in a remote place, Qin Yu called two soldiers to help move the bucket down. The soldiers were very enthusiastic and their simple faces were full of smiles. After moving the things, the two soldiers still happily scratched their heads and said that if there is still a need for help, you are welcome, just call them. If there is a need, I will not be polite. Chin Yu nodded, then she pointed to the big bucket and said, there is still a lot of water in the house. It was rewarded from a task just now. You can share it. 1 yen. The smiles on the faces of the two soldiers froze. They didn't say that they knew everything about the base, but they definitely knew that no single person on a mission could have such a high reward. We can't accept these. Chin Yu chuckled and said, it's not for the two of you, take it, the army has saved my life. She has saved her more than once. If it wasn't for these soldiers in her previous life, she would have died long ago. We know, but... The soldier tried to explain something. There is nothing wrong with it. Before the founding of the country, you rushed to the front. After the founding of the country, you rushed to the front. When the earthquake and tsunami came, you rushed to the front. Finally, peace was achieved. You also guard the last place of the motherland. Ahead, now that the apocalypse is coming, you are still at the forefront. Chin Yu smiled, that's it, I'll go first. Rows of households are destroyed, the earth is cracked and landslides, and the apocalypse comes. These are the soldiers. She, Chin Yu, doesn't envy high-ranking officials, doesn't believe in gods, and only admires such a group of people. Maybe there are scum and moths among them, but more of them are heroes who have not even left their names after their sacrifices. There are no names, no graves, and no one to mourn. Most people died in the wilderness or even no bones left. Many people don't know the sacrifices they made. The victory belongs to them, and often the credit is not on them. Chin Yu felt admiration for these low-level soldiers. Thank you. The soldier with the scar on his rolled sleeve arm said softly. He endured it, but his eyes still felt a little sore. Let's go, let's carry this back to make the brothers happy. Yes, yes, yes. The young short soldier replied with a choked-up sob. Every time I come back from a mission, there are some small changes in the base. The front is relatively lively, and a group of people gather around and don't know what they are doing. Chin Yu originally wanted to take a detour, so the situation doesn't seem to be a good thing. It looked like a group of men bullying a child. You don't want to go and have a look? A voice came from beside her ear. Chin Yu turned her head, only to see a man with a naughty look standing beside her, looking at her with a smile. Wearing a ripped denim jacket and a straw hat, he gave off a flirtatious but not repulsive look, as if he was born this way. Qing Luo waved her hand in front of Chin Yu, and said with a smirk, why, I'm dumbfounded, it seems that I'm still very attractive. Please, uncle, if you want to hook up with a girl, you should have some a piece of meat or crystal nucleus, women are so realistic nowadays. Chin Yu squinted at him and said, do you think that charm is better than a piece of pork belly? Isn't it okay to find true love? Qing Luo looked at Chin Yu with a sad face, as if looking at a fallen girl. Uncle, you are out of date. Chin Yu said plainly, remember to keep up with the times, I really love this thing, you can weigh it for me, and I will feed it to the dog, girl. Look at your poisonous mouth. Qing Luo stopped joking, seriously, can you save the baby in front? No. Hey, don't rush to refuse, I know you have the ability, look, is it okay to show some face on the uncle's old face? Qing Luo hurriedly stopped him when he saw that he was about to leave. You know him? Chin Yu asked. It's okay, this baby is also suffering. Qing Luo was interrupted by Chin Yu before she finished sighing, well, who is not suffering these days, you, why don't you save yourself? This isn't there no way. Qing Luo said with a bitter face, I just offended a person above me some time ago, if I bump into him again this time, I guess I won't be able to hang out in the base, I don't hang out in the base these days. Sooner or later, you will end up with a dead body. Chin Yu was silent. Every place has unspoken rules. If you are weak, don't go against the strong. But Chin Yu still doesn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, after all, she can't manage her for a while, so it's impossible to ask her to support her for a lifetime. Hey, this mutant beast is not bad. A malicious compliment came out of nowhere. Chin Yu, who was about to leave, saw a strong young man walking towards her. As he walked, the surrounding people made way for him. You make an offer, I'll take this one. The young man stopped in front of Chin Yu, with a contemptuous expression followed by 5 or 6 muscular burly men. The young man liked the saber-toothed tiger more and more. Last time, the new love mutant dog that his brother gave him turned into an old love in an instant, but he forgot about it. He thought that a man should be matched with such a mighty and majestic mutant beast. That dog, it's too frustrating, it doesn't match his identity and style at all. Immediately, he was ready to take the saber-toothed tiger home with his eyes full of enthusiasm, and even forgave the child who bumped into him just now. Not for sale. Qin Yu refused. Suddenly hearing the refusal, the young man was a little angry. Don't be ashamed. After he said that, his subordinates wanted to snatch them away. Going forward, he immediately opened his bloody mouth and roared at them. He shouted them back a few steps before arrogantly pacing back to Qin Yu's side. Seeing that the people he brought out were scared, the young man stepped forward, raised his hand and slapped a man next to him in the face. Damn. What are you afraid of? I usually raise you for nothing. A few people who came shouted, go, go. A pet raised by a woman can scare you like this. Be careful, I will give you good fruit. You all go to me, damn it, I will still. If you don't believe me, you might be able to deal with a beast. Qin Yu stood aside and sneered, but he didn't stop it. If you want to die, you can't stop it. There are always a few people who like to bump into the beast's mouth. Chapter 65. As Wang De left with half of the younger brothers, the remaining 5 people did not torture the child on the ground anymore. They checked the front and saw that the boss needed help and hurriedly dropped the child on the ground and rushed over. Their movements are very fast, one by one, joking, now is the time to show, when not to be active, when to be active. As they left, the green-haired child who was wearing ragged clothes and was still holding a puppet moved on the ground. He got up from the ground, holding the puppet in his hand and staring at the front with a blank expression. It was only then that the people around could see his face clearly. He was originally a pretty and handsome child, but there was a burn on the left side of his face from his forehead to the cheek below his eyes, destroying this beauty. Not feeling well. Hey, look at this kid, he looks really ugly. I must have done something bad, otherwise how could a good kid get a scar in that place? I know what I did to hurt the world. That's right, it's definitely not a good thing, no wonder I was beaten up, I guess this time the injury is serious. Qin Yu felt a little uncomfortable when he heard such remarks. Maybe these people don't know what they are talking about, they just want to slander others to relieve the depression brought by life, but treating a child like this is really too much. Her gaze swept across the crowd coldly, and the saber-toothed tiger sensed Qin Yu's anger, and opened its mouth wide to roar at the crowd. Oh my god, this beast is going to eat people. Someone in the crowd yelled, and everyone realized that this seemingly possessed and honest mutant beast was a beast after all. It will hurt. They all stepped back a little, with expressions on their faces that were both worried and eager to watch the excitement. Oh, Rang, you stepped on me. I said don't worry, it's not that I can't see. These people are really too idle. Qin Yu's whole body is slightly cold, and his face I became more and more impatient with Wang Dashi. But he didn't know what was going on, so he raised his chin and said to Qin Yu, put down the mutant beast, I will let you go today. Seeing him like this, Qin Yu's face was frosted, and she couldn't bear it. She couldn't help moving her fingers, pinched them tightly and then let go, said coldly, get out, if you don't get out, I'll see you off. If this guy really thinks that he can be defiant if he has a backstage, she has to help him stretch his muscles and bones. Yes, let him know that not everyone is afraid of his so-called backstage. Facing Qin Yu's cold gaze, Wang Da's feet softened slightly. This kind of aura was never seen by his elder brother. However, he was not frightened. No matter how strong a woman is, she is still putting on airs. Thinking about it this way, Wang Da only felt that the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it became. He raised his chest and snorted coldly, "Nyo, you're quite arrogant. What's the matter, what do you want to do to me?" He laughed a few times, opening his arms, he said, "Come on, sir, I'll be waiting." Oops. Before Wang Da finished speaking, Qin Yu kicked him to the ground. Qin Yu stepped on his chest, looked down at this face that could still be kept shiny in the last days, and said, "That's right, I just want to put him down." You. She said it plainly, but Wang Da always had the illusion of being stared at by a ghost when he met those unwavering eyes. He shook his head and shouted, "Come here, you are porridge, hurry up and get this girl away." The people below were suddenly woken up by Wang Da's scolding, and they all ran over to help, but everyone who tried to get close to Qin Yu was kicked away by her, and then stepped on Wang Da's body even harder, causing pain. He kept yelling ouch. What's the matter? The chief of the base came belatedly with a team, and immediately shouted at Qin Yu, "Where is that crazy woman? She is acting wild in the base. Where were you when the guy was blatantly mugging?" Qin Yu looked at him contemptuously, didn't speak, and stomped on him even harder, causing Wang Da to scream in pain. This blatant disregard for people made Li Wen angry. He pointed at Qin Yu, and shouted loudly like he used to treat other troublemakers, "Don't let people go quickly, you want to be kicked out the base." Qin Yu didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly. The deep eyes were calm and peaceful, but it made Li Wen, who was already a little guilty, very unhappy, feeling like he had been seen through. Do you have the right? Qin Yu sneered, when will a small patrol officer have the right to drive people out of the base at will? The embarrassment and anger of exposing the facts turned into anger. He understood that today he encountered a hard scum, tried to make his expression look more serious, and scolded, why, it makes sense to do something wrong, arrest her for me. But after the words were finished, there were no soldiers to act, but Qin Yu sneered, if you don't ask about things clearly, you will arrest people randomly. The management method of the base is really getting better and better. Yes, Chief Li. Ask. A patrolling soldier said. Li Wen squinted at him, to the effect that the officer's order cannot be questioned, and he meant to go back and receive the punishment himself. Knowing the carelessness in Li Wen's eyes, the patrolling soldiers backed away and stopped talking. The people behind him wanted to come up and say something, but he shook their heads and stopped them. Although these people didn't say anything, they didn't follow his instructions. Means to catch people. In fact, they knew about this woman. She often sent things to the army, and solved matters involving human life several times. If someone in the base said that she broke the law, they would be the first to not believe it. The patrolling soldiers looked at the officer, saw that his face was still full of anger, and thought in their hearts, if the officer really wanted to do something to Qin Yu, they could only secretly inform Officer Su. Hey, Brother Li, hurry up and ask this woman to move her feet away, my chest. Seeing that Li Wen hadn't noticed that he was still lying on the ground, Wang De couldn't help but let out another burst of pain. You don't have to let him go. Li Wen finally came to his senses and said to Qin Yu. He was also very angry just now, and then he remembered that the purpose of coming here in the first place was to impress Wang Da's brother Wang Wei, so that he could walk around more to help in the future. Oh. Qin Yu glanced at him, and slowly raised her foot. When everyone thought she was going to move away, and even Li Wen was secretly pleased that his words had taken effect, Qin Yu quickly kicked again. He stepped on it hard, then lifted it up quickly, and kicked Wang De into the air. Li Wen pointed at Qin Yu and said, it's too much. This clearly meant that he didn't put him in his eyes, so he wanted to give her some color. Cough, Brother Li, you have to make the decision for me. Wang De almost cried while hugging Li Wen after being helped up by his subordinates. This woman first robbed my mutant beast, and then she is still in the base. Hitting people openly, look, I'm hurt. Ignoring Li Wen's ugly face, Qin Yu still stood there without changing expression when Wang De tried to slander her for stealing mutant beasts. Really, if it wasn't for Qin Luo kept dragging her, and she left long ago. Somehow, the quarrel here alarmed a group of soldiers guarding the gate of the base. Someone was sent over there to inquire about the situation. After learning that it was related to Qin Yu, the little soldier hurried back and brought back another person after a while. Although the other party was just a soldier, Li Wen was in the same circle because of the face of the guards. Besides, in order to show his fairness, he didn't mind asking the guard soldier in the base who just came over. After the little soldier figured out the ins and outs of the matter, he simply said that he had seen Qin Yu come back with a mutant beast, and there was nothing wrong with it, because there are not too many mutant beasts in the base now, and this saber-toothed tiger is very distinctive. He remembered it, and he could testify that it was Qin Yu who brought the mutant beast back. These words were all partial to Qin Yu. Wang De couldn't hear them, but Li Wenshi heard them clearly. At this time, his face was a little ugly. He thought it was a certainty that the woman stealing the mutant beast was a certainty, but he didn't expect there were also people who flopped cards for her, but it was his own people who flopped cards. How could he not be angry? Even so, Li Wen had no choice but to suppress the anger in his chest so that no one would catch the leak. But up to this moment, Wang De still had an unrelenting look. He tried his best to slander Qin Yu for stealing the mutant beast given to him by his elder brother, without any reason at all. Qin Yu listened for a while, only to feel extremely annoyed, and immediately said contemptuously, "You are so pushy, do your parents know that they have raised you like this?" The crying was suddenly interrupted. Wang De was slightly stunned. It took a long time to react. Wang De glanced at Qin Yu, then at Li Wen, perhaps seeing Qin Yu's tough attitude, and his support was crumbling, and the phrase, "none of your business," stuck in his throat. Just can't tell. Well, he had kicked the iron plate today. Although he decided in his heart that he would go around seeing this woman who was more fierce than a man in the future, and would never do things in front of her again, but on the surface Wang De was still ruthless. Glaring at Qin Yu, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Without the protagonist of the incident, Li Wen was naturally embarrassed to stay any longer, and led the person away in desperation. Only now Qin Yu had time to look at Qin Luo who had been pulling her to prevent her from leaving just now. Qin Luo chuckled and quickly pulled Xian Yu to him. This guy has been babbling in her ears about the remarriage of his parents after his father died, and the little guy was almost burned to death in a fire when he was a child. Qin Yu sized up the little boy Qin Luo was talking about. This guy doesn't look like a normal autistic, does he? Seeing this, Qin Luo mistakenly thought that Qin Yu disliked Shen Yue's unattractive appearance and even disfigured her face, so she hurriedly said, "You don't have to worry about the image problem, this child will take care of it by himself." After finishing speaking, he winked at the little boy as a hint. The little boy obediently took out a small half of the mask from his pocket and put it on his face, which happened to cover the horrible scar. The more Qin Yu looked at it, the more familiar it became. After a long time, she slapped her head and exclaimed. "Here it is, Ghost Doll Puppeteer." Chapter 66. Qin Yu never thought of bringing a child home, and when she regained her senses, Xianyue was already standing at the door of her house. Qin Yu sighed and said, "Come in." After bathing and washing him clean, Qin Yu couldn't help but rejoice that fortunately there is no shortage of this kind of undrinkable water in the base for the time being. She took new clothes to change for Xian Yu, and looked at him standing in front of her clean and refreshed. A cool little boy has a sense of accomplishment. Taking out the ingredients, Qin Yu hummed a song and fried the meat. It was a pity that he didn't drag the mutant tiger back last time, but it couldn't fit in the car, and it couldn't expose the space. It was really cheap for Bai Weilon and his group. Where is the little guy from? Xueche came to visit with disorder. He was still wearing children's clothes, standing at the door, took off the sunglasses on his face with a cool expression, and looked at Qin Yu standing behind Qin Yu with a curious look on his face. Boy with a puppet. What's the matter? Qin Yu asked. Aren't we teammates? Really, it's too indifferent. Xueche complained, but disorder spontaneously moved a bunch of things from the car to Qin Yu's kitchen without even ordering. Where did you get it? Didn't you perform a mission earlier? This is the reward. I took it all. Xueche raised his nose, smelled it, and said, "Did you cook here? Well. Do you want to come in and eat together?" Qin Yu said generously. In fact, she only suggested it because of the generous face of this teammate. It is crystal core and food, and it is really a good deal to form a team with him. Such a good thing is not because Qin Yu is not worried that the other party has other plans. The main reason is that Xueche is too good at managing his reputation. If it weren't for the sake of his strong force in his previous life, this kind of thing doesn't matter. His attitude has long been wiped out by other people, and there is not even a bone left. Another point is that his eyes are too clean, and sometimes people with dark minds like Qin Yu dare not look directly at him. Okay. Xueche only responded, walking towards the kitchen. There are already 3 bowls of dishes on the table, and the soup is still stewed in the pot, and the aroma is slowly coming out from it. Xueche was not polite at all. He moved a chair and climbed up to sit in it, and directed disorder to serve him a meal. Xianyue looked at this boy who was about her own age, slowly approaching Xueche with the puppet in her arms, and sat beside him. Beside Xueche quietly grilled rice. It seems that Xianyue likes Xueche very much. Qin Yu smiled slightly, and said to disorder, "You sit down too, let's eat together. Since Xianyue just arrived today, I accidentally cooked too much." Disorder glanced at Xueche, seeing that the master buried his head in his meal and ignored him, nodded his head and said, "Okay." What's going on? Xueche looked up at Xianyue who kept adding food to him, and suddenly realized that this guy couldn't treat him like a child. Thinking of this, Xueche became irritable. He hated others treating him like a child. "You, eat by yourself." Xianyue watched in surprise as Xueche protected her bowl with puffed cheeks and looked at him angrily while chewing food. The meaty chopsticks in his hand could not be put away. Nor is it. Yo, this is, fried hare. Qin Yu looked at the interaction between the 2 little kids with great interest. Well, she actually knew that Xueche, don't look at him being cold and cool to people, just grab him by the tail, a little bit. It can detonate his hair, and this tail, of course, is his height that has not grown in thousands of years. Qin Yu smiled unkindly, and when she saw Xueche angrily turned her face and glared at her, she immediately said haha. That she was choking, and quickly made a gesture, but Xueche could tell who she was at a glance. In essence, he snorted coldly before turning back. Looking at the dumbfounded Xianyue, Xueche's malice suddenly arose. He moved over mysteriously, leaning his head against Xianyue and said, "Do you think this room is eerie?" Seeing Xianyue nodded, Xueche then pointed to the storage room under the stairs and said, "Look at that door." Xianyue followed Xueche's fingers to look in that direction, and sure enough, she saw a white door. He shuddered at the scary door, then turned to look at Xueche, who was about the same height as him. "Eat this, and I'll tell you the story behind the door." As soon as Xianyue lowered her head, she saw that there were a lot of ingredients in the bowl, those ginger, pepper, garlic, piled up a sharp hill. Seeing Xueche take out all the ingredients in the dish, and hearing this, Qin Yu's facial expression froze. Is this the rhythm of a kid coaxing another kid? This baby has a serious desire for revenge. She raised her eyelids and saw that Xueche was still complacently creating a dark atmosphere, trying to intimidate Xianyue. Do you like ghost stories? Don't look at Xianyue's body is trembling now, her shoulders are shrugging, her hands are holding the puppet tightly in front of her chest, and she looks nervous. Actually, damn it, he is excited. She could even foresee that Xianyue would keep opening and closing that door in the days to come, and might do something inside, turning this place into a truly terrifying existence. Let's have dinner. In the future, Xianyue will be our teammate. Thinking about her miserable life in the future, Qin Yu couldn't help interrupting Xueche's horrifying hint that she didn't want to live in a haunted house in the future, and then she was terrified. Live. Him. Xueche really stopped pestering Xianyue after hearing the topic. If my guess is correct, Xianyue should also have awakened her abilities. Qin Yu looked at Xianyue and asked with a smile, is that right? After tilting his head and thinking for a few seconds, he looked at Qin Yu, nodded, and with a little hand, the puppet's eyes lit up. Then he commanded the puppet to float up, moved its mouth, hands and feet, and looked at Qin Yu in frustration. It's okay, you just awakened the power, it's normal to have no attack power. Qin Yu comforted, jokingly, if this baby had attack power, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by that group before. You are at home these few days, study the ability carefully, don't worry, your ability is very useful. Hearing Qin Yu's praise, Xianyue's expression instantly relaxed, and he looked at Qin Yu brightly, and after getting her affirmation only then smiled and opened his small face. Okay, I don't care about this little guy. Xueche said in a serious voice, in another week, the monthly mandatory mission will start. What are your plans? This mission is. About what? I heard that we want us to bring back a group of people. Xueche frowned, and expressed his opinion, I always feel that there is a problem. I heard that it is a group of people who specialize in that research. People. He said it very cryptically, but Qin Yu knew what he was trying to express. At the beginning of the end of the world, many things were in chaos, and the new order was not fully established, which led to many things being out of control, and even out of control. Beyond law and humanity. What Xueche wanted to say, she understood that the ones who would be brought back this time were probably such a group of people who used high-sounding reasons to arrest living humans for experiments, and were hopelessly paranoid. What are your plans? Qin Yu put down her chopsticks and asked earnestly. If she could say that, she would not believe that Xueche was just complaining. Xueche smiled, and said in a cold voice, I hate this kind of person the most, if possible. He made a dangerous gesture, to the effect that if given the chance, he wouldn't mind being a black hand at all, although points will be deducted for mission failure, but what does this have to do with him? Qin Yu thought about it for a while, and thought that if there was a chance, it would be good. Of course, the premise is that no one will find out. However, it is not only a test of courage but also a technical problem to do so under so many eyes. Be careful, don't cause trouble to your upper body. Qin Yu frowned. If she had to move, it would be troublesome, not to mention that there is an extra moon now. If they accidentally show their feet and have an accident, the first thing to do is to stay in the base. Not safe anymore. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Xueche immediately laughed. He really saw the right person. This person is worth dating and a reliable partner. Disorder was eating food silently, as if he hadn't heard anything they said, it was quiet all the time. Except when he was guarding Xueche, Qin Yu had hardly seen him standing in front of anyone. He usually followed behind Xueche like a shadow. A sense of presence. Seeing Qin Yu looking at Disorder, Xueche said disapprovingly, Disorder is not with us, he will stay, what if the young master is not careful, and he needs to take care of the trouble? It's not that he underestimated Disorder's ability, even without supernatural powers, is beyond doubt, otherwise his parents wouldn't feel at ease to hand him over to Disorder's care. What's your plan? Qin Yu asked while playing with the rice in the bowl with chopsticks. No. Xueche spread his hands, with an innocent face on his face, let's talk about it when the time comes. I'm not unreasonable, young master. If it really doesn't work, let's just pretend that we're going on a trip this time. Traveling? Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment. Want to have a gorgeous post-apocalyptic tour? A bunch of black lines suddenly slid down from her forehead. Do you want to put a slogan on it again? Tour in the scenic spot of the end of the world, you dare not swim. At that time, call a few more people to the base to distribute leaflets and assign recruiting tasks. Qin Yu thought about a group of people wearing uniforms, shouting cheerfully, come to the end of the world to visit before going to the moon. Zombies fell in love with you at first sight. Mutant animals enjoy, unforgettable. The sun shines on the land of ruins. Scramble, kill, gore. In the last days, you can enjoy unexpected travel every day. This is a world, and the liquor will let you appreciate the beauty of horror. Qin Yu shook her head. Brother, don't be joking, this is really scary. Comma, 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 comma.